1,000 years of reflection culminate in a singular encounter. The former belle of the school has transformed into a lover and a cohabitant. Prior to our cohabitation, I was merely a disheartened mortal, however. Afterward, a series of extraordinary events began to unfold. The trajectory of my life was altered by a small act of kindness. By a twist of fate, I was trained by the most formidable security company in the world, evolving into a genuine super bodyguard, subsequently attracting the attention of affluent ladies, heiresses, and socialites. Yunhai Mountain Villa, a renowned venue for extravagant displays in HJ City, draws only the wealthy and elite. On my very first day at the villa, as I held a glass of American Eagle whiskey valued at 10,000 yuan, my heart trembled. A year ago, I knew nothing now. I find myself even more bewildered. I ponder the direction of societal evolution, questioning why we seem to regress toward a primitive state where material desires have become starkly naked. No one can provide an answer to this conundrum. The disparities in human nature are laid bare by materialism, revealing a gruesome reality. Within the villa, one is compelled to smile and live joyfully. Every evening, the girls adorn themselves splendidly, greeting patrons with bright smiles. They exhibit commendable professionalism. I have adhered strictly to the villa's regulations throughout my tenure, which has resulted in my stagnant position. That was until I encountered Mr. Huang, the villa's owner. After a brief conversation where I revealed our shared hometown, I was unexpectedly appointed as the lobby manager. Having spent several years in this establishment, I remained a mere employee, while I, a once downtrodden server, astonishingly ascended to the role of lobby manager, eliciting a wave of astonishment. Yet, I remained in a fog of confusion, unsure of how it all transpired. On the second day of my new position, I was greeted by many unfamiliar faces, all of whom offered polite salutations. I walked alongside the general manager, a striking woman in her 30s, rumored to be the owner's mistress, a claim unverified but widely acknowledged. The position of lobby manager is indeed splendid. As I traversed the grand hall, I felt the weight of others' gazes upon me, a most agreeable sensation. Sister Hua, as she is affectionately known, explained the responsibilities of my new role. I listened earnestly, though not a single word penetrated my consciousness. The alluring fragrance of her perfume wafted through the air, a potent temptation for a 23-year-old like myself. All right, I believe I've said enough. Have you retained any of it? She suddenly inquired. What? I snapped back to reality, noticing her beautifully furrowed brow, a bead of cold sweat trickling down my forehead. Understood, Sister Hua. Rest assured. Good. Just remember your primary duty is to attend to esteemed guests. Regardless of their requests, you must find a way to accommodate them. If uncertain, consult with Xiao Lu, she instructed before departing without a backward glance. Xiao Lu is a name only the general manager dares to utter. The rest refer to him as Master Lu. A boisterous man in his 40s, he is a venerable figure within the villa, having served Mr. Huang for 2 decades. It is said that he has been involved in numerous grave matters, yet the police have never pursued him, instead treating him as a brother. Master Liu's office is a dimly lit chamber, sending chills down one's spine upon passing. He is not fond of verbosity, preferring to handle matters with swift decisiveness, often resorting to force when necessary. Should a disobedient girl cross his path, she would emerge the following day diligently attending to guests with a smile, devoid of any trace of resentment. A visit to Master Lu is mandatory, as directed by the general manager. Even if Sister Hua had not instructed me, it is customary for anyone promoted to pay their respects to him, ensuring longevity within the villa. Buzz, buzz. I pressed the doorbell. Enter. The voice was somewhat raspy. Upon entering, I beheld a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, seated before a mahogany desk, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he exhaled plumes of smoke. His thick eyebrows exuded an aura of menace, and his lips, particularly the lower one, were notably fuller than the cigar he held. This man is Master Lu, possessing a gaze that seems to look down upon others. Years of navigating the underbelly of society have honed this skill, particularly effective on those unaccustomed to such environments, especially me. What brings you here? Master Lu inquired, casting a glance in my direction. Master Lu, I stammered, striving to steady my nerves. I am Xiao Fei, the newly appointed lobby manager. Sister Hua sent me to extend her greetings and inquire if you had any directives for me. Xiao Fei, where are you from? Lu chuckled, a laugh reminiscent of sorrow. After I responded, he approached and patted my shoulder. Well done. To think you and the boss share hometown roots. Work diligently, It is evident you are a rare talent. Indeed, I appreciate your guidance, Master Liu, I replied, somewhat taken aback by his sudden warmth. Yes, he replied, put forth your best effort. The boss will not overlook your dedication. Ensure that the guests are well attended to. Do you grasp that? Absolutely, it is imperative. Very well, you may return to your post. As a new lobby manager, if you are uncertain, do not hesitate to ask. There are plenty of knowledgeable individuals in the lobby. Remember, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, understood? Liu emphasized the last sentence with gravitas. Agreeing to Liu's instructions, I exited his office. Yunhai Mountain Villa typically operates from 4 in the afternoon until 8 the following morning. It was now 2 o'clock on my second day as a lobby manager, and the weather was splendid. The villa, located in the heart of the city, spans over 50 acres, adorned with pavilions and towers, resembling an ancient estate, while the interiors are lavishly decorated. Yunyan Pavilion is my workplace, a segment of Yunhai Mountain Villa. Although we were scheduled to open at 4, a directive from above allowed the VIP room to open early at 2. This is a frequent occurrence at the villa, often necessitated by influential individuals who cannot be offended. A high-ranking official from municipal government was set to visit Yunyan Pavilion. Naturally, the prospect of hosting such an esteemed guest filled me with trepidation. Thankfully, my friend Xiao Li, well-versed in this domain, was nearby. I promptly appointed her as my assistant. Xiao Li, a veteran employee of 3 years, had initially been the most formidable contender for the lobby manager position. My unexpected promotion dashed her aspirations, a fact I felt somewhat guilty about. Xiao Li had been my friend since my first day at the villa, providing me with support. To make amends, I elevated her to the position of assistant lobby manager. Xiao Li possesses large, expressive eyes that reflect her hopes and aspirations for life. In Yunyan Pavilion, she is my sole familiar companion. Fortunately, she adeptly handled the tasks at hand, and within no time, everything was arranged without any hitches. Seated in the office, leisurely sipping coffee and brimming with joy, I tapped my fingers on the desk in rhythm. Just as I was about to play some music, I heard a sound of sobbing from outside. A foreboding sense washed over me as I opened the door, only to hear a voice from next door lamenting, I'm sorry, I need to think. Did you consider before taking the money? Came a mocking retort. I knocked on the adjacent door and found a girl curled up in the corner, her head bowed. My brow furrowed. Such situations were not uncommon. In a business setting, fair transactions should prevail. If unwilling, one should simply withdraw. Yet today's guest was of significant stature, someone we could not afford to cross. Once a girl is requested, she cannot be substituted. The door was opened by a bald man, affectionately known as Baldy. He serves as both security and bouncer at Yunyan Pavilion, having served in the military and likely possessing connections with numerous associates. Upon seeing me, he grinned. Manager, it's just a minor issue. We'll resolve it promptly. Ensure there are no mistakes. If it comes to it, find someone else, I instructed, glancing at the trembling girl, feeling a pang of compassion. Manager, this girl has been here for a week. She just started working today and was specifically requested by the guest. It would be challenging to replace her, Baldy remarked, seemingly aware of my reluctance that I paused, realizing that such events were commonplace over the past year. And just as I was about to leave, Manager, the girl in the corner lifted her head, her voice trembling, please, I don't want to do this anymore. Let me go back. Her sweet visage resembled that of a begonia, with a delicate chin and eyes filled with terror. This girl seemed familiar, like someone I had encountered before. As I pondered, a sudden realization struck mites her. Indeed, it was her. How could she possibly be here? The girl I spoke of, the pitiful little sister, was Xuena, a prominent figure in our high school days, the school belle adored by nearly all the boys. Standing at 1.68 meters tall, she had developed beautifully, complemented by an angelic and innocent face that had captured the hearts of countless young men. Feeling uncertain, I hesitated for a moment. As a newly appointed lobby manager, encountering problems on my first day was not ideal for reporting to higher-ups. Yet, turning a blind eye was not my style. Ultimately, my compassion prevailed. Baldy, you go outside. I will talk to her. Baldy hesitated, but out of respect for me, he exited, casting a lingering glance my way as he closed the door behind him. Manager, please, Xuena pleaded. What is your name? I inquired, wanting to confirm my suspicions. Xuena, she replied earnestly. Why do you regret it now when you didn't at the beginning? Regret what? Xuena asked, confusion etched on her face. Regret what? Don't you know what you were doing? I feigned intimidation, curious to see the once coveted school belle's reaction to fear. Two just came out for a stroll. Xuena's eyes were red, her voice trembling. Manager, please let me go. What do you think this place is? What era do you think it is? We are not criminals. Do not perceive us as malevolent. We have our own rules here. You should leave. But Shwena appeared visibly taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend my words. What do you mean? Don't you want to leave? I said, striving to keep my tone calm. Rest assured, I can handle this. Go on. Just don't come back to places like this. Heaven knows whether my emotions were truly calm. As she departed, Shwena glanced back at me, hesitating to speak, but ultimately left, biting her lip. Observing her expression, I questioned what she was actually doing. Was it merely my illusion? Had she truly just come out for a stroll? After letting Shwena go, Baldy, though displeased, refrained from further comment due to my position as the lobby manager, merely pointing towards the private room, saying, the manager will handle it inside. All right. I steeled myself and knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. Inside, there was only a middle-aged man, his figure lean rather than portly, his hair neatly combed and shining. He sat there exuding an air of authority. Upon my entrance, he merely cast a brief glance at me before returning his gaze to the documents on the table. Truly diligent, even at Yunheim Mountain Villa, he did not neglect his duties. Such is the difference of high-ranking officials. With a sigh, I swallowed hard and said, Director Liu, I apologize. The young lady was feeling unwell just now. Would you like me to arrange for a better one? Director Liu, the head of the Provincial Finance Bureau, as informed by those outside. He lifted his gaze to me and, upon noticing the name tag on my uniform, remarked, New here, I see. Yes. First day. For some reason, I found myself instinctively bowing slightly in the presence of this dignitary. Perhaps it is human nature or the influence of one's surroundings. I did not dwell on it, but Director Liu's expression was unexpectedly mild. It's fine. You may leave to make arrangements. So simple? I could hardly believe it. Very well, Director Liu, please wait a moment. I respectfully exited the private room, only to realize that sweat had begun to bead on my forehead, my shirt dampened with perspiration. I resolved it. Upon exiting, I shrugged at Baldy, feeling rather self-satisfied. What did the director say? To continue with the arrangements, it's fine. Just switch her out. Is that so? Baldy regarded me with an odd expression, his lips curling into a smirk that seemed to convey both mockery and schadenfreude. That's good, he said before departing. Everything went smoothly, and I awaited the official start of my shift at 4 o'clock in my office. Xiaoli entered, and I recounted the earlier incident. To my surprise, her complexion turned pale. Did you really do that? I nodded. Oh dear, you've really created a mess. I don't know how to advise you. If the higher-ups find out, you won't be able to escape the consequences. Xiaoli exclaimed in exasperation. But hasn't the issue been resolved? I remarked, perplexed. Oh, forget it. Xiaoli sighed. On your first day, I intended to introduce you to some of the client's personalities. This Director Liu is a crucial client for the boss. Even if the director does not hold it against you, if the boss finds out, who knows what will happen to you. Take care of yourself. Xiaoli shook her head. I was taken aback by the words of my only friend at Yunheim Mountain Villa. Was the situation truly this dire? Indeed, after a day of quiet work, I was unceremoniously dismissed. The reason was simple. The client was dissatisfied. It mattered not whether it was the director or the boss who was displeased. What was important was that I had been fired. I was escorted out of the staff dormitory and received an unexpected beating. My funds were dwindling after a year of frugality. I had merely saved about 20,000. A single suitcase comprised my entire wealth, allowing for easy mobility. As I walked down the streetlights seemed to mock me. How peculiar this villa was. Why such a severe reaction over a trivial matter? I too was baffled, unable to comprehend how I had been cast aside. What had happened had already transpired, and I had to continue down the long road ahead. A hotel. At this moment, I simply sought a place to rest. After turning a few corners, I stumbled upon a 4-story in an evergreen hotel. As I was about to enter, I turned to see Shwena standing behind me. Taken aback, I inquired, what are you doing here? Just passing by, Shwena replied, drenched in the rain without an umbrella, her hair plastered to her cheeks, her figure unmistakably alluring. What about your job? Shwena suddenly asked. I quit. I don't think this job suits me. I replied with a somewhat forced smile as we stood beneath the eaves. Shwena regarded me. So you have no place to stay now? He'll manage at the hotel for now. He'll figure out tomorrow. At that moment, the hotel door swung open and the receptionist beckoned us in. If you don't mind, you could stay in my place for the night. Shwena's voice was barely above a whisper. Really? My heart raced, feigning hesitation for a moment. In all honesty, I had no reason to refuse. Let's go. I stepped into the rain, exhilarated, while my mind was flooded with inappropriate thoughts. Xuena followed behind. Wait. I halted. Something's not right. Why are you being so nice to me? We hardly know each other. Are you perhaps trying to? To what, you big-head fool? I told you it was just a coincidence. I saw you homeless and felt pity. At the very least, you helped me, Xuena retorted suddenly, offering no further explanation as she continued walking ahead. Follow me, don't get lost. Feely. Chapter 3. Do not touch my chest. I followed her through countless alleys until we finally stopped in front of a courtyard. Two tall trees loomed over us, casting long shadows under the streetlight. I had expected Xuena to knock on the door, but to my surprise, she retrieved a ladder from a narrow alleyway and propped it against the courtyard wall, beginning to climb up. I stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth are you doing? I asked. Stop asking questions. Just do as I say. I'll explain later, Xuena replied without looking back, continuing her ascent. With no choice, I followed suit. After descending the wall, we stealthily made our way to a small room tucked away in the corner, entering through the door. Xuena swiftly turned on the light, brewed some tea, and settled down. That was close, she exclaimed. It's not like this is your place. There's no need to be so secretive. I feel like a thief, I said, plopping down on a stool and surveying the room. It was a two-bedroom layout with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The living room was adorned with a cozy ambience, and the faint scent wafting through the air was soothing, making it hard to resist the urge to doze off. A 50-inch LCD television dominated the center, flanked by two pots of unfamiliar flowers that brightened the space. The sole window was draped with purple curtains, ensuring the owner's privacy. A large sofa in front of the television was adorned with a Shrek doll, towering over a meter in height, staring at me with its wide eyes, sending chills down my spine. Hey, Xuena suddenly called out, what is your name? Xiaofei, I replied. Xiaofei, right? You should go take a shower. Your shirt is soaked. I'll run the water for you, she said, heading into the bathroom and closing the door. I could hear the sounds of water splashing inside. When she emerged, she was clutching a pile of clothes, directing me to the bathroom. You go wash up first. I assume you brought your own clothes. Entering the bathroom for the first time, I felt a twinge of curiosity. However, upon closer inspection, it was quite ordinary, save for a few cosmetics on the counter. Realizing that the items Xuena was holding had likely been organized by her, I felt a faint disappointment. But then I wondered if I was being too presumptuous. Surely, that couldn't be the case. It was merely a thought. After a few minutes, I finished my shower, only to discover that all my clothes were in the suitcase outside and completely soaked. With no other option, I reluctantly donned my wet clothes and stepped outside. Upon doing so, I was taken aback by the scene before me. Xuena was sprawled on the sofa, eyes closed, her loose-fitting top revealing a generous portion of her chest, a vision of exquisite beauty. The delicate white ribbon adorning her attire seemed to flirt with her guests. Her long legs were curled up, and even her navel peeked out. I stood frozen for several seconds, realizing it was impolite to stare, and quickly retreated back to the bathroom. Hey you, she called out, her voice slightly raised. After a few seconds, I replied, what is it? I'm coming out, I announced as I stepped outside. By then, Xuena had already composed herself, watching me with curiosity. What is the matter? Just come out. Why are you making such a fuss? I'm just not used to it. I chuckled awkwardly, recalling the earlier scene. Really? She asked, raising an eyebrow. But upon noticing my expression, her face flushed crimson. Realizing I needed to retreat, I hurried back to the bathroom, my emotions in turmoil. I spent a good 15 minutes completing the arduous process of showering. It's your turn now, I said to Xuena as I stepped out. She sat upright, her demeanor serious, until I emerged. Took you long enough, she remarked before entering the bathroom and firmly shutting the door behind her. Long? I scratched my head. 15 minutes seemed quite normal. Lying on the sofa, I inhaled the lingering scent left by Xuena, my thoughts wandering. I shook my head to dispel any inappropriate notions and began to examine the small room. It was decorated in a warm and inviting style, every detail exuding comfort. The primary color was a soft red, accented by hints of blue and purple, creating an atmosphere that felt like home, a stark contrast to the dark, rainy night outside. Lost in my thoughts, my eyelids grew heavy. Hey, I heard her voice call out, pulling me from my reverie. What is it? Turn over. I obediently rolled onto my side, resting on the sofa, prepared to drift back into slumber. Just as I was about to close my eyes again, a sudden jolt of pain shot through me, instantly waking me. What are you doing? That hurts. Shwena had pulled my shirt up, applying ointment to my back. As she quietly tended to my wound, the pain faded away. Fresh from her shower, her delicate fragrance enveloped the room, subtle yet intoxicating, filling my heart with warmth. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her lovely face. The warmth of her breath brushed against my back, creating a sense of tranquility, as if the world outside had vanished, leaving only her and the rhythmic beating of my heart. "Don't make a fuss. It will be over soon," she said softly, her demeanor calm. I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort wash over me, nearly drifting into sleep again. After finishing with the ointment, she pulled up a stool to sit in front of me. "Feeling better?" "Yes," I replied, at a loss for words as I glanced at her. "What's your name?" I asked casually. "Shwena," she replied. "Oh, I already knew that." "What?" She looked puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. They didn't give you any trouble after you came out, did they?" Shwena shook her head. "No, if you manage to get out. You're generally in the clear, as long as you don't speak recklessly." Nodding, I understood some of the unspoken rules behind these power dynamics. Before things escalate, no one wants to make a fuss. If it can be avoided, it should be. By letting Shwena go, I had effectively ensured her safety, but my own troubles were just beginning. "Is your injury healing?" "It's nothing serious. It's just like a bruise. It will heal in a few days. No need to worry." As we spoke, the conversation fell into a lull, leaving us in silence, accompanied only by the sound of the wind and rain outside. The rain poured heavier, the branches of the tall trees rustling, embodying the desolate night outside, while the room remained warm and inviting. I felt a sense of warmth enveloping me. "Thank you," Shwena whispered softly, yet I heard her clearly. "Why thank me? It's all in the past." I replied casually, trying to ease her worries. "I saw it." "Saw what?" "From the moment you were thrown out." "Oh, really?" "They didn't do anything to me. They were all people I knew, like Baldy and Old Ma." "I'm sorry." Shwena's eyes glistened with tears. "It's all my fault for letting things come to this." Seeing her in distress and not knowing how to respond, I felt a pang in my heart as she began to cry, the sound growing louder and startling me. "Wait, don't cry. I'm the one who got hurt, not you. You really don't need to cry for me. I can handle it myself." Her reaction made her smile momentarily. "Who said I was crying for you?" "You're so annoying." "Then who are you crying for?" "I'm crying for." "Well, why does it matter to you?" she retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone. Speechless, I decided to break the awkwardness. "All right, let me tell you a joke." Shwena stared at me with her red-rimmed eyes, looking vulnerable. I took a deep breath, finally calming myself, and prepared to share my best joke. A cat meets a cow and politely greets it, but the cow mocks the cat, saying, "You re so small. Why do you have whiskers already?" The cat, infuriated, retorted, "Well, your breasts are so large. Why don't you wear a bra?" I burst into laughter, but when I looked at Shwena, she wasn't laughing. Instead, her face had turned a deep shade of crimson. It dawned on me that perhaps my joke was inappropriate. There are boundaries to what one can joke about with a beautiful woman. Sure enough, Shwena shot me a fierce glare. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" I felt utterly wronged. "I swear, I just wanted to lighten the mood. I had no intention of teasing you." The lecherous man. Shwena turned her head and walked away. "Tonight, you will sleep on the sofa, as you command." The sound was startling, echoing sharply and catching me off guard. This night was destined to be a delightful one. Surrounded by a warm fragrance, I drifted into slumber. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, I was greeted by a dazzling sunlight that was somewhat enchanting. Meow, meow. Where did that sound come from? Turning my head, I saw a little kitten jumping down from the window, meowing as it approached me. It was an adorable little creature with a coat of coffee-colored fur and sky-blue eyes, utterly charming from head to toe. I couldn't help but reach out to pet this delightful kitten when suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Don't touch my kitty." Chapter 4. A red cloud, don't touch my kitty. "I didn't touch your kitty," I replied, bewildered. What kind of nonsense is this, so early in the morning? I was taken aback, not expecting Shwena to make such an international joke right after waking up. I would have liked to, but I'm a morally upright young man. "Look, you touched it again. You've touched it several times." Shwena was fuming. "Several times? Hey, I just met you last night. How could I have touched it several times? Don't joke around. Be mindful of your influence. You stop right there." I glanced at Shwena and then at the adorable kitten beneath my hand, suddenly understanding, my face turning red. "Oh, is that what you meant? Quick, take your hand away." Shwena snapped. I hastily withdrew my hand, chuckling awkwardly. "You need to be clear in your speech. Otherwise, misunderstandings easily arise." "Oof." Only someone like you would cause misunderstandings. Schwana picked up the kitten and sat on the sofa. Go buy some breakfast. I'm a bit hungry. Why should I go? I'm not familiar with this place, I protested. Schwana glared at me. She was undeniably beautiful, and I wouldn't mind stealing a few glances. But her intense stare sent chills down my spine. Fine. It seems everywhere I go, I'm destined for labor. I strolled out of the small house, humming a little tune. Just as I stepped outside, a snort from behind nearly made me stumble. Never mind. I would endure it and ignore her. However, looking at my attire, a pair of slippers, pajamas, and messy hair while still humming a little tune, I truly looked like a rogue. Today should be a happy day. Checking my phone, it was already 10 o'clock. I wondered if breakfast was still available. The courtyard was quiet, and as I stepped outside, I didn't see many people. The narrow alley in front of the courtyard was also quite tranquil. 2 large trees stood at the entrance, filtering the sunlight and casting mottled spots on the ground. Birds chirped in the trees, their presence unseen. After passing through the narrow alley, I finally spotted a few individuals. They appeared to be students, walking arm in arm, occasionally bursting into fits of raucous laughter. Arriving at a crepe stall, I found a long queue that extended to the next shop, nearly obstructing their business. The neighboring eatery, a stir-fry joint, had opened early but was unsurprisingly quiet. The proprietress leaned against the door in slippers, observing the long line with a twitch of her lips, perhaps cursing under her breath. Looking around, it seemed this crepe stall was the only one still doing business at 10 o'clock. I had no choice but to patiently wait at the end of the line. While glancing around, a red cloud floated into view. Top, top. The sound was louder than my slippers. What a flamboyant little girl. She was not bad-looking, with a well-proportioned figure clad in a red tracksuit, running towards me in slippers. It dawned on me that the surrounding customers were mostly students. Perhaps there was a school nearby. Or else this little red cloud wouldn't have dressed so casually to come out. I hadn't had crepes in ages. Since leaving school last year, I had missed out on this delightful student life. Uncle, a sweet voice called, melodious and captivating. Who are you calling Uncle? I turned around, bewildered. Uncle. I spotted the adorable little red cloud from earlier, who was now calling me Uncle. Come on, is there any justice in this? Who are you calling Uncle? I laughed. You Uncle. Am I wrong? The little red cloud giggled, her 2 dimples forming an enchanting smile. Upon closer inspection, she was even more stunning. From a distance, she resembled a dormant begonia. Up close, she was like a lotus emerging from the water. Her innocent expression made it hard to speak harshly to her, and her exquisitely delicate face tempted me to pinch her cheeks. Her large, curious eyes were fixed on me, and I couldn't help but swallow hard. When did I become so lecherous? I used to be known as the immovable little golden boy. I'm sorry, little girl, but I'm not an uncle. I'm at most just a year or 2 older than you. Also, calling someone uncle upon first meeting is quite rude. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The little red cloud's eyes widened in curiosity. After I finished speaking, she sighed. It seems you truly are an uncle. I was nearly choked by my own saliva, feeling speechless. Hey, little one, why aren't you listening? The little red cloud frowned adorably. First, I'm not a little one. Second, all you said was nonsense. Oh, then what is your name? I asked, slightly annoyed. Boring. Can a name be shared so casually? Especially with a charming girl like me. The little red cloud flicked her beautiful long hair and walked ahead. I couldn't see my own expression, but I felt the taste of embarrassment. How infuriating. Calmly, I smiled and decided to ignore her. The little red cloud took only 2 steps before turning back to smile at me, and then cut in line, placing herself just 2 spots ahead of me. How talented. Hey, I said, addressing the girl in red ahead of me. The little red cloud turned her head, wearing an exasperated expression. What is it, Uncle? That handsome guy in front of you has no objections. Why are you so anxious? Handsome guy? You mean the one in front of me? Are you kidding? Calling him handsome is acceptable, but I'm at least a 1.8-meter tall athletic guy. A rare handsome fellow, just a bit unshaven. The handsome guy in front of us smiled at my comment, appearing particularly innocent and charming. Clearly, he had no objections. However, I had none either. It was just, hey, I'm not saying you cut in line. I'm saying if you're going to cut in, why not just step ahead of everyone? It's pointless otherwise. What? You think I lack ambition? The little red cloud retorted, her voice rising. I hate when others say that. If you have ambition, step up and let me see what you've got. I never cut in line because I've always understood the rules. I don't cut in line. I have principles. Fine. If I let you cut in front of me, is that all right? I have no objections. The little red cloud said angrily. Cut in front of you? I nearly burst out laughing. The handsome guy in front and several others turned to look at the little red cloud, their expressions bemused. But the little red cloud seemed oblivious. Seeing that I remained indifferent, she grew impatient. Hurry up. If I let you cut, then just cut. Why are you so verbose? You really are an uncle. Noticing the attention from others, the little red cloud felt a bit embarrassed, her face flushing. Maybe you should just cut in behind me instead. Huh. Someone couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Chapter 5. A helping hand, you should cut in behind me instead, the little red cloud said. Upon hearing the laughter around her, she realized her mistake, and her face turned crimson. Seeing me, smiling nonchalantly as if it were none of my business, she bit her silver teeth and ran up to me. You, what's wrong with me? I asked, curious. Come on, cut in front of me. I have no objections. You jerk. The little red cloud's eyes glistened with tears as she stomped her foot. I felt a sharp pain in my foot and couldn't help but exclaim, ouch, that hurts. I intended to say a few more words to Xiao Hongyun, but she swiftly turned away and ran off. Observing her figure receding in the distance, I realized I had perhaps overreacted. The adorable girl had merely cut in line, and a smile could have sufficed. There was no need to take offense. I scolded myself for being petty, and by the time it was my turn to order a jianbing, I had forgotten the entire incident. Wishing to buy a drink as well, I strolled toward another street, coincidentally in the direction where Xiao Hongyun had fled. I was unsure why I was drawn to this path. It was an instinctive choice, a hope to encounter her again and offer my apologies, seeking her forgiveness. However, it was peculiar, having traversed nearly an entire street. I found not only Xiao Hongyun, but also the supermarket absent. Did this place even have a school? My curiosity compelled me to investigate further. Yet, with errands to run, I resolved to visit the potential school after breakfast. After all, it had been ages since I had breathed in the air of academia. This past year, the atmosphere of school had felt so murky to me, and it remained so, though fond memories of university life surfaced, evoking a desire to revisit, even if only to witness the leaves falling along the tree-lined paths. Reluctantly, I turned back, much like my reluctance to enter society when it became a necessity. Upon reaching an intersection, I discovered I had lost my way. Oddly enough, I distinctly recalled there being no intersection here. How could it have appeared so suddenly? Moreover, a small restaurant on the right had an Audi A8 parked outside. I hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. At that moment, a young man emerged from the vehicle, appearing to be around my age, towering over me at nearly 2 meters tall, dressed impeccably in a light blue casual suit that fit him perfectly. His demeanor exuded an undeniable charm, accentuated by golden sunglasses obscuring his features. Yet, from the lower half of his face, it was evident that he was remarkably handsome. Was there any fairness in this world? Not only was he strikingly attractive, but he also possessed considerable wealth. I could not help but steal another glance at him, only to find he seemed to notice my gaze, turning to me with a slight smile. I blinked, questioning whether it was an illusion, but when I steadied my sight, he had already entered the restaurant, where 2 bodyguards stood guard. It appeared that once he entered, no one else was permitted inside. Continuing onward, I figured it was best to walk a bit longer, as I had been out for quite some time and would inevitably face questions upon my return. Familiarizing myself with the surroundings seemed prudent. Indeed, I had taken a wrong turn, arriving at the end of an alley that led to a construction site, with noise from machinery filling the air, disorienting me. I quickly retraced my steps, realizing how fervently the real estate market thrived in this small city. Everyone seemed to be captivated by it, although not large. The center of HJ boasted the luxurious Yunhai Villa community, where not just anyone could purchase a villa. The residents there were either wealthy or influential. It was said that the owner, Boss Huang of Yunhai Villa, owned 2 properties there, hinting at the formidable power behind him. I pondered too much. These matters were far removed from my reality. My immediate concern was securing a place to stay and finding employment. However, considering my lack of qualifications, what company would want to hire someone like me? I had no idea what I was worth, perhaps not even a penny. As I walked, I continued to belittle myself. Upon spotting the Audi A8 again, I realized I had returned to where I started. It was a rather tedious game, walking in circles. Aside from witnessing a few bustling construction sites, I had gained nothing. Just as I approached the small restaurant, the car outside suddenly exploded. The deafening roar echoed, as if the heavens were about to descend. The bodyguards at the entrance were caught in the blast, collapsing to the ground. The windows of the restaurant darkened and smoldered. Suddenly, a dozen individuals surged in from the intersection, and the cacophony of gunfire erupted, mingled with shouts and the sound of shattering glass, overwhelming my senses. My mind went blank, and I stood frozen at a loss. Just moments ago, the day had been bright, and now it was engulfed in chaos. Such events occurring in broad daylight in the peaceful city of HJ seemed unfathomable. Cries of anguish filled the air, accompanied by gunshots. This was a scene straight out of gangster film. I did not flee. Rather, I stood dumbfounded, as if my feet had lost their will to move. The entire ordeal lasted merely a few minutes, yet felt as though hours had passed. I recognized the assailants as they retreated. Only 4 or 5 emerged from the restaurant, dressed in ordinary clothing, lacking the sharp suits one might expect. They were not particularly imposing, yet their faces radiated a fierce intensity, the scent of blood palpable even from a distance. I wondered what had become of that striking young man. It was clear these people were after him. The few that had escaped scattered in various directions upon reaching the intersection. Just when I thought the tumult had subsided, a van suddenly barreled out from a corner, screeching to a halt at the restaurant's entrance. Inside, they seemed unprepared for another wave of attackers. The doors swung open, and several dark figures hurled objects toward the second floor with alarming precision. The ensuing explosion was even more terrifying, reverberating for miles. I stood no more than 30 or 40 meters from the restaurant, a cloud of dust settling upon me, as if I were cloaked in a thick layer of powder. I hastily sought refuge in a corner. In truth, when faced with such dire circumstances, those who muster the courage to confront adversity deserve commendation. Yet here I was, a dropout inexperienced in the ways of the world, suddenly thrust into a situation most would never encounter in a lifetime. My mind raced as 5 or 6 individuals emerged from the van, each brandishing gleaming knives, their murderous intent palpable. However, they had not yet charged in. In a matter of moments, 3 fell to the ground, leaving 3 others to engage with the fleeing assailants. The newcomers from the van displayed remarkable professionalism. Clad uniformly in blue attire reminiscent of painter's garb, 2 bodyguards engaged 2 of the attackers, while the remaining assailant, disheveled and indistinguishable, sprinted toward my direction. My hands trembled as the pursued individual dashed past me, only to stumble and fall. I was paralyzed with shock, unsure what to do. That person looked up at me, pleading for assistance, seemingly unable to rise, with the killer hot on his heels, shouting threats to anyone in the way. A chill crept down my spine. My instinct was to flee. This was beyond my capability to handle. To assist him would likely cost me my life. Yet, as the assailant approached, raising his weapon to strike the fallen man, I found a surge of courage and charged at him. The attacker was caught off guard. Instead of fleeing, I had chosen to confront him. In that brief moment of surprise, I managed to knock him aside. Thankfully, my physical fitness from regular exercise proved advantageous, rendering the assailant less intimidating than I had anticipated. I pulled the fallen man to his feet, and we fled, avoiding any unnecessary confrontation. My life was paramount. We ran for what felt like half an hour, not knowing how many turns we had taken, lost in the chaos. Finally, we found a shadowy alcove to hide. It was then that I had the opportunity to inspect the person I had rescued. As expected, it was the handsome young man from the Audi A8, the very individual the bodyguards had been desperately protecting. To my surprise, I had saved him. A wave of accomplishment washed over me, and I could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The man gave me a grateful glance, pulled out his phone, dialed a number, spoke a few words, and hung up. He then sank to the ground, exhaling deeply. His back was stained with blood, whether his own or another's. I cannot tell, but he appeared exhausted. In less than 5 minutes, a BMW screeched to a halt in front of us, startling me as I instinctively prepared to flee. "Don't be afraid. It's our people," he reassured me, rising to his feet. 2 individuals exited the vehicle, one tall and lean, the other shorter and portly. In truth, the lean man was not particularly thin, but standing next to the heavier man made him appear so. The slender figure, adorned with sunglasses, approached and commanded, "Get in." Nodding in response, the person he had rescued visibly relaxed upon hearing his voice. The slender man stepped before me, handed me a business card, and said, "Thank you. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me." With that, a few individuals entered the vehicle and vanished in an instant. I stood there, feeling as if I had just awoken from a dream. Chapter 6. Rainbow, the head coach of the Black Dragon Bodyguard Company, Wu Ming, turned out to be the chief instructor of the security firm, which indicated that the person he had rescued was likely the employer. It is quite common for affluent individuals to hire bodyguards. However, I was left pondering the true identity of Wu Ming. Nevertheless, I decided to let it go. What was done, and life must go on. I slipped the business card into my pocket, not losing it but rather tucking it away carelessly. Surprisingly, the journey back was straightforward, and within minutes, I located the two large trees. I had spent half an hour wandering through alleys, completely unaware that I had not ventured far at all. Yet, how could Wu Ming and his companions have found us so swiftly? As I knocked on the door, Shuina glared at me, visibly upset. You come back empty-handed? It's a long story. I began, but before I could finish, she interrupted. Come here. A sense of foreboding washed over me, yet I steeled myself and approached her. Just as I reached her side, I felt the plush Shrek doll strike my back several times. It didn't hurt, but I couldn't help but exclaim, ouch, that stings. Shuina, believing I was genuinely in pain, grew concerned, especially given my prior injuries. Does it still hurt? She asked, her face betraying a hint of worry, though her pride prevented her from acknowledging it fully. Of course it hurts, I continued to feign. What should we do? She asked urgently. Her intention was merely to express her frustration, not to cause harm. Let me lie down for a moment. It might help. All right, she replied. Shuina hopped off the sofa and lay down, asking, how about now? It seems to still be an issue. Perhaps you can massage my shoulders? I seized the opportunity. Huh? Shuina looked at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. This massaging the shoulders could alleviate the pain in my back, I hastily concocted, fearing her skepticism. Oh, she replied, half believing me, but she acquiesced nonetheless. Her hands were soft as they grazed my shoulders, moving in a rhythmic manner that sent me into a euphoric state, almost unbearable to resist. Is it feeling better? Shuina inquired, her concern evident. A bit better, but still lacking, I replied, unsure why she seemed so easily duped. Surely a few gentle pats couldn't cause significant pain? Perhaps she was simply quite clever. In my moment of self-satisfaction, Shuina suddenly asked, is that enjoyable? Certainly, I instinctively responded. Would you like more? Her voice grew sweeter, as if dripping with honey, enchanting my heart. Absolutely. Wait, that's odd. Why has she suddenly become so gentle? When I opened my eyes, I found Shuina biting her lip, a teasing smile playing on her face. You seem to enjoy this quite a bit. No, please let me explain. Before I could finish, I was unceremoniously kicked off the sofa by Shuina. This seems to help a bit. Using poison to counteract poison, she gritted, her teeth clenched. Did you think I was easy to deceive? Not at all. That was never my intention. I rushed to clarify. Enough. I have something for you to help with today. Consider your free massage a form of payment. Since we've just met, it's perfect. You will be my boyfriend for today. What? What's the matter? Not willing? Shuina sneered. I wonder what kind of virtue you accrued in your past life. Wait, you want me to be your boyfriend? I'm not mentally prepared for this. I stammered, genuinely taken aback by her words. You wish. In your next life, you won't even be worthy of being my boyfriend, she laughed. What I mean is, since there are no suitable candidates today, you will accompany me as my boyfriend for the day. I refuse. What? You refuse? Shuina exclaimed incredulously. With your looks, you'd be lucky to be my boyfriend for a day, and you still turn it down? Are you out of your mind? I simply refuse, that's all. I felt discomfort at her words. Listen carefully, I don't believe pretending to be your boyfriend is a merit in my life. Moreover, I don't consider being your boyfriend to be anything remarkable. Don't take your beauty too seriously. If you're unwilling, I'll leave this instant. Shuina was momentarily speechless, staring at me in disbelief. I sensed my words were a bit harsh, and was about to soften my tone when she said, just go. Her expression turned icy. Leave now. This time, I was taken aback and sighed, moving toward my suitcase to gather my belongings. Within minutes, I was ready to depart, while Shuina remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought. I felt there was nothing left to say. After all, we had only just met, and now I was being inexplicably dismissed. Today felt like a dream. First, I had rushed to her aid, and now I was being expelled. When would I awaken from this surreal experience? Everything felt oddly unreal. As I hefted my suitcase towards the door, I suddenly recalled Shuina's vulnerable demeanor at Yunhai Mountain Villa, and my heart ached. It seemed she lived alone, and for a girl. Facing such a situation was undoubtedly daunting. Though Xuana was the campus belle, she was still an ordinary girl. As a man, I had not only failed to offer her comfort, but had also added to her distress. Why make things harder for her? Why should a man trouble a beauty? I do not consider myself a hero or even a good person, but I hold certain moral principles dear. Could I not show a little leniency? Am I not a man? Turning back, I noticed Xue now watching me intently. My heart softened, and I set my suitcase down. I approached her. I am sorry. It was my fault. You can hit or scold me. I just want you to feel better. I truly failed as a man. Just 2 days ago, you were frightened. And instead of comforting you, I made you angry. I deserve my misfortunes. I self-deprecatingly chuckled. Perhaps I accumulated a great deal of virtue in my past life to encounter you. If you don't mind, I would gladly pretend to be your boyfriend, or even face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames for you without a second thought. Upon hearing my words, Xuan burst into tears. You men just bully women. You are truly wicked. With that, she sobbed uncontrollably. I was taken aback, fumbling for tissues to hand her. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Xuan accepted the tissues, turning away as she continued to cry. Observing her weeping form, it was hard to fathom that she would reveal such vulnerability before a stranger she had known for only a day, despite having known her for much longer. The twists of fate are indeed remarkable. This outpouring of tears felt akin to a violent storm. After the downpour, a beautiful rainbow emerged as expected. Yet, no rainbow could rival Xue's smile. After a brief period of tears, which lasted only a few minutes, I remained perplexed as to why women's tears flow so abundantly. Could it truly be, as Chao Shuachin suggested, that women are merely products of someone else's design? The rainbow seemed to hang in the sky, for through the window, I indeed saw a rainbow. Xuan sat quietly on the sofa after her tears, and the silence between us was exquisite. At least, I felt so. The tranquility following the storm is the kind that lingers in one's memory. Chapter 7. The date, though the rainbow is beautiful, it does not last long. If it were a common sight, it would cease to astonish. Often, the beauty of things lies not in their essence, but in their rarity. The same can be said for beautiful women. Generally, people admire beauty simply for its exterior, but who truly seeks to understand the heart of a beauty? Understanding often leads to ruin or infamy, as was the case with Li Yu and Wu Sangui. I do not comprehend Xuan. I only know that a beautiful woman's emotions can shift remarkably quickly. Just moments ago, she was tearful, and now her expression had transformed entirely. Listen up, you didn't bring breakfast back, but I won't hold it against you. We have a date coming up. You'll pretend to be my boyfriend. No need for excessive conversation, as I fear they might catch on. You simply need to sit quietly while others inquire, and I will assist you in responding. You just need to cooperate. Xuan entered the room, selecting her most handsome outfit. No need for selection, I remarked. Why? Xuan halted, looking at me with curiosity. Because all of them are the most handsome. Xuan scoffed, declaring it the worst joke she had ever heard. Hurry. You have half an hour. With that, she closed the door without a backward glance. Oh my, spending all day at Yinhai Mountain Villa, it was nothing but work attire. The only respectable outfit was a suit bought for a special occasion, costing over 5,000, a price that made my teeth ache. I had only worn the suit once, and it now lay quietly in my suitcase. I cherished this suit dearly and rarely wore it. Today, however, it seemed I had no choice but to don it. This was chosen for me by someone special, yet that person was no longer present. Putting on the suit again felt like a journey back in time, stirring memories I wished to avoid. I forced myself to suppress the pain within and steady my emotions. The door opened. I was taken aback by Xue's appearance. If someone were to assert the existence of fairies in this world, I would wholeheartedly agree, for she possessed not only an unparalleled beauty, but also a pure grace that stood in stark contrast to the filth of society. Her beauty was beyond mere imagination, surpassing the elegance of a blooming lotus or the snow lotus atop an icy peak. Xuan before me was nothing short of a living fairy. Draped in a snow-white dress that clung to her slender form, her skin was as fair as snow, with a naturally rosy complexion devoid of any makeup. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled like distant stars in the night sky, lonely yet profound, seemingly belonging to another realm. This beauty, both ethereal and tangible, left me utterly captivated. Noticing my gaze, Xuan blushed slightly, and upon seeing me in the suit, her eyes widened. "I didn't expect you to clean up so well," she remarked. "Honestly, you look stunning in this attire." I spoke sincerely, having never been in such close proximity to a girl as exquisite as her, who I had thought existed only in legends. The reality of seeing her today was astonishing. Xuena blushed at my compliment. "All right, save your flattery for other girls. Those words do nothing for me." Truly, I found her puzzling. "Oh, by the way, your lips could use some lip balm. They appear a bit dull," I casually mentioned. Even I felt it was nitpicking. Her lips were actually quite beautiful, vibrant, and tempting, making one want to taste them. "What?" Xuena exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Do you lack discernment?" She then retreated into her room, shutting the door behind her. "What are you doing?" "Wait, there's still something to discuss." I heard her voice from inside. After 5 minutes of waiting, I grew impatient. "Are you done?" No answer came, and 2 minutes later, the door slowly creaked open. Xuena emerged, casting a glance at me. I noticed her lips were now even more vibrant, resembling a flower ready for picking. I refrained from commenting further, as any evaluation seemed unnecessary. Yet Xuena continued to gaze at me until I felt uncomfortable. "What is it? Stop staring at me like that, or I might get shy." "Speak," she urged. "Speak about what?" I asked, puzzled, until I saw the expectation in her eyes. "Oh, your lips look stunning. How did they change so suddenly? Was it my imagination? Come closer and see for yourself." "Oomph, dream on." Xuena turned her head away and sat on the sofa. A girl always craves compliments, even the most beautiful among them. "All right, you should tell me what's going on now," I said, sitting beside her. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just need you to play the role of my boyfriend for a date," Xuena explained. "Using me as a shield, I guessed. Of course. With someone as lovely as you, how could there be a lack of suitors? But let me make it clear. I'm willing to help, but if it backfires, it's not my concern. Someone like me, with nothing to offer, is everywhere. If I embarrass you, don't blame me. Stop rambling so much. Just come along." Xuena said impatiently. "And why do you talk so much? Can't you keep it to a minimum? I've never seen a man as verbose as you." I immediately fell silent. Satisfied with my reaction, Xuena stood up, grabbed her bag, and said, "Let's go." I was about to inquire where we were headed when I caught Xuena's glare and promptly held my tongue, obediently following her. The destination surprised me. The luxurious Li Huang in HJ City was reputed to be the most extravagant restaurant. I had only heard of it before, but never entered. Upon arrival, I had no choice but to muster my courage and step inside. The restaurant's decor was exquisite, not the ostentatious opulence of Yunheim Mountain Villa, but rather an elegant refinement. In the grand hall, a painting by a renowned domestic artist adorned the wall, with flowing water and artificial hills, yet the pathways remained unobstructed and smooth. This unique approach set it apart from other establishments, explaining its fame. Upon entering one of the courtyards, I noticed there were no private booths, only small gardens formed by flowers of different seasons, where guests chatted merrily. The gardens connected seamlessly. As soon as Xuena stepped through the curtain, she suddenly took my arm, pulling me in without a moment's thought. Inside, there were already 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was stylishly dressed, particularly one in a red dress, whose alluring figure commanded attention. Sitting among them, the allure was palpable. A man in his 30s was speaking to her, causing her to laugh heartily, her bosom heaving. The other 2 men stared, captivated. The final gentleman, dressed in a soft shirt, listened with a smile, his wine glass swaying gracefully in his hand, exuding charm. He was strikingly handsome, far more so than the others, who appeared rather ordinary. Upon noticing our arrival, all 4 stood up. "Nah, why did you take so long? Come, let's start with 3 drinks." The girl in red giggled, her voice as enticing as her appearance. "But I'm here now," Xuena replied, releasing my arm with a smile. "And who is this?" the girl inquired curiously, turning to me. "Just a friend. I brought him along to meet you," Xuena casually mentioned. "A friend?" the girl replied with a teasing smile. "Friends don't usually hold hands when entering." The faces of the other 2 men shifted slightly, as if they wanted to say something, but refrained. The handsome man remained calm, smiling at me and nodding in greeting. I returned his smile politely. The girl in red stepped away from Xuena and approached me, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Kelly." "Xiao Fei," he replied, shaking her hand, feeling somewhat nervous. Sensing my anxiety, Li withdrew her hand. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Qi on the left, and Fang De on the right. The handsome fellow farthest away is Huang Yu. Please have a seat. We've been waiting for you for half an hour." "Nana doesn't drink," so you can take her place for 3 drinks. Without allowing for objection, Che Li handed me a glass. Just as I was about to drink, Xuana called out, "Wait." She took the glass from me, turning to Che Li with a hint of reproach. "Li, you really ought to reconsider. Xiao Fei can't hold his liquor. Let him drink at his leisure." Seeing Xuana speak up, Che Li hesitated to press further. "All right, Nana, you've changed," she remarked with a chuckle. The group settled into their seats, and the atmosphere grew warm and welcoming. Xuana, initially concerned about the potential awkwardness of the gathering, sighed in relief, having seen enough of the world at Yunhai Mountain Villa to engage in meaningful conversation. Wang Qi, the rotund man, was the most eager to please, frequently urging me to drink. My tolerance was low, but thankfully Xuana intervened. After a few rounds, Wang Qi suddenly asked, "Mr. Xiao, what line of work are you in?" The jovial atmosphere abruptly shifted, and the conversation ceased as everyone turned to look at me. Xuana's expression changed subtly. I distinctly noticed the smirk at the corner of Wang Qi's mouth, despite his efforts to conceal it. Xuana is likely more sensitive than I am. She furrowed her brow, which was noticed by several people. This directly implied that I had issues at work, providing them with a convenient excuse to challenge me. Indeed, Wang Qi did not delve into details, but introduced himself instead. "I, along with Fong Dei, am involved in investments, currently engaged in real estate. Huang Yu, Vice President of Hongyuan Group. Where are you employed, Mr. Xiao?" Wang Qi smiled amicably, and I replied honestly, "I am currently unemployed, a wandering soul." "Mr. Xiao, do not jest with us. Nana is notoriously discerning, having rejected many affluent suitors. How could a man she fancies be lacking? Truly, I am not deceiving you. I was just let go yesterday," I admitted, believing it better to be forthright than to feign otherwise, as it would only be more embarrassing if exposed later. Moreover, I did not feel inferior to them despite the altercation. Wang Qi chuckled, and so did Fong Dei. "Mr. Xiao, what about your family?" Fong Dei inquired. "Come now. How rude. Is that how one asks about another's background?" Che Li interjected, wishing to maintain a pleasant atmosphere. Wang Qi, seasoned in the business world, recognized Che Li's intention and, realizing his own overstepping, responded, "All right, my apologies. I shall drink to that." Fong Dei followed suit. However, both men, shrewd as they were, swiftly uncovered my background in mere moments. Yet, they seemed hesitant to offend Xuana too much, displaying considerable restraint. Once they realized I held no significant status, their interest in me waned, shifting their attentions towards Che Li, who seemed to be the object of their intrigue. Che Li, not one to shy away, engaged with them playfully, her gestures inciting further interest. As the evening progressed, Wang Qi consumed quite a bit of alcohol, his face reddening, repeatedly stating he could drink no more, yet Che Li continued her pursuit. Throughout, Huang Yu remained mostly silent, as did Xuana. Huang Yu naturally drew attention wherever he sat, and with Xuana beside him, they formed quite the captivating pair. I felt superfluous amidst them, unable to excuse myself. As discomfort settled in, at that moment, Huang Yu rose and took a seat beside me, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello." I found myself favorably impressed by Huang Yu, for he exhibited no airs of condescension. People are perceptive. No matter how Wang Qi and Fong Dei attempted to mask their superiority, they could not conceal the typical demeanor of the affluent. Huang Yu's stature evidently surpassed theirs, possibly aided by his striking appearance, which often grants an advantage. "Hello," I responded, slightly taken aback by his unexpected camaraderie. He was the second wealthy individual I had encountered in 2 days who left a good impression, this morning's encounter being the first. "Where are you from?" "GL City," I replied. "Really?" Xuana interjected, surprisingly engaged in our conversation. Her distracted demeanor suggested she was elsewhere mentally. "Nana's father is also from GL City. Your fellow townsfolk." "How so?" "Nana, do you not know where he is from?" Huang Yu chuckled. Xuana's cheeks flushed. "Of course I do. No need for you to ask." Huang Yu, not elaborating further, raised his glass. "Friends do not inquire about origins. Since you're Nana's friend, you are also my friend. Come, let us toast." Xuana lifted her glass. Che Li and the others paused their conversation, curious glances directed at us. "Mr. Xiao, why are you so cheerful?" Wang Qi leaned in, his visage combined with his rotund belly, filling me with distaste, prompting a polite response of, "Nothing much." Huang Yu remarked, "I find a kinship with Xiao Fei. Do not let his youth deceive you. He will undoubtedly carve out his own success in the future." That last drink was my way of wishing him well. To borrow your auspicious words, Huang, I replied. Huang Yu's demeanor was refreshingly devoid of any disdain, unlike Wang Qi, whose words became laden with sarcasm. Indeed, one could see that Mr. Xiao was not merely an ordinary individual. He was destined for greatness. Moreover, with Huang Yu and Xuana's support, securing employment would pose no challenge. As long as Mr. Xiao was willing to ask, I could assist. After all, we are friends, Wang Qi offered. Yet even Huang Yu frowned at his words. It seemed Wang Qi had indulged too much, his speech becoming nonsensical. Although he spoke the truth, it was nonetheless uncomfortable to be belittled publicly. Wang Qi, angered, shot back at it. What do you mean? Xiao Fei is my boyfriend. How dare you speak of him with such disrespect? Boyfriend? Wang Qi laughed, his face flushed. I pursued you, and you turned me down. So many in our circle have sought your affection, yet you remain uninterested. I know you have high standards, but to bring someone like him to deceive us? What are you thinking? Look at him. He has nothing, merely a pretty face. In a world filled with pretty faces, one should seek a star-like figure. Claiming boyfriend? I can see he is merely your puppet. Do not assume that just because you, Xuana, are wealthy, you can. Enough. Huang Yu interjected angrily. Do not embarrass yourself in front of our guests. Sit down. Wang Qi cast a glance at Huang Yu. Chuckling, Huang, we have grown up together. I know you well. You harbor feelings for Xuana, though others may not see it. I do. What of it? You dare not admit it. With your standing, you could be a match for her, but alas, she shows no interest in you. Thus you appear indifferent to all women, having hurt many hearts. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Huang Yu had struck Wang Qi, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone stood in shock, and Wang Qi, stunned, covered his mouth in disbelief. You struck me for Xuana? Our decades-long friendship means less than a strand of her hair? You are intoxicated, Huang Yu replied coolly. I'm not drunk. Had it not been for me, you would still be silent. Huang Yu, who I once respected, now displayed a terrifying side. Xuana was equally taken aback as the situation escalated beyond control. Leave, Huang Yu commanded Wang Qi. Wang Qi began to speak, but upon meeting Huang Yu's fierce gaze, he hesitated, obediently exiting while casting a resentful glance at me. Chapter 9. Assassination, Part 1. Having unwittingly become embroiled with Wang Qi, I sensed the gravity of the situation from his venomous glare. The relationships among Wang Qi, Huang Yu, and Xuana were undoubtedly complex. My involvement had disrupted their delicate balance. Wang Qi may have been inebriated, yet his animosity towards Huang Yu was palpable. The image of the tall, handsome Huang Yu and the shorter, portly Wang Qi was unsettling. I turned my gaze towards Xuana, who appeared equally unsure of how to proceed as the situation spiraled. Huang Yu coldly observed Wang Qi's departure, lost in thought. Che Li and Feng Dei stood dumbfounded, clearly overwhelmed by the events that unfolded. Wang Qi's departing glance, the blood at the corner of his mouth, and Huang Yu's icy demeanor signified the complexity of the situation. Huang Yu sighed, settling back down, taking several deep swigs from the bottle, then wiping his mouth with his sleeve. In any other context, such actions would seem bold. However, they now exuded a sense of desperation. At first, his refined demeanor and noble presence captivated me, but within a mere 2 hours, he transformed into a cold and disheveled figure. It was terrifying and utterly unforeseen, especially for those who perceive themselves as superior. Such behavior is utterly unforgivable. Do not worry too much. I will communicate with Wang Qi, Huang Yu suddenly said to me, expressing his apologies for leaving such a poor impression on our first encounter. In truth, our circle is quite amicable. Nodding in response, I found myself at a loss for words. The events had unfolded, and there was no turning back. My only hope was that things would not deteriorate further. Nana, I apologize. Wang Qi has had too much to drink today, Huang Igriku explained to Xuana. However, she interrupted him directly, saying, no need to elaborate. I am aware. Please check on him, or he may do something foolish. Huang Yu sighed, said nothing further, and shook his head as he exited. Just as he reached the door, Xuana added, I hope Wang Qi refrains from any foolish actions. Huang Yu paused momentarily, then nodded, I will do my best. Hearing his hesitant promise, Xuana frowned slightly, but chose not to voice her concerns. The remaining 4 of us, myself, Xuana, Che Li, and Feng Dei, were at a loss for conversation, as the atmosphere had become palpably tense, signaling that the gathering should come to an end. Fong Dei was the first to take his leave, casting a significant glance in my direction before departing. Che Li patted Shui Na on the shoulder and followed suit, exiting alongside Fong Dei. Thus, only Shui Na and I remained. She settled in her seat and said, "We shouldn't leave empty-handed. Let's have something to eat." I obediently sat down, remaining still as I gazed at Shui Na. Rarely do I have the opportunity to observe her so directly, yet in this moment, I lacked the heart to admire her enviable beauty. I wished for her to say something, but she remained silent, summoning a waiter to order several dishes. Initially, I was concerned about her explanations, but upon seeing the prices on the menu, my inquiries evaporated into thin air. Goodness, this place is exorbitantly priced. I had prepared myself for the expense, yet the reality was still shocking. A few simple home-cooked dishes exceeded 2,000. Was this blatant extortion? Not wanting to appear too blunt in front of such beauty, I subtly suggested, perhaps we should dine elsewhere. The atmosphere here is rather unwelcoming. Shui Na, who had entered with a serious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing my tentative words. Rest assured, the bill has already been settled. The remaining dishes were complimentary. If it comes to it, I shall cover the costs. That simply won't do. One cannot expect a lady to pay when dining out, I insisted earnestly. Enough of the pretense, she replied, shaking her head. I am well aware of your circumstances. No need to put on airs in front of me. I am quite aware of your background as well, I countered. Oh really? She replied, her interest piqued. You genuinely know my story? Feeling somewhat embarrassed under her scrutiny, I recalled her presence at Yunhai Mountain Villa and responded with a degree of certainty, I suppose so. Then enlighten me, she urged, filling 2 glasses with wine, one for me, as she encouraged me to share at a leisurely pace, indicating we had ample time. You are Shui Na, I began, pausing to observe her. Needless to say, let's skip to the important details. Ah, you are from GL, I continued. Huan, you mentioned you earlier. You attended YS High School. Shui Na appeared momentarily stunned by my words, staring at me in disbelief. In high school, you were crowned a school beauty. Many upperclassmen were infatuated with you, even going so far as to burn over 2,000 candles beneath your dormitory window. However, the most notorious incident involved the school heartthrob attempting to take his own life after you stood him up. Fortunately, he was saved in time. After that, you vanished without a trace. No one knew where you had gone. Some speculated you transferred schools, while others conjectured you. What do they speculate about me? She interjected. Some said you went abroad. And then? There was no then. You simply disappeared, becoming a mere memory of high school. I felt as though I had been transported back to those days when countless boys would hide by the roadside just to catch a glimpse of her as she departed, never managing to approach her, for she always left in a car with a designated driver. Such occurrences were sensational news within the school. So you were from that school? Shui Na mused, surprised that I had the audacity to claim knowledge of her past. What a pity. You only know a fraction of the truth. Perhaps you can enlighten me about the rest, I replied with a chuckle. There is no need, she insisted, shaking her head. It is better that you do not know. Why so? There is no reason. That is hardly fair. What fairness exists in this world? All right then, let us eat. You must be hungry. We should indulge a bit, for such places are infrequent visits. Shui Na interjected, steering our conversation back to the meal. Reluctantly, I opted to direct my frustrations toward the food. The dishes arrived, and they were far from satisfactory. After our meal, Shui Na stood and declared, let us go. But I'm still somewhat hungry, I admitted bashfully. Are you a bottomless pit? After consuming so much, you still feel hunger? She teased. Hey, no need for personal attacks, I retorted. My comments are based on fact. Shui Na laughed. The term bottomless pit has connotations. Perhaps a different term is in order. How about food barrel? That hardly sounds any better, I protested. Enough already. Let us leave and discuss it outside. The prices here are steep, and I fear you might not manage. Shui Na's mood seemed to lighten as she engaged in banter. I was tempted to argue, but considering my limited finances, I resigned myself to her suggestion. Being broke makes conversing in the presence of a beautiful woman quite the challenge. I mused, momentarily contemplating wealth. Yet, the thought was fleeting. Money is not easily acquired, particularly for an upstanding citizen like myself. As we exited Yuli Huang, I glanced back at the shimmering golden characters of the establishment, feeling a sense of grandeur. Perhaps in this lifetime, my visits here would be few and far between. I took an extra moment to imprint this beautiful memory in my mind. Upon stepping outside, I hailed a taxi. In the back seat, Shui Na suddenly fell silent. We sat together, observing the bustling city, lost in our thoughts, unaware of where our minds wandered. Chapter 10. Assassination. Part 2. We arrived home an hour later. Home. I suddenly pondered. Whose home was this? It certainly was not mine. My true home lay in the distant GL city. In front of this courtyard, I felt utterly estranged. Perhaps even the grand tree at the entrance would not recognize me. Although I had met some of the inhabitants a few times, people are prone to forgetfulness. If humans can forget, then surely trees can as well. Even if they did recognize me, what difference would it make? I remained a person without a home. While they may be endearing, they could offer me no assistance. The excitement I had felt moments ago dissipated in an instant. A gentle wave of melancholy washed over me, affecting Xuan Na as she opened the door. Sensing my mood, she silently entered, taking a seat on the sofa and cradling a plush Shrek doll in a daze. I said nothing and quietly began to gather my belongings. I possessed very little, and within 5 minutes I was finished. I attempted to take my time, but there was simply too little to occupy me, and I could not even delay my departure. As I picked up my suitcase, it suddenly felt exceptionally heavy. "Are you not going to ask me to stay?" I blurted out, immediately regretting my words, filled with anticipation. Xuana looked at me in surprise, shaking her head after a moment and sighing. "There is no reason to." I understood. If she desired my company, there would be no need for excuses. The world felt as though it had been turned on its head. Even after being expelled from school or dismissed from a job, I had never felt such despondency. Although leaving now seemed somewhat impulsive, it was feasible to linger at Xuan Na's home for a few days. Nevertheless, enduring a prolonged discomfort is less desirable than a swift resolution. It was as if I were trapped in a dream. Ending this dream sooner rather than later would help me regain my footing in life. In truth, my life had veered off course the moment I encountered Xuan Na. I just had not realized it then. Later, I would come to understand that many paths in life are not dictated by our own choices. I bid farewell to Xuan Na and the old tree in front of the courtyard. I departed without having met any of the other neighbors, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Dragging my suitcase through the narrow alley, I felt as though I had just emerged from a grave illness, utterly devoid of strength. It was a solitude more profound than wandering under the dim glow of a street lamp on a rainy night, for at least there were no ties to bind me. The wheels of my suitcase clashed unpleasantly against the concrete, producing a cacophony that grated on my ears. After much effort, I reached the mouth of the alley, poised across the street when, suddenly, a vehicle halted before me. The make of the car was indistinguishable, but 3 figures leaped out, brandishing knives aimed at me. Thankfully, my training from school allowed me to narrowly evade 2 of their strikes, though one blade grazed my shoulder. I stumbled back just in time, but a sharp pain erupted in my shoulder. I turned to flee, my heart racing as I ran blindly, initially intending to escape to a crowded area. However, they had blocked the exit, leaving me with no choice but to take a solitary path, panic overriding my judgment. The trio pursued me relentlessly, their glinting steel reflecting the sunlight, casting ominous flashes that danced before my eyes. I dared not flee to Xuan Na's home, fearing I would implicate her, so I opted for the route towards the construction site. The site was bustling with activity, and I hastily chose a path, hoping to slip through. Their speed exceeded my expectations. As I ducked under a support beam, the clash of steel against metal rang in my ears, a sound that was excruciatingly sharp. I rolled into a shed just in time, the sound of blades slicing through the air following closely behind me. Without a moment to catch my breath, I scrambled to my feet and ran again. I felt a blade slice across my back, a searing pain that felt like ice piercing through my skin. I darted left and right, desperately seeking escape. My fall had left my arms scraped by the jagged objects scattered about the construction site, and pain surged through me. As I navigated the building, plastic sheets slapped against my face. Onlookers paused, curiosity etched on their faces as they witnessed my desperate flight, yet none intervened. Suddenly I was kicked, tumbling beside a heap of rebar. I managed to roll away from several more strikes, my athletic reflexes saving me. Otherwise, I would have succumbed to the blows. In danger, one's potential can be magnified, and I found myself embodying this truth. Never had I realized I could run so swiftly or that my reflexes could be so acute, dodging blows that I would have ordinarily deemed unavoidable. In this construction site, escape seemed improbable. Whether I fled or stood my ground, death loomed near. I was oblivious to the identity of my assailants, and the thought of dying in such a pitiful manner gnawed at my spirit. I clung to the notion that if I were to perish, I would take at least one of them with me. With this singular objective in mind, as I fell, I seized a sharp piece of rebar and, in a sudden turn, leaped back, thrusting it toward the trio. I could not discern my target clearly, but my instincts guided me, and I lunged toward the source of the glinting light. The foremost assailant was caught off guard as I plunged the rebar into his shoulder. A spray of blood splattered across my face, and his anguished cry resonated in the air. I had managed to down one, but at the cost of another wound. I lost count of how many times I'd been struck, my clothes now soaked in crimson. The pain ignited a fierce determination within me. I gritted my teeth and charged at the remaining two. The assassins, unflinching and cold, evaded my attacks with ease, striking back with calculated precision. The anguish made the world spin around me, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, another blade sank into my flesh. I collapsed beside the body of the assailant I had felled, my back to the ground, my hand grazing a steel knife. At that moment, I felt a gust of wind brush against my nape as two blades descended toward my head. If they struck true, I would likely meet my end there. Instinctively, I turned my head, enduring a stab to my shoulder, but I swung the knife with all my might. Blood sprayed, drenching my face anew. I had felled another, but the last remaining assailant hesitated for a moment before continuing his assault. These killers were fiercely dedicated. The fall of their comrades only seemed to spur them on, their blades raining down upon me with renewed ferocity. The clashing of steel echoed around me, and a blinding light flashed before my eyes as I stumbled backward. I narrowly avoided a blade aimed at my chest, but my shirt had been torn to shreds, hanging in tatters. Before I could revel in my narrow escape, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through my back, where I had collided with a hard object, sending me into a spasm as I vomited. Time seemed to slow as I realized the edge of a knife was nearly upon my eye, a chill creeping over me. Was this how it would end? Despair enveloped me, and I slowly closed my eyes, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. However, just as I surrendered to the darkness, I felt a heavy object tumble onto me. I opened my eyes to find that one of the assailants had tripped over his fallen comrade, the knife clattering several feet away. The unexpected turn of events sparked a flicker of hope within me, igniting a primal urge to survive. I surged forward, propelled by an unyielding force, and delivered a powerful kick to the assailant, scrambling to retrieve the fallen blade. The ferocity within me was born of desperation. My mind was consumed by a singular thought. I would not be the one to perish today. This bloodthirsty impulse, normally foreign to me, surged forth as I closed the distance to him. The moment was a life-or-death struggle, and I had no intention of showing mercy. The foe had yet to regain his footing when I lunged at him, striking down with the knife. The sensation was exhilarating, the blade slicing through the air with precision, and I felt a rush of satisfaction as I delivered several decisive blows, watching him collapse to the ground, convulsing. I stood there, momentarily frozen, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the scene before me. It felt like something out of a cinematic script, yet here I was, an unwilling protagonist in a violent tableau. As I glanced around, I realized that the crowd had dispersed, leaving only the three fallen assassins and me standing amidst the chaos. A sense of safety washed over me, but it quickly faded as fatigue set in. My limbs trembled uncontrollably. Reflecting on the lives I had just extinguished, I grappled with the reality that, while it was an act of self-defense, I was unprepared for the consequences that awaited me in a police station. With trepidation, I wiped the fingerprints from the knife and rebar, erasing any trace of my presence, before dragging my weary body towards the exit. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. I managed a bitter smile and walked away, not daring to look back. Chapter 11, Assassination, Part 2. At this moment, all I desired was to return home. But where was home? Thousands of miles away. My mind was foggy, and I could barely see the blood trail I left behind. I understood that I was gravely injured. This was a real corporeal wound, a burden of existence I had never before encountered. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming attachment to life, a yearning for the cherished memories of the past. Many had claimed that physical pain pales in comparison to emotional suffering. Yet they had never truly experienced such harm. They were merely untested. My head felt light, as if I were swinging on a pendulum, guided only by a vague sense of direction towards Shui Na's residence. Leaning against the wall, I turned corners, glimpsed the towering trees, and finally saw the entrance to the courtyard. Yet there was no sight of Shui Na. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. I found myself in a strange dream, battling a dragon. I was no match for its might, and it left me wounded and submerged in salt water. The stinging salt seeping into my wounds, exacerbating the pain. The dragon ceased its attack after my fall, raising its head in arrogance, gazing down at me. I could not bear its gaze and longed to rise again, but my body was overwhelmed with agony, rendered immobile as if 1,000 ants were feasting upon me. I wished to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. Then, a girl appeared, her face obscured, draped in a dress reminiscent of Xuan-Na-S, holding medicinal supplies. She softly urged, "Wake up, it's time for your medicine." I was awake, yet she seemed oblivious to my desperate gaze, silently praying for my revival. I yearned to converse with her, yet found myself unable to utter a single word, my throat constricted with anxiety. The girl prayed for an extended duration, but upon seeing me still unconscious, she sighed and turned to depart. I wished to retain her presence, yet felt utterly powerless. I could sense the perspiration on my brow and the arduousness of my breath. My body was unresponsive, as if some unseen force had rendered me immobile. Eventually I awoke, unprepared, to find no girl before me, just an expanse of white. White ceiling, white window, white everything. My entire being was ensconced in white fabric, rendering me motionless. "You are awake." The voice brimmed with delight. I laboriously turned my head and beheld a lovely nurse with bright eyes fixed upon me. After calling out my name, she promptly exited. Moments later, the nurse returned, accompanied by a doctor. Upon noticing my awakening, the doctor examined the nearby instruments and began to assess my condition. After several minutes, he remarked, "You are finally out of danger. It is indeed a rarity. The vitality of youth is remarkable. Had it not been for timely intervention, you might have succumbed to excessive blood loss." The doctor appeared to be in his 40s, his hair meticulously styled, as he scribbled notes with a pen. "Yinzi, take good care of the patient. I shall inform his family." It was then that I learned the nurse's name was Yinzi. She smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, Dr. Lin, this is my duty." After Dr. Lin departed, Yinzi approached my bedside to attend to my needs. Dr. Lin mentioned reporting to your family. "Who is my family?" I inquired cautiously. "Your sister," Yinzi replied, "and she's quite beautiful." "My sister?" I queried, perplexed. When did I acquire a sister? I barely recalled being pursued and escaping with my life, collapsing at the entrance of Xuan-Na's courtyard. The subsequent events eluded my memory. "Oh, I remember," Yinzi continued. "When Mr. Xiao entered the hospital, he had lost a significant amount of blood. Your sister brought you here, and you were already in a state of severe coma due to blood loss. You likely have no recollection of it. Is that so?" I strained to remember. Yet could not recall having a sister. Could it be Xuan-Na? When did she become my sister? It was all quite strange. Simultaneously, thoughts of my parents back home surfaced, and I dared not disclose my circumstances to them. Reflecting on the hardships I had endured over the past year filled me with a complex mix of emotions. "Mr. Xiao, please do not call me Mr. Xiao. It feels unfamiliar. My name is Xiao Fei. Just call me Xiao Fei." "Mr. Xiao." "Ah, no, Xiao Fei," Yinzi responded with a sweet smile, sticking out her tongue. "How about I call you Brother Xiao? Whatever you prefer." I chuckled, perhaps due to my recent awakening. Speaking too much tugged at some nerve, and a sudden pain shot through my head. "Ouch!" I gasped. "What is it?" Yinzi asked urgently. "What does it hurt?" "Nothing," I said with forced nonchalance. "I suppose it's just the disorientation from waking up." "Indeed, look at me, always like this. Brother Xiao has just awakened. You must rest well." "Fortunately, I feel a bit better now," I continued, much improved. "Yinzi, could you tell me what my sister is like? I am genuinely curious about who brought me to the hospital." Yinzi appeared skeptical, yet relented. "Your sister is a great beauty. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone so lovely. She is quite young, fashionable, with short hair, and particularly, she has a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth." "Wait, short hair? A beauty mark at the corner of her mouth?" I had initially assumed it was Xuan-Na, but Yinzi's description led me to reconsider my guess. "Indeed," Yinzi smiled. "Your sister is very kind to others. A girl so beautiful, treating people well. Alas, if I were a boy, I would surely fall for her." I found it hard to believe, yet had no choice but to wait for that sister to reveal herself. Upon meeting her, all mysteries would be unveiled. Perhaps she was merely a benevolent soul, witnessing my collapse and, out of compassion, brought me to the hospital, or there could be other reasons. "What's Xuan-Na?" After waking up, I was eager to learn about her. If the sister Yinzi spoke of was not Xuena, then where was she? I had fallen not far from the courtyard. She should know. Her absence worried me. Could she also be in danger? The more I pondered, the more anxious I became, wishing fervently that I could fly to ascertain the truth. Simultaneously, I was puzzled. I had not offended anyone recently, so who would wish me harm? Wang Qi. His vengeful gaze flashed through my mind, recalling the venomous stare he cast upon me when I departed. Could it be he who hired someone to pursue me? It was entirely possible. The thought of his malevolent glare sent shivers down my spine. Driven by emotion, people could commit acts of madness. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, the door swung open. Chapter 12. Sister Hua, Sister Hua. I was taken aback. Dr. Lin entered, leading Sister Hua into the room. Short hair, a seductive beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, and dressed in professional attire that concealed but also accentuated her perfect figure, she exuded an alluring charm that was impossible to ignore. Despite her youthful appearance, she seemed to be in her 20s. Were it not for my prior knowledge of her age, I might have assumed she was still in her 20s. Mr. Xiao, you are awake, Dr. Lin exclaimed cheerfully. Typically, patients need rest upon awakening, but Miss Hua insisted on being notified immediately, so I had no choice. However, based on your condition, you appear to be faring much better than I anticipated. You may converse with Miss Hua for a few minutes. Dr. Lin exchanged a glance with Yinzi before they both exited, leaving Sister Hua and me alone. For a moment, I was unsure of what to say. Thank you. I felt immense gratitude for Sister Hua's assistance. You need not thank me, she replied with a smile. Strictly speaking, I did not save you. I was merely fulfilling an obligation on behalf of another. You need not be curious. I will not disclose the identity of that person. Rest assured, you're in the best hospital in the city. I have arranged for you to have VIP accommodations, and I hope you recuperate well. The payment has been made, so you need not worry. Now that you are recovering, I can fulfill my responsibilities. Thank you, Sister Hua. That was all I could muster. Take care of yourself, she added, gazing into my eyes for a moment before saying, in truth, you are quite fortunate. Indeed, I replied. The nurse mentioned that surviving such severe injuries is quite lucky. Perhaps, Sister Hua replied non-committally, shaking her head. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply inform Dr. Lin. He is my personal physician. Understood. You need not worry, Sister Hua. I am truly grateful. My words were somewhat halting, likely due to my physical weakness. Sister Hua seemed to notice my condition. As she turned to leave, she added, rest well. I will visit you again. Sister Hua. Just as she was about to open the door, I called out to her. Could I trouble you for a favor? What is it? Sister Hua paused. I would like you to inquire about someone for me. I wish to know how she is doing. Who? Xuena. That is her name. She lives in the courtyard where I collapsed. I worry that someone may wish her harm, and I wish to know. Sister Hua hesitated for a moment, her expression seemingly torn, though I could not see it. Finally, she said, if I hear anything, I will inform you. After Sister Hua left, fatigue washed over me. I closed my eyes and was enveloped in darkness, gradually drifting into slumber. I had no idea how long I slept. When I awoke again, it was still daytime. The weather outside was clear, and the sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the flowers on the windowsill, which radiated with vibrant life. The swallow rested on the chair beside the sickbed, her crystalline eyelashes seemingly fluttering with a life of their own. Her delicate lips parted and closed slowly with each breath. Luscious and vibrant, the youthful visage exuded the essence of springtime. Awakening to a beautiful day and beholding her, more charming than flowers, lifted my spirits immensely. Reluctant to disturb her slumber, I gazed at the ceiling, contemplating the events of the past few days. Everything felt surreal, as if I were caught in a dramatic series. Why were the events I see on television unfolding in my own life? Life is indeed akin to a play. Do I harbor regrets about this outcome? No. Even if I could rewind time, I would choose the same path, despite my own uncertainty about my actions. The only concern weighing on my mind was Xuena. If these individuals were pursuing me, I hoped they would not involve her. Xuena was merely a fragile girl. If she were to face 3 pursuers, she would likely lack my fortune and evasion. Those assassins, devoid of compassion, would surely obliterate a beauty of her caliber. Among those most likely to strike at me, I could only think of Wang Qi, who possessed both motive and means. The dynamics between Huang Yu, Wang Qi, and Xuena remained an enigma, as Xuena had not confided in me. All of this was mere conjecture, yet I felt it was close to the truth. As an ordinary young man, I had never wronged anyone. How could I be pursued in such a manner? Xuana's concerns had come to fruition. Wang Qi might have committed a foolish act. Huang Yu had mentioned attempting to dissuade Wang Qi before his departure, but evidently, he had not succeeded. I had lost my job and now lay in a hospital bed, destined to remain there for several weeks. I dared not inform my family, fearing for their peace of mind. Perhaps I would wait until the situation improved. And what of the 3 assassins I had incapacitated? How would that unfold? Would the police trace it back to me? Though I had taken measures to eliminate my fingerprints. Anxiety lingered. If they had failed this time, would they return? Despite my innocence, in today's society, once ensnared in police custody, one could face dire consequences, especially when the adversaries were influential figures with connections. A lingering question remained. How would Sister Hua rescue me? As the general manager of Yunhai Mountain Villa and Huang's lover, she wielded considerable power. Why would she play the role of an uninterested bystander? Sister Hua assured me of safety here. Yet would Wang Qi and his associates discover this place and strike again? Such uncertainties loomed large. In broad daylight, explosions and violence had become commonplace. I had witnessed the audacity of today as criminals. Initially buoyed by the pleasant weather, my mood soured as I contemplated the uncertain days ahead, and I sighed. Brother Xiao, you're awake. The sound of Xuana's voice suddenly broke the silence. Are you hungry? You haven't eaten in 3 days. Upon hearing her words, I realized my stomach was indeed growling. The sound echoed loudly in the stillness, prompting Xuana to giggle. Let us get you something to eat. With that, she carefully ladled a bowl of soup from a box on the table, feeding it to me with tenderness. This is chicken soup. Take it slowly. It's a bit hot. I'll fetch you some porridge shortly. Xuana smiled sweetly, reminding me to take my time as if there were any competition for it. Her voice filled me with warmth. Xuana was a genuinely kind-hearted girl. Her teasing, laced with concern. I surmised that my heightened sensitivity stemmed from being a patient who had narrowly escaped death, with my body just beginning to heal. Thank you for the chicken soup. After a bowl, I felt some strength return to my limbs, warmth enveloping me, and I smiled. This isn't my chicken soup. It's from a beautiful sister, Xuana replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. Are you referring to Sister Hua? I asked awkwardly. Xuana shook her head. No, she is a very beautiful older sister, not the one from the day before. After saying this, Xuana looked at me with a mysterious glint in her eye. Just how many sisters do you have? They're all so stunning, especially this one from this morning. I almost felt envious. It's clear she cares for you deeply. The chicken soup was a gift from her, and she plans to come by this afternoon. She seemed quite worried about you. I think she even cried here this morning. Men often harbor a hint of vanity, and I felt a swell of pride at Xuana's remarks, despite their inaccuracy. Don't exaggerate. How could another one appear? Describe her to me. I had a strong inkling of who she was referring to. Could be Xuana, with long hair, large eyes, and clad in a lovely dress. Especially in conversation, she was incredibly warm. I found myself quite taken with her. Xuana, still lost in her own thoughts, suddenly noticed my dazed expression and paused. Xuana, it must be Xuana. She is all right. She even came to see me. Truly, the heavens are compassionate. My eyes glistened with moisture as I basked in the warmth of my emotions when the door swung open. A delicate foot stepped inside. Chapter 13. Tenderness. It was indeed Xuana. I could hardly contain my excitement, breathless with anticipation. Xuana was safe. I had been worried that Wang Qi might retaliate against her, yet here she was. Upon entering, Xuana had approached cautiously, fearful of making too much noise. But upon seeing me awake, she relaxed and greeted me with a sweet smile. You're awake. Awake. The simplicity of those 2 words conveyed both the relief of my awakening and her hopes for me. Xuana appeared somewhat haggard, her countenance less than ideal as she sat across from me, gazing intently. Are you hungry? Xuana just fed me a little something. She said you made the chicken soup. Xuana blushed slightly. I haven't made chicken soup in ages. I was worried it wouldn't turn out well. No, it was delightful, I replied. It's the best chicken soup I've ever had. Xuana coughed lightly. Sister, you and Brother Xiao have things to discuss. I'll step out to get some porridge. If you need anything, just call me on that phone on the table. I cast a grateful glance at Xuana, who playfully stuck out her tongue. I'll one tea disturb you. Suddenly, Xuana's face flushed. Don't say such things. We're just ordinary friends. Xuana chuckled mysteriously. Did I say anything? With that, she left, leaving Xuana and me in an awkward silence, unsure what to say. Are you all right? I've been worried about what might happen to you. I broke the silence, forcing a smile. Shwena shook her head, her eyes reddening. I'm fine. It's you. I didn't expect you to end up like this. I'm not fine now. Look at me. In a few days, I should be able to leave the hospital. I raised my hand and waved it vigorously, but the motion tugged at my injuries, causing me to cry out in pain. What's wrong? Shwena's expression turned anxious at the sound of my exclamation, her concern evident as she gazed at me. I forced a smile. I pulled a muscle. It hurts. Shwena playfully scolded. Who told you to show off? You had it coming. Her reproachful demeanor was beautiful, leaving me spellbound. Knowing she was worried about me filled my heart with sweetness. And I chuckled. It seems I deserve to wake up and cause you worry, so I deserve the pain. Indeed, Shwena adopted a childlike expression. Who told you to make me worry? Do you really worry about me? I asked, surprised by her response. Who would worry about you? Shwena's cheeks flushed as she lightly punched my arm. Ouch! I exclaimed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Shwena fretted, believing she had hurt me. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? Ha. Just teasing you, I replied with a grin. Even now, you're still joking. You really are a rogue, Shwena pouted, and before I could respond, she playfully tapped my shoulder. Ouch! This time, Shwena truly struck a nerve within me, the intense pain causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. Yet, I bore it silently, not wishing to alarm her. Are you hungry? Shwena inquired. Would you like some chicken soup? I prepared it for quite a while. I nodded in agreement. Sipping the soup she fed me, I relished this moment of bliss. What merit do I, Xiao Fei, possess to deserve such care from Shwena? Though we had only spent a few days together, it felt as if we had known each other for ages. I had witnessed her smiles and her tears, and it seemed I understood her deeply. Shwena is a delicate girl, evoking a deep sense of protectiveness, yet she also possesses a certain capriciousness. Her beauty cloaks her in an air of pride. But beneath that facade lies a tender heart. Our interactions felt effortlessly natural, devoid of any pretense, an indescribable sensation enveloping us. As she fed me soup, I accepted it with ease. There was an unspoken understanding between us, though I wondered if she sensed it too. I wished for her to realize it, to take it seriously, yet I feared the weight of such feelings, worried that I might not be able to bear it. I possessed nothing, unable to offer her happiness. Such a beautiful girl, what right do I have? Perhaps Wang Yu could bring her joy. He appears to be a true gentleman, a man of grace. And from his gaze, I see no malicious intent towards Shwena. However, I cannot overlook the blatant possessiveness emanating from Wang Qi and Fangda. In relationships, the more one cares for another, the more attuned they become to the intricacies surrounding them. Since encountering Wang Qi and his companions, I have pondered their characters. Naturally, I do not belong to their circle. I lack even the means to share a meal with them. Coupled with my own shortcomings and the threat to my life, shrouded in uncertainty regarding my pursuers, survival itself has become a concern. In such thoughts, the once sweet chicken soup has turned bitter in my mouth. I turned my head and sighed. What's wrong? Not to your liking? Shwena asked. No, that's enough for me, I replied weakly. All right, you shouldn't consume too much rich food, right, after waking up. Let me peel you an apple, she offered with a smile. Thank you, but I'm not really in the mood to eat, I admitted. Sensing my despondency, Shwena asked, what is troubling you? I think you should keep your distance from me. I turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Why? Isn't this nice? She questioned, confused. Do you know why I'm in the hospital? I retorted. Upon hearing this, her expression faltered, lips pressed together, rendered speechless. You should have guessed by now who has done this to me. I think I may survive this time. But what about next time? If 3 people came at me with knives this time, will there be 5 or 10 next time? I have nothing. I cannot contend with the affluent. I am in constant danger, and I simply do not wish to endanger you. Tears welled in Shwena's eyes as she shook her head. It wasn't Wang Qi. He would never do that. Even if given 100 chances, he wouldn't dare. If not him, then who could it be? I asked with a bitter smile. Have I committed any sins worthy of pursuit? Do I possess any value that would make someone want to hunt me down? It cannot be him, truly. I believe Wang Qi wouldn't act that way. Then who? Who else could it be? I gazed in her eyes and raised my hand to wipe away her tears. It's Shwena stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts as tears continued to flow. We've only known each other for a few days. We aren't that close. It's all right, I sighed. Separation might ensure your safety. Are you afraid? Afraid that being with me brings danger? Shwena suddenly locked eyes with me. Hearing her words ignited a flicker of anger within me. My intentions were solely to ensure her safety, yet she regarded me with such scrutiny. How could you think that? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be speaking to you like this. Before I could finish my response, a violent cough erupted from me, leaving my breathing labored. Fortunately, I recovered shortly, though I kept my gaze averted from Xuanna. Xiao Fei. Her voice was gentle. Yes, I replied, finally turning to face her. When our eyes met, I felt a jolt. Her gaze brimmed with warmth, an infinite tenderness that made it hard to look away. Since you're not afraid, why should I be? I have so few friends. Having you is truly rare. I don't want to lose you as a friend. Can't we overcome this little challenge? Promise me you won't overthink things. Focus on healing. We can discuss everything once you're well. Is that all right? Upon hearing Xuanna's gentle, almost pleading tone, I found it difficult to distance myself. Was I truly willing to leave at the moment of expulsion from school? Take care of yourself. I'll head back for now. Xuanna appeared delighted at my agreement. Will you come again tomorrow? I asked urgently. Of course. Xuanna stood, moved towards the door, then turned back with a smile. Just as she was about to leave, I asked, are you this kind to every friend? I heard Yanzi mention that you've been worried about me. Xuanna paused, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, you fool, before slamming the door shut. Chapter 14. Decisions with Xuanna gone, leaving behind her playful remark. I gazed upwards at her departing figure, my heart a tumult of emotions, a sensation of anxiety over what might come. I found myself in an uncertain state, unaware of what tomorrow might bring. In my heart, Xuanna appeared fragile. From the trembling figure I had seen at Yanhai Mountain Villa, I had formed my impression of her. I longed to protect her, to shield her from any harm, and to keep her by my side. I eagerly anticipated my discharge from the hospital, dreaming of spending time with her in that quaint courtyard, conversing with the neighboring aunties, sharing in their joys. While yearning to learn more about Xuanna, however, hope is often accompanied by a sense of helplessness. I have long doubted my ability to safeguard all that I wish to protect, and that doubt lingers still. If I were truly strong, I would find myself confined to a hospital bed, worrying about the next day. If I were more formidable, I would experience this gnawing anxiety over what I might lose. I seem to catch glimpses of Xuanna's smile, yet am starkly reminded of her tears. Perhaps I am overthinking. Yet, human beings are inherently contradictory, their minds filled with conflicting thoughts, even their actions rife with contradictions. It is precisely this conflict that intensifies the struggle between reason and emotion, propelling the course of life forward. I admit, I have become ensnared in paradox regarding Xuanna. How can I maintain the beauty of our relationship and guide it in the direction I desire? I have burdened our pure connection with numerous shackles, which now constrict me, making it hard to breathe. Breathing is vital, yet the nature of our relationship transcends even that necessity. As I lay on the hospital bed, lost in thought, I failed to notice Yanzi approaching with a tray. Brother Xiao, please drink something. Her voice pulled me back to reality. After forcing down a few bites, I shook my head, indicating I was no longer hungry. Yanzi, sensing my melancholy, quietly sat beside me without disturbing my thoughts. The room was enveloped in a tranquil silence, a rare phenomenon since my awakening. Yet this peace felt stifling. Seeking to break the silence, I asked Yanzi, how old are you this year? I'm 20, just graduated, and currently interning at the hospital, she replied cheerfully upon noticing my inquiry. Which school did you graduate from? I inquired. Medical school, specializing in clinical nursing, she continued. I'm quite fortunate this year to intern at such a prestigious hospital. I can learn so much. And Brother Xiao, what do you do? Me? I'm currently unemployed, with nothing to my name, I replied with a smile. Though the truth of my situation did not dampen my spirits. I don't believe that. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're quite capable. How can no company want you? Yanzi remarked. How can you tell? Is that something one can discern? I chuckled lightly. The little swallow's face flushed. What I meant was a feeling. Otherwise, how could you find such a beautiful sister? This indicates that Brother Xiao is quite capable, she explained. I was taken aback by her perspective on people, feeling both amused and somewhat pleased by her words. Please don't say such things. Xuanna and I are merely ordinary friends. We have only met for a few days. How could that be? Brother Xiao is just joking with Yanzi. This morning, when the beautiful sister came to visit you, her genuine concern was unmistakable, she continued. Girls are particularly sensitive to such matters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have cried upon seeing you injured. You seem to understand the dynamics between men and women quite well, I teased. Have you had many romantic encounters in university? A girl as lovely as you must have a line of admirers. Brother Xiao, please don't say that. Yin Zi's cheeks flushed again. I haven't even been in a relationship. How is that possible? I feigned surprise. With your beauty, it must be that your standards are simply too high to notice those boys. Not at all. Besides, I don't consider myself beautiful, especially compared to that sister from earlier. Yan Zi replied. Who would dare say you are not attractive? Let them show themselves. It seems they must be lacking in judgment. A girl as stunning as you speaking of herself in such a manner is absurd, I countered. Look, you are caring and lovely. Where else in this world could one find such qualities? Hee, Brother Xiao knows how to flatter, she replied, her excitement evident. No girl dislikes compliments. Which is why Yanzi felt emboldened to share more with me about her experiences and joys at school. Receiving her compliment about my conversational skills left me both amused and perplexed. I had a reputation in school for being inept at charming girls. Yet somehow I found myself in the company of beautiful ones. I couldn't fathom why. We've been chatting for an hour. I have other matters to attend to, she exclaimed, glancing at her watch. All right, I responded. Talking with you truly brightens my day. You are like a little sprite. As she opened the door, I added, You too, Brother Xiao is quite adorable. Yanzi smiled sweetly and closed the door behind her. Once she departed, the room fell silent. Yet my spirits had lifted considerably after our conversation. When events unfold, let them be. I have always perceived life in this manner. Regretting the past serves no purpose, and only evokes pity. With Xuan Na gone and Yin Zi departed, I found myself alone in contemplation. The tranquil surroundings fostered deeper thinking. By the way, how did Xuan Na know I was in the hospital? Did Sister Hua inform her? And who exactly is Sister Hua? After our brief encounter, she vanished without a trace. She mentioned she was acting on someone else's behalf. Someone of her standing ought to have significant influence. Yet, I'm unfamiliar with anyone of her caliber. Could it be that Xuan Na is somehow involved? That seems implausible. At Yinhai Villa, Xuan Na's predicament. Sister Hua is the one in charge there, and Xuan Na wouldn't dare cross her. Sister Hua must not want me to know who saved me. That person likely wishes to remain anonymous. Since they rendered assistance without seeking anything in return, I cannot pry further. Additionally, there was that stranger who saved me that morning and the business card he left behind. Wu Ming, the chief instructor of the Black Eagle Bodyguard Company. He mentioned I could seek him out if needed. Yes, Wu Ming. I seem to be at a dead end now. Perhaps he could offer assistance should I find myself in peril after being discharged tomorrow. Thus, I resolved that my first action upon leaving the hospital would be to seek out Wu Ming. His name alone ignites a sense of excitement, reminiscent of legendary martial artists. Chapter 15. The phone call Yanzi returned in half an hour, and upon seeing me smile at her, she sighed in relief. What is wrong? I asked with a grin. Were you afraid Brother Xiao would fall asleep? She laughed. You're not much of a nurse, are you? A nurse should want her patient to rest, yet you wish for me to stay awake. Do we have a grudge? Not at all. Brother Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Yanzi simply wants to chat with you a bit longer, she clarified, noticing the absence of reproach on my face, and added, Are you feeling unwell at the moment? Not particularly. I should be able to leave in a few days. Staying in this place is rather stifling, I sighed. Is that so? But doctor, Lin mentioned you must stay for at least half a month, she replied. It's all the same, as long as one maintains a positive state of mind. Recovery will come swiftly. Lying in bed all day will drive anyone mad, I inadvertently cursed. Yanzi laughed, unfazed. If Brother Xiao is bored, Yanzi can keep you company to alleviate your ennui. You're being insincere, trying to deceive me, I remarked. How could I? She retorted. You claimed you've never been in a relationship during university. Surely, that's a fib. I truly have never deceived Brother Xiao. Yanzi never lies, she pouted, feigning indignation. I hadn't anticipated her reaction to my jest. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I clarified, it was merely a joke, Yanzi. I still hold great respect for your words. Initially displeased, Yanzi's mood shifted quickly as she beamed. I knew Brother Xiao was just teasing. Hee. The rapid change in her demeanor left me momentarily stunned, realizing that she had been play-acting all along and that I was far easier to fool than she. You claim not to be deceitful, yet your acting skills are quite impressive, I noted. I was merely jesting with Brother Xiao. However, I was serious about my lack of relationships in university, she explained. What about you, Brother Xiao? Me? Guess for yourself. I didn't answer outright, but instead conjured an image of someone beautiful reminiscent of Yanzi. I suspect Brother Xiao has had countless romances, and I bet he is the one who ends things. Am I truly that popular? I chuckled, feeling as though she painted me as a notorious rogue. Brother Xiao is a decent person. How decent? More so than the Tang monk, I presume. Decent people attract girls, she retorted, but Brother Xiao has answer my earlier question. What question? I feigned ignorance. If you don't want to answer, that's fine, she said, turning away and falling silent. But didn't I already respond? Someone like me, a decent person with nothing to offer and lacking in looks. How could any girl be interested? Who says that? Yan Zikimidin. Brother Xiao is quite handsome. She blushed slightly after her admission. Your perception differs from others. What may be unattractive to some appears beautiful to you. That is not true. Brother Xiao is genuinely good-looking. Otherwise what? I inquired. Otherwise, that beautiful sister from today. Upon hearing her words, I realized that further explanations would only complicate matters. So I laughed it off. Let's not discuss her anymore. By the way, what happened to my clothes from before I was hospitalized? Oh, they're in the storage room, carefully secured by someone. They're quite safe. Why do you ask? Yanzi inquired. It's nothing. I just want to retrieve a few items. Could you assist me? I felt a sense of urgency. Wu Ming's business card was still in my pant pocket, and I worried whether it remained there. If it were missing, that would pose a problem. What items? Must you have them now? Can it wait until after you're discharged? Yanzi asked curiously. They're important, just a business card and a phone number. Oh, I see. Brother Xiao wishes to contact someone. All right, wait a moment. I'll be right back. Yanzi assumed she understood my intentions. I shall not provide any explanations. Everything is within the wallet. Very well. After saying this, Swallow skipped out joyfully. Watching her flit about like a cheerful little bird filled my heart with delight. For reasons unknown, the sight of the adorable Swallow conjured memories of a certain individual in those blissful days. Swallow had been gone for quite a while without returning. I found myself idly counting the flowers on the windowsill. The summer weather in HJ City was quite pleasant, devoid of the oppressive humidity characteristic of the South. Particularly within the shaded confines of the small building, a refreshing breeze, imbued with the essence of nature, wafted through. It must be said that this hospital room is indeed an ideal sanctuary for recuperation. The clamor of traffic was inaudible, nor could I hear the cries of street vendors. After spending a few days here, I felt as though I were enveloped in a pastoral landscape, surrounded by nature. Though I could not see beyond the white walls, I knew that to carve out such a tranquil space in the heart of the city must come at a staggering cost for this VIP room. Sister Hua must be more than just the general manager of Yunheim Mountain Villa. Yet, I remained oblivious to the true extent of her identity. Behind her stood another figure, a savior of my life. Since they wished for their identity to remain concealed, I could not press Sister Hua. I merely hoped for an opportunity to express my gratitude in the future. And then there was Wang Qi, whose narrow-mindedness surprised me. He resorted to hiring assassins for the simplest of matters. Moreover, it seemed that Wang Qi was no ordinary real estate developer. How could Shui not possibly know such a person? Both Wang Yu and Wang Qi were not to be trifled with. Yet here I was, an utterly ordinary individual. Speaking before them felt daunting. Thus, I harbored hopes for Wu Ming, wishing he might instigate a transformation within me. Observing Wu Ming's composed demeanor as he alighted from the vehicle, and the look of relief on the face of the person he had rescued upon his arrival, I sensed that Wu Ming was extraordinary in his own right. Since he had left me his business card, he must surely be a person of his word. At last, Swallow returned, holding a wallet and a mobile phone. The wallet was black, having cost over 100, and had served me well for several years. The phone was an outdated Nokia model, but the stains of blood between the keys remained. Despite attempts to clean it, the lingering metallic scent of blood was inescapable. Thank you, I said as I accepted the items. My hand could move with difficulty, but dialing a phone number was still manageable. Swallow, being quite considerate, took her leave, saying, "If you need anything, call me. I'll be in the adjoining lounge." I nodded. Once Swallow closed the door, I retrieved the business card from my wallet, picked up the phone, and dialed Wu Ming's number. Beep. After a brief pause. Hello. A voice rich with magnetism resonated. Chapter 16. Homecoming night fell, and, as anticipated, the hospital was vast. The absence of neon lights and cacophony was palpable. During the day, the cicada's song rendered the courtyard even more serene. I had asked Swallow to rest and return once rejuvenated. To my surprise, Shuina arrived bringing dinner. It filled me with immense joy to see her again. I had initially wished for her not to return at night due to potential dangers. Yet she insisted on keeping me company, though she would have to return to the courtyard in 2 hours. This arrangement suited me perfectly. I did not wish to see Shui Na looking haggard, especially for someone I scarcely knew. In truth, we were not even friends at this point. The dinner was quite simple, a bowl of lotus seed porridge. In this not-so-large city, procuring lotus seeds in summer was no easy feat. Shui Na, taking great care, personally fed me, her smile brightening as I consumed the porridge she had prepared. "You have a lovely smile," I sincerely remarked. Shui Na merely smiled in response. "Eat up." I found it hard to stop my mouth from moving as I spoke. Yet, my words were genuine. "All right, understood. Focus on healing. There's no need to overthink. Cool, me. Have another bowl. I'm full. I don't want to eat too much before sleeping. It's uncomfortable." Shui Na nodded. "I'll leave the food on the table. If you grow hungry tonight, just ask the nurse for help. She is quite attractive. Isn't she? So how about it? Did you hit it off?" I was taken aback by Shui Na's teasing and replied, "Well, it's all right." "Really?" Shui Na laughed. "During times of vulnerability, one tends to grow close to those who offer assistance. When you're weak, having such a charming little nurse around must be quite the blessing." "Shui Na, you flatter me. I can tell she is a decent person. How could I think otherwise?" I countered. "Oh, so you can discern a person's character in just 2 days? You must be a deity." She retorted with a chuckle. "Indeed, you are a deity," I suddenly declared, gazing into Shui Na's eyes. "Huh?" With curiosity glimmering in her big eyes, she awaited my explanation. "You are the embodiment of divinity. Otherwise, how could such beauty exist in this world?" I jested. "Indeed, no girl is indifferent to compliments. Even a stunning beauty like Shui Na, accustomed to flattery, visibly relished it. You have a sweet tongue. It seems that charming little nurse has fallen for you." I quickly coughed. "Don't say such things. If she hears, it could lead to misunderstandings." Shui Na laughed. "What misunderstanding? It seems to me that you're the one feeling guilty." Enough of this banter. However, you did make a very astute observation earlier. "What observation?" "When one is vulnerable, they easily draw near to those who care for them." "Who are you referring to?" Shui Na asked with a smile. "Are you speaking of yourself?" "No, I was actually talking about you." "What about me?" Initially, I intended to speak of Yinhai Mountain Villa, but realizing it was Shui Na's nightmare, I quickly changed my mind and said it must be me. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel such a connection with you. Shui Na, who had been waiting for me to mention her affairs, found herself blushing slightly at my ambiguous comment. I too recognized that my earlier words had crossed a line. Hastily shifting the topic, "How did you find out I was in the hospital? Did Sister Hua inform you?" This was a question I had long wished to ask, and now I finally had the opportunity. Upon hearing my inquiry, Shui Na paused for a moment before replying. "Sister Hua? Who is Sister Hua? You don't know Sister Hua?" I asked, perplexed. "Then how did you know I was in the hospital?" "Someone called me and told me you were in the hospital. So I rushed over. When I arrived, you were already here." "Wasn't it you who called me?" Now it was Shui Na's turn to be confused. "I didn't I was unconscious at the time. How could I have called anyone?" "That is strange. I received a call yesterday from a stranger, saying you were in critical condition at the hospital, and I came right away," Shui Na explained. "Was it a male or female voice?" "A male." "A male?" My heart filled with greater confusion. What could this mean? Was it not Sister Hua? Who could it be? I pondered. "When I saw you unconscious, I thought you." Shui Na's voice quavered as she spoke. "I never imagined you would awaken. Truly fortunate." "Yes, I must thank the heavens," I sighed. "Those people were merciless, showing no mercy at all." Hearing my words tinged with resentment, Shui Na hesitated for a moment before ultimately saying, "In truth, the assailant is not Wang Qi. He would not resort to such madness. I understand him. He would merely seek to teach you a lesson, not send someone to hunt you down. You know him?" I scoffed. Can a person truly be so easily understood? Indeed, I called Huang Yu, and he assured me that it was definitely not Wang Qi's doing. Shui Na continued, "How can he be so sure?" Noticing Shui Na's evident trust in Huang Yu, I felt a twinge of discomfort within me. Alas, what had transpired was already in the past. I could only hope they would not attempt to hunt me down again. I'm not a cat demon with 9 lives. Surviving once does not guarantee survival the second time. Moreover, what can he do? I possess neither power nor influence, and I cannot contend with him. All I can do is pray for his mercy. My words carry a mix of lamentation and concealment. Shui Na, aware that my thoughts diverge from this narrative, urged me once more, Why do you lack faith in Huan Yu? He is truly a gentleman, never uttering a falsehood. Wang Qi, his brother since childhood. How could he not understand him? Enough of this. Has the police uncovered anything? I inquired, another concern weighing on my mind. If the police were to find something, I feared it would not only fail to resolve the issue, but might complicate it further. No, everything remains remarkably calm. It is as if nothing has transpired. I heard that 2 people have died, Xuena replied, shaking her head. Yet, there was no trace of fear in her voice when she mentioned the fatalities, which struck me as peculiar. Simultaneously, I felt a sense of relief and chuckled. In just a few days, I will be discharged. I can hardly bear to stay in the hospital any longer. It is too stifling. Indeed, the doctor said you could leave in a few days. Returning to the courtyard will be much more pleasant than facing these white walls every day, she laughed. Really? I asked, my heart soaring at the prospect of her confirming that I could recuperate at her home. Yes, the doctor himself told me today, Xuena reiterated. You mean, after being discharged, I can recuperate in the courtyard? I gazed into Xuena's eyes, hoping to hear her repeat that affirmation. Suddenly blushing, she replied, I still need to consider it. Oh my, had I known, I would not have asked. Chapter 17. Peeping during this period, I found happiness. At least for the past 10 days, these have been the most joyous days I have experienced in the last couple of years. On the hospital bed, Yanzi provided meticulous care, a beautiful and endearing nurse. Xuena visited daily, bringing home-cooked meals. I felt profoundly fortunate to receive their concern. I had only seen Hua Jia once since, as if she had vanished. However, I knew she was at Yunhai Mountain Villa, awaiting an opportunity to express my gratitude. Today marked my 14th day in the hospital. My physical wounds were beginning to heal, and I would recover within a week. I silently rejoiced that the assassin had not struck my face. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to face the world. Wang Qi, a mere acquaintance of only a few days, had inflicted such pain upon me that I would never forget it in this lifetime. Despite Xuena's steadfast defense, insisting that Wang Qi was not responsible, I chose to trust my own judgment. I would not wrong him, but I would seek the truth. I recognized that my current strength was insufficient to exact revenge. While I am not one to harbor grudges, such profound wounds are not easily forgotten. Thus I waited, anticipating the moment I would grow stronger, like a wounded beast lying in wait for the perfect opportunity for retribution. I am waiting. Xuena offered me hope. Despite her reservations, she took me home upon my discharge. The long-awaited courtyard welcomed me on a sunny afternoon as I stepped into that enchanting space once more. As the door swung open, a refreshing aroma wafted in, invigorating my senses, especially after my release from the hospital. I dared not express my excitement too openly, obediently following Xuena's plans. However, as she turned away, I indulged in a moment of private joy, quickly reverting to a sickly demeanor when she glanced back, admiring my acting skills for deceiving her so effortlessly. In truth, I was nearly recovered and capable of taking care of myself. I feigned discomfort to elicit her care, and she, without suspicion, attended to me with utmost diligence. Reclining on the sofa, leaning against the Shrek doll, I felt an indescribable comfort. The room next door has been cleaned. You can sleep there, she said. Oh, thank heavens. At last, I need not fret about sleeping on the sofa. I exclaimed. Thank heavens? You should thank me instead, Xuena teased. Of course, tonight I will cook for you, so you can savor my culinary skills. You can cook? Xuena inquired, astonished. Certainly. My specialty is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Is that all? She pressed. Fried rice with eggs too. I retorted, defending my limited repertoire. Xuena rolled her eyes at me. Just those two? You want me not to underestimate you, but I think I've overestimated you. Fine, tonight you will see. You need not lift a finger. I shall surprise you, I replied with anticipation. All right, I look forward to your surprise. Just ensure you prepare enough. I hope it is not just a monotonous egg dish, she jested. Suddenly, I felt the urge to use the restroom, but hesitated to voice it. Rising slowly, Xuena noticed my movement and expressed concern. What is wrong? Why are you getting up? Just rest. I pointed toward the bathroom, inching my way there like a tortoise. When Xuena realized my intent, her face flushed, and she initially contemplated assisting me, but hesitated, turning to switch on the television instead. Using the restroom was quite a challenge, especially with a girl nearby. It seemed to take forever. As I emerged, slowly making my way back to the sofa, Xuena glanced my way, her cheeks still flushed. I felt awkward and at a loss for words. That is what? I stammered. What? She replied, still focused on the television. What are you up to now? I attempted to break the awkward silence. Nothing much. Just running back and forth between home and the hospital these past few days, she answered. I am truly sorry. I cannot thank you enough. I feel indebted to you, and I will repay you in time, I expressed earnestly. Shwena turned to me, intrigued. How you plan to thank me? I am uncertain, aside from my body. I can offer nothing, I jested. Ugh, who will want your body? Shwena retorted, her face turning crimson. Is this courtyard yours? I asked, feeling awkward. Yes. My father gave it to me, she responded. And where are your parents? They are abroad. They hardly concern themselves with me, Shwena replied, a hint of melancholy in her tone. How could that be? What parents do not care for their child? I chuckled. You wouldn't understand, was her curt reply. By the way, where in GL City are you from? Just across the river from my high school, I said. Really? The scenery across the river is beautiful. I never wanted to leave back then, Shwena reminisced. Then why did you leave? You must have broken many hearts, I teased. Shwena merely smiled faintly at my jest. It couldn't be helped. My parents are in business, and it's more promising in HJ City. What business do your parents engage in? I probed. Shwena paused, pondering, then shook her head. I don't really know what they do. I found it hard to believe, but refrained from pressing further. Chuckling, did you never consider going abroad with them? Shwena shook her head. I prefer staying domestically. She shook her head again. I spent a year in the United States. It was uninteresting, so I returned. I was left speechless. Time flew by amidst our cheerful banter, and soon evening fell. I ushered Shwena out of the kitchen, not wanting her to witness my culinary endeavors. I aimed to surprise her with dinner, so I closed the kitchen door, allowing her to watch television outside. Cooking took 2 hours, during which Shwena continually complained of hunger, but I pretended not to hear, merely reassuring her to wait a little longer. She pouted, setting down the remote, and attempted to rush into the kitchen, but I managed to block her. I prepared 3 dishes for dinner: eggplant and garlic sauce, curry chicken, and fish head tofu soup. When these 3 dishes were presented before Shwena, her eyes widened in surprise. Did you not claim to only be proficient in frying eggs? She queried. Indeed, I did mention that it is my forte, but these dishes are merely of average skill. Please, sample them and let me know your thoughts, I replied with a smile. Shwena picked up her chopsticks and took a few bites, suddenly giving me a thumbs up. Impressive, I am in awe. From now on, the kitchen shall be entrusted to you. I felt a surge of pride regarding my culinary skills. After spending a year at Yunhai Mountain Villa, I had befriended several chefs and acquired a modicum of knowledge, sufficient to impress Shwena. Yet, upon hearing her declaration about the kitchen, I felt a thrill of happiness. Though I jested, hey, is that how you speak to a patient? My heart is not in the best condition. Please do not frighten me. Shwena ignored my comment, engrossed in her meal. Slow down. No one is competing with you, I remarked, feeling a genuine joy at her enjoyment of my cooking. I sat across from her as she continued to eat with fervor, as if she hadn't had a meal in days. Initially, I hadn't paid close attention to her, but as she bent down, lifting her gaze revealed a delightful surprise. She was not wearing a bra, and as she leaned forward, a pale expanse became visible, most alluringly accentuated by a hint of pink. I struggled to suppress the urge to nosebleed, frequently diverting my gaze elsewhere, only to return. Hearing the sound of me swallowing, Shwena looked up and laughed. Hurry and eat. I can't hear you swallowing. Otherwise, others might think I am mistreating a patient. Oh, I quickly grabbed a bowl of rice and began to eat voraciously. By the time I was halfway through, Shwena declared herself full. Not bad. Your skills are commendable. Keep it up. Her praise invigorated me further. I devour my food with gusto. Well, considering your culinary talent, I suppose I can overlook it, Shwena suddenly remarked. Overlook what? I mumbled with my mouth full. Overlook the fact that a certain lecher has seen something he shouldn't have. I nearly choked on my food. At that moment, all I wanted was to find a hole to hide in. In Shwena's presence, I endeavored to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Yet my earlier actions had thoroughly tarnished my image. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, I found it increasingly difficult to enjoy my meal. Shwena, seemingly unfazed, finished her meal and turned on the television. Teletubbies. The sound of the Teletubbies singing was enough to make me lose my appetite, so I stood to clear the dishes. Let me do it, Shwena said, setting down the remote. I'm used to this. Without waiting for her response, I began to tidy up, hoping to salvage a bit of my image through small gestures. Schwen shrugged. Continue your performance. It won't change your lecherous reputation. My hand trembled as I grasped the dishes, and I shook my head in exasperation. Heavens! Upon entering the kitchen, I was greeted by Schwen Na's melodious laughter. To be honest, I felt no resentment towards her teasing. Rather, it filled me with a gentle surprise. Her playful banter felt relaxed and familiar, unlike the cold indifference often found among strangers. In that moment, I believed our relationship had deepened from mere acquaintances to something more meaningful. Washing dishes became a joyous task, reminiscent of the warmth of home, surrounded by a comforting environment. What did it matter if it was a bit laborious? At least my spirit felt fulfilled. Hey! I was startled when Schwen Na entered the kitchen and approached me. Let us do it together. Didn't we agree that it wasn't necessary? I said, snatching the bowl from her hands. You go relax on the sofa. I'll be quick. No, I want to help. Schwen Na playfully pouted, her innocent eyes making it hard to refuse. Why do you want to come in? Is it out of guilt? I chuckled. Schwen Na shook her head, allowing the running water to cascade down her arms into the basin, twirling her hands as if she were playing rather than washing dishes. Is washing dishes really that enjoyable? Yes. It reminds me of the warmth of my childhood when my parents were around. It feels so comforting, she said, slowly closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, revealing a sweet smile. At that moment, Schwen Na appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Really? I laughed. So you view me as your parents then? Ha! Get lost. Trying to take advantage of me, she retorted, splashing water at me. Hey, that water is dirty, I exclaimed. Schwen Na ignored my protest and continued to playfully splash water onto my hands, soaking my sleeves, reveling in the fun. Seeing her genuine laughter compelled me to join in her playful spirit. When she finally noticed my clothes were nearly drenched, she exclaimed, "Oh no, your shirt is wet. You just noticed?" I shot her a glare. "Ah, I'm sorry," she said, her smile not betraying any actual remorse. "Are you happy?" I suddenly asked. "Yes," Schwen Na replied obediently. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. She lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought, her damp hands fiddling with her shirt hem. "From now on, you will be even happier. Trust me." I gazed into Schwen Na's eyes, as though making a vow, as if this were a simple truth. "Okay," she agreed. "Let us head out. I'll finish up shortly." "No, let us wash the dishes together," Schwen Na insisted, her tone serious as she diligently scrubbed the bowl. The clean water washed away the soap, akin to sweeping away her worries, and I hoped they would never return. Observing Schwen Na's sudden childlike demeanor was indescribably charming, and I realized the loneliness she had been enduring. Alone in this little space, she faced the vastness of the world, as if it were only her against everything. Even the slightest jest could bring her such joy. I felt truly content. The task was soon completed, and Schwen Na, like a cheerful little bird, flitted into the living room to claim the remote control. The Teletubbies had finished, but a children's show continued to air. Schwen Na watched with keen interest, laughing lightly. My gaze remained solely on her, indifferent to the children's programming that I found less appealing. "Here, for you," she said, handing the remote to me. "Why don't you choose?" I replied, shaking my head with a smile. Schwen Na did not hesitate, changing the channel to the King of the Golden Monkey, and soon after to Neza, the King of the Golden Monkey. I truly had no words. Time flew by when I was with Schwen Na. At 11 o'clock, she yawned. "Time for bed," I suggested. "I want to watch a little longer." "We can watch tomorrow, too," I said. "Go to sleep. A good night's sleep is vital for your skin." "I don't need you to tell me," she pouted in response to my suggestion. The temptation was overwhelming. I could hardly resist the urge to kiss her. I quickly cast aside such thoughts, fearing I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hurry. We have things to do tomorrow." "What things?" Schwen Na inquired. "There's always something for tomorrow. Just go to your room. Good night." I turned off the television and retreated to my bedroom. As I entered, Schwen Na glanced at me, her pout transforming into a smile. Stingy." The room was filled with new bedding. During my hospital stay, Schwen Na had prepared everything. It was a warm and inviting space, decorated in hues similar to the living room, primarily pink with touches of sky blue. The sheets and comforter were pink, even the pillows, save for one sky blue Shrek doll by the bed. Lying on the bed, gazing at the Shrek doll, I found sleep elusive. Everything felt like a dream, an existence that seemed unreal. If it were a dream, I wished to never awaken, to remain in this state for as long as possible. I could see my own smile, feeling the upward curve at the corners of my mouth. The crucial task ahead was to recover from my injuries and then seek employment. Otherwise, with several thousand yuan at my disposal, I would soon find myself in dire straits. But what should I do? I possess no remarkable skills, and I ponder what I am truly capable of. I have grown weary of those entertainment venues. The arrival of Shui Na has breathed new life into my existence, though she remains unaware of the impact she has had. The two of us are like magnets, irresistibly drawing closer to one another. The closer we are, the stronger the attraction becomes. At times, I find it hard to contain myself. As I contemplate these thoughts, my eyelids grow heavy, and I close all the windows, waiting for the dawn to break. When I finally open my eyes, the sun has risen. I glance at my phone. It is only 6 o'clock. Nevertheless, I rise from bed. I move about quietly, cautious not to disturb Shui Na as I prepare to venture out for breakfast. Upon stepping outside, I observe an elderly man practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard of the courtyard residence. His silver hair and robust physique captivate me. As I watch him, I sense the air swirling in harmony with his movements. The currents of energy around him seem to shimmer. When I rub my eyes and look again, everything appears normal. The old man is the first neighbor I have encountered since my arrival here. I smile and greet him, and he responds with a warm nod, a gentle smile gracing his face. I make my way towards the stall selling jianbingguozi. Though few people are about, the shop is already open. Nearby, another establishment has begun selling soy milk and fried dough sticks. I indulge in some soy milk and fried dough sticks, savoring the moment, and purchase an additional serving to bring back. Shui Na has yet to rise, so I place the food on the table and leave a note, merely informing her that I have gone out to seek employment, assuring her not to worry. With everything in order, I take a deep breath, excitement bubbling within me as I think of my destination. Chapter 19, Wu Ming. The Black Hawk Security Company is nestled in the obscure little city of HJ, a place little known to the masses. Yet for those in the know, it represents a formidable power, quietly enduring in the shadows. Wu Ming, the head of the Black Hawk Security Company, possesses an innate charisma of leadership, walking with a commanding presence that exudes authority. After receiving his business card, I took great care to keep it safe, unwilling to lose the opportunity to connect with him, as that would undoubtedly mark a significant loss in my life. The location of the Black Hawk Security Company was revealed to me through a phone call. Xianyangmen is merely a tourist attraction, a scenic area seldom visited. Departing from the courtyard residence, I took a 30-minute bus ride. Upon arrival at Xianyangmen, the sun shone brightly, warming my shoulders with its intensity. In the plaza beneath Xianyangmen, numerous elderly individuals danced and practiced Tai Chi, while others played chess and tended to birds, fostering a warm atmosphere. This is a paradise, yet I cannot locate the Black Hawk Security Company. Just as I begin to doubt my bearings, a BMW approaches. The door swings open, and a burly man strides over. Xiao Fei, he inquires. Yes, I reply. Get in. The head instructor has sent me to fetch you. The man's expression is stoic. I climb into the car, and we set off. The vehicle glides past Xianyangmen, turning onto a broad 8-lane thoroughfare before halting in front of a towering building. Its height is dizzying, and the surroundings are eerily quiet. In front of the building, several luxury cars are parked in orderly fashion. 2 imposing security guards stand at attention, their demeanor reminiscent of military personnel in films. After I exit the car, the BMW heads into an underground parking lot. My name is Wang Sheng. Please follow me. The man instructs. As we step inside, he seems to remember something and adds, the lobby is exceptionally spacious, featuring 2 young women at the reception desk, both in their 20s. Strikingly beautiful, yet their expressions are icy, akin to debt collectors. We ascend to the 18th floor in the elevator, arriving at a lavish office. Wu Ming sits in a grand armchair by the window, gazing outside until we approach his desk. He turns his head and nods at me, gesturing for me to sit. Wang Sheng stands at attention, saluting, and then quietly exits the room. I observe this exchange with curiosity. Company protocol, Wu Ming smiles. Thank you for your assistance the other day. I owe you a favor. Times have been turbulent lately, and I have had some matters to attend to, hence my absence. I heard you encountered some difficulties. Is there anything I can assist you with? I find myself momentarily at a loss. In our previous conversation, Wu Ming seemed to indicate he had a solution, yet now he inquires about my needs. I shake my head, not at the moment. Providing security, offering you a job, or even a sum of money is quite simple, he continues. However, I have noticed your agility. I am curious about your future plans. Wu Ming retrieved a card from his drawer and places it on the table. This contains 1 million yuan. You may take it immediately after you decide. The password is 6/8. Additionally, after you leave, I will notify both the underworld and the authorities to ensure you are no longer pursued. Your personal safety will be guaranteed. I take a deep breath. Faced with such temptation, it would be impossible not to be moved. I have never felt that 1 million yuan was so within my grasp. Should I agree, not only would the money be mine, but the threats against my life would also cease. With that sum in hand, I could live freely and comfortably. Yet I shake my head. Money is not so easily acquired, and I'm not one to seek easy gains. There must be another solution, right? Wu Ming, noticing my reluctance to take the money on the table, nods in acknowledgement. It appears I have not misjudged you. In my years in the bodyguard profession, I have rarely faltered, and the only time I nearly failed was during our last encounter. Therefore, I am grateful to you. If you choose to take the money and walk away, that is entirely your prerogative. Consider it your reward, a portion of your commission. You would not be receiving it without cause. I offer you a chance to take the money and leave without issue. Once again, I shake my head, recognizing that even a fool could discern that Wu Ming had more to say. As anticipated, Wu Ming rises, towering over me. In that moment, I feel an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain descending upon me, causing me to struggle to breathe. I initially attribute it to fatigue from the previous night, shaking my head in an effort to dispel the sensation, but the oppressive weight lingers, growing heavier until my breathing becomes labored. The mountain-like pressure ebbs and flows, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. I gaze at Wu Ming as if he were a creature from a different realm. Your physique appears to be in good condition. Having just been discharged from the hospital, you can still breathe normally in my presence. Wu Ming observes, aware that I await an explanation for the earlier events. However, he does not rush to clarify, but instead poses a question. Do you believe there are individuals capable of scaling walls and rooftops? Certainly not, I respond. I have seen interviews with martial arts stars, and even they assert that such feats are impossible. I have no reason to doubt that. Wu Ming smiles. What about the notion that flying petals can harm, or that leaves can kill? If I do not believe in wall scaling, then the idea of petals inflicting harm seems even more far-fetched. Violating the laws of nature simply cannot occur. At the very least, I do not believe it. Excellent. In truth, I do not believe it either. Wu Ming chuckles, shaking his head. Yet, such phenomena do exist. Skeptical, I retort, do you have evidence? Or have you witnessed it firsthand? Ah, both, he replies. What? I exclaim, my eyes widening in disbelief. Such things truly exist? Do you know what type of business the Black Hawk Security Company engages in? Wu Ming continues, his tone steady. Protecting the safety of wealthy individuals? I answer, only partially correct. We protect everything that requires safeguarding, not merely the affluent, Wu Ming clarifies. What about the poor? Do they not deserve protection, even without payment? I challenge, my feelings of discontent growing. The poor are inherently safe. They do not require our services, Wu Ming asserts. I find myself at odds with Wu Ming's perspective, even feeling a twinge of disdain. Are the poor not human? Unfazed by my expression of disapproval, Wu Ming continues. The Black Hawk Security Company has stood for over a century, enduring not merely through strength, but through principles upheld in our work. Wu Ming cast a glance in my direction before pressing the red button on the table. Shortly thereafter, a woman of captivating allure entered the room. She possessed a slender yet curvaceous figure, with a waist that could be grasped delicately in one hand. Her movements were graceful, and her unadorned face radiated an enticing smile. Boss, how may I assist you? She inquired with a gentle smile. Bring tea, Wu Ming replied nonchalantly, not even sparing her a glance. Yet, I could distinctly perceive a profound affection and reverence in the way the woman looked at Wu Ming. In 2 minutes, the tea was presented to me, but there was only one cup, and I hesitated to reach for it. I do not drink tea. Please take it away, I said. A smile appeared on Wu Ming's face, contrasting sharply with his earlier indifference. The Black Eagle Security Company adheres to 3 non-negotiable principles. First, no drugs. Second, no heinous criminals. And third, no impoverished individuals. Why? I inquired. For no particular reason, he replied. It is precisely these 3 principles that have allowed the company to endure. The regulations were established many years ago and are not subject to arbitrary changes. Moreover, do you believe that the impoverished require bodyguards? Who qualifies as impoverished? Anyone with a net worth below $1 billion. I nearly sputtered my tea in disbelief. How many individuals in the world would you need to protect? There are many wealthy people, and as I mentioned earlier, commissions constitute only a small fraction of the company's income. Then what else does the company do? I asked. My curiosity piqued. Everything you can see in life, we are involved in, Wu Ming explained, then posed a question. How much do you think an average bodyguard earns in a year? After some contemplation, I replied, given the risks they undertake, it should be around 200,000. Wu Ming shook his head. What about 500,000? I suggested. He smiled at me, but did not nod. It wouldn't happen to be 1 million, would it? I asked cautiously. 1 million? Bodyguards can easily earn 1 million a year. It's hardly surprising, he said. 5 million, Wu Ming stated. What? I exclaimed, jumping up. How so? He queried. This is too incredible. Anyone would pursue such a salary. Wu Ming shook his head. You are thinking too simplistically. Not just anyone can excel in this field. Even those from special forces may not match the strength of our company as bodyguards. Our requirements for them are beyond your imagination. Still reeling from the shock, Wu Ming leaned closer and asked, would you like to join the company? Chapter 20, Potential. Do you wish to join the company? Wu Ming's tone was remarkably calm. I could discern nothing from his expression. He was adept at masking his emotions. Can I? I blurted out, cursing myself for my impatience. Hearing of a 5 million salary, I had forgotten about my parents. Is there truly such a good opportunity? To receive 5 million without effort? Perhaps I wouldn't even survive the journey to claim it. I shook my head, deciding against it. 5 million is not easily obtained. Wu Ming anticipated my reaction, offering no persuasion, only a smile. Do not be nervous. This is merely my personal suggestion. Furthermore, do not perceive the bodyguard profession as excessively perilous. The mortality rate among our personnel is less than 1%. Additionally, there are 3 months of vacation each year. For dangerous assignments, we offer extra compensation, and even in the event of injury, the company will alleviate any concerns. In summary, the benefits of the company are beyond your imagination. Before I could respond, Wu Ming continued, you need not reply immediately. I will give you 2 days to consider. Should you choose to join the company, I would be delighted, and the company will do everything possible to assist you. If you are uninterested, the 1 million on the table remains yours. What do you think? As he prepared to leave, I suddenly asked Wu Ming, what made you choose me? Wu Ming gazed out the window. I trust my judgment. You possess great potential. Very well. I shall give you my answer tomorrow, I replied, turning to depart. Upon exiting, I was surprised to see Wang Sheng standing outside the door. As I emerged, he approached. The coach asked me to escort you. I nodded amicably before inquiring. How did you get in initially? Confidential. He apologized with an apologetic glance. Is this also confidential? I questioned, perplexed. For the safety of everyone in the company, not a sliver of information can be divulged to outsiders. This is the first rule of the company. Wang Sheng opened the elevator and gestured for me to enter. Inside, we stood in silence, facing each other. It is rare to see the coach so amiable toward others, Wang Sheng remarked. Is it? I replied, somewhat taken aback, feeling genuinely honored. Upon exiting the elevator and entering the car, I asked Wang Sheng, do you really think I possess potential? I knew this question was somewhat foolish. Wang Sheng pondered for a moment before replying. Is that what the coach said? Yes. I believe you have great potential, Wang Sheng asserted emphatically. Why? I asked, curious. Just moments ago, he seemed uncertain, yet now he was so resolute. I trust the coach's judgment. He has never misjudged a person, Wang Sheng said. His eyes filled with admiration for the coach. Never misjudged? I asked, suddenly feeling a bit rude, embarrassed by my own inquiry. Wang Sheng, however, did not seem offended. Certainly not. We have absolute trust in the coach. His words must be followed without question. Why do I feel that your relationship resembles that of subordinates and superiors in the military? I questioned. The military? Wang Sheng scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. Do not compare them to us. The elite special forces are somewhat comparable, but our training intensity far surpasses theirs. In terms of individual combat capability, one of us could easily take on 10. Are you really that strong? I asked, unable to suppress my incredulity, as his words seemed an exaggeration. Wang Sheng shook his head. I meant what I said. How could one possess such combat strength? I chuckled. Wang Sheng shook his head again. We are even stronger than you imagine. Just as I was about to engage in some polite conversation, Wang Sheng's words caught me off guard. I know you do not believe me. Once you join us, you will understand, he said mysteriously. I was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. How can you be so certain that I will join the company. The bodyguard profession is quite perilous. Do you think walking down the street isn't dangerous? Wang Sheng laughed, his face radiating yearning. To enter Black Eagle is a dream for many. The coach is giving you an opportunity, and you're still contemplating? Do you know how much I endured to join the company and the trials I faced? Everyone has their interests, but within Black Eagle, it feels like home. Most of us are like brothers, supporting and caring for one another. This is difficult to comprehend from the outside. Black Eagle operates independently, akin to a second military force, though the state does not officially recognize it. Many undertakings that are unfeasible for the state are facilitated by Black Eagle. Thus, while Black Eagle Security Company appears to be a corporation, it secretly functions as a kingdom. A kingdom. I was deeply shaken by those words, staring in disbelief at Wang Sheng. What do you mean by that? Do you not understand yet? Wang Sheng said confidently. Even if we were to break the law, the police would not intervene. We have our own court. A military court? Indeed. The corners of Wang Sheng's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes glimmering with pride for the company. The Black Eagle Security Company is unimaginably powerful. Consider it carefully. It is rare for the coach to hold someone in such high regard. Wang Sheng opened the car door. We have arrived. Please exit the vehicle. Once you have made your decision, I will return for you tomorrow. I had yet to process Wang Sheng's words as I mechanically stepped out of the car. After he departed, I finally came to my senses. Why did it feel like I was in a dream? This time, the sensation was exceptionally intense. Wang Sheng's words transcended my understanding, even shattering my preconceived notions. How could a nation possibly allow the existence of a second kingdom? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. At this juncture, my curiosity about the Black Hawk Security Company has deepened profoundly, and I have never been swayed by Wu Ming's proposal. If Wang Sheng's words hold any truth, then I must seriously contemplate the Black Hawk Security Company. Curiosity can be a perilous thing. My intrigue regarding the Black Hawk Security Company has drawn me closer to it with each passing moment. It is no wonder that Wu Ming is so confident that I will join. He is not in a hurry at all. The company's strength is evident, and anyone with even a modicum of sense should know how to make the right choice. 1 million is indeed a substantial temptation, but the sense of pride emanating from Wang Sheng as a member of the company far outweighs that sum. I am exceedingly curious about the world this company inhabits, and have resolved to conduct a thorough investigation tomorrow. However, I'm not blinded by excitement. The allure of the Black Hawk Security Company is undeniably significant, yet I have always preferred a tranquil life and have no desire for a life of grandeur. What I have always yearned for is a serene existence, not one filled with violence and conflict. Such a life is exhausting. I have sought that inner paradise for years, yet with the rapid development of society, it feels increasingly distant. There are times when I truly feel I have no choice. This is the fundamental reason I am contemplating Wu Ming's proposal. Gathering my thoughts, the bus has arrived. Chapter 21. Encountering the red cloud again, HJ City awakens slowly. Like a slumbering turtle, its eyes gradually opening. The pace of life in this city is unprecedentedly languid. It resembles a recluse, indifferent to fame and fortune, quietly savoring the blessings brought by the changing seasons. The people of HJ City inherit this tranquil and unhurried rhythm of life, rising alongside the city. On my way home, I observe office workers hurrying along, while elderly women carrying bulging baskets of groceries share laughter and joy. This city, with a modest standard of living, boasts an unparalleled happiness index. 5 million and 1 million represent two completely distinct temptations, and with my wavering resolve, I stand caught between them. At this moment, I feel akin to a child plucking petals from a flower, allowing fate to decide. Regrettably, the flower is visible, yet I cannot bring myself to pluck it. The bus is packed with commuters. Once upon a time, my aspiration was to lead such a tranquil life, working from 9 to 5, spending leisure time with family, fishing, or indulging in literature. However, such days seem unlikely to return. Without a university degree, I have come to realize that finding a job is exceedingly difficult. Countless individuals pass by, each sharing the same struggles as I do. I sit in the back row, able to see everyone in front of me. Various characters bored and alight, their faces appearing numb, as if yearning to express something but unable to find an audience, suffocating in their silence, which is quite troubling. The distance between individuals has grown increasingly vast with societal development, creating a significant bottleneck in human nature. This pertains to the livelihood of the populace and the future of the nation, yet it seems irrelevant to me at this moment. Excuse me, could you please give up your seat? A sweet voice calls out. I snap back to attention and look up to find a charming girl with captivating eyes addressing me. What? I inquire, having missed her initial words due to my daydreaming. Yet, this girl seems familiar, as if I have encountered her before. It's you, I suddenly realize, and she seems to recognize me too, as we both exclaim simultaneously. It turns out this petite beauty is the one who, on that day, requested me to let her cut in line while buying pancakes. She, too, didn't expect to see me, and upon recognizing me, she huffs, "Hey, old man, could you please give up your seat?" Of course, I respond readily, standing up. As she sits down, a sigh of relief escapes her, though beads of sweat appear on her forehead, and her cheeks flush under the light. "Hey, I have a name. Could you refrain from calling me old man?" I say, looking down at her. I find the term rather unsettling, as it feels peculiar. "But you never told me your name, so how could I know what to call you?" She rolls her eyes. "Xiao Fei," I reply. "Xiao Fei? What a mundane name," she laughs. "Listen, just call me Xiao Fei from now on, not old man, I insist. Or you may refer to me as Brother Fei as well." "Brother Fei?" She scoffs, seeming to find it amusing. "Do you think you're a football star? Look at your physique. You hardly seem fit to kick a ball, let alone impersonate Figo." "Impersonate? Must I really impersonate Figo?" I retort, baffled by the youth of today, who seem to prefer imitation over originality, lacking a sense of self-awareness. "No, I meant Fei as in airplane, and G as in brother. Not the football star Figo. How could your comprehension be so poor?" I counter. "What did you say?" Xiao Hongyun appears irked. "You dare to call my intelligence into question? Do you know my IQ is 200? There are hardly any in the city with a higher IQ than mine." "Indeed, a high IQ," I respond sarcastically. "Yet you boldly say, 'Oh, you can cut in line behind me,' revealing a high intelligence but low emotional quotient." Laughter erupts from those nearby. "You." Xiao Hongyun's face turns crimson, and she points at me, speechless. "You are." Seeing her furious expression is quite adorable. Yet I realize this may be too much for a bus setting, so I fall silent. Noticing my lack of response, Xiao Hongyun huffs and turns away from me. An elderly woman beside me chuckles. Today's youth are so quick-witted. Watching this little couple bicker is quite delightful. What nonsense, I think to myself, feeling frustrated. We are not bickering, yet you find it amusing? However, I say nothing and simply smile. Yet, Xiao Hongyun persists. "Auntie, don't misunderstand. There's nothing between us. I only just learned his name is Xiao Fei." "Understood. I certainly won team misunderstand," the elderly woman replies with a grin. Seeing Xiao Hongyun grow increasingly flustered by her explanations, I assure the woman, "Auntie, we genuinely have nothing going on. Please do not misinterpret." The elderly lady appears to grasp the situation, saying, "Oh, I see." Xiao Hongyun, believing the elderly woman has comprehended the truth, smiles come, "Annie, please sit. I truly apologize for forgetting to offer you my seat." "No need." The woman shakes her head with a smile. "I shall be getting off shortly." As soon as she finishes speaking, the bus halts. "This is my stop," she says, patting my shoulder. "You're a decent young man. Knowing to give way to your girlfriend. Young people who understand courtesy are a rarity these days." Xiao Hongyun is taken aback, thinking she had clarified the misunderstanding, only to find the woman has jumped to conclusions, making things even more complicated. "Oh dear," she exclaims, closing her eyes. Time flies as I bicker with Xiao Hongyun. Seemingly in the blink of an eye, we have arrived at our destination. I follow her off the bus as we walk together. "Don't follow me." Xiao Hongyun suddenly turns around and says, "Please, who has any interest in tailing you?" I respond helplessly, "I live just ahead." Xiao Hongyun looks skeptical. "No wonder you're called old man. You see a pretty girl and like to follow her." "Hey, don't say that. I could sue you for defamation." I retort. Xiao Hongyun dismisses me with a wave. "With your intellect, you're still an uncultivated old man." I sense her bias against me and feel increasingly uncomfortable. The best way to avoid this situation is to remain silent. Ignoring her, I stride ahead, quickly outpacing her. "See, you're feeling guilty," she teases from behind. I ignore her, continuing to walk forward. After a few paces, I can't resist glancing back. YC leaves me utterly astonished. Only then did I see Xia Hongjian squatting on the ground, clutching her abdomen. Chapter 22. Qin Kuer. Observing this, I sighed and rushed towards her. "What's wrong?" I inquired as I approached her side. Xia Hongjian was drenched in sweat, her shirt soaked through, gritting her teeth as she cast a glance at me. It's none of your business. At that moment, I understood that this was not the time for pride. I bent down, reaching out to grasp her arm. What are you doing? Zaya Hongjian exclaimed in anger. What do you mean? Are you foolish? With an IQ of 200, you should know I'm taking you to the hospital. I urged, my voice filled with urgency. I don't need your help. She turned her head away, but the pain was unbearable, and her face had turned pale. Are you really that foolish? I retorted, my own frustration bubbling over. Your condition is dire. Stop being stubborn and give me your arm. I'll help you to the nearest hospital. Zaya Hongjian continued to ignore me. Without further hesitation, I scooped her up and ran, intent on flagging down a taxi. What are you doing? Let me go. She protested, striking me repeatedly. Put me down, put me down. Her small hands clawed at my face, inflicting a sharp pain. Even with my usual patience, I felt my temper flare. I was merely trying to help her, yet she treated me this way. In a moment of irritation, I playfully swatted her behind a few times. Both of us froze in surprise. Zaya Hongjian's previously pale face flushed a deep crimson. Stop messing around. I'm in a hurry to get you to the hospital. If you keep this up, I might just have to sweat you again. Perhaps my threat had an effect, for Zaya Hongjian complied and allowed me to carry her without further protest. I sighed in relief, as I was unsure how to conclude this situation. A taxi soon arrived. Driver, to the nearest hospital. Please hurry, it's urgent, I instructed upon entering the vehicle. The driver, displaying a fierce determination, did not hesitate to accelerate, sending the car racing forward. The scenery outside blurred into a haze, and due to the speed, I could barely discern anything outside. I was grateful for the driver's readiness, casting him a thankful glance. We arrived at the hospital in mere minutes, perhaps aided by fate, as we encountered no traffic enforcers. I intended to pay before exiting, but the driver interjected, "Hurry up, don't worry about the fare. Is she about to give birth?" The urgency in his expression nearly made me stumble. Zaya Hongjian's ears turned a deeper shade of red. "Driver, maybe you should be more mindful of your words." "She is not even that far along," I replied. The driver, realizing his blunder, blushed slightly. With no time to spare, I carried Zaya Hongjian swiftly toward the emergency room. "Young man, take care of your health," an elderly doctor remarked, shaking his head. "It's nothing serious, just menstrual cramps. A week of rest should suffice." Menstrual cramps. I refrained from voicing any opinions and obediently stayed by her side. "Take good care of your girlfriend. Remind her to look after herself," the doctor advised. I nodded in agreement, not disputing his words. However, Zaya Hongjian furrowed her brows. "Doctor, that's enough. You know you shouldn't be overexerting yourself these days." "I suspect you've been staying up late," the doctor reprimanded. Zaya Hongjian attempted to explain, but the doctor continued, "Your boyfriend rushed you here. He seems more anxious than you. Good job, young man." Seeing the doctor smile, I shrugged and stepped out to fetch the medication. I must admit, hospital expenses are quite exorbitant. After collecting the medicine, I returned to the consultation room. Zaya Hongjian sat quietly in a chair, her head lowered as if lost in thought. After hearing the doctor's instructions, I supported Zaya Hongjian as we slowly exited the hospital. As we walked in silence, I could smell her delicate fragrance wafting gently beside me, and I silently assisted her. Our relationship had begun with conflict. Who would have thought we would meet again in such a manner? Fortunately, I didn't mind this approach. Helping others brought me joy. Words were unnecessary, and my thoughts began to drift. I was unprepared for where my mind would wander, merely aware that the asphalt outside the hospital radiated warmth. When I came to, I noticed Zaya Hongjian's face still bore a rosy hue. How peculiar. Zaya Hongjian had not spoken, and I assumed her silence was due to lingering discomfort. But I could feel something amiss. My hand, having inadvertently slipped beneath her arm, had landed in a most inappropriate area. This was serious. I immediately withdrew my hand, causing Zaya Hongjian to lose her balance and stumble forward. In a panic, I caught her, nearly enveloping her in my embrace, pulling her close against my chest. No longer silent, Zaya Hongjian glared at me. "You jerk, was that intentional?" "I apologize, it was entirely unintentional." The previous awkward moment flooded my mind, and despite my thick skin, I felt a deep sense of remorse after inadvertently offending her. "You must have done that on purpose." Though her face was still flushed, her eyes burned with indignation. "Let go of my hand now." I was taken aback. Why does this always happen? I never intended for this to occur, yet here I am, caught in an even more compromising position. I had to admit, Zaya Hongjian had an impressive figure, especially in the front. But this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. I'm truly sorry. I really didn't mean it. I swear on my character. You're just a lecherous scoundrel taking advantage of the situation. Zaya Hongjian, though leaning against me, showed no mercy with her words. I recognized that the best approach in such a scenario was to remain silent. Indeed, upon seeing my lack of response and my expression of shame, Zaya Hongjian seemed to soften her anger. After all, I had rushed her to the hospital with genuine concern, and the memory of that urgency made her fury dissipate. The face that had once annoyed her now appeared quite handsome under the sunlight. What was I thinking? Zaya Hongjian's heart raced. You're not angry anymore? Noticing her anger had subsided, I hastily sought to appease her. That was an honest mistake. Please don't hold it against me. Moreover, I promise I won't share what happened with anyone. What? You plan to tell others? Zaya Hongjian's temper flared again. Are you trying to get yourself killed? No. I never intended to share. All right, let us not dwell on this. Just consider it my misfortune. From now on, forget what just happened. Zaya Hongjian pushed away from me. That incident was it. Don't even mention it. Zaya Hongjian shot me a glare. All right, take me back to school. Oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. You're not so petty as to withhold that, are you? Why are you so chatty? Listen well, my name is Qin Kuer. Qin as in Qin Shi Huang. Ku as in cute. Air as in child. Oh, I see. It's like Qin Hui, pitiful Ku. And air as in son. Xiao Fei, you scoundrel. Qin Kaiya exclaimed. Chapter 23, Acquaintance. From now on, you will be silent, Qin Kuer ordered. Did you hear me? Noticing my silence, she emphasized her command. I closed my mouth, my gaze fixed ahead. Qin Kuer, exasperated, shook her head and pouted, letting out a huff. At the entrance of the hospital, a taxi was parked, and we approached it. Coincidentally, it was the same driver who had brought us to the hospital. Driver? What a twist of fate. I greeted him with a smile. The driver recognized us, his face lighting up with a smile as he declined another passenger and drove over to our side. Upon entering the vehicle, the driver inquired, "How are you?" I jested. "The child seems to be holding on, haha." The driver's hand on the steering wheel visibly paused, shaking his head. Indeed, Qin Kuer glared at me with evident anger. I quickly retracted my previous statement, expressing my helplessness. You really lack a sense of humor. Conversing with you is quite a challenge. Hey, young man, do you possess such eloquence? The driver responded, Look at your girlfriend. She appears rather displeased. Driver, he is not my boyfriend. Qin Kuer interjected suddenly. The driver was taken aback, then chuckled. Not yet, but he'll be once we alight. I understand. You young folks enjoy playing these games. It's truly not the kind of relationship you are imagining. Qin Kuer insisted, growing exasperated as she nudged me, urging, hurry and explain. It's true. We genuinely maintain a platonic friendship, I stammered. The driver laughed even harder. All right, my wife and I also share a platonic relationship. Young lady, don't deceive me. If he weren't your boyfriend, would he be so anxious about you, carrying you in such a manner? Qin Kuer tried to elaborate further, but I pulled her back. Enough, let's not complicate things further. I have no objections. Why are you so worried? You Qin Kuer shot me an angry glare before slumping in resignation. Forget it. That's right, good girl, I teased. Who are you calling good girl? She exclaimed, her mouth agape. I too was taken aback, astonished that such words escaped my lips. Having committed a grave error, I hastily retrieved my phone, preparing to send a message. Qin Kuer huffed, fell silent for a moment, then queried, Hey uncle, do you have a girlfriend? At this, the image of Xue Na flashed through my mind, prompting a bittersweet smile. It was merely my own foolish, wishful thinking. I replied, I'm single. Qin Kuer, evidently reveling in my predicament, retorted, Serves you right. How could a lecher like you ever find someone? Finding someone is none of your concern. By the looks of it, you're likely single too. I'm a male singleton, and you're a female singleton. We're equally matched. You Qin Kaiya, irritated at my comment about her appearance, snapped back, say another word. No girl dislikes sweet talk, and seeing her cheeks flush, I recalled the doctor's advice against provoking the patient. I gently said, All right, let us not quarrel. The doctor advised you not to get upset. You're okay with that, right? I will comply unconditionally. Qin Kuer was taken aback by my change in tone. She had intended to bicker, but found herself unable to utter harsh words. She lowered her head, lost in thought. I smiled at the scene, noticing the driver's grin as well. He coughed lightly and closed his eyes to rest. Hey, Qin Kuer nudged me, and when I didn't respond, she repeated, Hey. Don't I have a name? Sighing in resignation, she finally asked, Are you like this with everyone? Not at all. I'm only this good to my girlfriend, I replied. Eugene Kuer deflated like a punctured balloon. Can't you be a bit more serious? Consider the occasion. What occasion? When are you ever serious? Of course. Only in serious situations should one be serious. Eugene Kuer seemed somewhat annoyed. I'm telling you this seriously. Am I supposed to be lying? I countered. However, noticing her growing anger, I conceded. I'm just like this. I can't help being carefree. No wonder, Eugene Kuer murmured. No wonder what? Nothing. She smiled brightly. You're actually quite nice. Moderately so. I replied modestly. No need to be modest, she chuckled. Modesty is my greatest virtue, I asserted. Eugene Kuer rolled her eyes at me, just when I complimented you. You reverted to your true self. It's habit, I laughed. Before I could say more, the driver brought the vehicle to a halt. We arrived. Looking out the window, I realized we had reached the entrance of a renowned art academy. This institution is quite prestigious, having produced numerous film stars and musicians. It is indeed a cradle for celebrities. The grand entrance bore elegant characters, swirling in a magnificent manner. Fashionably dressed girls strolled about, and a straight avenue led to a landmark building. In front of it stood a half-naked female statue, gracefully posed, accompanied by a dancing fountain, surrounded by blooming flowers. Witnessing this scene, my heart trembled with nostalgia. The familiar ambience of campus life enveloped me, as if the world had transformed, filling me with an inexplicable emotion. After disembarking, I paid the fare, including the previous trip, and the driver didn't hesitate, merely offering a few parting words before departing with the couple. Watching the taxi fade into the distance, I mused this little city is actually quite nice. I had no intention of entering the campus. A sudden sense of trepidation overwhelmed me. Observing the students bustling about, I realized that although I was of a similar age, my mindset had matured significantly. The experiences of the past 2 years, especially recent events, felt almost dreamlike. After a year of emotional confinement, I seemed to have suddenly found liberation in the past few days. The playful banter with Eugene Kuer had truly transported me back to those joyful days of yore. I want to accompany you inside. You should call your classmates out, I suggested to Eugene Kuer. After exiting the vehicle, she remained silent beside me, nodding in agreement as I spoke. Okay. Thus, the two seemingly parting individuals stood quietly at the entrance, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Thank you for today, Eugene Kuer said softly. What? I feigned ignorance. I can't hear you. Speak louder. I said thank you. She raised her voice. Oh, it's nothing. After Eugene Kuer made her call, we settled into a nearby CAF. The sun blazed outside, while the air conditioning inside offered a reprieve. We ordered 2 cups of milk tea. Eugene Kuer hesitated, finally asking, but as I glanced at her, she immediately fell silent. I sensed she might be about to inquire about my contact information, but felt too shy to do so. What is your number? Since we've met today, I asked, genuinely wanting her number. After all, who would be foolish enough to pass up a chance to connect with a stunning beauty? As expected, Eugene Kuer smiled brightly and readily provided her number. I noted it down and sent her a message, finally formalizing our acquaintance. At that moment, she waved at 2 approaching girls in the distance. Recognizing them as her classmates, I seized the opportunity to bid farewell before they arrived. Chapter 24. A kiss seals the deal. It turned out that the art academy was not far from the courtyard, merely obscured by a few winding paths. Parting the foliage, one could glimpse the distinctive building within the academy gates. By the time I reached the courtyard, it was already noon. I hadn't anticipated that the morning would slip away so swiftly. Schwenna's room was shuttered tight, and beneath the shade of trees lay a lovely little garden. The summer season brought forth a riot of blooming flowers, providing a refreshing respite from the heat. Upon opening the door, I found Schwenna staring blankly at the ceiling. I was perplexed. The breakfast on the table remained untouched. Dressed in a faded red nightgown with delicate straps, it lightly hugged her figure, resembling the elegant willow branches of spring. Her swan-like neck was exposed, fair and enchanting, as she rested her chin on her hands. The television was off, and with the windows shut and curtains drawn, the dimness within the room felt almost oppressive. As I stepped inside, Schwenna instinctively turned to me, her eyes filled with disbelief. I could distinctly read surprise and a hint of sadness in her gaze. Particularly in the dim light, her eyes sparkled vividly. What's wrong? I inquired with a smile. Schwenna did not respond. Instead, She turned her head away and buried her face in her arms, her shoulders trembling. What is the matter? I approached her, puzzled. Are you unwell? Upon receiving no response, I sensed that something was amiss. Shwena? I gently shook her shoulder, inquiring what was wrong. As she lifted her head, revealing her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes, my heart sank. In my mind, Shwena was a delicate flower, fragile and in need of care, unable to withstand any hardship. Each time I saw her tears, I felt a profound ache within me. An uncomfortable sensation coursed through my heart. What happened? Why was she crying? Shwena shook her head and stood up, retreating to her room. I was perplexed but dared not intrude. Fortunately, after a brief span of 10 minutes, Shwena emerged, having changed into a fitted pair of jeans and a long top. Her lustrous black hair was gathered at the back of her head, and she appeared particularly lively. Seeing her in this attire eased my worries. It seemed she had returned to her normal self. I'm sorry, she said as she sat beside me. Why do you say that? I replied with a smile. You had me worried just now. Really? Shwena suddenly turned to me. Oh, a little worried, but it's fine. The important thing is what happened earlier. You startled me. Hearing her acknowledge my concern brought a sweet smile to her face. It's all fine now. Truly? I asked again. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. I realized I could not pry into the cause of her distress, so I continued. Why didn't you eat anything on the table? It's not good for your health. I didn't feel like eating, she replied. Even if you don't want to, you should eat. Unfortunately, it has already gone cold. I said, since it's noon, why don't we go out for a meal? Sound great. Shwena exclaimed joyfully at the mention of dining out. Where should we go? I queried, as I was not very familiar with this area. How about you lead the way? All right. Shwena seemed to have transformed. The previous gloom was instantly dispelled by the sunlight. After returning for a brief while, she eagerly pulled me out. Though I felt a bit fatigued, my heart was sweetened by her enthusiasm. We walked along winding paths, finally arriving at a small eatery. To be honest, the place's most notable feature was the abundance of narrow alleys, making it easy to lose one's way. Without Shwena's guidance, I would surely have been lost. Before us stood a small restaurant, scarcely accommodating a dozen patrons. Perhaps due to its secluded location, there was only one other customer inside. The owner greeted us warmly upon our arrival, inviting us to sit and enjoy our meal. He was prompt and attentive, and seeing the smile on his face was infectious. It seemed that even on a bad day, one could find solace in his warmth. The food was quite delightful, light, not greasy, and exquisitely presented. Each dish appeared to be crafted with great care, showcasing the owner's dedication. It was truly a rare find. The owner, a handsome man in his 40s, was the sole person working there. The other customer was a striking woman in her 30s, who kept stealing glances at the owner. I informed Shwena of this, and she gestured for me to be quiet. Not entirely understanding, I obediently focused on my dish, though my gaze did not wander towards the woman. She was indeed beautiful, with a captivating figure and chic attire. A modern car was parked outside, presumably hers. After about an hour, our meal came to an end. The atmosphere was quiet, allowing me and Shwena to share few words. She smiled at me as I ate, occasionally offering me some of her own portion. After spending some time there, it began to feel a bit awkward. I suggested we settle the bill and leave. Though Shwena had initially wished to linger longer, she reluctantly stood up. To my surprise, the cost was remarkably inexpensive. It seemed the owner charged merely for the cost of the ingredients. I glanced at Shwena in astonishment, and she nodded, explaining, the owner isn't here to make a profit. We thanked the owner for his hospitality as we prepared to leave, bidding him farewell. He seemed particularly attentive to us, even presenting us with a small wooden carving of a boat as a memento. As we departed, he smiled and wished us well, saying, "Young ones, may blessings be upon you." "Thank you," I replied, though I was puzzled by his sudden words. On our way back to the courtyard, I expressed my thoughts to Shwena. The owner is incredibly warm-hearted. I feel quite overwhelmed by his kindness. But opening a shop in such a remote area seems like a waste, doesn't it? The food was exquisite. If he opened a restaurant elsewhere, his business would surely thrive. Walking beside me, Shwena listened quietly to my musings, occasionally flashing a sweet smile. Once I had voiced all my queries, she smiled softly and said, "There are many things that people do not understand. The owner has been running this eatery for 3 years, not for profit. He has plenty of money, at least a millionaire." Upon seeing my incredulous expression, Shwena continued, "I learned this last year during a conversation with the owner. He opened this place solely to fulfill a wish of his deceased wife. I inhaled deeply, captivated by Shui Na's voice, which seemed to weave a spell over me. He was once a promising investor, having amassed a fortune by the age of 30. His wife was his college classmate who, after graduation, did not shy away from his humble beginnings. Ignoring her parents' strong objections, she chose to accompany him in his urban wanderings. They had no house, no car, and certainly no stable job. One can imagine how challenging life was for newly graduated students. Yet, his wife never complained, sharing both joy and hardship with him. The owner, being capable, after 3 years of struggles, finally managed to save enough to buy a home. However, his business was just beginning to take flight, and he needed those savings. His wife, on the other hand, longed for a tranquil life. With that savings, they could afford a home and a car, and their lives would be sufficiently comfortable. But the owner, ambitious, desired more wealth. Naturally, his wife unconditionally supported her beloved husband. Thus, he invested all their savings. Tragically, that money was soon lost due to betrayal by a friend, leading to a failed investment. During that time, the owner fell into despair, grappling not only with financial loss, but also with the betrayal of his most trusted friend. Anyone facing such a blow would feel utterly crushed. Yet, his wife did not turn away from him in his failure. Instead, she continually offered encouragement and confidence. It was her unwavering care during those trying times that restored his belief in the future and his resolve to start anew. At this point, Shui Na sighed. His wife loved to cook, especially for her husband. Her health was never robust, and his despondency took a toll on her. When he finally regained his footing, her condition had deteriorated significantly, yet she bore it all without revealing her struggles to him. The owner, being a capable man, managed to rise again within 3 years, earning more than before. When he excitedly shared this good news with his wife, she was already nearing the end of her life. Before passing, she expressed her wish to open a restaurant together when they grew old. As Shui Na recounted this, tears welled in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. I, too, was deeply moved by the story behind the owner. Shui Na halted, gazing at me and asking, "Don't you think it would have been wonderful if his wife had not passed away?" Her voice was filled with nostalgia and hope. But that is how life is. Perfection is elusive. Every beautiful thing carries a shadow of sorrow. It is precisely these imperfections in life that teach us to cherish what we have. Imagine if the owner had listened to his wife and refrained from investing that money. Wouldn't he have been able to spend more years with her? Even if she still had to leave in the end, they would have shared happiness together. Is that truly so? Shui Na pondered, then shook her head. I believe she was always happy, because regardless of circumstances, she had her beloved by her side. The tale of the boss struck a sensitive chord within Shui Na, simultaneously resonating deeply with my own soul. Witnessing her exquisite beauty, so delicate compared to flowers, as she mourned the departure of her wife, I suddenly found Shui Na profoundly beautiful in that moment. An overwhelming impulse to embrace her surged from my heart. Our eyes locked, words caught in our throats. I gently extended my hands towards Shui Na, feeling a flutter of anxiety that she might refuse. When I saw her obediently close her eyes, an exhilarating joy flooded through me, and I tenderly enveloped her in my arms, feeling the rhythm of our beating hearts. It was a wondrous sensation. Holding Shui Na felt akin to embracing the entire world. I softly lifted her chin, and as my hand brushed against her jaw, I felt her shoulders shudder violently. Anticipating the impending moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Filled with affection for her, I slowly leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 25. A fruitless endeavor in that moment. Amidst the celestial and earthly realms, I held her soft form close, gazing at her lips, slightly parted in a coy invitation. Unable to restrain myself after our first kiss, I pressed my lips fervently against hers, passionately savoring her sweetness as she murmured softly. After what felt like an eternity, our lips parted and we gasped for air. Shui Na playfully tapped my chest. "Are you trying to suffocate me? You naughty boy." I said nothing, allowing her to continue her playful assault. The harder she struck, the sweeter I felt. In broad daylight, I held her tightly, unwilling to let her go. Our bodies were pressed together, longing to merge as one. Shui Na reveled in the warmth of my embrace, nuzzling against my chest. In that inconspicuous alley, our kiss had transformed the surrounding stillness into a vibrant glow, illuminating the path ahead, which now seemed filled with promise. At that moment, words failed to capture the depth of our connection. I caressed her back, feeling the warmth of the sun envelop us. With her eyes closed, Xuena emitted soft sounds that were utterly enchanting. Let's head back, I whispered near her ear, gently nibbling on her earlobe. She trembled, nearly losing her balance. Her face a delightful shade of red. You. I released her delicate ear and smiled. Your ears are truly beautiful. Flustered, Xuena pushed me away. Pouting, you just like to tease me. How could I ever bully my precious darling? If anything, I wish for you to playfully torment me. Why not take a nibble at my ear? I extended my ear towards her, awaiting her playful retaliation. With a scoff, she replied, I wouldn't want your ear, and walked ahead, humming a tune that resonated in my ears like a celestial melody. Xuena, your voice is enchanting, I called out from behind. You just realized that now, she retorted without turning back. I strode forward, wrapping my arms around her waist, feeling the softness beneath my fingers. Xuena leaned against me, the subtle scent of her fragrance intoxicating, stirring a desire within me. As I admired her alluring curves, a wave of longing surged through me, causing a reaction below that I desperately tried to conceal, not wanting to evoke any awkwardness. However, Xuena, ever attuned to my body, noticed my subtle shift. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Upon observing my arousal, her face flushed a deeper hue. She exclaimed, pinching my waist fiercely, causing me pain. You seem restless, she remarked suddenly. I found myself unable to control my reactions. She was the only one who could incite such feelings within me. If you're dissatisfied, take it up with him. Please don't pinch me, I cried out, only to be pinched again. You keep talking. The journey back was almost a torment. Xuena apply fulipunisid me. Upon entering the living room, she continued her playful assault. Yet, feeling guilty for my earlier actions, I dared not protest loudly, silently enduring her whims. I had not anticipated Xuena's feisty side. The seemingly gentle lady had quite the strength, and I still felt the lingering sting. Yet amidst the discomfort, there was an undercurrent of sweetness. Only when two souls are open can they interact in such a manner. The barrier between Xuena and me had been shattered with that kiss, as we felt like old friends reunited, yet also like youthful lovers experiencing a thrill of new affection. Xuena reclined on the sofa, revealing her exquisite figure, causing me to gaze in awe, yet I dare not stare too openly. Her physique was undoubtedly divine. In the past, I had avoided looking closely, fearing I might desecrate such beauty. Now, it felt as if a celestial being was within reach, and I seized the moment to appreciate nature's masterpiece. Observing her rub her waist, Xuena approached me, asking, Does it hurt a lot? Not too much, I replied, shaking my head with a smile, and there is a hint of sweetness to it, much like your touch. Xuena, not wishing to hear my teasing words, pinched my waist again. I yelped. Startled by my exclamation, she became concerned. Is it really that bad? Let me see. She lifted my shirt, revealing the slight bruises her playful pinches had left. Oh no, she cried, her eyes brimming with tears. I dreaded her tears more than anything. It'll be fine. There's no need to worry. I gently stroked her hair, reassuring her. What's a little pain? Even if you were to carve your name into my skin, I wouldn't flinch. But I feel so terrible for hurting you, she lamented, searching through drawers until she retrieved several bottles of ointment. Let me help you. No need for that. It's just a minor issue, I insisted. Hurry, lie down, she commanded, though her tone was laced with concern. I shrugged, unwilling to aggravate her, and complied, lying down on the sofa and removing my shirt. Xuena applied the ointment to my waist, massaging gently, occasionally tapping lightly. I closed my eyes, relishing the pampering from the beautiful woman. As her hands worked their magic, I couldn't suppress a moan of pleasure. Xuena increased the pressure, playfully scolding me. What are you groaning for? It sounds awful. I can't help it. It feels too good, I confessed, continuing to express my delight. All right, that's enough. Xuena seemed unable to tolerate my moans, moving to sit beside me. I looked at her, a playful grin on my face. You brought this on yourself. You, she huffed, settling at the other end of the sofa. Feeling impulsive, I crawled slowly towards her. Sensing my approach, she visibly tensed. I teasingly moved closer, hovering over her and planted gentle kisses on her cheek, hair, forehead, lashes, eyes, nose, and lips, savoring every exquisite feature as if each were a divine creation meant to be cherished. Xuena trembled under my affection, seemingly aware of what was to come, her body responding eagerly. Faced with her enticing form, my desire surged again, and I pressed against her thigh, igniting a fire within me. Just as I was about to unfasten her clothing, my phone rang. Chapter 26. Jealousy on the night of our union, amidst the celebration of achievements. The sound of my phone interrupted the blissful moment. I felt an urge to smash the device, intending to ignore the call while my hand rested on Xuena's chest. Yet, this persistent ringtone seemed to awaken something within her. She clutched her chest tightly, preventing me from moving any further. I was momentarily taken aback, realizing that any attempt to assert dominance was futile. Forget it, Sai. Why is my luck so poor? At such a crucial moment, I stumbled. Who is so blind as to ruin my good fortune? I must scold him when I answer the phone. Lying beside Xuena, I turned to the side and took out my phone. Hello. Who is it? My voice was loud, brimming with resentment. Uncle. The voice was sweet and full of allure. Chin Kur. As soon as I heard her voice, I knew it was her, for only one girl called me uncle. What is the matter? The little witch has spoiled my good fortune, I replied weakly. What? Not welcoming me? I could sense Chin Kur was a bit miffed by my reaction. How could that be? I chuckled, expressing that I was more than happy, just feeling a bit tired. What's wrong? Chin Kur's voice seemed to carry a hint of concern. It's nothing. I glanced at Xuena, noticing her expression was off. Oh no, this could lead to a misunderstanding. By the way, how is your health? It's all better now. Truly, I am very grateful to you today. Chin Kur's voice was so soft, I almost couldn't hear her. Yet it was a rarity for her to say thank you over the phone, indicating her character. It seems that Chin Kur is actually quite a nice girl. It's nothing, just a small matter. Don't take it to heart. Helping others is my greatest joy. My most commendable trait is my willingness to assist others, I said humbly. Hee hee. A melodious laughter echoed through the phone. All right, I have things to attend to. Let us talk another day. Remember the doctor's advice, and take care of your health. I noticed Xuena's expression growing more and more displeased and hurriedly added. Oh, Chin Kur didn't expect the call to end so soon and felt a bit reluctant. All right then, if you have things to do, go ahead. Let us chat another day. Remember to call me. Yes, I replied. All right, good. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. I hung up, pondering how to explain to Xuena. By the time I ended the call, Xuena had already gotten up, slipping away from my grasp. I wanted to embrace her, but she turned away. Who was that? It's not what you think. I then recounted the events of the day truthfully, of course omitting certain details to avoid misunderstandings. Now that Xuena was so upset. If she found out I had taken advantage of the situation, it would be disastrous. Really? Xuena looked into my eyes and asked, more genuine than gold. I swore. If I uttered even a half-truth, heaven would strike me down. Before I could finish, Xuena covered my mouth and said, all right, I believe you. Xuena then returned to her room, closing the door behind her. I'm going to take a nap. Good afternoon. Xuena was indeed a bit jealous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed me away. Sigh, that call from Chin Kur was truly poorly timed. Otherwise, just the thought of that scene made my nose bleed. It's such a pity. I doubt I will have such a good opportunity again. Kin ka'ia, my feetful nemesis. With Xuena back at her room, I had no desire to linger in the living room, so I returned to my own room. Lying on the bed, I reflected on the events of noon. Replaying the memories vividly, they lingered in my mind, especially the image of Xuena's lips. At this moment, regardless of the circumstances, I could not control my thoughts. My mind was filled with the enchanting silhouette of Xuena. Unconsciously, the vision of her half-clad form appeared in my head. I struggled against my fantasies, shaking my head in an effort to dispel Xuena's presence from my thoughts. But the more I tried not to think about her, the more I was consumed by those thoughts. Unable to sleep, I ventured to the living room, brewed some tea, and curled up on the sofa. Just then, Xuena's door opened. I looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Xuena obediently approached me and said, I can't sleep. Hee hee. I chuckled. How could you possibly sleep? After a moment of silence, Xuena lowered her head and said, do you think I'm a petty girl? How could that be? It gently stroked Xuena's hair. I'm sorry, Xuena said softly. I should be the one apologizing for making you unhappy so soon after we began. I turned Xuena's body to face me, cradling her face in my hands, gazing deeply in her eyes. I'm sorry. Xuena replied. Let us not do this in the future, all right? Why? I know I'm not an easygoing girl. I feel uncomfortable when I hear you talking to other girls. I don't want to be like this. Truly. Xuena looked up at me. The moment I first saw you, I felt as if we had met somewhere before. Many people fear me and hesitate to approach me. How could that be? With a beauty like you, I would be eager to be with you. I laughed at myself. What merit do I have? This all feels like a dream. Xuena, come, pinch me hard. Xuena looked at me in confusion. I want to confirm whether I am dreaming. I tightly embraced Xuena, fearing that if I woke up, she would suddenly disappear. But now I could feel your warmth and smell your fragrance. You are truly here beside me, yet I still doubt. You say, am I foolish? You are a big fool. Xuena laughed. Yes, I'm a big fool. Hee hee. I said, then would you still be willing to be with a fool? Who said I'm with you? How shameless. Is that so? Then who am I holding? I tickled Xuena under her arms. Ah, don't mess around. Xuena squirmed. Then why don't you say who is with me? I. Xuena laughed breathlessly. Once I stopped my teasing, Xuena feigned displeasure. See, you just know how to bully me. I remained silent, noticing Xuena's unhappiness, and decided to make her happy through action. I hadn't shaved for a few days, so I took this opportunity to gently rub my chin against her delicate face. Oh, Xuena playfully pounded my chest, and before she could say anything, I captured her soft lips with mine, causing her to writhe and squirm. Gradually, I felt a sharp pain in my back as Xuena clutched tightly to me. We both lost ourselves in a passionate kiss, this time lasting far longer than the last. As my hands ventured toward Xuena's body, she suddenly retreated, laughing. You think you can take advantage of me? Not so fast. With that, she dashed back to her room and shut the door. Chapter 27. The base I sighed, shaking my head. It seems women are truly not generous about certain matters. Gazing at the closed door of Xuena's room, I lay back on the sofa, teasing a Shrek doll, secretly deciding to investigate the Black Hawk Security Company and see if it truly was as terrifying as Wang Sheng claimed. I had never heard of this name before. I thought that after the kiss, my relationship with Xuena would improve in the afternoon, but she became even more resistant to my advances. Truly puzzling. The morning went well, but the afternoon turned sour. Women, oh, they're so difficult to understand. The next morning, just like the day before, I bought breakfast, left a note, and headed to Xianyangmen. Wang Sheng seemed to have been waiting for me. As I got off the bus, his BMW pulled up. After getting in, Wang Sheng smiled at me. Have you made up your mind? Almost I nodded, curiosity getting the better of me. How did you get into the Black Hawk Security Company? Didn't I tell you? It's a secret, Wang Sheng replied. Once you become part of the company, if you still wish to know, I can tell you. Are you married? I asked again. Secret. Sigh. Why is it so difficult to have a conversation with you? I said helplessly. Company rules. No choice. Wang Sheng also seemed helpless. So do you have any tasks recently? This I can ask about, right? Yes. My task is to introduce you to the company. Wang Sheng replied with a smile. Oh, I was taken aback. It's that simple? Yes. What if I refuse? Wouldn't that mean your mission has failed? Naturally. What are the consequences of failure? There are no consequences. How to express this? No comment. This is rather unfeeling. Is it really necessary to ask? In time, you'll understand. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wang Sheng appeared willing to divulge some information. Yet ultimately, after posing numerous inquiries, I realized I had extracted nothing of substance. The receptionist in the hall maintained her serious demeanor. Though beautiful, she resembled a block of ice. On the 18th floor, Wu Ming greeted us with a smile as we entered. Have you made your decision? Yes, I have. I'm very eager about the company. I stated my decision directly, having contemplated it the previous night. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Wu Ming extended his hand, which I grasped firmly. His hand was smooth, pale, and slender, emanating a comforting warmth. Curiously, despite its delicate appearance, it felt thick, as though separated by a layer of film. I cast a puzzled glance at Wu Ming's palm. Wang Sheng, your task is complete. Return to your team. Wu Ming instructed Wang Sheng, commending him for a job well done. Wang Sheng saluted crisply, his face radiating excitement. Receiving praise from Wu Ming seemed to him an immense encouragement. After Wang Sheng departed, Wu Ming rose from his armchair. Come, I will take you to a place. The nameless building, not the most renowned in HJ City, stood at approximately 40 stories. Inside the elevator with Wu Ming, we awaited its arrival at our destination. Yet it seemed to ascend indefinitely. Watching the numbers descend, 18, 17, 3, 2, 1, -1, -2, -18, I stared at Wu Ming in astonishment. How could this be? Wu Ming chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, all is well. Upon hearing this, my anxious heart began to ease. Where are we headed? You will know soon enough. The elevator abruptly halted at the -18th floor, sending a chill down my spine. The underground level felt akin to a hellish realm. Before even stepping out of the elevator, I sensed a foreboding atmosphere surrounding me. Whether it was merely an illusion or due to my light attire, I could not shake the feeling of a chilling draft. However, when the doors opened, I was stunned by the sight before me. An endless underground world bathed in white light, teeming with countless machines in motion, towering figures, each around 2 meters tall, engaged in martial arts and fitness routines. The air was thick with an explosive energy. Standing there felt akin to being beside molten lava. The previous chill instantly replaced by fierce heat. There were at least several hundred muscular men training, practicing martial arts, and even sparring in various corners. Not a single individual rested. It was as if they were cogs in an unceasing machine. I understood then that the oppressive heat was not a result of the underground temperature, but rather the potent masculine energy emanating from the multitude of men, swirling upwards and, upon being obstructed, circulating in the vicinity. This energy accumulated, gradually suffusing the entire space. I felt slightly unwell, for the overwhelming virility made breathing laborious. Moreover, across the expanse, a powerful aura surged toward us. Wu Ming seemed oblivious to my discomfort, moving ahead of me. Strangely, when he positioned himself before me, that overwhelming force dissipated, replaced by a serene tranquility akin to the ocean calming after a tempest. Having never encountered such a scene before, I found myself momentarily at a loss, simply trailing behind Wu Ming. It was then that I truly sensed his formidable presence. The aura I had only read about in martial arts novels radiated from him with striking clarity. Upon noticing Wu Ming's arrival, a whistle pierced the air, and the entire arena fell silent. Form ranks. Within mere seconds, hundreds of individuals had aligned themselves in perfect formation. Reporting to the chief instructor, the base has assembled 318 personnel, awaiting instructions. A figure from the front row stepped forward, saluting with respect. Continue training, do not mind me. Wu Ming replied nonchalantly. Understood, chief instructor. The individual responded, then turned to disperse the assembly and resume training. From that person, I sensed a palpable danger. Even with Wu Ming present, he appeared as a ferocious beast lying in wait. Goosebumps prickle my skin. If I, an ordinary person, could perceive such danger, it was evident how potent that individual's strength must be, so powerful that it could not be contained. A gentle exhale returned the atmosphere to its previous intensity. The sounds of exertion filled the air, grunts and shouts resonating throughout. I noticed 2 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle in the center of the arena, their bout resembling a life-and-death contest, blood flowing freely as they struck each other with bone-crunching force. The very sounds of combat I had seen on television echoed in reality. Wu Ming turned to me. What do you think? Astonishing, I exclaimed, stunned that such a place truly existed. What are you training for? We are training the world's most formidable bodyguards, Wu Ming explained. This is a training base of the Black Hawk Security Company. Here, from 318, only 18 will emerge. Chapter 28, Provocation. 318, only 18 will emerge. What does that mean? It implies that once you enter this base, your strength must rank among the top 18. Otherwise, you shall never leave. Wu Ming stated matter-of-factly. A shiver coursed through me. Never leave? What does that entail? Never leaving means you shall never again contact the outside world. What? Because the company forbids any leakage of confidential information. The Black Hawk Security Company is inherently sensitive. The fewer who know, the better. Wu Ming gazed at me with a smile, his eyes harboring an inscrutable meaning. What about me? I inquired cautiously. You are unique. I can grant you time to manage your affairs before you return here for training. Are you not concerned I may not return after I leave? I asked, intrigued. Try it and see. Wu Ming replied, his expression turning serious. I discerned an absolute confidence in his words. But what causes him such certainty? Soon, Wu Ming provided the answer. Because those individuals you spoke of are no longer among the living. His voice resonated with an eerie chill, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. Is that so? Why did you not say so earlier? I felt a surge of anger, but endeavored to suppress it. It matters not when. You require formidable strength, and we can provide it. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I do not seek immense power. I merely desire to live in peace. I declared loudly. Despite my volume, not a single person turned to look, continuing their training undeterred. Do you truly not need it? Wu Ming asked, half smiling. If you did not need it, you would not have sought me out. Deep down, you yearn for strength, yet, The powers of society have constrained you completely. Here lies a new world, offering you rebirth. With strength, you can hold your head high before Wang Qi and Huang Yu, and need not worry about Xuan Na's departure. Do you not desire that? How do you know this so well? I was taken aback, my heart racing. You still do not comprehend the Black Hawk Security Company. If we wish to investigate someone, it is exceedingly simple. We can utilize all resources available in society. Thus, since you have come here, we are fully aware of your circumstances. Are you not afraid I might harbor resentment? I bit out. Wu Ming's words felt almost threatening. I disliked this sensation. Why would you harbor resentment? Wu Ming chuckled. Offer me a reason, would you? I'm not fond of the manner in which you are courting me. I replied coldly. What manner would you prefer? A grand procession to welcome you? Wu Ming continued to smile. Very well, young man, mature a little. In certain respects, I require you. However, it is not essential. Yet, you are in dire need of me at this moment. Why? You will see soon enough. Wu Ming took out his phone and played a video. Upon the first glimpse of the screen, my expression drastically changed. Wang Qi, I exclaimed, what is happening? The video was not very clear. In a luxurious private room, Wang Qi, Feng De, and an unknown young man sat together. Surrounding them were 6 young women, dutifully attending to their needs. Wang Qi was brazenly reaching into the woman's clothing, lewdly groping her, and wearing an indecent grin. The other 2 men bore similar expressions. Wango, why do you look so unwell lately? The unfamiliar young man chuckled. Lu Lao Di, it's all because of that treacherous Xuan Na. Huang Yu, that infatuated fool, has never dared to force her. It's made us all restrain ourselves. We don't interfere with his affairs. But that shameless woman has gotten bolder and even found a man. Damn it. Huang Yu's been drowning his sorrows in alcohol these past few days and has had no time for me. Wang Qi's face contorted, revealing a side of him rarely seen. She's just a woman. There are plenty here. With your wealth, Brother Wang, if you throw enough money at her, she'll have to comply. Lu sneered. You don't understand. That woman is not simple. I've investigated for a long time and still don't know her background. It's better to remain cautious. Wang Qi took a sip of his drink and said, with your influence in HJ City, can't you find out about a woman? Your family is so powerful that even the province trembles when you stomp your foot. Lu continued. I say let it go. Brother Wang, you're magnanimous. Why stoop to contend with a woman and make it unpleasant? Look at the girls around us. Which one isn't beautiful? Don't you agree, Feng? Lu persisted. Moreover, Huang Yu is not an ordinary person. Since he likes Xuan Na, we probably can't touch a hair on her head. What does it matter? Wang Qi's face flushed. If we can't touch Xuan Na, can't we get her a lover? Not long ago, I had someone prepare to take him out. Upon hearing this, my fist clenched tightly. Indeed, it was Wang Qi, willing to put me to death for a mere matter of pride. If it weren't for my good fortune, my parents would have had to bury their son. A wave of immense anger surged within me. I had never felt such a desire to strike someone. Wang Qi was the first on my list. Even if I faced retaliation from school leadership and was expelled, I had never been this furious before. Yet, thinking about the disparity between us, I felt disheartened. How could I seek revenge? Did I truly have to tread this path? Was this a place meant for humans? My mind was in turmoil. In truth, I knew that regardless of my willingness, I could not leave. Wu Ming's treatment of me was already quite enlightened. According to his style, akin to that of a military command, obedience was the only option. Having someone chase after you is merely the beginning. Now look at this. Wu Ming pointed to another document. What is this? I inquired. The page was filled with the names of various companies, including some obscure small businesses. Wang Qi had issued a statement forbidding these companies from hiring me. What? I exclaimed. Wang Qi, how could he be so ruthless? I Haven Tea provoked him. You Haven Tea provoked him? Wu Ming whispered in my ear. Your approach to Xuan Na was a provocation. Haven't you noticed that almost no one dares to approach her? With Wu Ming's reminder, many of my suspicions were clarified. It was no wonder Xuan Na had so few friends. It turned out Wang Qi was behind it all. That scoundrel. I gritted my teeth, wishing I could peel his skin off. Thinking of Xuan Na's lonely figure, I realized the true culprit was Wang Qi. What kind of background does Wang Qi's family have? I asked. Fortunately, Wu Ming chuckled. The Wang family holds half of the booming real estate market. Several of Wang Qi's uncles are high-ranking officials in the government. His mother's family is similarly influential, wielding significant power within the military. I gradually calmed myself and replied, with such a formidable background, what makes you think you can help me? Wu Ming answered, Such a powerful background is significant to you, but to me, it's merely a decent force. Moreover, the higher the official, the more cautious they are. Rest assured, their family is not foolish enough to allow Wang Qi to run rampant. A harmonious society values peace. This is something they're well aware of. Once you join the company, you need not worry about Wang Qi's retaliation. We will not interfere with each other. I believed Wu Ming's words, but still asked, why are you investing so much effort in me when you know my background? I possess little value. Your value is immense. You simply fail to realize it. Wu Ming suddenly patted my shoulder and smiled. Rest assured, among the brothers in any company, we share a bond of loyalty. Your matters are the company's matters. Of course, the company will never ask you to commit unethical acts. This is my personal principle and the company's century-old rule. I took a deep breath. All right, I am prepared for whatever training you propose. Having reached a dead end, I discovered that it was the same no matter where I went. Here, at the very least, I could enhance my strength. Should I bid farewell to Xuena? Once you enter, it could be for 3 months or perhaps a lifetime. Initially, I was filled with ambition, wanting to remain here for training, but upon recalling Xuena's worried gaze, I found it hard to be resolute. I thought it best to return for a brief visit, so that Xuena wouldn't worry. We will await your return. Wu Ming extended his hand. I grasped it tightly, rest assured. Chapter 29. Blossoms bloom as night descended. The courtyard was draped in a veil of darkness. When I returned, the sky had turned black. Xuena's small room was lit, and upon seeing the light, I felt a rush of warmth. Yes, after a day, I would finally see Xuena again, to behold her exquisite face and enchanting figure. Gently pushing open the door, I found Xuena smiling at my entrance, and I sighed with relief. At least, upon returning home, if I may call it that, I did not see the worry and solitude etched on her face, like a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. She stood gracefully, walking towards me, and tenderly adjusted my collar. Have you found a job? Initially excited, upon hearing her question, I dared not meet her gaze and sighed. Remembering the rules of the Black Eagle Security Company and the inhumane training at the base, my spirits plummeted. Xuena, believing I hadn't found a job, displayed a sweet smile. It's all right. Tomorrow we can search again. We have time. No, I found one, I replied softly. Really? Xuena looked surprised, and I could clearly see her astonishment in her eyes. Yes. What will you be doing? Xuena took my hand and slowly walked to the sofa, inquiring. Just a regular technical job, somewhat related to my university studies. I intended to conceal the truth from Xuena, not wanting her to worry about me. Really? That's wonderful, Xuena exclaimed, tightly gripping my arm, her excitement evident. I could see she was genuinely happy for me, as if it were her own achievement. The pay is good, but I hesitated. But what? Xuena's bright eyes widened as she asked. I averted my gaze, but I will need to travel for a while. Xuena froze, biting her lip. Are you really going to travel? I, unsure how to respond, said. I suppose so. Then it will be difficult for us to meet, Xuena asked, lowering her head. Not necessarily. I still have 3 months of vacation each year. I forced a smile, so I could accompany you every day. In truth, the more reluctant Xuena appeared, the more resolute I became in my decision to leave. Because of that scoundrel Wang Qi, Xuena already had so few friends, and in all of HJ City, there were likely not many willing to associate with her. Xuena was like a canary trapped in a cage, unable to escape, yearning for freedom. I'm uncertain whether she is aware of Wang Qi's treatment towards him. Huang Yu, a gentleman who has made a favorable impression on me, is also infatuated with Xuena, yet he lacks the courage to express his feelings. I suspect that Xuena does not view him with romantic interest. I'm unsure how well Huang Yu comprehends the situation with Xuena, if he remains oblivious. It is excusable. However, if he is aware and chooses not to intervene, it reveals a degree of selfishness. Xuena's current state is largely attributed to him. Indeed, Huang Yu is the root cause of this predicament. Although I am not privy to the intricacies of the relationship between Wang Qi and Huang Yu, it is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. It is plausible that Wang Qi is attracted to both men and women. Huang Yu, possessing striking looks and abundant resources, is the quintessential prince to anyone. Should Wang Qi fall for Huang Yu, it is entirely conceivable. However, both Wang Qi and Huang Yu have become ensnared in a deadlock, unwilling to relinquish their desires. Furthermore, Huang Yu possesses the capability to assist but chooses not to. The unattainable remains elusive for all. My previous brush with peril undoubtedly involved his influence. Thus, for Xuana's sake and for my future, I find myself with no alternative. At present, Wu Ming has provided me with a clear pathway, the only avenue of hope I can perceive. Even if it is a treacherous path, I am determined to traverse it. Moreover, the prospect of securing protection from the Black Hawk Security Company while bolstering my own strength is indeed an opportunity one cannot dismiss. I have faith in the prowess of Black Hawk Security, which can discreetly procure footage of Wang Qi, demonstrating their formidable capabilities. From Wu Ming's demeanor, it seems he does not regard Wang Qi with much concern. I gently embraced Xuana, burying my face in her hair and showering her with kisses, saying, "I am sorry, I feel powerless." Xuana pressed her head against my chest and softly replied, "Do not say that. Being with you brings me immense satisfaction. Do you know, these past few years, this moment has been the happiest of my life. To be cared for and to care for someone in return, this feeling is something I have never experienced before. My parents neglected me for their business, leaving me lonely, without friends. I could only occasionally see Che Li. But then you arrived. I even feel you are a gift from heaven. When you're not around, I feel so empty." Hearing Xuana's heartfelt words nearly brought me to tears. This was her unguarded confession, even though she had just sensed my impending absence. Her perceptive heart had picked up on my distress. Yet, she chose not to confront it. At that moment, I yearned to reveal the truth to her, but I could not. My heart was torn, caught between the joy of having such a caring woman and the pain of deceiving her. I could not discern whether this lie was born of kindness or malice. "When do you leave?" Xuana inquired. I paused for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow." "Ah." Xuana's head shot up in shock. "Why so soon?" "It is required by the company," I replied. "Could you not go?" "Money is not an issue. My parents left me ample funds. We could manage for quite a while. Please, I just want you by my side." Tears streamed down Xuana's cheeks. I wiped away her tears, feeling a pang in my heart. "It's too late. We are not parting forever. There is no need for such sorrow, as if we will never see each other again." Xuana remained silent, tears continuing to flow. Although I anticipated this reaction, it weighed heavily on my heart. Women, indeed, are like water. Upon hearing of separation, they often shed tears. For a moment, we held each other in silence, neither of us speaking. I could hear the rhythm of Xuana's heartbeat, feeling her softness against my chest, stirring the deepest emotions within me. Xuana murmured, sensing something unusual, and looked down to discover my body's reaction. Her face flushed crimson, yet she did not immediately pull away. Instead, she buried her face against my chest, saying, "How can you be like this?" My face flushed as I recognized my own condition, silently reproaching myself for succumbing to desire at such a pivotal moment. "I am sorry. It was not my intention. I had previously stated that I could not control him. I had thought that even if Xuana were not upset, she would remain close to me. However, her response surprised me. If you cannot control it, then do not." Xuana's voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper, yet I caught her words. "What?" I exclaimed, believing I had misheard, perceiving it as a strong suggestion. "Egently nibaldon Xuana's irlob." Drawing forth passionate sounds from her. Upon hearing such alluring sounds, my resolve crumbled. I cradled Xuana in my arms and carried her into her bedroom. I laid her gently on the bed, observing her eyes tightly shut, her face aflame, the seductive contours of her body rising and falling with her breath, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. Xuana's physique was exquisite. Every garment she wore accentuated her beauty. Though clad in a simple tank top and jeans, the allure was undeniable. I breathed heavily, striving to temper my actions with tenderness. I gradually lowered myself beside Xuana, inhaling the unique fragrance of her room. Xuana appeared anxious, her small hands trembling as she clutched the bed sheets. The sheets, under her grip, transformed into a beautiful, blooming flower. "Xuana," I softly called her name, expressing my affection. I caressed her cheek, which was soft and supple, evoking an irresistible desire. My large hand glided through her long hair, then traced her head, neck, and chest, feeling the gentle rise and fall of her bosom, nearly losing control of my desire. In pursuit of a beautiful evening, I attempted to create an atmosphere I believed to be conducive. "Open your eyes and look at me," I whispered. To my surprise, Xuana squeezed her eyes shut even tighter. I leaned down, planting gentle kisses on her lips, nose, and ears. Xuana's entire body suddenly tensed. I gently rubbed her cheek, saying, "Do not be nervous. Tonight is destined to be wonderful." As I delicately removed her garments, under the soft pink light, her body, as pure as jade, emerged before me. I could not help but express gratitude for such a divine creation, marveling at the beauty before me. Everything felt surreal, as if I were in a dream, unable to believe that this celestial being was a gift from heaven. Holding Shui Na's form tightly, I whispered in her ear, as if swearing to the heavens, "Shui Na, I love you. It is this moment that renders my life worthwhile." The instant I entered, Shui Na shed joyful, emotional tears. The waves of passion washed over us, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air. As the storm subsided, Shui Na lay sweetly in my embrace, her tears still glistening on her cheeks. I caressed her fragrant back, eliciting soft, passionate sounds from her. "Are you happy?" I asked. Shui Na did not respond, but continued to kiss my chest, conveying her delight through her actions. We both reveled in the tranquility that follows a storm, enveloped in happiness and serenity. How I wished for this moment to last forever. Shui Na closed her eyes, rubbing her tender cheek against my arm, sighing softly. I sensed she had something to say. "No matter where you go, I will always wait for you, even if you're deceiving me." I was taken aback, realizing that Shui Na had seen through my fabricated lies. Acknowledging that I could no longer conceal the truth, I spoke. "I'm sorry. I just did not want you to worry. But it is too late now. I must go to Black Hawk Security Company." "What?" Shui Na's expression changed dramatically at the mention of the company. Seeing her reaction, I was taken aback. "You know of this company?" Shui Na shook her head, clinging tightly to me. "I do not know, but I beg you do not go. Please promise me. There is no need to worry. Trust me. I will be back soon. This is merely training, and it is right here in HJ City." Shui Na seemed unresponsive to my reassurances. "Do not go. I implore you. Do not go. My dear, this is my choice. In order to be together with you forever, certain actions are imperative, much like what we just experienced." Shui Na's cheeks flushed. "You are truly wicked." "Haha." I laughed heartily. "What wickedness? I have even worse things in store. Would you care to see?" "I certainly would not." Shui Na wujid me. The thought of parting from Shui Na tomorrow, uncertain of when we would reunite, ignited a desire within me. Shui Na sensed my shift in mood and gasped. Amidst our laughter, a playful tussle ensued. The night was destined to bloom. Chapter 30. The test. After a heartfelt farewell with Shui Na, I arrived at the designated location and spotted an unremarkable small car approaching. It bore no brand insignia. Cloaked entirely in black, resembling a phantom steeped in mystery. As anticipated, the car halted beside me, and a foreigner, younger yet towering over me by a head, stepped out. This man was strikingly handsome, compelling even me, a man, to marvel. He bore resemblance to the movie star Tom Cruise. With a perfect physique and a hint of a mischievous smile, he could surely captivate countless women, embodying the ideal lover in their eyes. "Hello, Xiaofei. I'm the coach appointed by Wu. My Chinese name is Hai Bing." He extended his hand with a courteous smile. I was taken aback by the presence of such a handsome bodyguard and quickly grasped his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Coach Hai Bing." "Please, just call me Hai Bing," he replied with a sudden smile. "It is a rare honor to meet someone Wu values so highly. Now, I will take you to a location for your first training session today." "Huh?" I queried, perplexed. "Are we starting now? Shouldn't we head directly to the base?" "Not yet," Hai Bing replied mysteriously. "Let's get through this first." Obediently, I climbed into the car, curiosity piqued as I pondered the nature of my impending trial. Hai Bing regarded me with an enigmatic smile until I felt slightly unnerved. "Wait, just perform well." Before Hai Bing could clarify, I was left in a haze regarding his words. He seemed in no hurry to explain, merely uttering some cryptic phrases. The car stopped in front of a bank, bustling with a steady stream of people. It was a large private bank, and fortuitously, today was a weekend, leading to a considerable influx of customers. After observing for a while, without any notable events, just as boredom began to set in, 2 armed guards emerged from the bank, followed by 2 staff members carrying several boxes, likely filled with cash. The guards surveyed the area for any anomalies before communicating via radio. Soon after, a standard armored truck exited a garage beside the bank. The group quickly boarded the truck and sped away. At that moment, our vehicle sprang into motion, tailing the armored truck. A jolt of realization hit me as I turned to Hai Bing. "Coach, you can't possibly be suggesting I rob them?" Hai Bing scoffed. "Please. I would never engage in such an unlawful act, especially one devoid of skill. Now, let me inform you. This truck carries $5 million in cash. We have credible information that a robbery is imminent, orchestrated by 3 ruthless Vietnamese who entered illegally. The guards on the truck are outnumbered and cannot withstand them. Your task is to prevent the robbery and assist the 2 guards. Hearing that I wasn't to rob them, I let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness, no robbery. Stopping the robbery and calling the police should suffice. Calling the police may be too late. Besides, we don't need to. We can handle it ourselves. Hai Bing chuckled. After all, you are a bodyguard, reputed to be stronger than special forces. Dealing with a few thugs should pose no challenge. You are here to gain first-hand experience of this tense atmosphere, correct? I attempted to sound clever. Hai Bing shook his head, patting my shoulder. I believe you've misunderstood. Today is not about training. It's real combat. There is no such thing as training in our company. The most crucial point is that I will not assist you. You must rely solely on yourself. What? I exclaimed, incredulous. How can that be? The robbers won't be easy to handle. If they have guns and get serious, my life will be in peril. Hai Bing not dead. That is precisely the point. Good luck. I have high hopes for you. The robbers will be here shortly. I felt a surge of frustration towards Hai Bing. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't overpower him, I might have kicked him out of the car. Though angered, I remained calm and asked, Coach, can't you provide any assistance or hints? As a newcomer, I find this quite challenging. Of course, I wouldn't send you into this unprepared. Otherwise, how could I face Wu? Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of joy. If Hai Bing would lend his support, the situation would become much simpler. Rest assured, I'll provide encouragement. Go for it, he smiled. I was taken aback. Is that it? Just encouragement? Yes, Hai Bing replied innocently. Is that insufficient? Let me add a few more encouraging words. Enough, I retorted. I meant if there are any substantial forms of help. I was incensed. It seemed utterly unethical to allow one's subordinate to face such peril without proper support. Mental encouragement is often paramount. You must have confidence in yourself. Hai Bing continued, seemingly oblivious to my growing anger. A few Vietnamese men can be dealt with easily. What? Easily dealt with? They are robbers, heartless madmen. I could easily lose my life. I nearly shouted. Is that so? Hai Bing's demeanor shifted, his voice suddenly cold and detached. Are you truly so afraid of death? His tone starkly contrasted with his earlier amiable nature, filled now with a chilling indifference to life. I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. In our line of work, one must possess a certain awareness. Life is fraught with danger. Today's scenario is merely more direct. I tell you, if you wish to live, you must subdue the robbers, or I met Hai Bing's gaze swallowing hard, awaiting the or eliminate them, leaving none alive. Such individuals waste resources on this earth. Hai Bing's words dripped with lethal intent, the atmosphere around us seemingly dropping in temperature, a palpable chill enveloping me. Was this Hai Bing's murderous aura? It was utterly terrifying. Even before any action commenced, I felt thoroughly intimidated. Seeing my trepidation, Hai Bing's smile suddenly reappeared. Fear not. You won't die. With me around, it's quite difficult for you to perish. I regarded Hai Bing with skepticism. He raised an eyebrow. What? Do you not believe me? Of course not. I quickly clarified. I just have a few inquiries. Is it customary for every newcomer to undergo such a trial? More or less. And what is the mortality rate? I asked cautiously. None at all. I exhaled in relief. If no one had perished, perhaps I wouldn't be the unfortunate first casualty of the newcomer training. All right, the show is about to begin. I looked ahead. The armored truck sped along, stopping at a red light, awaiting the green signal. Suddenly, a truck careened out from the right side of the armored vehicle, seemingly unable to stop, heading straight for it. The impact was thunderous as the truck collided with the armored vehicle, producing a deafening roar. The guards swiftly exited the vehicle, weapons drawn, on high alert for any irregularities from the truck. Now, you can charge out and be a hero. Before I could prepare myself, Hai Bing kicked me out of the car. Chapter 31. The rescue just moments ago, I had contemplated kicking Hai Bing out of the car, yet here I was, unceremoniously thrust out myself. Before I could express my anger, Hai Bing crawled out and approached me. The truck is a ruse. It is likely to explode. Be cautious of the left side of the armored truck. The robbers should emerge shortly. The guard had already sought assistance, indicating that time was of the essence. Wasn't that better? Resolving the issue without any further delay, I remarked. Nonsense. Then what are you doing here? Hai Bing coldly observed my despondent words and retorted, urging me to muster some semblance of masculine dignity. The guard approached the side of the truck, cautiously inspecting the interior. Just as he neared the window, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending the guard flying 2 meters away, his condition unknown. At that moment, as Hai Bing had foreseen, a motorcycle emerged from the left side of the armored truck. On the motorcycle sat 2 individuals, one on the back holding a gleaming long knife, its brilliance almost blinding in the sunlight. The guard had no time to react as the motorcycle hurtled towards the truck window. With a resounding crash, the 2 assailants leapt from the vehicle. The motorcycle collided violently with the glass, overwhelming the guard. Blood spewed from the guard's mouth as his trembling hands relinquished their grip on his weapon, ultimately falling limp. The armored truck exploded, the motorcycle soared away, and within a minute, the 2 guards were incapacitated. The assailants moved with seasoned precision, their brutality evident as they rendered the guards lifeless. One of the assailants, masked in black stockings, obscured his face entirely. The duo, seemingly unfazed by their surroundings, approached the armored truck. One produced a hammer and forcefully struck the rear door, which swung open. They swiftly entered and emerged shortly after, each carrying 5 boxes. As they surveyed their surroundings, they spotted a taxi under the red light and commandeered it for their escape. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to charge forward when, not far away, a motorcycle roared into view. It came to a graceful halt around the armored truck, and a police officer dismounted. Clad in a steel helmet, her slender frame was striking. Drawing a handgun from her waist, she aimed it at the assailants attempting to board the vehicle, commanding them to remain still or face gunfire. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a nightingale in a valley. It turned out to be a female officer. Slowly, she advanced, her weapon trained on the criminals, swaying from side to side, prepared to fire at the first movement from either assailant. The criminals appeared to understand the gravity of the situation, dropping the money boxes and raising their hands in surrender. The officer continued her approach, closing the distance to within 2 meters, and produced a pair of handcuffs with a steady hand. "It's your turn now," Hai Bing whispered. I looked at him in confusion. Wasn't everything progressing smoothly? These 2 criminals were formidable. In such a tense situation, they exhibited no signs of trembling, awaiting the optimal moment to strike. Once the female officer closed in within a meter, her firearm would become ineffective. Their agility suggested they were skilled fighters. Hai Bing furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Initially, he had expected typical criminals, yet these 2 proved to be anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, a smile graced Hai Bing's lips. "Go for it." Reluctantly, I rose and stealthily maneuvered behind nearby vehicles, inching closer to the female officer. Through a narrow gap, I observed her in a standoff with the criminals. They remained unnaturally calm, waiting for the officer to approach, hands raised, gazing down at the ground, appearing almost submissive. Witnessing such calmness from the assailants sent a chill down my spine. It was unnerving, as they did not resemble desperate robbers at all. The officer, seemingly losing patience, reached for the handcuffs, intending to secure the closer assailant first. However, the moment she touched his hand, a predatory gleam flickered in his eyes, and his arm coiled around her wrist like a serpent. "Ah!" she cried out, collapsing to the ground. The assailant had deftly overpowered her. Just as Hai Bing had predicted, they were indeed formidable. As the officer fell, she intended to fire her weapon, but the assailant's other hand moved faster, almost as if it were a shadow. Seizing her gun and snapping it with a sharp crack, he discarded the broken weapon and with a flick of his wrist, sent the officer flying 2 meters away, paying her no mind as he made to enter the vehicle, even gesturing rudely at her. The audacity was infuriating. As they prepared to flee, no help was in sight. All onlookers had either fled or locked themselves within their vehicles. The officer struggled to rise, and before the assailants could start the taxi, she lunged at them. I was immensely impressed by her bravery. The criminals glanced back at her, unfazed by her persistence, and exited the vehicle. They, being criminals, displayed no concern for the arrival of law enforcement, perhaps confident in their ability to evade capture in such a vast city. They seemed to relish the opportunity to toy with the officer. As one approached, she assumed a fighting stance, her gaze fixed intently on their movements. The assailants brazenly advanced. Enraged by their disregard, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at one of their faces. The speed was astonishing. I could scarcely follow the flurry of motion. The assailant, however, evaded her attack with ease, sidestepping her strikes, then suddenly crouching low before launching a fierce counterattack, akin to a leopard, swift and agile. He seized her arm and struck her with his knee. The officer was hit hard, her helmet flying off to reveal her long hair, cascading freely. Her delicate features were striking, particularly her pronounced nose, making her a breathtaking beauty. Blood trickled from her lips as she crumpled under the assailant's blow. After landing the strike, he simply scoffed and flicked his wrist, sending her sprawling. This assailant was extraordinarily powerful. In mere seconds, he had subdued the officer. He approached the fallen beauty, raising a robust foot above her, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Should he connect, she would likely not survive. At that moment, I surged forward without a trace of fear. A curious sensation washed over me. Initially hesitant, all trepidation vanished as I took action. The assailant halted, regarding my advance with disdain. I could sense his contemptuous gaze, but rather than disheartened, I felt a thrill of defiance. He withdrew his foot, standing firm as if awaiting my approach like a master. Upon closing the distance, I leapt into the air. In that instant, his face contorted, and despite his mask, I could discern his mocking grin. He laughed, and I returned the smile. Seizing the opportunity as I soared, he struck, aiming for my neck with swift precision. The rush of air preceded his blow. Such speed. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp. I evaded just in time. Producing the weapon I had long held, I swung it down with force, producing a sharp crack. The assailant groaned, his arm dropping limply. The weapon was a specially crafted spike, weighing 10 pounds, which Hai Bing had handed to me at the onset, recognizing that the assailant's speed could be countered with an unexpected strike. Indeed, having incapacitated one of his arms, I swiftly maneuvered behind him and struck again. With only one arm remaining, his reaction slowed. I dodged a couple of his attempts but landed several blows in return. Just as I began to revel in my advantage, he skillfully bent his leg, trapping the spike, and with a swift kick, aimed directly at my chest. I raised my arms to block, but his strength was overwhelming, sending me crashing to the ground beside the officer. The earlier advantage had dissipated. Turning to see the beauty gazing at me, I noted the sweat on her forehead and the tension in her tightly clenched lips as she cast a cold glance my way, devoid of gratitude. Oddly, I had come to assist her, yet received such a look in return. Truly a perplexing officer. The assailant's fury was palpable. Having suffered a significant setback at the hands of an ordinary person like me, his pride had been severely wounded. He advanced towards me, striding purposefully, seemingly unguarded, with one hand resting on his injured arm. Upon reaching me, he delivered a powerful kick. The force of his step was formidable. If he connected, I would likely spend the rest of my life bedridden. Initially, I was unscathed, yet to confound the assailant, I feigned an unsteady retreat from his onslaught. The brigand's strikes were methodical, his legwork impressive. Despite my sharp reflexes allowing me to evade most of his attacks, I could not escape being struck on the thigh. A searing pain ensued. With a sudden kick to my back, I was propelled forward, landing awkwardly on the ground. As I fell, my hand fortuitously grasped a hard object, igniting a surge of joy within me, for the pointed weapon had returned to my possession. Pretending to be incapacitated, I struggled and writhed, burying my head between my arms while discreetly observing the approaching assailant. Blinded by rage, he seemed oblivious to the notion of fleeing after a robbery, intent instead on ensuring my demise. Just as he prepared to stomp on my head, I swiftly rolled over, thrusting the sharp object into his ankle. A cry of pain escaped him as blood gushed forth, yet he remained standing, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at me. I felt a sense of helplessness. After all, it was his aggression that had forced my hand. Struggling to rise, I gasped for breath, hesitant to retaliate. The brigand, injured yet still rational, glared at me with a bloodthirsty gaze. Suddenly, the traffic light turned green, but no vehicles moved. A cacophony of honking erupted from behind. The brigand, realizing he had lingered too long, likely fearing the imminent arrival of law enforcement, opted to disregard me and limped towards his accomplice, who sat silently in the front seat of a taxi, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. This was no ordinary criminal. His calm demeanor was striking. "Seize him," shouted a female officer as she sprang towards the brigand, her fist aimed at the back of his head. Just as she seemed poised to land her blow, the brigand spun around as if he had eyes on the back of his head, catching her fist with one hand and spinning her effortlessly away. Foolishness, I mused. Mere courage was of little use against such skill. With both assailant and officer injured, engaging him in close combat was a reckless endeavor. The officer, perhaps fatigued from the previous encounters, was thrown violently to the concrete and lay still. Sighing, I recognized the gravity of the situation. Failure was not an option. Gripping the sharp object tightly, I advanced towards the brigand, feeling a surge of confidence akin to that of a cinematic hero. The wind at my back and a weapon in hand. The brigand, sensing my approach, turned to glare at me. If looks could kill, I would have perished instantly. Underestimating his agility, I hurled the weapon at him, but to my shock, as it struck his shoulder, it felt as though it had collided with a cushion. All force dissipated. His previously sluggish movements suddenly quickened, and he struck my face with a powerful blow, sending me reeling. Dazed and in pain, I barely registered the threat of the sharp object aimed at me. Just as it neared my eyes, a shadow darted in, colliding with the brigand and sending him flying. I turned to see the female officer grappling with him, both rolling on the ground. Their struggle was intense. The officer's form, strikingly beautiful, was momentarily captivating. Yet I had no time to admire it. The brigand, showing no mercy, regained his footing. Brandishing the sharp weapon, he lunged at the officer just as she attempted to rise. His attack was perfectly timed, exploiting her moment of vulnerability. Without a second thought, I charged at the brigand, determined not to let this enchanting officer fall before my eyes. Just as I launched myself at him, he unexpectedly diverted his attention towards me, using the distraction to counterattack. I narrowly avoided his strike, my pants torn by the sharp object. It dawned on me that the brigand's initial assault on the officer had merely been a ruse to lure me in. Regret surged within me, but it was too late. My forced maneuver disrupted my balance, and I fell, unable to rise as the brigand's weapon loomed over my chest. I braced for the end, a chilling realization settling in as I awaited my fate. In that moment, the sound of a gunshot shattered the air. Death had not claimed me. The officer stood with a firearm drawn, blood oozing from the brigand's wounds. Chapter 33. A frightening encounter. Sweat trickled down my brow as I cast a grateful glance at the officer. To my surprise, she dismissed my gratitude with a nonchalant, "It's nothing. Don't play the hero." With that, she approached the brigand's motionless form, nudging him with her foot. Satisfied by his lack of response, she exhaled in relief and cautiously approached the taxi. Curiosity piqued, I peered over to see the brigand slouched in the driver's seat, unresponsive to the world outside. How peculiar, I thought, and fortunate. Had both assailants engaged us, neither of us would have survived. The brigand, a cold-blooded killer, valued human life no more than a blade of grass. Had we not underestimated his capabilities, the situation would not have spiraled out of control. The officer, sensing the strangeness of the scene, noted the lifeless body in the driver's seat, her expression questioning. I shook my head, indicating it was not my doing. Regardless, our mission was accomplished. We had passed the test, and I had taken the first step toward my role as a protector. As I attempted to depart, the officer called out, "Halt." Turning back, I asked, "Is there something you need?" "I am rather fatigued and in need of rest." "You cannot leave. Return to the station to provide a statement," she commanded coldly. "Enough already. I prefer to do good deeds anonymously. I have no desire to visit the police station. It would be a joke. Given the nature of the officers there, they might suspect me to be a criminal. Even if I were to prove my innocence in the end, the detours I would have to take are far too many. I refuse to go. Absolutely refuse." "Do you think you can just ignore this?" The female officer sneered. "Hey, officer, I am a model citizen. Is it necessary for you to treat me with such disdain, as if I were a criminal? A police officer should possess some degree of approachability." I continued walking. "Take another step, and I will arrest you for obstructing justice." "Do you believe me?" the female officer warned. "Officer, I truly do not wish to go to the station. Could you perhaps show some leniency? I have pressing matters to attend to. Just pretend I never existed. Would you?" I sensed that the female officer was being excessively rigid. "Absolutely not." She had not smiled once, her expression resembling that of a debt collector. "I saved you earlier. Can't you just act as if you didn't see that?" "Stop right there. I'm arresting you now." With that, the female officer took out handcuffs and approached me. In the past, I would have never dared to resist. But now things were different. Just having emerged from a life-and-death struggle, I was brimming with courage. If challenged again, I would charge forward without hesitation. "If you dare to cuff me, I will accuse you of harassment," I declared defiantly. "What?" After a moment of processing, the officer responded, "You will accuse me of harassment?" "Why not?" I replied with a smile. As long as you allow me to leave, everything will be just fine. Unexpectedly, the officer's expression darkened. Even if you were involved in catching a thief, you should not speak to me in such a manner. As an officer of the law, I have the right to warn you. Rascals like you can harm others in society and negatively influence the social atmosphere. I must take you to the station for proper education. Good grief, I couldn't help but curse. Is there really such a foolish woman? I did a good deed without seeking recognition, and you label me a rogue. Aren't you afraid of disheartening the noble heroes out there? Truly, you're all brawn and no brains. Say that again, the officer retorted, her anger palpable. I dare you to repeat that. I realized I had crossed a line, particularly with a law enforcement officer like her, who was evidently not to be trifled with. Let us not escalate this. It would be bad if others saw us. Scoundrel. It was evident that the officer was genuinely furious. I was being courteous due to your earlier good deed. Under normal circumstances, I would have already taken you to the station. Enough talk. As soon as she finished speaking, the handcuffs were about to latch onto my wrists. Instinctively, I evaded, but the officer, not believing I'd managed to dodge, seized one of my hands and attempted to fasten the cuff around it. Harassment, I murmured as I dodged the cuffs again. The officer ignored my protest and continued her attempts to cuff me. I skillfully evaded her advances, but she was relentless. In a moment of frustration, she kicked me. I cried out as her shoe struck my calf, inflicting considerable pain. Before I could fully register the sensation, I felt the cold metal of the cuffs finally latch onto my wrist. The officer beamed, her smile radiant like a blooming lily, exuding a delightful sense of triumph. Her expression seemed to say, "See, I have successfully cuffed you." In a playful attempt, as one side of the cuffs was secured to my wrist, I quickly attached the other side to her wrist as well. "You," the officer exclaimed angrily. "What do you think you're doing? Now that we are handcuffed together, doesn't that give you more opportunity to harass me?" My bravado surged, and I was no longer concerned about being tactful. "Scoundrel!" The officer's hand flew towards my face, but I blocked it with my own. I thought only men enjoyed taking advantage of women. Turns out, you share that inclination as well. But let me clarify, I have no interest in you. Scoundrel. This was the third time she had called me that. Our hands were bound together, and, as she attempted to kick me, I cleverly trapped her leg with mine. The position was undeniably intimate. At first, she struggled fiercely, but the more she fought, the more we inadvertently pressed against each other. With her alluring figure and the faint scent of her perfume, I found myself involuntarily responding to the situation. As she continued to squirm, the cold anger on her face was suddenly replaced by a blush of crimson. Breathing heavily, I contemplated a way out of this predicament. I felt utterly doomed. Revealing such a lewd state in front of a police officer was mortifying, even for someone as thick-skinned as I. At that moment, I remembered Haibing, who had been watching from the sidelines, seemingly enjoying the spectacle without any intention to assist me. Now that I found myself in this dire situation, there was no way to salvage it. "Officer, let us strike a deal, shall we?" "Dream on," she shot back, her eyes blazing with fury. "You rogue." Each word dripped with resentment, as if she bore an unquenchable grudge. "Come on, there is no need for this. I haven't done anything to provoke you. You were the one who initiated this awkward situation." "What did you say?" The officer began to struggle again, more fiercely than before, nearly overwhelming me. Thankfully, men tend to have greater stamina, and she finally began to tire. "Unlock the cuffs, and I will immediately release you," I promptly offered. "The police will be here shortly. If they see us like this, I don't mind, but your reputation will take a hit. What will people say? They will surely accuse you of harassing a decent man." "Nonsense. You're the one harassing a decent woman. Fine, y surrender. Whether it's a man or a woman, you're the one harassing me. Is that acceptable? Scoundrel, you're the one harassing me." Her strength was waning, and she was now panting. "You can say whatever you want. Just let me go. If you don't, I can assure you that my little friend here doesn't understand boundaries," I threatened. Upon hearing this, her face turned pale, then flushed a shade of red, as if she were embarrassed. "Let go," she said softly, her tone unexpectedly gentle, catching me off guard. "Unlock the cuffs first." "Scoundrel, if you don't release me, how can I unlock the cuffs?" She insisted. I promptly loosened my grip, relieved that she kept her word and released me from the cuffs. Once my hands were free, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Now, let go of my legs," she said, a hint of irritation in her voice. I looked down and realized I was still holding onto her leg. Embarrassed, I released her. Not wanting to linger in such an awkward situation, I turned to leave. Scoundrel, don't let me see you again. The officer called after me. Don't worry, I have no intention of being harassed by you again, Comrade Luciume. The officer fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, how do you know my name? Are you really that dense? It's written on your badge, you fool. She glanced down at her badge and blushed, exclaiming, scoundrel, who are you calling fool? Chapter 34, Team 1 in a black car. Haibing nonchalantly turned the steering wheel, and upon seeing me enter the vehicle, he chuckled. Did you enjoy the experience? Were you doing this on purpose? I replied, somewhat irritated that he had remained indifferent during my precarious situation. What do you mean on purpose? Haibing feigned ignorance. On purpose, as in not coming to my aid when I was in danger. I enunciated each word carefully. Weren't you just fine? He shrugged, non-committal. I was momentarily speechless, and a silence enveloped the car. All right. Haibing observed my discontent and patted my shoulder. We VE achieved halfway through today's test, which isn't too bad. What? Halfway? I protested. We completed the task, and you say it's only halfway? Are you out of your mind? Haibing shook his head. You are mistaken. To be precise, you haven't completed the task at all. The prowess of the bandit took me entirely by surprise. Therefore, I decided to lower the difficulty and deal with one of the criminals in the vehicle. Wait a moment. It dawned on me that the thug in the car had been dispatched without my awareness, and it was this individual who had accomplished it. My initial resentment diminished significantly. At the very least, he was capable of neutralizing another threat. Otherwise, against two armed assailants, the female officer and I would have stood no chance. Haibing seemed to anticipate my thoughts and nodded in understanding. Today, the primary test for you is not merely the completion of the task, but rather your mindset in the face of unforeseen circumstances. You performed adequately today. Given your lack of battlefield experience, your performance exceeded my expectations. However, you made a grave error today by exposing your identity, allowing the police to recognize you. Moreover, it was utterly inappropriate to flirt with the officers during such a critical moment. Do you realize how many unforeseen events could transpire in mere minutes for someone in my position as a bodyguard? I was at a loss for words. My face flushed. Indeed, he was right. Remember, during a mission, personal feelings must not intermingle. This is the foremost taboo for a bodyguard. Every action you take must be to ensure the safety of your employer. The more you believe that something is unlikely to occur, the more likely it is to manifest. I took a deep breath. I understand. Have you ever taken a life? Haibing inquit gasul. The vehicle had already started, crossing the central divider and speeding down another alley. His voice, tinged with icy undertones, reached me. Simply put, have you ever killed? Those few words revealed Haibing's indifference to life. I could sense that, in the eyes of this elite bodyguard, a vibrant life held little value. I could hear the sound of my own swallowing. Not yet, but I recalled the few I had injured in self-defense during a pursuit, and a shiver ran down my spine. Not yet. I suppose that counts. What is it like to take a life? Haibing's gaze remained fixed ahead, a smile gracing his lips. His cold demeanor and smile seemed to shift effortlessly, likely due to the nature of his profession. At that moment, I struggled to discern his true emotions. I felt nothing. After killing, I ended up in the hospital and subsequently forgot about it. That's fortunate. If you hadn't, I would have planned for you to eliminate someone. Absolutely not. A chill coursed through me. Is killing merely a trivial matter to you? You misunderstand, Haibing replied, shaking his head. First, we do not kill indiscriminately, as our actions must hold significance. Second, every life we take has its own justification. I disagreed with Haibing's perspective. Countering, you are being reckless. Those who deserve death will face legal retribution. If everyone took it upon themselves to act as vigilantes, society would descend into chaos. This is a civilized society, not an ancient one. Killing indiscriminately, even with just cause, is unacceptable. Such actions represent a regression of society, not a progression. You seem well-read, Haibing remarked, gently brushing his golden locks. The law is merely a tool of the ruling class, a double-edged sword. Wield it wisely, and peace prevails. Wield it poorly, and discontent brews. The injustices in this world stem from differences in people's ideologies. Furthermore, the existence of private property engenders significant inequality. The concept of private ownership arises from human selfishness and malevolence. As long as humanity exists, such societal inequities will persist. What we do merely accelerates this process. I was taken aback that Hai Bing could extrapolate so much from my casual remark, leaving me somewhat dazed. It seems you are merely finding excuses for killing. Do not forget, you are now one of us, Hai Bing said with a smile. Moreover, you must rid yourself of any lofty ideals. Otherwise, you will meet a swift demise in future missions. Understood, I replied resignedly. At your command, instructor. With all due respect, Hai Bing suddenly remarked. Your current mindset is ill-suited for our line of work. You will come to realize this in due time. The small screen adjacent to the steering wheel flickered with red dots, constantly shifting as the car sped along. What is this? I inquired curiously. A tracking device. Hai Bing lie. To ensure the safety of our members and facilitate rescue operations, every vehicle in the company is equipped with an automatic tracking system. This vehicle boasts the finest bulletproof armor, complete with formidable missile attack and self-destruct mechanisms. How advanced? The company is indeed quite wealthy, I marveled. I knew that the cost for such extensive protective and offensive capabilities would be astronomical. It is even wealthier than you can imagine, Hai Bing chuckled. How could the company possibly be located in such a small place? Do not ask me. That is for the highest decision-makers of the company. The vehicle soon arrived at the Black Hawk Security Company, coming to a stop. Hai Bing and I underwent rigorous checks before we were finally granted access to the underground base. Why is it so troublesome to enter? I asked in the elevator, recalling my previous visit with Wu Ming, which had been a straightforward affair. Instructor Wu is one of the highest decision-makers in the company and does not require scrutiny. I was taken aback. I had not realized that Wu Ming was not only the chief instructor, but also one of the company's top decision-makers. Having only glimpsed a fraction of the organization, I could scarcely fathom its immense power. What sort of authority did the highest decision-makers wield? The elevator came to a halt on the 18th underground floor. The oppressive atmosphere immediately enveloped us. Although I felt somewhat uneasy, it was a marked improvement from my last experience. As we walked, the imposing figures around us paid us no heed, engrossed in their silent training, while the air was thick with the scent of sweat. The underground base was vast, seemingly endless, with ceilings towering several meters high, divided into countless rooms marked with signs. Hai Bing approached a door marked with a large character. As the door swung open, several figures rose to their feet. Chapter 35. The Devil's Training Camp. One individual stood no taller than 5 feet, slender and unassuming, yet with distinctly striking features. Particularly notable were his large, penetrating eyes, which could easily intimidate the timid, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In stark contrast, another man was considerably stout, undoubtedly a formidable presence. His physique twice the width of mine. His eyes were obscured by the excess flesh on his face, but a glimmer of coldness emanated from his gaze, sending chills down one's spine. The final individual appeared rather ordinary, of average height and weight, easily blending into a crowd. However, he skillfully twirled a small knife, clearly an adept with blades. Captain, the 3 of them exclaimed in unison, although their eyes were fixed on me. Yes, please take a seat, Hai Bing gestured, indicating a chair beside him for me. The trio regarded me with expressions of confusion, but Hai Bing chose not to explain immediately. He took a sip of water and then stated, "Today, we have gained another brother." Their initial perplexity transformed into excitement almost instantaneously. The stoutest among them let out a hearty laugh. "It's about damn time." He approached me and clapped a hand on my shoulder with surprising force. I had expected a mere tap, but his strength was astonishing. Unprepared, I was knocked off my chair, landing unceremoniously on the floor. The others stared at me in shock. Glancing at Hai Bing cleared his throat awkwardly and helped me up, addressing the stout man. "What was that about? Why so rough?" The stout man wore an expression of innocence. I merely tapped him lightly. He then turned to me. "My apologies, brother. It was entirely unintentional." Feeling his sincerity, I bore no ill will, instead finding his exuberance endearing. I waved my hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. From now on, we are brothers, so why dwell on it?" The stout man seemed to appreciate my attitude and chuckled heartily. "Exactly." Upon concluding his words, he contemplated throwing a punch, yet found himself awkwardly suspended mid-action, only to retract it with a sheepish grin. Hai Bing nodded in acknowledgement and proclaimed, "All right, let me formally introduce you. This is Xiao Fei, our new brother, who will henceforth become a member of Team 1. I greeted them with a smile. The portly gentleman was named Zhao Wei, while the slender one went by Hao Shuai. and the remaining individual was affectionately referred to as Red Face. Get to know each other, Hai being instructed, rising from his seat to address the heavier fellow. You all can familiarize yourselves while I attend to Xiao Fei's paperwork. With that, he closed the door behind him as he departed. Once Hai Bing left, the trio converged around me. Zhao Wei, the portly one, initiated the conversation. Hey, brother, did you come from the outside? Indeed, big brother, I replied with a smile, finding a certain endearment in the rotund figure. Don't call me big brother. Just call me Wei, he replied jovially. I think it would be better to refer to him as Weigu, interjected the lean one with a chuckle, recalling his name as Hao Shuai. Weigu sounds far more appealing than Hao Shuai, Zhao Wei retorted, pushing Hao Shuai aside. Don't interfere with my bonding time with the little brother. Bonding time, my foot. You merely wish to inquire about his personal affairs, Hao Shuai scoffed. Let me tell you, Weigu is still a virgin, haha. The laughter that erupted was infectious, and I found myself joining in. Wei Ji's face flushed crimson at this revelation, and he exclaimed in indignation, Hao Shuai, I challenge you to a duel. A duel it shall be, Hao Shuai replied with mirth. Who is afraid? We all know who is left searching for their teeth after yesterday's encounter with a woman. With that, he erupted into laughter. Fine, damn it, it seems we have no work today. Let us head out for a duel. The loser must shout, I'm a pig 50 times at the women's dormitory. What do you say? Zhao Wei declared loudly. Hao Shuai feigned fear with exaggerated expressions. Oh no, how embarrassing, but you shall be the one going. Zhao Wei clapped me on the shoulder and said, wait for me half an hour. I'll tidy up and then return to keep you company. Come on, Hao Shuai, let's see how far your prowess has developed. I bet you're already in late stages. Nearing your end. Even in death, I'll outlast you, Weigu, Hao Shuai retorted, his demeanor carefree. To the fighting arena. The two of them flung open the door and stormed out, slamming it shut behind them, leaving just Red Face and me in the room. Red Face, despite his name, appeared quite pale, clad in a tank top that showcased well-defined muscles, clearly a testament to his rigorous training. He smiled at me and reassured, don't worry. They often act like this. It's not the first time. Despite their frequent quarrels, their bond is remarkably strong. Anyone can see that. I nodded in agreement, smiling. After a few spins of small knife in his hand, Red Face executed a graceful motion, sheathing the blade in his pocket. How did you end up here? He inquired. I was compelled by circumstances. Do you believe me? I replied with a wry smile. Red Face shook his head in disbelief. I don't. It's true. Life has forced my hand, and then Instructor Wu gave me an additional push. Which Instructor Wu? He asked curiously. Who else but the illustrious Wu Ming, our chief instructor? I answered resignedly. What? Red Face's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into one of admiration. You have the fortune of being under our esteemed chief instructor. My goodness, you are truly fortunate. I felt rather unfortunate to have been thrust into this place, having heard tales of the grueling training here. Red Face, sensing my unease, queried, You can't possibly be unaware of the brutal nature of the Black Shadow Security Company's underground base, can you? I shook my head, indicating my unfamiliarity. Red Face regarded me incredulously. You dare to enter without knowing? What are you thinking? Why do you ask? I replied. He looked at me as though I were naive. Brother, forgive my bluntness, but given that even Zhao Wei fell to a single move, it seems you may never escape this place. His words ignited a foreboding sense within me. The Black Shadow Security Company is renowned as the most powerful security firm globally. With its personnel being the elite of the industry, no one dares to dispute this. However, do you know why the bodyguards of the Black Shadow Security Company are so formidable? It is due to their exceedingly harsh selection process. Red Face paused, noticing my rapt attention, and continued, This is merely a small sub-base of the Black Shadow Security Company. Yet the competition is fierce. There are over 300 individuals, but only 18 can leave every 6 months. Moreover, if those 18 fail to perform adequately during their missions, they must return to the base and are barred from participating in the selection for 6 months. How is the selection conducted? I inquired, eager to understand the severity of the process. By any means necessary. It's a life and death struggle. The simplicity of his words finally shattered my mental defenses. Life and death struggle. This implied that fatalities were inevitable. Sensing my dread, Red Face shook his head. It's not just about death. In a fight, one may not die but could end up crippled for life. But the disabled can still leave, right? I ventured. Red Face replied softly. Who knows? No one can corroborate the whereabouts of those who return from the matches in such a state. What? I exclaimed in shock and anger. Shoo, he cautioned. Keep your voice down. We don't want the enforcement team to hear us. That would be troublesome. Enforcement team? Redface was about to explain when a knock echoed through the room. Chapter 36. Ruan Xiao knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. Come in. Redface cleared his throat. The door opened gently, revealing a delicate white hand first. White, indeed, exceedingly pale, lacking any hint of color, almost sickly in its hue. The fingers were slender and rounded, strikingly beautiful, with prominent knuckles. Then, a figure stepped into view. His skin mirrored the hand's pallor, yet his features were strikingly handsome. Among men, even if he lacked Haibing's fatal charm, he would still be considered exceptionally attractive, while Haibing possessed a captivating, deadly allure. This individual exuded a breathtaking kind of beauty that incited my envy. It appeared that Redface also felt a twinge of discontent at the sight of this handsome face. Furrowing his brow, what do you want? Unfazed by Redface's rudeness, the newcomer offered a polite smile. I apologize for the interruption. If you're busy, I can return later. His voice was melodious, embodying a perfect blend of masculinity with a hint of softness. Not at all. Please come in, I quickly interjected. A guest is always welcome. Please have a seat. Thank you, he replied, smiling and nodding, though his gaze remained fixed on Redface. Seeing that I had spoken and had not dismissed him, Redface begrudgingly nodded. What is it? Speak quickly. The newcomer did not respond directly, but instead looked at me with curiosity. And you are? I don't believe we've met before. Oh, I just arrived, I explained. A pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand, and I shook it firmly, feeling an unusual chill in his palm, unlike any ordinary handshake. From now on, we are brothers, part of the same family, he declared with a smile. I am Ruan Xiaohu. Xiaofei. Xiaofei, it's a pleasure. I'm delighted to meet you. I'm a member of Team 2, just next door. Please feel free to visit us anytime. You are most welcome. Certainly, certainly. The conversation between us flowed naturally. Yet beneath the surface, there seemed to be something unspoken. Even I cannot quite discern it. Despite being fellow base members, my rapport with Ruan Xiaohu felt markedly different from that with Redface. What lay beneath this dynamic? Redface, growing impatient, interjected, "Where is Captain Haibing? He has just stepped out, along with the others. It seems they've gone to some fighting venue," I informed. I see. Ruan Xiaohu hesitated for a moment. Perhaps I should wait for their return to discuss matters. What is it you wish to discuss? Redface pressed, clearly lacking patience and unwilling to extend even the slightest courtesy. I found this relationship intriguing. Ruan Xiaohu smiled. In that case, I shall be forthright. In 3 months, we will have the selection competition. To better prepare for this event, our leader Liao has proposed that the 4 teams engage in a series of mock competitions to enhance our experience. Really? The red-faced man exhibited a slight change in demeanor. Lost in thought for a moment before responding, "No problem. I will certainly relay this message to Captain Haiying. I believe the captain will not decline such a beneficial opportunity as a simulated match. That makes things easier. Teams 2, 3, and 4 have already agreed. If you're also in favor, arrangements can be made immediately," Ruan Xiaohu said with delight. "I shall not disturb you further. Please continue your conversation," Ruan Xiaohu said as he rose, a smile perpetually gracing his face. "No need to see me off," the red-faced man replied, seemingly deep in contemplation. "Goodbye," I said as I stood up. "Remember to visit our team too." "You're most welcome," Ruan Xiaohu winked at me. I initially regarded Ruan Xiaohu as a polite and cultured individual, his face always radiating warmth and charm. How infuriating, the red-faced man suddenly exclaimed after Ruan Xiaohu departed. I looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend his disdain for Ruan Xiaohu, which had been apparent since the latter's arrival. The red-faced man shook his head and said to me, "You are new here. You will understand in time. The depths of this situation run very deep. No one here is to be underestimated." Although Ruan Xiaohu greets everyone with a smile, he bears the ominous nickname Smiling Tiger, which speaks volumes. He is adept at concealing his true intentions, engaging in activities that others prefer to avoid, and skillfully currying favor with those in authority. Moreover, there are influential individuals in the upper echelons of the company, rendering them untouchable. Coupled with his considerable strength, few dare to provoke him. "And you just?" I inquired. "I happen to be one of the few who is unafraid of him," the red-faced man chuckled. "While others cower, I fear nothing." I was left speechless. At that moment, Hai Bing returned, handing me a card. This is your identity card. You will need it for all transactions within the base. Transactions require a card? I asked, puzzled. Indeed, it serves as a form of supervision. Your training achievements will be recorded on this card. If you cannot leave the base, the card will hold little value. However, once you can venture outside, it will be immensely useful. You will come to understand this in due course. Newcomers possess a standard card, which will automatically upgrade as your rank increases. Additionally, there are many rules for lower ranks, so refrain from wandering about aimlessly at first. Stay in your designated room. Each person in the base has their own quarters, and this is the group office where everyone must gather to foster camaraderie. Understood, Captain, I replied. Once Hai Bing concluded, the red-faced man leaped up, excitedly saying, Captain Ruan Xiaohu just visited. Hai Bing furrowed his brow. What was his purpose? Captain Ruan Xiao mentioned that teams 1, 2, 3, and 4 are to engage in a simulated match to gain experience before the actual selection competition, the red-faced man explained. Observing his expression, it was evident he was somewhat in favor of the simulation. Hai Bing remained silent for a moment before saying, do not be overly jubilant. While a simulated match may seem trivial, I fear their intentions may not be as straightforward as they appear. Ruan Xiaohu is not as simple as he seems. Even I struggle to decipher him. I have heard that their captain is exceedingly cautious. Why fear him? We can settle matters through direct confrontation. In the arena, strength reigns supreme. The red-faced man retorted defiantly. You are underestimating the complexity of the situation, Hai Bing replied, visibly taken aback by the news, hesitating. Also, be more courteous to Ruan Xiaohu. It will serve you well in the future. Remember, even if you hold a dislike for him, do not be overtly direct, as that may lead to unnecessary conflicts. While our principle emphasizes strength, there are matters that cannot be resolved through sheer power. However, do not become too close to Ruan Xiaohu. The latter part of Hai Bing's statement was clearly directed at me, as his gaze rested upon me. This individual is quite extraordinary. Hai Bing's expression was grave as he uttered these words. Chapter 37, Matters of Concern, Part 1. Initially, I held a favorable impression of Ruan Xiaohu, believing the red-faced man's grievances to be personal vendettas. However, with Hai Bing expressing a similar sentiment, I knew I had to reconsider. This, of course, would be a lingering concern. For now, my immediate priority was to comprehend the intricacies of the underground base. I approached this place with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. The underground base, as previously mentioned, is exceedingly vast. Perhaps vast is an inadequate term. Expansive would be more fitting. For a training facility housing 300 to 400 prospective bodyguards. Its enormity is staggering, a testament to the might of the Black Hawk Security Company. After Hai Bing's remarks on Ruan Xiaohu, he instructed the red-faced man to enlighten me on the rules of the base before taking his leave. As soon as Hai Bing departed, my good friends, the portly Weiga and the dashing Hao Shuai, returned. Just half an hour prior, Weiga had vehemently declared his intent to knock Hao Shuai senseless. Yet he returned with a purple left eye and a disheartened expression. What's the matter, Weiga? The red-faced man inquired, amusement evident in his tone. Upon hearing the red-faced man's mocking question, Weiga huffed and ignored him, turning his attention to Hao Shuai. Hao Shuai cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. In light of Weiga's noble character and his willingness to yield, Weiga glared at the red-faced man, his eyes ablaze with fury, as Hao Shuai quickly added, therefore, our life-and-death duel ended in a draw. The red-faced man burst into laughter, pointing at Weiga's eyes. Is that so, Weiga? Realizing his embarrassment had been exposed, Weiga retorted angrily. So what if it is? You, red-faced, come on. Let's settle this in the arena one-on-one. His voice boomed, causing the flesh on his body to quiver. The red-faced man paid no heed to Weiga's fury and continued. Weiga truly possesses a generous spirit, allowing such matters to slide. It seems our team's chance to achieve fame and glory has evaporated, as evidenced by your loud proclamation of I am a pig directed at the girls' dormitory. Seeing Hao Shuai's woeful expression, combined with his dramatic appearance, I could not help but chuckle. Weiga, realizing the futility of concealing his shame, felt a twinge of embarrassment despite his thick skin. Red-faced, remember this. I will ensure you suffer humiliation at least once, Weiga declared vehemently. So what if I yelled I am a pig 50 times in the girls' dormitory? I accept my loss. Ah yes, red-faced, this will be entertaining, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Yet, Upon observing Wega's murderous glare, his enthusiasm quickly turned to sorrow. Alas, why must only Wega endure such suffering? My heart aches for him. How Shuai was the first to burst into laughter, followed by Wega, who managed a wry smile. With companions like you, I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. How Shuai? I suddenly asked, what is the arena? How Shuai ceased his laughter and looked at me. Do not call me How Shuai. I am well aware of my appearance. Just call me handsome guy. I couldn't help but smile. The red-faced man interjected, truly shameless. While Captain Haibing calling you handsome guy may be acceptable, and Brother Xiao Fei may also call you that without offense, for you to demand such praise is absurd. It seemed these individuals frequently engaged in playful banter without any trace of anger. Handsome guy shrugged. This is purely jealousy. The red-faced man laughed. I envy you for being so handsome. It must be a curse. By the way, Wega, let me know when you plan to visit the girls' dormitory, so I can cheer you on, the red-faced man teased, directing his comment at Wega. Wega shot a menacing glare at the red-faced man, his eyes sparkling with malice. Oh, I am so terrified. With a flushed face, he feigned fear and muttered, Wega is about to explode. He has resolved to shout 500 times that I am a pig, not just 50. Initially, Wega was furious, but he soon calmed down and, with a sly grin, declared, all right, tonight I shall stand beneath the girls' dormitory and proclaim 500 times, Zhang Shan, I love you. The handsome fellow burst into laughter, giving the flushed face a friendly pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing the name Zhang Shan, the flushed face's expression immediately soured, and he closed his mouth, refraining from further mockery. Yet, Wei Ge was relentless. Impressive, isn't it? Go on, continue. I'm not one to shout just 50 times. I will loudly proclaim to the world that I love Zhang Shan. Faced with Wei Ji's triumphant laughter, the flushed face became subdued. All right, Wei Ge, it's all my fault. You are magnanimous. Let us pretend that incident never happened, shall we? That one do. Wei Ge shook his head. I'm a man of my word. If I fail to uphold my promise this time, it will be difficult for me to survive in the base. Why would that be? The flushed face asked, attempting to flatter. I know what kind of person you are, Wei Ge. Everyone knows you are a true gentleman. Handsome and charming, captivating countless lovesick maidens, a modern-day Cupid indeed. The handsome fellow remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. I whispered curiously, who is Zhang Shan? Shoo. Keep your voice down, the handsome fellow replied softly. That's a colossal secret. He glanced at Wei Ge and the flushed face, who seemed to be negotiating something significant, and then continued, Zhang Shan is the dream girl of the flushed face. He has admired her for quite some time, but lacks the courage to confess. Zhang Shan? Where is she? Just not far from here, in the girls' dormitory. There are women here? I exclaimed. Of course. The handsome fellow replied mysteriously, I'll tell you. There are quite a few women here, and their quality is exceptionally high. They are breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Shan is merely an average-looking girl among them. The true beauty of the base is simply stunning, far surpassing even movie stars. The handsome fellow's lecherous demeanor combined with his pig-like face sent a chill down my spine. So, do you not have a crush? I asked. The handsome fellow became bashful at this, an unusual sight indeed, for he had just been so brazen. No, not all, he replied awkwardly. That's hard to believe. The flushed face suddenly interjected, having clearly been eavesdropping. Damn it, handsome, you like the base's top beauty, don't you? What is there to be shy about? Anyone would be drawn to her. She looks like a celestial being, captivating every man in the base. I like her too, but I want to compete with you. The flushed face paused, then laughed. It's because I know my place. She would never look my way. Unlike someone his voice trailed off, teasing the handsome fellow, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Flushed face, if you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. Right now. I'm ready, let us go. The flushed face laughed, relishing the moment. Chapter 38. Those Matters, Part 2. Watching my companions exchange playful jibes brought an inexplicable warmth to my heart, as they reminded me of the brothers I had during my university days. It has been a year or two since I last contacted them. I wonder how they are faring. Are they doing well? Wei Ge, the handsome fellow, and the flushed face. These 3 simple exchanges of banter encapsulated the warmth between brothers, revealing the depth of their camaraderie. I could feel the profound bond they shared. All right, no more picking at my scars, the handsome fellow pleaded. If you continue, I'll reveal all your embarrassing moments too. Wega chuckled. What embarrassing moments do I have? I stand firm and upright. I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking at my door at midnight. The handsome fellow smirked at Wei Gu's righteous demeanor. You upright? Don't think I'm unaware of your secret thoughts. Every time you see a girl, your eyes nearly pop out. It's clear to everyone that you, the hefty one, have a tremendous interest in her. Who? Speak up. I didn't know Wei Gu had a crush. The flushed face turned to him. Damn it. This scoundrel Wei Gu always uses Zhang Shan to hold me down. Just tell me, and I'll promote you properly. Veuillez scoffet. What secrets could I possibly have? The handsome fellow leaned in conspiratorially. Let me tell you, every time Wei Gu and I go out to eat and spot a girl, he can't help but stare at her, and he stares with such intensity that it's almost embarrassing. That girl comes to eat precisely at noon and 6 in the evening, and Wei Gu always arrives at the same time. At first, I thought he was turning over a new leaf and becoming a decent man, but after accompanying him a few times, I realized he was merely waiting for her. Really? The flushed face asked, glancing at Wei Gu. Has this guy fallen for someone? Whether he has or not, I can't say, but I do know that every time he sees a girl, he gets quite excited. Ouch. The handsome fellow exclaimed, cut off by a swift blow from Wei Gu, who leapt onto him, grappling him by the neck. Damn it, you can't say that. All right, I was wrong, Wei Gu. The handsome fellow defended himself, countering Wei Gu's attacks. The sounds of their tussle echoed through the room, leaving me wide-eyed in astonishment. Are they serious? Their strikes were so powerful they produced cracking sounds, akin to a scene from a movie. I was taken aback. Wei Gu, despite his size, moved with surprising agility, a stark contrast to his bulk. The handsome fellow, seizing an opportunity, managed to escape Wei Gu's grasp and engage him in a spar. Just as I was about to intervene, the flushed face restrained me, shaking his head. Don't worry, it's all in good fun. Good fun? I exclaimed, witnessing Wei Gu pick up a nearby chair and swing it forcefully. The wind whistled past, causing my expression to shift with alarm. Is this really just fun? The handsome fellow seemed unfazed, and as the chair approached, he countered with a punch, shattering the entire chair into splinters, the debris flying towards my face, stinging painfully. I cover my face, looking at the flushed face. Is this really just fun? Someone could get killed. The flushed face dismissed my concerns. It's merely playful. Look, they're holding back their strength, and 1T use lethal force. That's the rule here. Strength is respected above all else. When one can't win with words, they resort to fists. Is it true that fights break out here without consequence? I asked incredulously. As long as no one dies, it's fine. It's just property damage. The higher-ups actually appreciate our spirited nature, as long as we're not training all day like robots. The flushed face explained, moreover, there are too many men here vying for the attention of women. Although what? I inquired curiously. Although the women are utterly oblivious to the fact that men are competing for them, just like these two lunatics. No way, I pondered, is it really necessary? Absolutely necessary. The flushed face insisted. Little brother, you're new here and don't yet understand the hardships within. Despite our jovial demeanor, we endure the loneliness of being men. Apart from the grueling training, there are very few women here, and each one is a carefully selected beauty meant for show. The men here have been around for varying lengths of time. Some, like you, are newcomers, while others have been here for 5 or 6 years. I once met someone who had been here for 6 years without ever going out. Just think about it. 6 years without seeing a woman. That is a terrifying prospect. So, some actions can be understood. How long have you been here? I cautiously inquired. The flushed face, seemingly unbothered by the question, replied nonchalantly, only a year. I am utterly astonished. It's only been a year. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. There is no mistake. Hence, you remain oblivious to our suffering. This place embodies the utmost cruelty. They provoke our latent potential through every conceivable temptation, compelling us to unearth our utmost capabilities. The two formidable individuals, Wei Gu and Shuage, continue their fierce exchange, while chaos ensues around us. Redface and I have been cornered, observing their duel. It is utterly exhilarating, each strike executed with precision, as if choreographed. The display is nothing short of spectacular. Occasionally, their limbs brush past us, the gusts generated by their movements stinging my skin, a testament to their formidable combat prowess. I find myself newly enlightened regarding the combat abilities of those within the base. They are remarkably formidable, I exclaim in awe. Formidable, indeed, but merely at a mediocre level here, Red Face elucidates. Moreover, this is not their true capability. Should they fight earnestly, they could likely demolish this building. Is it truly that extreme? I gasp in disbelief. More so than you can imagine. You haven't encountered those of higher rank. In fact, on a concrete surface, they could easily shatter it with a single step. Steel crumbles before them like mere paper. Red-face remarks, observing my astonished expression. I was just as incredulous upon my arrival, but after merely a week here, I acclimated. This isn't merely a bodyguard training facility. It's akin to a monster training ground, filled with beasts. He spat contemptuously onto the ground. As Wei Gu and Shuage intensify their brawl, we find ourselves pushed towards the exit. Just as we retreat, the door is shattered by one of their punches, debris flying. What on earth are you doing? I exclaim. Suddenly, Red-face reaches out, brandishing a sharp knife mere centimeters from me, sending chills down my spine. Stay away. This place is too perilous for you, he warns. I choose not to display bravado and obediently distance myself, my expression a complex mix of emotions as I watch the two combatants exchange blows. Their movements become a blur, while Red-face observes with rapt attention, occasionally offering commentary. That maneuver is impressive. I'm utterly speechless in the presence of these three. Just as I am engrossed in the spectacle, a hand suddenly claps on my shoulder from behind. I turn around, taken aback. Chapter 39. The Iceberg Beauty. Upon turning, I am greeted by a smiling individual of similar height, with neatly parted hair and striking features. His deep-set eyes gleam with wisdom, and through them, I can almost see my own reflection. You are Xiao Fei? He inquires with a smile. Nodding, I respond. And you are? He glances at the ongoing duel between Wei Gu and Shuage, then at Red-face, before introducing himself. I am Jiang Bing, the captain's secretary. The captain's secretary? I ask, perplexed. Ah, it's understandable you are unaware, having just arrived at the base. I manage the day-to-day operations here, and most people are familiar with me. I hope my unexpected visit does not surprise you too much. Can we find a place to discuss? Jiang Bing suggests with a smile. I glance at the two who are wreaking havoc and respond helplessly. I'm afraid there's no place to accommodate you, haha. Not to worry, if you don't mind. We could sit at the CF, he replies nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing fight. That sounds fine. Either way, I agree. Having exchanged a knowing glance with Red-face, who nods in affirmation. Please, Jiang Bing gestures, and as he walks away, he suddenly turns to the fighting duo, stating, Brothers engaged in combat, considering the extent of your destruction, if you do not cease, I shall deduct a week's worth of training points. Upon hearing this, Wei Gu and Shuage immediately halt, standing at attention. Report, sir. We were merely sparring, they assert. Jiang Bing responds coolly. Wait here. I will return to inspect. If the office is not restored within an hour, a week's worth of training points will be deducted. Even Wei Gu, usually so optimistic, looks disheartened at the prospect of losing training points. Understood, sir. Please, follow me, Jiang Bing beckons. Witnessing his ability to defuse the escalating tension with just a few words leaves me in awe. You truly are impressive. I commend him. Jiang Bing offers a wry smile. I suspect they are cursing me now. It's an occupational hazard. Rarely can one avoid offending others. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, we arrive at a quaint, traditional house. The wooden structure is adorned with a variety of flora, a sight I have never before encountered. Under the warm glow of the lights, the orange-hued petals shimmer without being blinding. Two imposing figures stand guard at the entrance, their presence starkly contrasting with the serene garden. The cottage spans approximately 200 square meters, its ceiling adorned with two dragon horns, creating a magnificent aesthetic. Illuminated letters read, Daphne, CAF. The guards salute Jiang Bing upon his arrival and open the door, casting a curious glance at me as we enter. Instantly, I am captivated by the interior's charm. The CAF is arranged with dozens of seats elegantly scattered throughout. The waitstaff, all strikingly beautiful, possess slender figures and captivating features, their movements effortlessly alluring. At the back, a bar counter hosts 3 young women attending to orders. Adjacent to the bar is a small stage where several ladies perform melodious tunes. The patrons are sparse, a mere handful scattered throughout, all engrossed in the performance, swaying gently in appreciation. Among the trio of performers, one stands out, particularly enchanting as she gracefully dances her fingers across the piano keys. Her long hair cascades over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. Jiang Bing seems equally mesmerized by her performance. As the piece concludes, a few patrons enthusiastically applaud, exclaiming bravo. However, one boisterous man in a suit disrupts the ambience with loud whistles, his fervent gaze fixated on the enchanting performer. The applause dwindles, and Jiang Bing shakes his head with a sigh. What a mood killer! The beauty remains unfazed, ignoring the raucous man as she elegantly prepares to exit the stage. Her graceful steps resemble those of a rare, poised beauty. Seeing her disregard, the man's expression darkens as he blocks her path, demanding, "Hello, beautiful. Could you spare a moment for coffee?" She maintains her composure, bypassing him as she strides towards the exit, prompting a chorus of disapproving hisses from onlookers. The man's demeanor shifts, his voice dripping with menace. "Don't be ungrateful. I respect you. That should mean something. Should I become displeased, you will regret it." Such a brutish man is indeed a sight to behold, and I echo Jiang Bing's sentiments. "Step aside," the beauty commands, her voice melodious yet firm. "I refuse," the man retorts, deliberately obstructing her exit, grinning as he adds, "Unless you join me for coffee." The beauty remains silent, prompting the man to misconstrue her silence as acquiescence. That's the spirit. It's just coffee after all. We can take our time with the rest, he insists, presenting himself as a gentleman. I find this interaction increasingly intolerable, particularly for the angelic beauty who deserves far better than to be subjected to such crude advances. I nudge Jiang Bing, suggesting he intervene. To my surprise, he merely shakes his head, indicating I should observe closely. I feel a sense of frustration at his response. The delicate beauty appears frail, as if a gust of wind could topple her. I cannot stand by any longer. "What a magnificent bull," I whispered softly, although my voice was barely audible. The entire room heard it. All eyes around us were fixed on me and Jiang Bing. Jiang Bing looked at me helplessly. "You clean up the mess yourself." The muscular man turned his head and glared at me, startling me. I had initially thought of him merely as a strong man, but his fierce gaze sent shivers down my spine. Compared to him, even a handsome man seemed like a celestial being. This man resembled a bull. "Indeed, he looks like a bull," I remarked again. Laughter erupted around us. The muscular man, noticing the interruption, glared at me darkly. "You little brat. Who are you insulting? Am I insulting you?" Laughter filled the air once more. Even the beautiful woman, who had been frowning, couldn't help but smile. Her smile brightened the eyes of those around, including Jiang Bing. "Truly enchanting." The muscular man, fuming, said, "Do you even know who I am?" I shook my head. "Who are you?" He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm himself, wanting to impress the beautiful woman. "Listen, it's a wide road. Let's go our separate ways. Don't meddle. I'm here to invite this lovely lady for coffee, so mind your own business. Who has time for you?" In such an elegant setting, I simply wish to avoid any crude behavior. She hasn't agreed to your advances, and yet you persist shamelessly. The crowd cheered in approval. All the men, accustomed to rigorous training, were eager for entertainment in the CAF, and naturally, they were thrilled by the unfolding drama. The muscular man's face darkened as he realized everyone was laughing at him. "Kid, I challenge you to a duel." "I'm not interested," I replied with a smile. With Jiang Bing beside me, I felt no fear. I believed that the conflict between the muscular man and me could be resolved with mere words. It would be difficult to stop him, however. The muscular man sneered, glancing at Jiang Bing. "Don't think that I won't act just because Jiang Bing is beside you. Others may fear him, but I do not." Jiang Bing chuckled, though his lips twitched slightly, quickly regaining composure. "Is that so? And what of it?" "I don't answer to you," the muscular man declared. "I'm under orders from above." Jiang Bing remained unfazed, looking at the beautiful woman, who seemed indifferent, lost in her thoughts. "You must be new here," Jiang Bing remarked casually. "I just arrived yesterday. Why?" "No wonder you're so clueless," Jiang Bing laughed. "If you want coffee, you've definitely come to the wrong person. I can choose whoever I like. Who are you to stop me?" The muscular man sneered. "Is she your girlfriend?" Jiang Bing shook his head. "Not at all." "Your girlfriend?" The muscular man pointed at me. I shook my head. "That's none of your business." The muscular man turned crimson, taken aback by my retort. His expression changed dramatically, though he had initially been cautious of Jiang Bing. After being humiliated in front of the beautiful woman, his rage boiled over, and he was about to throw a punch. Just then, the curtain at the entrance was lifted, and a figure approached. Without a word, he stood before the muscular man and effortlessly sent him sprawling to the ground with a single strike. Chapter 40. The muscular man was stunned, gasping for breath as he lay on the floor. When he regained his senses and realized he had been knocked down, his eyes turned red with fury, and he let out a roar, charging at the newcomer. The man merely smiled coldly, extending a single hand to catch the muscular man's fierce punch, twisting it with ease, producing a sound of cracking bones. The muscular man screamed in agony, the noise shaking the CAF. The newcomer smirked disdainfully. Trash. Then, like discarding garbage, he tossed the muscular man aside. The muscular man, filled with fear, stammered, "Who are you?" The man didn't even glance at him. 10 seconds to disappear, or I'll break every bone in your body. The muscular man, terrified, let out a wail and scrambled out of the CAF. It was a dramatic reversal. The once imposing muscular man transformed into a frightened dog, fleeing in disgrace. The crowd was left in shock, speechless. I, too, was captivated by the entrance of this man, unable to take my eyes off him. Jiang Bing shrugged and said to me, "Let us go, there is nothing more to see." As we were leaving, I took a closer look at the newcomer. Initially intimidated, I had not paid attention to his appearance. However, upon closer inspection, I realized he was extraordinarily handsome, with short hair that made him appear vibrant and remarkably handsome features. He could rival even the likes of Haiyang. He had a tall and slender physique, exuding an air of elegance that belied his earlier display of strength. Capable of effortlessly handling a towering brute, this seamless blend of strength and grace left an impression of versatility, and I could only imagine how many women he could charm outside. Truly a remarkable figure, especially when standing next to the beautiful woman. They complemented each other perfectly. You're startled. I apologize for being late, he said to the beautiful woman, his tone sincere. I don't need your help. Go away. The woman, named Yuer, replied coldly. The man, oddly unfazed, merely smiled ruefully. Why treat me this way? Before he could finish, Yuer interrupted. 3 seconds, move aside. Unlike the muscular man, he did not cling to her. He sighed and stepped aside. All right. Watching her graceful figure leave, he gazed longingly, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Upon noticing us, his eyes lit up, and he strode over. Jiang Bing, what are you doing here? Aren't you a busy man? He said, shaking off the earlier gloom. Jiang Bing smiled in return. You seem to be having a tough time in love. Don't mention it. I've been rather unlucky lately. He wanted to even speak to me. The man shook his head. Upon seeing me beside Jiang Bing, he curiously asked, "And who is this?" Jiang Bing patted my shoulder, smiling. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Fei, a promising talent personally selected by Coach Wu. He then pointed at the newcomer, captain of Team 70, a super expert. Hearing Jiang Bing's introduction, shook his head. Don't listen to Jiang Bing. Calling me a super expert is an exaggeration. I can only manage a few tricks. See, you're being modest. In the base, hardly anyone can match you. In 3 months, you'll be able to leave openly. Let us talk about that when the time comes, replied. Are you planning to stay for long, Qinyu? Jiang Bing teased. I was left utterly confused, not understanding who Long Qinyu was or what leaving meant. Seemed disinterested in elaborating on the matter, extending his hand towards me. Nice to meet you. Shaking his warm hand, I was struck by his polite demeanor, almost forgetting his earlier ferocity. Xiao Fei, the new guy, pleased to meet you. Honestly, I found myself quite fond of a handsome and courteous individual. He smiled and nodded. So you're the one selected by Coach Wu. That's impressive. Come on, don't just stand there. Today as coffee is on me, though Jiang Bing will pay. I've exhausted my Black Hawk coins. You rascal, Jiang Bing said with a wry smile. You're always trying to extort me. I warned you not to treat people to coffee so readily. I never expected you to spend so lavishly. Among all the talents at the base, you have the most Black Hawk coins, yet spend the fastest. Sigh, take a seat, order whatever you like. After all, I'm treating Xiao Fei, and I might as well treat you too to avoid you complaining all the time. Was not shy about it, calling the waiter and promptly ordering several cups of the finest Dingshan. I glanced at the menu, noting that each cup cost 20,000 Black Hawk coins. I had no concept of this. Jiang Bing exclaimed, Batter, you rascal. What are you doing to me? The finest Dingshan, for heaven's sake. After tonight, I'll lose 10 days' worth of salary. Haha, laughed Stingy. Everyone knows you earn a good salary as an assistant. It's just a few cups of coffee. No need to be like this. Jiang Bing sighed. It's not surprising. I anticipated your reaction. Was the Black Eagle coin? I inquired suddenly. Did Hai Bing give you a card? Jiang Bing asked. Yes, I replied, producing the card that Hai Bing had given me. It It was entirely emerald green, adorned with a vividly depicted black eagle soaring through the skies, lifelike and captivating. This jade card is merely the most basic type, Jiang Bing chuckled. In the underground base, all expenditures and training activities necessitate card usage. However, the access granted by this card varies according to its level. For instance, your card only permits entry to the cafeteria and training facilities, but this entertainment venue we are in requires at least a silver card. A silver card? I asked. Indeed. The base issues 6 types of cards: jade, copper, silver, gold, and diamond. As the card's level increases, so too does the range of venues accessible. This card symbolizes your identity, and once outside, its level dictates the assistance you can garner. The higher the card, the greater the support available, particularly for bodyguards on mission. Jiang Bing explained patiently. How can one elevate the card's level? There are numerous methods, Jiang Bing smiled. The first is to obtain a privilege card issued by the higher-ups. If you were chosen by the chief instructor, you'd at least receive a gold card. Of course, if you wish to exchange it, I can assist. The second method involves training performance, such as breaking records during training. Lastly, the fastest way is to participate in combat competitions. Each victory earns you Black Eagle coins, and consecutive wins can exponentially increase the coins on your card. That is how I acquired my gold card, he laughed. How much do I currently have on my card? 100,000, Jiang Bing replied with a grin. I felt a surge of joy. 100,000 was a substantial amount. 100,000 is merely sufficient for a month's worth of meals, Jiang Bing remarked. What? I exclaimed. Is that all for my sustenance? What about other activities like training? You'll have to figure that out yourself, Jiang Bing shrugged, chuckling. Ah, the plight of those at the bottom. Why is my fate so harsh? Upon hearing my lament, both Jiang Bing and burst into laughter. Chapter 41. The Dragon Creation Project, there's no need to rush. Take your time. Haven't I mentioned that if you wish to exchange for a gold card, I can facilitate that? Jiang Bing questioned. Hai Bing must understand the limitations of your privileges. How could he assist you in acquiring a jade card? Jiang Bing pondered. The captain likely has his own plans. I'll stick with what I have. They're all similar to me. By the way, I wanted to ask you something, I said to Jiang Bing. Is it possible to make phone calls to the outside world from here? I felt a surge of anxiety when I asked, as I had discovered that my phone had no signal earlier. This was indeed troubling. When I was waiting for my message above, if I couldn't contact her, that would be. Remembering the blissful night we shared, I felt as though I were immersed in a paradise, utterly enchanting. My affection for Shui Na surged, and I longed to return to her side to cherish and protect her. Reflecting on my recklessness in agreeing to enter the underground base without fully understanding the situation, I realized that escaping now seemed an arduous endeavor. Observing Wei Gu, I was already astounded by his capabilities, likely rivaling those of 007, yet within the base. He was merely of average standing. I feared that even 20 of us would not stand a chance against Wei Gu. How long must I train to find a way out? Jiang Bing shook his head, and his reaction sent a chill through me. Upon hearing his words, my expression changed. Were the requirements to communicate with the outside? At the very least, a gold card is necessary. A gold card's Black Eagle coins only allow for half an hour of calls per month. A diamond card can call freely, Jiang Bing said softly. Good heavens. I sighed. What sort of base is this? Are they not driving people to desperation? Indeed, they're pushing people to their limits, Jiang Bing chuckled. Do you think the training here is merely standard, devilish intensity? The most terrifying aspect is that while everything appears harmonious on the surface, despair lurks everywhere. Every design here pushes individuals toward their breaking point. Therefore, enhancing one's strength is the only path forward. Jiang Bing candidly revealed the base's frightening realities, and with each word, my complexion grew paler. 5 million for personal safety assurance? Such an opportunity is virtually unheard of. Yet there is still a way out, Jiang Bing said mysteriously. The reason I summoned Xiao Fei today was precisely for this matter. What matter? Both and I leaned in, intrigued. I cannot disclose the specifics about Xian. I only received word that the base is concocting a monumental plan, Jiang Bing continued, noting our rapt attention. I heard from Captain He that the base is conducting an experiment. If the experiment succeeds, the outcome is unpredictable. What plan? I asked anxiously, eager for any shortcut to escape. Have you heard of the Dragon Creation Project? Jiang Bing inquired. I shook my head, but its expression shifted dramatically. The Dragon Creation Project? Jiang Bing nodded gravely. Absolutely true, and many signs indicate that this project has been in the works for quite some time, unbeknownst to everyone. How do you know this? Bate inquired, his concern evident. It was divulged from my family, Jiang Bing replied nonchalantly. Nodded in understanding, but then asked, but what does this mean? I remained perplexed on the side. If the Dragon Creation Project succeeds, what impact do you think it will have on the world? Jiang Bing did not answer directly, but instead posed a question too. After a moment of contemplation, S' expression changed, and he shook his head. That should be impossible to achieve. It's simply too absurd. I refuse to believe it. Jiang Bing chuckled wryly. I initially disbelieved it as well, but even now, I find it hard to accept. However, the higher-ups have issued a notification to select 10 individuals with the best physical qualities from the base to send to headquarters. What do you make of that? Really? S' eyes were filled with skepticism. This is the very thing that troubles me. You see, Captain, he oversees this matter, yet he's been preoccupied with training, leaving the rest to me. I've been overwhelmed lately. Those with connections have practically worn out my office door. Jiang Bing glanced at. It seems your family members do not fully believe it. Otherwise, they would have informed you by now. This news was too shocking. I need to find out what's going on immediately, exclaimed, rising to leave. Wait, Jiang Bing urged, don't be hasty. Your father likely knows that you are reacting strongly to this matter, which is why he has chosen not to tell you for now. After all, if the Dragon Creation Project succeeds, the offspring of the 4 prominent families will undoubtedly be subjected to the experiments. While it may sound noble, the reality is that if something were to go awry, your life could be irrevocably altered. Your father has only you as a son. How could he allow you to take such risks? What exactly is the Dragon Creation Project? I asked again, and how does it relate to me? It certainly pertains to you. Otherwise, why would I come and find you? Jiang Bing replied with a smile. I gazed at him in confusion, awaiting his explanation. You are the chosen protege of Chief Wu, as I have long stated. This protege is not merely part of the training reserve. Rather, it designates you as a candidate for the Dragon Creation Experiment. Do you comprehend? I am the protege of Chief Wu. In HJ City, only Chief Wu has the authority to designate individuals. You cannot fathom how fortunate you are to participate in the Dragon Creation Project. Should it succeed, you may become the most formidable bodyguard elite in history. Jiang Bing spoke with a hint of envy, participating in such a grand plan. One can only imagine the effort the ancient families within the company expended to secure a single slot. I never anticipated that you would be selected directly. What if the experiment fails? This is the question that weighs heavily on my mind. I do not know the answer. Jiang Bing shrugs and suggests I consult an expert. Is it possible to opt out? I ask. Yes, he replies, but before I can feel relieved, he adds, but rest assured, you'll be stuck here for life. With your current skills, even a decade of training would not place you in the top 10. Sighing dejectedly, I express my dismay. It always seems to be so bleak. Jiang Bing pats my shoulder and reassures me. Do not worry. How could Master Wu possibly harm you? For us, being under the tutelage of the Master is indeed an honor. I shoot him a glance of disbelief and fall silent. Meanwhile, cannot contain herself any longer. Ignoring Jiang Bing's attempts to persuade her to stay, she bids farewell. As she departs, she turns to me and says, aren't you worried about communicating with the outside world? Use my card. Feel free to make calls. But isn't that a gold card? I inquire. I have another diamond card. I usually don't like to share, but I'll let you borrow it. Thank you. I exclaim, elated that the most pressing issue troubling me has been so easily resolved. Jiang Bing shakes his head. You certainly know how to win people over. You as well, I chuckle. Xiao Fei, I must take my leave. Let's catch up another time. I'm a member of Team 70, so do come by when you have the chance. Absolutely, I reply as I rise to see off. Turning back to Jiang Bing, I inquire, now, can you finally enlighten me about the Dragon Project? Chapter 42. The Forbidden Zone, what is the Dragon Project? I asked for until now. I only knew that my forced presence at the underground base was linked to this initiative, yet I remained entirely uninformed. This ignorance is quite serious. The Dragon Project is about creating super elites for the world's bodyguard industry, Jiang Bing explains. At that moment, our coffee arrives, and Jiang Bing raises his cup, saying, a rare indulgence. I seldom dare to come here. It's far too expensive for someone with my salary. I remain silent, observing Jiang Bing, eager for him to get to the crux of matter. He sighs, takes a sip, and continues, I know you're feeling quite uncomfortable right now, but I can only tell you that participating in the Dragon Project would be immensely beneficial for you. Did I not mention that while training in the base, you would never be able to leave? Even if you could, It will be a decade from now. This is not me underestimating you. But do you realize the caliber of training those in the base undergo, and where they come from? I shake my head. Though this topic does not pique my interest, I feign curiosity. Most of them come from elite national special forces. Jiang Bing replies matter-of-factly. I frown. Special forces? What more training could they possibly need? Their military training is already at a devilish level. That is merely the starting point. They are all retired officers from special forces, summoned here by the higher-ups. What about Wei Gu and the others? I ask curiously. Who told you that special forces cannot have overweight members? Jiang Bing laughs. I feel somewhat embarrassed. That is true. So, in terms of talent, you cannot possibly compare. Many have been here for 6 years. You must have heard about them. Yet, they have not gone mad. They still train diligently. How do you think you measure up against them? Jiang Bing continues, seeing my silence. Thus, if you wish to leave, there is only one way. Participate in the Dragon Project. Is this the purpose of your visit today? To persuade me to join the Dragon Project? I slowly respond, taking a sip of coffee, only to realize I forgot to add sugar. Essentially, Jiang Bing admits, my task is to convince you to willingly partake in this initiative. What if I refuse to participate? I suddenly ask, sensing an underlying danger, as if I am ensnared in a grand conspiracy, yet unable to grasp its full extent. That is not an option, Jiang Bing states firmly. No one can oppose the directives from above. Since you have joined the company, you are now part of it and obligated to comply with its arrangements. Jiang Bing's voice is soft, yet carries an icy undertone. I understand you are quite angry, but this is the reality. Do you not wish to see your girlfriend and parents again? Unmoved by Jiang Bing's veiled threats, I am aware of my potential value. Though the specifics elude me, if I were to comply with every demand, I fear the consequences would be dire. Yet, I cannot afford to reject too harshly. Since entering the base, I have experienced camaraderie and harmony, but that is merely because I have yet to witness the iron-fisted nature of the establishment. Given that they are all veterans of elite units, what kind of stringent discipline must be imposed to govern such men? To be honest, I do not wish to participate in the Dragon Project. I candidly express my desire to test my own abilities and see if I can break into the top 18. Jiang Bing regards me with a mix of surprise and silence before responding. Have you truly made up your mind? I suppose so. Haha, quite ambitious, aren't you? Jiang Bing chuckles. I enjoy befriending individuals like you. Though my mission has failed, gaining a friend is not a loss. Now, let us discuss something else. It is rare for us to relax, and we cannot focus solely on serious matters. I will tell you, my primary purpose for coming out today is simply to catch my breath. I also smile. Tell me about the situation in the base, I say, setting my coffee down. Overall, the base is harmonious. It is much like school. We strive toward the common goal, though the process can be arduous. As long as you steer clear of certain forbidden areas, you should be fine. Of course, the prerequisite is to exercise patience. After all, if you're not as skilled as others, it is wise not to engage in conflicts. My face flushes as I realize Jiang Bing is cautioning me. Before acquiring strength, it is prudent to remain low-key in this world where power reigns supreme and to be more accommodating in confrontations. And the daily training? I inquire. It is manageable, not overly exhausting. Perhaps a bit tiring at first, but you will acclimatize within a few days, Jiang Bing assures me with a smile. Hearing that the training is not excessively strenuous, I breathe a sigh of relief. What about those forbidden areas you mentioned? Where are they? I ask curiously. This is a world where the strong are revered. The forbidden areas are primarily the domains defined by the strongest within the base. These elite individuals could have left long ago, yet they enjoy the atmosphere of the base, which in turn requires their presence to maintain order. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Therefore, the base harbors some particularly formidable characters. Places they frequent are generally off-limits to ordinary individuals. A small number of forbidden areas are absolute no-go zones. Intruders face lethal consequences. Is it truly so? I exclaim, astonished. Isn't that akin to the territories of lions on the African savanna? Humans and animals share many similarities in this regard. The survival laws here are not dissimilar to those in the animal kingdom. Jiang Bing glances around. Strictly speaking, this CAF we are in, the Lilac CAF, is considered a forbidden area. Are you kidding me? I exclaim, taken aback. This is a forbidden area, and yet you brought me here? Do not rush. You have not heard the whole story. Jiang Bing gestures for me to remain calm. While it is indeed a forbidden area, the owner has not prohibited entry. As long as you possess a gold card for purchases, you may dine here. But as you have just seen, The coffee here is not of the ordinary price range. Other places outside are 10 times cheaper. Yet do you know why so many people desire to come here, but cannot? Please just tell me, I implore, exasperated. I just arrived. Because the owner of this EAF is an extraordinary master, Jiang Bing suddenly reveals. How extraordinary? I asked, having no concept of what an extraordinary master entails. Upon witnessing my bewildered expression, Jiang Bing smiles wryly. I take back what I just said. In summary, the individual is named Ding Xiang, and this CAF bears his name. I remarked, quite clever. I assent it. Jiang Bing chuckled, glanced at his watch, and then said, all right, let us conclude our discussion for today. I have some matters to attend to. We shall converse again another day. I rose to my feet, thanking him for his hospitality. Next time, it will be my treat. After Jiang Bing settled the bill, we exited Dingxiang CAF and parted ways at a crossroads. Straight ahead lies your district. Jiang Bing indicated the fork in the road. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I will certainly assist you. Absolutely, without a doubt, I replied, shaking his hand as we bid farewell. Watching Jiang Bing depart, I sighed. Chapter 43. A vision of beauty. Following Jiang Bing's directions, I continued forward. The rooms within the base were arranged with meticulous precision, reminiscent of a well-ordered well. However, as someone who could not discern directions, I found myself wandering aimlessly, ultimately arriving at an intriguing garden. Aside from the flowers in front of Dingxiang CF, there were various unknown blossoms, flaunting shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Although the diversity was remarkable, the arrangement was rather unsightly. The color combinations were discordant. How could one arrange flowers in such a chaotic manner? I shook my head with a smile. As I prepared to leave, an idea struck me. Since the owner lacked the skill of arrangement, I, having learned a thing or two, could lend a hand. Prompted by my thoughts, I soon set to work. Relying on my recollections, I merely repositioned a few colors. With this simple alteration, the once rigid display gained a touch of vitality. I found satisfaction in my transformation and chuckled to myself. What are you laughing at? A cold voice interrupted from behind, startling me. This voice was chilling, penetrating to the very bone. I had never encountered a voice so frigid in my life. The beauty within Dingxiang CF, though frosty, still exuded a hint of warmth, while this voice seemed devoid of humanity. Turning around, I was momentarily taken aback. She moved like a startled swan, graceful as a dragon in flight, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, and majestic as spring pines. She appeared as if cloaked in light clouds veiling the moon, ethereal as snowflakes swirling in the wind. From a distance, she shone like the sun at dawn. Up close, she radiated like a lotus blooming upon tranquil waters. The vivid descriptions of beautiful women by Chao Ji suddenly surfaced in my mind. I had never believed such beauty existed, dismissing it as mere romantic idealism. It was only natural for Chao Ji to compose poetry about his sister-in-law. Yet here I was, experiencing a similar sensation today. Dreamlike, elusive, with an indescribable allure. What are you laughing at? The beauty repeated coldly. I wasn't laughing at anything, I stammered, chastising myself for my lack of composure. After all, she was merely an extraordinary beauty, no different from Xuana. Why did you meddle? She inquired, standing 2 meters away, a chill fragrance wafting towards me, reminiscent of the snow lotus atop Tianshan. Before me stood the queen of snow lotuses. I merely observed, noting the flaws in the arrangement and wishing to rectify them. I apologized for my intrusion, I awkwardly admitted. I recognized it was improper to tamper with someone else's belongings. You think you know better, don't you? The beauty replied. Not all, I quickly clarified, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. What was happening? Why was I sweating in front of such a beauty? This was not my usual demeanor. If you claim ignorance, then why did you interfere? She pressed. Awkwardly chuckled. I sincerely thought the arrangement was too monotonous. Ah, my apologies, I'll restore it. Just as I reached to revert the flowers to their original state, the beauty interjected. If something is ruined, do you think it can simply be restored? I sighed, realizing today was unlikely to end well. Observing her attitude, it seemed I had unwittingly backed myself into a corner. With my hands raised in resignation, I said, I truly apologize. It was my fault. Please, tell me what you wish to do. The beauty offered no response, her bright eyes glinting with a cold light. In a swift motion, she vanished from my sight. In my moment of confusion, a dagger was suddenly pressed against my throat, followed by an icy breeze. The chill arrived before the blade, and the sensation was terrifying. Rather than discomfort, there was an unsettling undercurrent in the ambient air. My heart raced as I glanced sideways at the beauty, who stood just inches away. "Hey, there is no need for this. I merely wish to assist you. I meant no harm. Why are you so weak? When did the base start recruiting incompetence?" She retorted, retracting the dagger and turning to leave. "You have 10 seconds to vacate this place. Do you not realize this is my forbidden ground?" Forbidden ground? This was the second time I had heard that term tonight. Was there a sign indicating such? 6 seconds remaining. Her icy voice cut through the air. "Furthermore, you may look down on my skills, but do not insult my dignity. I have just joined the base. Once I grow stronger, I shall settle the score." I was quite displeased by her dismissive attitude towards me. 3 seconds left. "Fine, I shall leave, but I still believe your garden arrangement is quite discordant." Without waiting for her response, I turned and fled. Ouch! In my haste, I stumbled over a wine bottle, landing awkwardly on the ground. The beauty remained stationary. Lost in thought, her gaze fixated on the swaying flower pots, deep in contemplation. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly, the flowers nearby completely pale in comparison to her. After a moment of silence, she suddenly called out, "Come forth, Haha, sister, you're becoming increasingly formidable. Even from 50 meters away, you can perceive my presence. It seems no one in the base, aside from a few anomalies, can rival you." A slender woman sauntered over, her laughter ringing like silver bells. This beauty was none other than the ice-cold beauty from the CAF, now smiling at you, a sight that would surely make any man's heart flutter if he were to witness it. "You're not too shabby yourself. Even Sue has been captivated by you. Yet you dare criticize me," the beauty replied nonchalantly, her demeanor unchanged by URS arrival, exhibiting an extraordinary level of coldness. "Wow, sister, your taste has improved," Uer exclaimed. "Look, the arrangement of the flowers is significantly more appealing than before. It exudes life, whereas the previous display was excessively rigid and formulaic. Moreover, due to the varied placement of these flowers, the entire pavilion appears more attractive. I never imagined you could balance your training with such elegance. Truly, you're my sister." Uer spoke cheerfully, oblivious to the flicker of surprise and doubt that flashed across the beauteous eyes. "By the way, sister, I visited Dingxiang CAF today. Why would you go to that place again?" The beauty frowned. "Did I not instruct you to avoid such establishments, which are rife with impurities? I merely wish to explore. What if I encountered Sister Dingxiang? After all, you hold her in such high regard. Do you not wish to meet her? I heard she has returned to the base." Uera smiled. "I knew you were concerned about Sister Dingxiang. As soon as I received news, I rushed to inform you. Aren't I a good sister? All right, Uera. I'm aware of your intentions. You wish for me to take you somewhere to meet someone, correct?" Uera's face flushed. "Sister, you're truly mischievous. By the way, I met an intriguing person at the CAF today." Chapter 44. Devilish training. Uera animatedly recounted the events from the CAF, while the ice-cold beauty listened quietly, her expression unchanging in response to Uera's exaggerated descriptions. It was as though she did not notice Uera's resentment at her indifference, consumed instead by thoughts of her floral arrangement style and whether it required adjustment. The beautiful woman spoke, pausing momentarily. "Are you suggesting that the floral arrangements now are more exquisite than before?" Uera cast her a puzzled glance. "Indeed, I just praised you moments ago. What is the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. Let us go. I still have tasks to complete today," the beautiful woman replied nonchalantly. "Surely not, sister. You still need to train." Uera expressed her displeasure. "You're already so impressive, yet you work so hard. Is there no respite for us?" The beautiful woman gently touched Uera's pouting lips and sighed. "I wish it weren't so." Without waiting for Uera's response, she walked away. Uera watched her retreating figure, her smile fading, and shook her head as she jogged forward. After much searching, I finally located the path back, realizing I had taken many unnecessary detours. I wondered if Jiang Bing had intentionally misdirected me, as the location of the first group was precisely the opposite of what he had indicated. It was an hour later when I returned to the first group's office. Inside, Haibing had already returned, seated at the center, surrounded by Wei Gu, Shuai Gu, and Hong Lian, who were engaged in conversation. Upon my entrance, they regarded me with curious expressions. What is wrong? I felt uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. "Look at this kid. Not bad. On your first day, you've already charmed a girl," Wei Gu said, waddling over to me nudging me playfully. Come clean, which group is she from? What are you talking about? I was baffled, unsure of his meaning, glancing towards Captain Haibing for clarification. Haibing shrugged. I had no idea you had such prowess. Today's challenge was to charm a beautiful police officer, and upon your entrance, a stunning woman came looking for you. Quite the surprise, Comrade Xiao Fei. Wow. The plump one exclaimed. You managed to woo a police officer today? Seriously? I'm so handsome, yet no one is interested in me. I could charm a beauty too. Laughter erupted among them. It's precisely because you're too handsome that you're suffering divine retribution, leading to your lack of romantic pursuits. Look at Xiao Fei. He appears honest, and some find that appealing. The female bodyguards and police at the base are quite formidable, and thus they seek a pretty boy, but you, my friend, are out of luck, Schweiger remarked. Are you mocking me? Step outside. I challenge you to a duel, the plump one retorted. Fine, but if you lose, don't come crying to me not to spill the beans, lest you end up shouting 50 times in the girls' dormitory that you're a pig. Shuai replied nonchalantly. Haha, Hong Lian laughed heartily, knowing full well the plump one was no match for Schweiger, who was merely pretending to be even. Some people truly deserve divine punishment. No wonder they struggle to find women. Haha. Wei Gu's face flushed as he realized the situation had been exposed by Schweiger, feeling embarrassed yet unsure how to counter. What's going on? I inquired, directing my gaze at Wei Gu, seeing my inquiry as a lifeline. He sighed in relief and said, a woman was looking for you earlier. A woman? I echoed, puzzled. I don't know any women. How could I? I just arrived. Is that so? Wei Gu looked at me with interest. Really? I contemplated swearing an oath, but then recalled that exquisite beauty I had encountered earlier, and suddenly thought, could it be her? I shook my head inwardly, deeming it impossible. She was a fairy who seemed not of this world, if she had already imprinted on her mind. It must be a blessing from a past life. Simultaneously, I felt guilty towards Xuena, having just parted ways and yet allowing thoughts of another girl to intrude. Feeling guilty, are we? Wei Gu patted my shoulder. Look, we're all mates here. Teach me a few tricks so that even a plump guy like me can. You know, I stammered. You've misunderstood. I'm not favored by girls, so it's best you don't emulate me, or tragedy will ensue. Come on. You need to be humble, the plump one grumbled, displeased by my refusal, fearing I might steal his thunder. No, Wei Gu, please don't misunderstand. I genuinely don't have any tricks for charming women. Haha, look at you scared. I'm just joking, Wei Gu chuckled, then leaned closer to whisper in my ear. I know this is confidential. Once they leave, teach me in private. I looked at Wei Gu in disbelief, who assumed I had agreed and began humming cheerfully. Xiao Fei, did Jiangbing call you for something today? Haibing asked. Upon hearing Haibing's question, everyone perked up their ears. Nothing significant, just a casual chat, I smiled. But I went to the Lilac CAF. What? The Lilac CAF? The plump one exclaimed. You went to the Lilac CAF? Damn. I've been here for 2 years and haven't set foot in there even once. This is so unfair. Life is just not fair. Is it really that difficult to enter the Lilac CAF? I inquired. Not exceedingly so, but ordinary folks generally can't get in. Have you heard of restricted zones? On lien replié. Seeing me nod, he continued. The Lilac CAF is one of the 4 restricted areas of the base. However, when the owner is away, those with a gold card can access it. So, it's somewhat accommodating for a restricted zone. Most people spend their lives here, unless they possess exceptional talent. Their Black Eagle card will eventually upgrade to a gold card. Many places remain inaccessible. Even if upgraded to a gold card, it's futile without Black Eagle currency. I've been here for 2 years and still only have a copper card. I turned to Haibing, who nodded. Indeed, I've only been there a few times myself. The costs are exorbitant. Is that so? I was aware. Jiangbing treated me, so I went. Inside the CAF, I encountered a stunning beauty named Long Qinyu. Goodness. It was Schweiger's turn to exclaim, damn it, could you please finish your story in one go? You're giving everyone a heart attack. Long Qinyu? My heavens. She's a breathtaking beauty, one of the 3 most beautiful women at the base. Almost every man's dream girl. Hurry, tell us more. Long Qinyu performed a piano piece. She's quite lovely, I remarked, but compared to the lady in the garden, she's merely acceptable. Acceptable? Wei Gu chimed in. I've only seen her in the cafeteria, but she's stunning beyond description. Enough already. Don't keep saying things that provoke us. I could not articulate a response to their reactions and merely asked, do you know? Don't tell me you consider him a friend? On lien courrier. Sort of. I replied. He has quite a decent fellow. I chose not to elaborate further. Hong Lian deflated like a puncture balloon. You've practically met all the legends of the base, except for the base S #1 beauty and top expert. #1 beauty? I asked curiously. Is there such a title at the base? The three most beautiful women at the base are Long Qinyu, Fang Ting, and Zhang Jia, Haibing explained. You've seen Long Qinyu, and then there's Fang Ting and Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia is known as the #1 beauty, but don't get your hopes up. She is famously an ice queen, as cold as ice itself. Just seeing her sends shivers down your spine. Moreover, her skills are unmatched at the base. So she takes pride in the fact that no one dares to provoke her. The plump one beside you and Hong Lian are both her fans. Zhang Jia, the ice queen, I murmured, picturing her visage. Could it be her? Before I could return to my thoughts, Haibing interjected. All right, the game's end here for today. Let us discuss tomorrow's training. No way, Captain. Let us skip the devilish training. I just finished a day of practice. And now we're set to train again, the plump one protested. Tomorrow, expect something special, Haibing said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition welled up within me. Chapter 45. Human Limits. Xiao Fei. You're fortunate. The base offers 1 day off each month, and you've hit the jackpot. This allows you to leisurely arrange your affairs. However, tomorrow marks a training day, and everything will change. Prepare yourself mentally. This place is aptly named the Devil S Training Camp, and you will experience it firsthand. As long as you don't perish, training is mandatory. However, Haibing paused. Since you've just arrived, they decided to place you in the beginner S class to solidify your foundation before advancing to formal training. In the introductory training class, I chuckled bitterly, surprised that such a thing existed. Do not underestimate the beginner class. It has been specifically designed for individuals like you. Although the training intensity cannot be compared to ours, the average person would find it utterly exhausting. Your physical condition is not particularly strong. It would be wise to hone your skills elsewhere for the time being. Haibing stood up and said, Rest well, Xiao Fei. I will take you to your room. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your new life. You may disperse now. Us. A thought stirred in my mind. Were there others? Haibing merely acknowledged with a sound, but was reluctant to elaborate. Just focus on resting. My room was merely 50 meters from the office, separated by the rooms of Wei Gu and his 2 companions. The accommodation was quite simple, equipped with a bed, a blanket, and basic necessities. On the table lay a mandatory reading for bodyguards. I flipped through it, but felt little interest. However, it was noteworthy that it mentioned the heroes of the base, referring to world-class bodyguards trained at the facility, one of whom was Ding Xiang. The CAF was presumably named after her. It seemed Ding Xiang was indeed a legendary figure. The document only briefly outlined her achievements without delving into further details, which was understandable for her safety, as this was a fundamental precaution. As I lay on the bed, I fantasized about the terrifying nature of tomorrow's grueling training, observing Wei Gu and his companions. Full of vigor, I honestly did not regard the training too seriously, thinking it would not be life-threatening and that I would likely acclimatize in due time. The foremost desire in my mind was to borrow a phone, and reassure Shui Nan not to worry. Yet, I felt trapped in this infernal place and wished to leave as soon as possible. However, escaping seemed impossible. From Jiang Bing's tone, the security here was exceedingly stringent. If no one had ever successfully escaped, I certainly would not be the first. Given my current abilities, I was not yet worthy of the base's attention. It was crucial to familiarize myself with this place and discern the purpose behind Wu Ming's summons. I speculated endlessly about Wu Ming's intentions, feeling utterly lost. Even I perceived myself as lacking in value. Yet Wu Ming claimed otherwise. What would be the basis for this? Lost in such thoughts, my eyes slowly closed, and I drifted into slumber. Just as I began to sink into a dream, a blinding light abruptly jolted me awake. I opened my eyes, but the intensity of the light forced me to squint. Gather in 1 minute, a cold, unfamiliar voice echoed in my ears. Dazed and still steeped in sleep, I paid little heed and attempted to drift back into slumber. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my back, snapping me fully awake. Being disturbed from sleep often ignites anger, and in my drowsy state, I felt a surge of rage. When I leapt up, I saw a bald man gazing at me impassively, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Did you not hear the announcement? We gather in 1 minute, he repeated, his tone as frigid as before, laced with a trace of irritation at my disobedience. What's the reason? I protested. often inclined to verbally spar with those I felt I could not physically confront. "I am your instructor," the man stated. "I will say this once more. In 1 minute, we will assemble. Within 15 minutes, you must locate the meeting point." With that, he extinguished the flashlight and exited, leaving me enveloped in darkness. I had locked the door. How did he enter? This blatant violation of privacy was intolerable. Even in this harsh environment, one should knock before entering, and his manner of speaking was quite unsettling. I felt humiliated and resolved not to attend the training as a form of protest. Ignoring the torrential rain outside, I returned to sleep, casting aside thoughts of the bald man's warning. For the next hour, I slept soundly, oblivious to his threat. However, upon awakening, I was met with an alarming sight. Where was I? What was happening? The surroundings were a void, illuminated only by the facility's simulation lights. My arms ached as I turned to survey my environment. And to my horror, I discovered I was hanging upside down from a wooden post, surrounded by murmuring onlookers. Panic surged within me, and a swarm of questions flooded my mind. How had I ended up in this predicament? The only explanation was that someone had taken advantage of my slumber to place me in this humiliating position. I recalled the bald man who had claimed to be my instructor, demanding I rise in a minute. Surely that was him. A fiery rage ignited within me. His treatment was inhumane. He regarded me as less than human, brazenly suspending me in public for all to mock. Awake now? No more pretending to sleep. The cold voice returned. Straining to locate the source, I saw the bald man in sleek black attire before me, his demeanor as unyielding as ever. He spoke calmly, though I could not discern his features due to my inverted position, yet the gleam of his bald head was unmistakable. "You're the only one who failed to assemble," he said. "I admire your spirit, but I must disagree. At this base, everything must adhere to rules and regulations. Since you have stepped out of line, it is my duty to bring you back in, serving as an example to your peers of the consequences of disobedience. Today, I will grant you the opportunity to experience the base's most notorious punishment method." He paused before continuing. "Of course, I can offer you 2 choices. First, apologize to me and submit a written reflection to the higher-ups, promising you will never. And the second option?" I interjected. The bald man hesitated for a moment before responding. "Very well. You will now challenge the limits of human endurance. From this moment on, if you do not receive food or water, and if you manage to survive for 3 days, our grievances will be resolved." He then addressed the onlookers. "I hope he is the first to enjoy this feast, and the last as well. And fellow classmates, to express some modicum of care and camaraderie, I suggest you prepare a white flower, for even we may struggle to survive 3 days, let alone you. Xiao Fei, is it? Rest assured, no one can assist you. The only one who can help you is yourself. Everyone, assemble with a 50-pound load and run 5 kilometers to warm up." Silence engulfed the gathering, no one daring to protest. For the sake of my perceived dignity, I would endure the feast this bald instructor had prepared for me. As he departed, he left a pendulum before me, and I slowly closed my eyes, knowing that the countdown to pay the price had begun. 3 days without sustenance would be a formidable challenge, especially suspended as I was, which would only exacerbate my physical exhaustion. Surviving even 2 days would be miraculous. I was testing the limits of human endurance. Failure meant death. Even if I succeeded, there would be little to celebrate, as I would merely be seen as someone who endured punishment. I had never experienced such an extreme test of will. Initially, blood rushed to my head, and my entire body felt numb. An hour later, I lost all sensation. Yet within, a wave of despair welled up, making it difficult to breathe. Is this what it feels like to await death? I chuckled bitterly. I no longer pondered whether this was worth it. Instead, I focused on what I could do in the remaining time, though I realized I could do nothing. It was truly a tragic circumstance. Seconds turned into minutes, the clock ticking ominously in my ears, resembling the harbinger of death. I felt as if death were smiling at me, and yet only 2 hours had passed. "Zhao Wuji, what does this mean?" Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmurs, laced with anger. I turned to see Hao Bing, puzzled as to how he had learned of my situation. "Nothing," I replied tersely. "It is merely a matter of adhering to the rules," the bald man coldly remarked. His name, as it turns out, is Zhao Wuji. "You have no authority to mistreat my team member. Release him at once, or do not blame me for being impolite," Hai Bing retorted angrily. "No one neglects to defend their own team. You are well aware of my temperament, and I'm simply following protocol." You know better than I do the necessary punishments for insubordinate team members. Xiao Fei not only disobeyed orders, but also knowingly committed an offense, which aggravates his transgression. Even if this matter reaches the company tribunal, I am not afraid, Zhao Wuji sneered. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had no intention of releasing Xiao Fei, Hai Bing considered using force but hesitated and softly said, Zhao Wuji, I understand you harbor grievances against me, but please do not unleash your hatred upon my team members. If you possess any courage, direct it towards me instead. Do not flatter yourself. I have no interest in you whatsoever, especially now that you have received a promotion from the Chief of Staff. I am merely executing regulations, so do not interfere with my duties. Hai Bing took a deep breath, striving to calm his rage. Let us be direct. What must happen for you to release Xiao Fei? Zhao Wuji remained silent, fixing his gaze on Hai Bing. I believe you are mistaken. I am simply executing the rules without any personal emotions involved. Hai Bing found it impossible to counter Zhao Wuji's repeated insistence on regulations. He regretted not having informed me earlier about the severity of the base's rules. For the base, unconditional obedience to superior orders is paramount, the most crucial point. To enforce this, a stringent punishment system was established a century ago. Over time, while the names of some punitive measures may have changed, their severity has only intensified. The limits of human endurance equate to a death sentence, as few can endure such trials, let alone a newcomer to the base. This urgency was why Hai Bing felt compelled to act. He could not stand by and watch someone perish. Zhao Wuji, it is inappropriate for you to impose punishment prematurely, Hai Bing protested. I possess the authority to impose sanctions without the council's approval. Furthermore, from the moment new recruits are received, I am granted sufficient authority by the council. Even your title as the enforcement team leader cannot obstruct me. I could even accuse you of obstructing my official duties. Zhao Wuji replied indifferently. Very well. Hai Bing gritted his teeth, striding towards me. Xiao Fei, hold on. I will return shortly. Damn it. What ridiculous regulations. This scoundrel, Zhao Wuji, is attempting to destroy you. The limits of human endurance have not been invoked for 800 years. He simply intends to kill you. My team members should know better than to underestimate me. After watching Hai Bing depart, my consciousness began to blur. I had not anticipated that I would struggle for merely 2 or 3 hours. Enduring 3 days was inconceivable. I bitterly smiled inwardly, realizing I was finished, truly finished. The sounds of several new recruits gasping for breath surrounded me, clearly unable to withstand the coach's training. Carrying a 50-kilogram load and running 5 kilometers is a feat only barely achievable for the average person. Although this group of newcomers possessed decent qualifications, they were not yet comparable to seasoned veterans like Wei Ge. In this hazy realm, I faintly heard many falling and the coach's furious reprimands. It seemed Zhao Wuji was displeased with everyone, berating each as they faltered. Yet, no student dared to resist, for I remained obediently suspended. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time allowed me to trace its passage. I gazed at the lengthy trajectory of time, yet could not keep pace with its relentless march. My eyes had long since closed, lacking the strength to open them. In the distance, I seemed to hear Captain Hai Bing's furious tirades along with Jiang Bing and others, but it was futile. No one dared violate the rules, not even the likes of those favored by fate. A woman appeared, marking my last semblance of consciousness. I sensed that perhaps no more than 10 hours had passed. Through my thin eyelids, I glimpsed a group of researchers clad in white lab coats. I felt like a subject on an operating table, at their mercy. I wanted to cry out, but my throat betrayed me, rendering me voiceless. My entire body felt as though it were exploding, filled with an uncontainable surge of energy on the brink of collapse. I dreamt of Xuan, of my parents, all weeping for me. Many siblings with whom I lost contact also appeared, even the icy beauty I had encountered in the garden. Finally, I saw Wu Ming, who smiled and said, "This is fate. You cannot escape it. Go on." "No," I shouted, a roar born from the love of family and the tenderness of affection finally breaking free. When I opened my eyes, everything had changed. I was no longer suspended upside down. Instead, I lay in a bed, a sight most astonishing. Was this a dream? The rapid developments felt surreal. I only vaguely remembered losing consciousness within half a day. What time is it now? Where am I? What has happened to me? Have I descended into the underworld? I bitterly smiled. I was undeniably alive, yet clueless as to how I had survived. Was it Zhao Wuji's mercy, or had someone intervened on my behalf? I hoped for the former, as my connections to the upper echelons were tenuous, while Zhao Wuji's compassion seemed more plausible. It felt reminiscent of those days in the hospital when I was being hunted, accompanied by Yin Zi and Xue Na. Yet here, suddenly, the door swung open. Who could it be? Chapter 47, A Transformation, Part 2. The person who entered was unexpected, Wu Ming. I had anticipated Hai Bing, or perhaps Jiang Bing, but it turned out to be Wu Ming, a figure regarded almost as a deity by everyone at the base, casually appearing before me. I was wholly unprepared. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, Wu Ming strolled leisurely to my bedside, smiling. I am delighted that you have awakened. What is going on? I coldly inquired. My feelings towards Wu Ming had soured. Even if he had entered my inferno, I held no fondness for him. Please do not be angry. You have no idea how many people broke company regulations to save you. Wu Ming maintained a smile. Who? I exclaimed. As I had suspected, Hai Bing and several of your teammates are currently facing penalties. Bastard. I fumed. This has nothing to do with them. Why punish them? Because of you. Wu Ming's voice turned icy. Isn't this all you're doing? Had you not drawn me into this, it would never have occurred. With each word, my resentment grew, an inferno igniting within me. Humph. Wu Ming scoffed. And now you blame me? You think life outside is easy. Wang Qi is searching for you everywhere. If you dare to go outside, I assure you, you will vanish without a trace, and no one will be able to investigate. How could this happen? My face paled. Wang Qi wouldn't be so bold. We live in a society governed by law. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. I am beginning to question your intelligence, Wu Ming retorted coldly. No matter the society, shadows exist, and the dark side of human nature has not been eradicated, allowing transgressions to persist beyond the law. Do you believe Wang Qi is currently not committing crimes? The number of lives lost at his hands is beyond your imagination. Impossible. I refuse to believe Wu Ming's words. But the thought of Xue Na caused my complexion to change. Xue Na, do not worry about her, Wu Ming assured. Huang Yu will protect her. But due to Huang Yu, Wang Qi has developed a deep-seated hatred for Xue Na. He harbors a similar animosity towards you. What is Xue Na's current situation? I asked cautiously, fearing bad news. She is fine, under Huang Yu's close protection, and is not in any danger. Close protection? My expression changed drastically. My mind momentarily short-circuited. What do you mean by close protection? Close protection means she is under constant surveillance. How can that be? I shook my head, incredulous. Xue Na is not like Huang Yu. She would never allow him to stay in her home. Why? Wu Ming Dao. Even someone you've known for just a few days could be considered, let alone Huang Yu and Xue Na, who have known each other for 3 years as university classmates. So what? I strive to remain calm, but that does not signify anything. There are many things that do signify. Wu Ming Dao, you need not ask me to show you their moments spent together. My fury surged uncontrollably, and I nearly lashed out at Wu Ming. However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile in his eyes, I suddenly realized Wu Ming's words were fabricated. At least the part about Xue Na was untrue. Simultaneously, I chastised myself. Since Xue Na chose to be with me, I should trust her. If I were to entertain doubts whenever someone sowed discord, I would lose the right to love her. I resolved to ignore Wu Ming's embellishments, no matter how much he tried to incite me. In truth, there was a small deception in what I just told you. Wu Ming Dao. I was curious about how he would reveal the truth. There's another person closely protecting Xue Na, and it is not Huang Yu. Noticing my silence, Wu Ming continued. Huang Yu has already begun to pursue Xue Na. Boom! It felt as if a massive stone had been cast into a lake within my heart, stirring up waves of turmoil. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seemed inevitable. Since Wang Qi had laid bare the situation, Huang Yu had no need for concealment. Given Huang Yu's background, he indeed is the prince charming for countless women, but I firmly believe Xue Na would not succumb to him. Although I was taken aback by Huang Yu's advances, I felt no concern. If Xue Na were to accept Huang Yu, she would not have waited until now. Why have you said so much today? I asked directly. To see you. Just speak your mind. It's burdensome to keep it bottled up. I genuinely came to check on you. Wu Ming smiled and shook his head. Also, I must remind you, beneath the base, you must obey the orders of your superiors. Do not treat your life or the lives of others lightly. Had I not returned early, you would likely have become a cold corpse. The limits of the human body, and you thought you could endure. What a joke. Wu Ming paused before continuing. Sometimes, life is more important than pride. You must understand, in our line of work, preserving one's life is paramount. Your life no longer belongs to you. It belongs to the team. Your good brothers are bearing the consequences on your behalf. To be clear, I felt an unsettling premonition rising within me. Outside, they're playing the same game of human limits as you. However, the time has been divided by 4, which amounts to 12 hours. How many days have I been unconscious? 3 days. And what about them? The duration of their punishment is not for them to decide. Thinking of Hai Bing and the others suffering on my behalf, suspended in a reverse position, my heart felt constricted with discomfort. I wanted to scream out loud. Could the base not be a little more humane? Why be so heartless? I suddenly said. Wu Ming's eyes displayed a different hue. I did not miss it. What is humanity? Without waiting for my response, he continued. Compassionate mercy. You do not understand that if the base's training were more humane, our bodyguards outside would suffer countless deaths. After over a century of refinement, your notion of humanity cannot alter a thing. Although some harbor resentment towards the base's devilish training methods, they will eventually be grateful for the training, for their lives were granted by the base. Without the steely resolve instilled by the base, even if they could go out, they would meet a gruesome end. You cannot fathom the cruelty of the outside world. I did not anticipate that my complaints would elicit such a lengthy discourse from Wu Ming. I was also curious how someone of his stature, so busy, could spare time to chat with me. Our discussions over the past few days seemed genuinely casual. Furthermore, if you persist in this mindset during training, do not expect to leave. If your mental state does not meet our standards, venturing outside is merely courting death. The tasks assigned to the company are the pinnacle of global endeavors. A moment's negligence could cost you your life. I took a deep breath and then inquired, why are you so kind to me? Wu Ming fell silent, then smiled. I owe you a favor. Are you referring to the person I saved that day? Wu Ming nodded. Although it was not our assigned task, we were responsible for the aftermath. If the employer dies, the mission surely fails. Did the mission succeed afterward? I asked again. That was inevitable. Wu Ming's eyes sparkled with confidence. The company does not allow for failure. What if there's a failure? There's no what if. How could there possibly be no failures? I questioned, perplexed. Over a century, has there never been a failure? Certainly, there have been. For instance, I expressed my curiosity. Many assassinations of historical figures relate to our failures. The assassination of Wen Yidwa was due to our inadequate protection, and that remains a significant disgrace for our Black Hawk Security Company. Upon hearing Wen Yidwa's name, I fell silent. Chapter 48, Rebirth, Part 2. Wu Ming seemed disinterested in discussing the company's failures and concluded his visit. As he was about to leave, he remarked, Actually, my primary purpose for visiting today was to check on your condition, and I did not expect you to recover so swiftly. Perhaps our experiment had some effect. Experiment? What experiment? I pressed for an answer. Wu Ming did not respond and instead exited the room. You have only 3 days of rest, and tomorrow you must participate in training. If you can walk without issue now, you might as well see if your teammates are alive. Where are they? I shouted. In your original location. The voice grew fainter until it was inaudible. It was as if he had said nothing at all. I rose, stretching my limbs, feeling only slightly uncomfortable, merely a bit hungry, so I dressed and hurried outside. Upon looking back, I realized I was in my own room. The time spent there had been too brief for me to become familiar with its essence. I smiled wryly, then pressed on. For some reason, I could faintly sense the breaths of Captain Hai Bing, Wei Gu, and the others. Following my instincts, I traversed numerous rooms and indeed found them in a large training ground. The training ground was oval, twice the size of a typical schoolyard, devoid of spectators, with 4 pillars standing in the center, from which Hai Bing and the others were suspended. From a distance, seeing their state filled my eyes with tears, and I nearly succumbed to my emotions. I quickly wiped away my tears, taking a deep breath, not wishing for them to witness my sorrow. They were merely 500 or 600 meters away, yet that short distance felt immensely heavy. I thought of their countless sorrowful expressions and simultaneously organized my words, hoping to express my gratitude. The sentences I had prepared vanished upon seeing them. Truly, it was as if the most profound feelings in the world could not be articulated. From that moment on, I genuinely regarded them as my brothers. As I approached, they sensed my presence, and the first to speak was the chubby one. Damn, you're still alive. That's truly fantastic. I thought all our efforts would be in vain. When you were carried away, I feared you had heroically sacrificed yourself. The chubby one exclaimed heartily. Nonsense, chubby. For something like this to claim a team member's life, one must be blind. I knew Xiao Fei was fine. Look, he is doing splendidly. The handsome one interjected. Well, now that Xiao Fei is safe, we can rest easy. I remarked, Xiao Fei, you're quite impressive. You even crossed Zhao Wujia, who is infamous as the cold-blooded demon of the base. Living under him, you'll surely have your share of hardships. The red-faced one chimed in. Seeing them suspended yet still comforting me, I was profoundly moved and tears streamed down my face. Thank you, brothers, truly. The chubby one, who initially planned to say more, fell silent. Everyone was enveloped in a unique atmosphere. This ambience bore infinite emotion. It was the genuine bond between brothers. Just like the bond one share with Xuan Na, our acquaintance may be brief, yet our understanding runs profoundly deep, akin to a visceral connection. Be cautious moving forward. Zhao Wuji is not to be trifled with, Hai Bing asserted. Yes, I lowered my head in apology, expressing my regret for the suffering endured by them. I promise such occurrences shall not repeat. That's good to hear, Fatty interjected. You must remember, brothers assist you, and you must reciprocate. Rest assured, Wei Go. I will lend a hand whenever possible, and even if I cannot, I will find a way to assist you, I declared with conviction. Despite being suspended, Fatty grinned lewdly, his demeanor exceedingly lascivious. You can definitely manage it. Damn it, Fatty, you scoundrel, nothing good ever comes from you, Xiao Fei warned. Indeed, Fatty is nothing but a rogue. The handsome one chimed in, his face flushed with indignation. It's nothing, why do you say that? I replied, about that. Veuillez hésiter. I'm still single, you see. What I mean is, could you help me solve my singlehood? I was momentarily speechless. How on earth can I assist you with that? I managed to reply with a wry smile. With your capabilities, securing a few women should be a piece of cake, Wei Gu insisted, believing I might reconsider. Your prowess is well known. Even Captain Hai Bing has mentioned it. You're bold enough to approach female officers. That's quite impressive. I glanced at Captain Hai Bing, who turned away. Not my affair. I'm just bored here. Captain, that's rather inconsiderate. To bring up such matters, I laughed. It's precisely this kind of topic that should be discussed, Hai Bing retorted. Look at how hard we work. If we don't inject some excitement, everyone will doze off. In your eyes, my situation is merely a thrill. I assent it. If you lack excitement, does that mean Wei Gu is thrilling? The handsome one quipped. Hey, no personal attacks, Wei Gu protested. Observing their banter in this grim environment left me speechless. Silently awaiting the time, left as punishment for my actions. When they noticed my sudden silence, it seemed they understood my thoughts. Hai Bing said, Xiao Fei, don't take it to heart. It's nothing. 12 hours is nothing to us. Yet you endured for 24 hours and are still lively. If you're fine, why worry about us? Time seemed to be nearing its end, and soon we would be released. Yes, 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 I replied emphatically. However, after you fainted, we had no idea where you disappeared to. Quite the mystery, Hai Bing added. Is that so? I questioned. Wasn't T.I. in my room the whole time? I just came out. Impossible, Wei Gu interjected. Before the hanging, we checked your room, and you weren't there. How could that be? Where could I have gone? I pondered, grappling with the absence of any recollection from these past days. At that moment, synchronized footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the playground. Turning to look, I saw 3 individuals clad in identical military uniforms striding toward us. Their steps were steady yet possessed a certain lightness, indicative of seasoned fighters. The closer they approached, the more formidable their presence became, radiating an intimidating aura. Before I could scrutinize them further, they halted before me. Step aside, one of them commanded coldly. You have 3 seconds. His tone dripped with disdain. I found their demeanor infuriating and was about to retort when Hai Bing abruptly said, Xiao Fei, move aside. I glanced at Hai Bing in confusion as he explained, they are the enforcement team. Hearing Hai Bing's words startled me, but I complied and stepped aside. The enforcement team, I recalled, had been mentioned in my conversations with Wei Gu. They serve a role akin to military police within the army, with each member exhibiting extraordinary strength. Only those in the top 50 of the previous election competition are eligible for the enforcement team. The top 18 typically graduate successfully, becoming bodyguards for the Black Hawk Security Company. The remaining victors emerge from a pool of hundreds, their potential maximized for the team selection. Due to the high rewards and immense power associated with the enforcement team, many aspire to join. However, membership is not lifetime. Competition is fierce, with new recruits challenging current members monthly. A defeat could lead to fatal consequences, as history has shown that those who fail to challenge rarely survive. The struggle for power is invariably bloody. Ah, Hai Bing, one of the individuals spoke, recognition dawning. Hai Bing merely huffed in response, choosing silence. The man towered over me, an impressive height of over 2 meters, imposing in stature, nearly obscuring my view. His muscular arms, veins bulging, emanated an explosive force, terrifying enough to suggest he could tear a person asunder at any moment. The once proud Captain Hai Bing found himself in such a predicament. The man chuckled, and the other two followed suit. Hai Bing remained indifferent to their laughter, while Wei Gu and the others glared, perceiving the insult against their captain as an affront to themselves. It was evident that had they the ability to act, they would have lunged forward. You're no better. Mea laptos. Tools for others, and you find joy in it. Hai Bing retorted with a cold smile. Wei Gu, the handsome one, and Hong Lian erupted in laughter, their voices surpassing even the enforcement team's earlier bravado. Anger flickered across the faces of the enforcement members, and one of them stepped forward, ready to teach us a lesson, but the initial speaker restrained him. Let us not resort to violence, he warned. We are men of discipline and do not wish to see certain individuals persist in their transgressions, nor be reprimanded by the entire base. Your future prospects would be bleak. His message was clear. Do not let a moment of anger lead to a confrontation with someone who has no hope, lest you end up like him. This advice held weight, prompting the would-be assailant to huff and retreat to the ranks. The two groups remained in a tense silence, locked in standoff. Why haven't you released us yet? Wega called out. What's the rush? We have urgent matters to attend to, the man replied insincerely. In principle, we should have released you first, but we have pressing issues to handle. Thus, we regret to inform you that we will assist you in resolving your matters once ours are concluded. You're merely settling personal scores, Wega shouted. I will report you for abuse of power and personal vendetta. I shared his disdain for the enforcement team's demeanor. You're too busy. I'll handle the release myself, I stated coolly. The man shot me a piercing glare. What did you say? You're too busy. I'll take care of it. Is that so? He replied with a smirk. And what is your name? Xiao Fei, from Team 1. Xiao Fei. Oh yes. You are the one who dared to defy Zhao Wuji. Even our enforcement team leader yields to Zhao Wuji. I never expected a mere rookie like you to pull such a stunt. I must say, I admire your audacity. Your intelligence must be the lowest in the entire base. Better to be low in intelligence than a beast, I countered. Well said, Fatty chimed in. Wang Wu. So you just claim that since we're busy, you come to release them? Wang Wu, the tallest among the enforcement team, clearly held the most authority. Indeed. Very well. Does that mean you intend to exercise the rights of the enforcement team? Wang Wu continued. That was not my intention. Xiao Fei, are you challenging us? Indeed. I accept your challenge. Are you all in? Wang Wu inquired, glancing around. If my elder brother is interested, we shall certainly oblige. The other two chuckled. Hai Bing's expression shifted dramatically. You bastard, Wang Wu. If you dare to harm him, I will not let this matter rest. Now let it rest. Wang Wu laughed. You lack the strength to challenge me. So on what grounds do you claim that? You're merely a joke. He guffawed with pride. Try me. Hai Bing's voice was soft yet brimming with unyielding confidence. Wang Wu's demeanor changed slightly, and he retorted coldly. Others may fear you, Hai Bing, but I do not. If you wish to blame someone, blame your own misfortune. Your words just now were akin to a challenge directed at me. Out of my magnanimity, I will not pursue this matter in public. However, I will remain stationary, and should you manage to make me leave my spot, I shall release them immediately. Very well, I thought, smirking internally. Making you move will be a simple task. Xiao Fei, do not be deceived by him, Hai Bing urged anxiously. He is known as the king of stands, and his footwork is unparalleled in the entire base. Do not agree to his terms. It's fine. I smiled to Hai Bing. Trust me, making him leave his spot will not be difficult. Hey, Wang Wu, you claim you'll not move? If my attack forces you to leave, then I will consider myself the victor, I stated. Indeed. Wang Wu smirked coldly. However, when you attack me, I can retaliate as well. If any harm ensues, do not blame me. Not an issue. Shall we commence? Whenever you are ready. Wang Wu took a deep breath, assuming a stance, as his clothing began to swell, emanating an overwhelming aura. I stood still, observing him, while his limbs could not extend to reach me. After a minute, seeing that I remained unmoving, Wang Wu assumed I was fearful and remarked, afraid to attack? Very well. If you can pass beneath my legs and call me a bear 3 times, I shall consider this matter resolved. I fell silent. The rotund one thought I was about to concede and shouted, "Do not listen to that bastard." I gave him a reassuring glance and replied, "What was that?" I didn't quite catch it. "I'm a bear," Wang Wu chuckled. "Since you admit to being a bear, a gentleman does not take away another's pleasures." "You may remain the bear," I retorted. Laughter erupted among the others, and even Hai Bing managed to smile. "Bastard." Wang Wu's face turned a shade of purple, clearly enraged. His voice darkened. "You cannot win by mere words." "Is that so?" I laughed, pulling a bag from my pocket, unfastening my trousers, and, to the astonishment of all present, urinated on the ground. Wang Wu's expression shifted as he seemed to realize something, his face a mix of emotions. Hai Bing, aware of what was about to unfold, began to laugh heartily, prompting Wei Ji's curious gaze. "What a mess!" he exclaimed. After finishing, I brandished the bag towards Wang Wu. Wang Wu's expression fluctuated as the liquid arced gracefully towards him. He dodged, his face a canvas of humiliation and rage, and swung a punch at my face, akin to a tempest sweeping through fallen leaves. The wind rustled around us, and had it been any other day, I would have certainly been unable to evade him. For Wang Wu's speed was akin to lightning, swift and fierce. Yet now I could see through his attacks. Amidst his erratic punches, I anticipated where his fist would land. How could this be? There was no time for contemplation. I simply perceived it. To my surprise, Wang Wu's punches were strangely deceptive. Though his eyes targeted the left, his fist struck to the right, swift enough to create an illusion. I sidestepped, evading the strike. Wang Wu eyed me with a hint of surprise, but did not cease his assault. A sweeping kick aimed directly at me followed, equally quick and forceful. I imagined that even a wooden post would shatter under his onslaught. Nimbly avoiding his strikes, I continued to dodge, as I was unfamiliar with counterattacking. Hai Bing, who had been shouting shamelessly from the sidelines, watched in astonishment as I eluded Wang Wu's relentless barrage. "Wow, Xiao Fei, how are you so impressive?" The rotund one shouted. The other 2 enforcement team members, initially expecting a spectacle, now regarded the confrontation with solemnity. They were well aware of Wang Wu's prowess. Even combined, they doubted their ability to surpass him. Yet here was this newcomer, effortlessly evading his attacks, astonishing them all. Wang Wu's fists whistled through the air, generating gusts of wind, yet struck nothing but empty space. The sound of his punches slicing through the air echoed in my ears, sending a thrill through me. Watching him dance around me, I found it exhilarating. However, despite evading his blows, I was unable to retaliate, which was quite frustrating. Moreover, just having risen from bed, my body had not fully recovered, and under Wang Wu's relentless assault, I began to tire. My breaths grew rapid, and a dull ache settled in my chest. As I dodged like a fish, my movements became sluggish, and on several occasions, I narrowly avoided his strikes to my face. Wang Wu's attacks were relentless, like a river bursting its banks, unceasing. Seeing me struggle, Hai Bing realized my stamina was waning. Just as he was about to chastise Wang Wu, the latter unexpectedly halted his assault, standing casually without a hint of fatigue, leaving everyone perplexed. "Why stop now, when you could easily defeat me?" I wondered. Wang Wu smiled. "You're new here?" I nodded. "Have you trained before?" Wang Wu inquired again. "Not at all." You muse, very good. To withstand my attacks for this long, without prior training, is a rare talent. Given time, you shall find your place within the base. If you continued your assault for 2 more minutes, I would surely be unable to withstand it. I must concede that. Wang Wu shook his head. Not necessarily. The limits of the human body are beyond what you can imagine. Let us wager. Release Hai Bing and the others. The 2 men beside Wang Wu paused, seemingly in disbelief. "Go," Wang Wu commanded, his tone slightly irritable. Yes, the enforcement team members quickly complied, releasing Hai Bing and the others, who promptly began to stretch and move about. They were all surprised by Wang Wu's change in demeanor. "Xiao Fei, right?" Wang Wu smiled. "Indeed. Very good. Do not perceive our enforcement team too negatively. There are many good men among us, despite the slanders that accompany power. While I may not be a hero, I do possess some integrity. Previously, I had some disagreements with Hai Bing, so I hope you will not take offense." Wang Wu's final words were directed at the still recovering Hai Bing, who caught off guard, finally responded, "It's a trivial matter, haha," though a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes. "You have great potential to become a seed candidate for the enforcement team." If you're interested in joining, I will assist you, Wang Wu offered with a smile. Not a chance. Hai Bing interjected. You think you can just recruit people here? Do you believe this is your personal fiefdom? Wang Wu shrugged, perhaps. I hope we can become friends. We already are friends, I replied, sensing Wang Wu's sincerity. Rather than accumulate unknown enemies, it seemed wiser to cultivate a future ally. Wang Wu chuckled. Xiao Fei, you're quite forthright. I appreciate that. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. While Wang Wu may not be the most prominent figure in the base, he still commanded respect among certain individuals. Absolutely, I affirmed. Let us go. Wang Wu addressed the other two, bidding farewell to Hai Bing before striding out, circumventing the square, and gradually vanishing around the corner. The remaining few exchanged puzzled glances after Wang Wu's departure, bewildered by the rapid transformation he had undergone. Just moments ago, he had displayed a villainous demeanor, and now he appeared as a congenial gentleman. Did the captain know him before? I inquired. Well, to some extent, Hai Bing replied with a wry smile. During the selection rounds when I eliminated him from the top 18. Wow, Captain, I had no idea you were that formidable. Wei Yi exclaimed. Everyone was allowed to move about freely after a brief meeting. Coincidentally, on the day of the competition, Wang Wu was previously engaged in a fierce battle with another contender, and I merely seized the opportunity. Truth be told, my abilities do not match his. Wait a moment. Captain, you mentioned you had reached the top 18, so why haven't you left? Wei Gu pressed further. The handsome man and the blushing one listened intently. That seems like a matter of the past, best left unmentioned. I could leave now, but it requires approval from above, Hai Bing explained, smiling. Among the 80 teams in the base, every captain is a remnant from the past. Only those who placed in the top 18 can remain here. I can't believe the outside world is so beautiful. Why wouldn't the captain want to leave? Wei Gu asked. Is it? The world outside isn't as glorious as you might imagine. I'm doing quite well here. With the position of captain, perhaps in a few years, I'll be able to embark on my journey freely. All right then, go back and rest well, Hai Bing said. Damn, I'm truly grateful that everyone is doing fine. Hearing his lament, I felt a pang of guilt, knowing that everyone was suffering because of me. Don't overthink it. We are brothers, Hai Bing reassured, patting my shoulder. Indeed, and if you wish to show your gratitude, Hai Bing deliberately elongated his words. How about helping Wei Gu with his single status? He chuckled. Everyone turned their gaze toward me, eagerly awaiting a favorable response. I want to as well, the handsome man interjected. Me too, the blushing one chimed in. Their earnest expressions rendered me speechless. Soon, Hai Bing could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, prompting everyone to join in. Amidst the laughter, we gradually made our way back to the dormitory area of Team 1. Chapter 51. The Mysterious Beauty. Everyone tacitly refrained from congregating for conversation, as we all needed rest for the training schedule for the next day. I had witnessed the intensity of training here. Newcomers were tasked with jogging 5 kilometers while carrying 50 pounds, merely as a warm-up. Wasn't this pushing people to their limits? I seriously doubted my ability to endure. Lying on my bed, I contemplated the upcoming training and the so-called devilish coach, Zhao Wuji. What would I do if he decided to make my life difficult tomorrow? Continuing to resist would surely lead to dire consequences for me. Engaging him in a confrontation would undoubtedly result in my disadvantage. Within the bounds of reason, I ought to endure. With such thoughts, my eyes gradually closed. The base was devoid of sunlight or moonlight. However, the design of the entire facility was such that one could hardly distinguish it from the outside world. Above me was a computer-simulated sky. The vast expanse of the base featured a cerulean ceiling, showcasing the grand scale of the establishment and reflecting the financial prowess of the Black Hawk Security Company. Indeed, as Hai Bing had stated, over a century of accumulation was not something an ordinary force could rival. Here, day and night existed, with a schedule akin to that of the outside world. On my desk lay some admonitions and warnings alongside a posted schedule, which had been affixed by fellow team members. When it was time to wake up, the sky was merely beginning to lighten. There was no bell for assembly. It relied solely on self-discipline. If one arrived early, they would wait on the playground or train independently. If late, the consequences would be dire. Morning assembly was at 6 o'clock, and I was already awake by 5. Arriving at the assembly playground, which was adjacent to the area where I had been punished, I noticed a considerable number of individuals present, their huffing and puffing resounding in the air. To my astonishment, I spotted girls on the other end of the playground. A dozen or so female trainees were performing flexibility exercises to warm up, while the men nearby were fixated on them. The number of men continued to swell. Yet none were genuinely preparing for warm-ups, their gazes frequently drifting toward the other end of the playground. Looking around, I saw that those girls were tall and exuded a certain charisma. This aura captivated the men, who were visibly entranced and leering. "Hey, did you see that one? The one with the mouth next to her is old Four's girlfriend. He was howling all night about her," one man remarked. "What? That's her?" another exclaimed, observing her closely. "She's stunning. Look at that figure, big chest, ample hips, and that face. If I could spend just one night with her, I'd gladly die." Enough with the nonsense. It's painful to listen to. Even if you died 10 times, no one would spare you a glance. "You underestimate me," the first man retorted angrily. "What if I do? If you're capable, go over there." Look, the captain is coming. "Let's go," one man said dismissively, and they hurried away to where a group of about 10 had already gathered. I hadn't anticipated such a crowd. It appeared quite lively, and the presence of girls made it even more remarkable. Observing Wei Gu and the others' infatuated expressions, I realized that the scarcity of females here was particularly acute. I thought that any girl in the base would undoubtedly be in high demand. With fewer girls around, even a pig could rival Diao Chan. Moreover, those selected as bodyguards for the base were likely not lacking in beauty, with some being exceptionally attractive. I glanced around, searching for Zhao Wuji, but he was nowhere to be seen. By now, the group had gathered, numbering around 20. Their assembly was reminiscent of military formations, albeit more efficient and rapid. Occasionally, upon the coach's arrival, the recruits would be in formation within seconds. However, when the coach was absent, the men would steal glances at the girls. I stood there, unsure of what to do. As some veterans concluded their assembly, they quickly ran off to their respective training grounds. Once they had mostly departed, only a few girls remained, accompanied by a handful of boys, likely from my own class. They were grouped together, seemingly familiar with each other after a few days of acquaintance. Just as I contemplated approaching them for conversation, I halted in my tracks. A familiar figure was striding towards me, tall and robust, moving with the grace of a cheetah, exuding fierceness. His presence instantly drew the attention of many, even some girls from across the playground. I had a vague recollection of having seen this figure before, and it suddenly dawned on me. It was the man from the CAF who had been slapped by the beauty he had harassed. To my surprise, he was a newcomer. How curious. Did the new recruits possess such strength? By his appearance, he seemed no weaker than Wang Wu. This was intimidating. If I were in the same class as him, it would complicate matters, as I would not only offend Zhao Wuji, but also this imposing figure. Life would become rather difficult. I halted my approach, intending to evade the gaze of the muscular man, but he caught sight of me and, unable to avoid the encounter, approached me directly, disregarding the others. I realized there was no escaping, so I braced myself. "Wow, look who it is. Such a familiar face," the muscular man grinned. I think you have me mistaken. Have we met?" I feigned confusion. "Come on, brother. I remember you. I recognize you even if you turn to ash. You're the one from the CAF, right?" The muscular man clapped my shoulder with force. My brow furrowed at the sudden pain in my shoulder. "What CAF? I don't know what you're talking about. Stop playing coy. There are only a handful of people in the base. Could I possibly confuse you with someone else?" "Don't worry, am not the petty type. No need to be afraid. I never expected we'd be in the same class. What a pleasure it is to meet you. I am aware that his name is He Hong, is it not? Brother He, with your great stature, why bother with someone like me?" I chuckled. He Hong's face was adorned with a smile, but upon my acknowledgement, it quickly turned somber. "Finally, you are willing to admit it. It took quite an effort on my part." His grin became increasingly sinister. "I am not one to hold grudges, but rather, I am exceptionally vengeful. Since we are in the same class, you will have ample opportunities to entertain me. Just wait and see, haha. If you dare to pursue a woman I have my eye on, you might as well pray to the heavens. All the beauties in this base belong to me." Seeing He Hong's disturbingly obsessive possessiveness, I shook my head. "Are you an idiot?" "What?" He Hong sneered. I was taken aback by his expression and shrugged. "What do you think? You boast of all the women in the base, yet you were slapped out of CAF. What is there to be proud of? HM. Oh no, I had promised to hold my tongue, yet I inadvertently let it slip." Sensing the murderous glare from He Hong, I suddenly spotted a girl approaching from a distance and quickly devised a diversion. "Look, there's a girl coming to find you. It seems your charm is quite formidable." He Hong, initially poised to erupt in anger, was momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing a short-haired girl approaching, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The beauty walked gracefully, her figure superb, and even though she was clad in training attire, it could not conceal her exquisite form. The surrounding boys, captivated by our conversation, became even more fixated on us as she approached. This was a distraction I wished to avoid, so I promptly attempted to withdraw. However, Yi-Hong, noticing my retreat, cast me an understanding glance, preparing to welcome the girl. Many expressed envy, and Yi-Hong reveled in it, displaying what he believed to be his most charming smile as he greeted her. "Hello, beautiful." Yet, the girl's reaction rendered everyone speechless. She completely ignored Yi-Hong and approached me. "Are you Xiao Fei?" Chapter 52. Ding Wei, with large eyes, short hair, and delicate features, particularly her exquisitely shaped ears. She was the epitome of beauty. Her sweet voice was enchanting, and her tall, curvaceous figure was even more striking up close. "Are you Xiao Fei?" she repeated, disregarding the now scowling Yi-Hong. I noticed the fiery intensity in Yi-Hong's gaze and his insatiable greed towards the beauty, which sent a shiver down my spine. I cleared my throat. "Yes, I am Xiao Fei. May I inquire as to why you seek me?" "Wonderful," she exclaimed joyfully, her expression akin to that of a child who has found a beloved toy. She leaped with excitement. "I have finally found you." Before she could finish, Yi-Hong abruptly interrupted. "Hello, beautiful. I am Yi-Hong, the top-ranked freshman." With his imposing physique paired with his signature grin, Yi-Hong appeared rather comical. One could only imagine a bear attempting to act refined. Before the girl could respond, Yi-Hong continued with his self-introduction. "I am currently the class leader of the freshmen. If you need anything, feel free to approach me. In this territory, no one dares to disrespect me. Haha." The girl turned to glance at Yi-Hong before fixing her gaze on him intently. He assumed she was starting to take an interest in him, swallowing hard with excitement. But in a matter of seconds, her expression darkened. "Get lost." Yi-Hong, who had been so self-assured, froze, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. "What did you say?" "Get lost. Did you not hear me?" she repeated. I could hardly believe that this seemingly innocent girl had uttered such words. Laughter erupted from the nearby boys. Unable to contain themselves, Yi-Hong's face turned crimson, trembling with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Say that again." "Get lost. Did you not hear me, you fool?" the girl said impatiently, her eyes now on me. "I am so glad to have finally found you. May I ask what you need from me?" "I must admit, I have no recollection of you," I inquired cautiously, keenly aware of Yi-Hong's fiery glare directed at me, making me uncomfortable. "Of course I have something to discuss. Otherwise I wouldn't have called for you," she replied, as if she had just realized Yi-Hong's displeased demeanor. Frowning, she added, "Hey, why are you staring like that? Move aside, you look ridiculous." I could no longer suppress my laughter, and the surrounding boys joined in heartily. "Xiao Fei, after training, come find me," she said, leaning close to my ear to whisper, "You must come, or you will regret it." Gasps filled the air as onlookers witnessed her intimate approach. Yi-Hong, unable to endure the torment of her words, appeared as though he were a beast ready to strike. I shivered at the sight. After delivering her message, she turned to leave, throwing back a parting shot. "You must come, or I will hate you." The glances directed at me had taken on a hostile tone. Just as the girl took a step away, Yi-Hong reached out to stop her. "Are you leaving just like that? What? Do you have something to say?" She replied dismissively. "Heh, after humiliating me, you think you can just walk away?" "It won't be that easy," Yi-Hong sneered. "What do you want?" The girl's tone suddenly softened. I felt a chill run down my spine. This girl was unpredictable, making it difficult to defend myself. How about this? Let me treat you to a coffee, and perhaps we can become friends," Yi-Hong suggested, his smile seemingly sincere, devoid of any lewdness. However, his subsequent words quickly revealed his true nature. "Once we are friends, we can engage in deeper conversations, right?" "Haha." The girl regarded him as if he were a fool. "Have you taken your medication today?" "What? Medication? What do you mean?" Yi-Hong asked. "Psychotropic medication. Otherwise, why are you grinning like an idiot?" she retorted, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Having endured multiple blows to his pride, Yi-Hong lost his patience. "You little brat. You refuse my kindness and instead choose to insult me. I'll tell you this. Whether you like it or not, you will come tonight." "Why?" the girl inquired innocently. "Why? Because I'm a top-ranked newcomer. Based on that alone, no one here will disregard my orders. The one with the strongest fist is the boss," he boasted. "Is that so?" she replied, feigning surprise. He Hong, satisfied with her reaction, chuckled. Of course. You truly are delusional, the girl remarked. What did you say? He Hong snapped. Look at my lips, she said, pointing to her mouth. You're the crazy one. At this point, He Hong could no longer contain his anger and swung his arm. The girl's expression changed dramatically. I was taken aback, unable to believe that He Hong would resort to violence against the girl. Grabbing his wrist, I stated, You truly have some nerve hitting a woman. He Hong smirked coldly. If I can't hit a girl, then I'll hit you instead. With that, he shook off my hold and threw a punch with blinding speed, comparable to Wang Wu's prowess. He Hong's strength was on par with Wang Wu, and his speed was astonishing. Before the punch reached me, I felt a wave of heat wash over my face. I quickly sidestepped, pulling the girl beside me. We need to get out of here. To my dismay, the girl remained unfazed, her gaze fixated on He Hong as if she were frozen in shock. I panicked. Why are you not listening? We need to leave. Did you hear me? I exclaimed in frustration, urging her to move. The beautiful woman cast a glance at me, shaking her head. I had intended to make a delivery, but as I was about to speak, she waved her hand, and before I could react, she stepped forward, directly confronting He Hong's fist. He Hong was taken aback, unprepared for the woman's counterattack. With the force of his angry strike, he could not hold back, and it seemed he was about to harm her. The onlookers instinctively closed their eyes. Just as gasps filled the air, the woman, with her slender hand, seized He Hong's wrist. With a twist and a push, He Hong was flung away like a car that had lost its direction. He landed hard on the ground, and when he stood up, disbelief was etched on his face as he stared at the scene before him. Others around were equally stunned, myself included. Humph, you think you're the top newcomer? What a fool, the woman scoffed before turning to leave. Hey, I called out. She turned back to inquire. What is your name? How can I find you? Ding Wei, dormitory of Team 71, she replied. Ding Wei, I murmured softly, realizing I truly did not know this person. Chapter 53. Extraordinary physique after Ding Wei departed. It was time to assemble, and, astonishingly, the timing was impeccable. He Hong, unable to express his anger, obediently joined the queue. Zhao Wujia, clad in brown and gold, appeared on the playground, his gaze sweeping the crowd with a glint of cold light that sent shivers down the spines of those he fixed his eyes upon. When Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon me, I distinctly noticed a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 30 seconds, assemble, Zhao Wujia commanded loudly. Everyone's spirits heightened as they immediately began to line up at his command, moving with remarkable speed. Within mere seconds, we were organized, unsure of where to stand. I simply chose a spot at the end of the first row. Not too bad. Zhao Wujia glanced at his watch, noting that we were a second faster than yesterday, a sign of improvement. It seemed yesterday's training had been quite enjoyable for everyone. At the mention of yesterday's training, my fellow teammates tensed up. I felt puzzled. What had transpired during that session to cause such anxiety? Warm up with 20 laps, Zhao Wujia stated nonchalantly. As expected of a devilish coach, he commanded us to run 20 laps around the vast playground, which measured 1,000 meters per lap, summing up to an exhausting 20 kilometers. He spoke without batting an eye, living up to his reputation. I sighed internally, careful not to show it outwardly, reminding myself to avoid mistakes lest Zhao Wujia seize upon them. He did not seem like a person of great tolerance, and I suspected my earlier indifference had already irked him. Maintaining a quiet demeanor, I followed suit, and, after 10 laps of slow jogging, Zhao Wujia suddenly remarked, 15 kilometers remaining. If you do not finish in 30 minutes, an additional 25 kilometers will be added. I thought to myself, will we even survive this? Despite my internal protests, I began to run. The 21 of us surged forward, racing toward a victorious finish. Our speed was astonishing, almost akin to a sprint. Despite the prolonged exertion, my body felt as if it were shedding its burdens, becoming lighter with each stride. I found myself swiftly overtaking others, landing in the top 3 positions. Among them was He Hong, currently leading the pack. He wore a smile as he ran effortlessly. By the time we reached 20 laps, most were panting, their speed diminishing. I slipped past one individual, positioning myself right behind He Hong. He Hong, who had been leisurely jogging, noticed me trailing closely behind and disdainfully smiled before suddenly accelerating, like a gust of wind kicking up dust. I had no intention of competing for first place. My goal was merely to pass. But Zhao Wujia, observing He Hong and me pulling ahead of the rest, declared, The first to finish today's warm-up will be exempt from basic training. The last 10 will have to complete 2,000 basic movements. Why didn't you say so earlier? Many exclaimed, hastening their pace. Some aimed to conserve their energy for the ensuing training. Yet upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, the prospect of 2,000 repetitions of basic movements for the last 10 was daunting. Completing one set of basic movements was exhausting enough. 2,000? My heavens! The thought of being exempt from basic training was most appealing. In pursuit of that outcome, I pushed myself to accelerate, closing the gap between He Hong and me. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, I gradually reduced the distance. With each passing moment, I felt an inexplicable surge of energy, as if I had consumed a potent elixir, rendering fatigue inconsequential. He Hong and I sped onward, having lapped the last runner, yet we continued to accelerate. The ease with which He Hong had once run was now a distant memory, as I noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow. It felt as if a powerful force was surging through me, invigorating my entire being. I pushed myself even harder. At this point, we had completely distanced ourselves from the rest, creating a spectacle that drew the attention of several girls along the sidelines, eliciting gasps of astonishment. How dare you surpass me? He Hong seethed, gritting his teeth as he quickened his pace, clearly giving his all. We had entered the 24th lap, with He Hong just a meter ahead of me. I felt as if I were gliding effortlessly. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could I possibly run even faster? As if in response to my mental query, a wave of energy coursed through my limbs, propelling me to accelerate once more. 1 meter, half a meter, whoosh. In an instant, I passed He Hong, charging ahead with only 500 meters to the finish. My body felt as if it had ignited, unable to slow down, gaining momentum with each stride. As I crossed the finish line, I was momentarily taken aback, realizing my legs had a will of their own, propelling me forward past the last and second-to-last runners at breakneck speed. Zhao Wujia, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Thankfully, my pace gradually slowed, and by the time I reached the finish line, I had just surpassed the 10th-to-last runner. I exhaled deeply, still incredulous at my victory. How could this have happened? What had transpired within my body? Was I somehow transformed? Like a robot, my legs had acted independently. In the aftermath, I broke into a cold sweat. Once everyone had regrouped, reactions were mixed, some elated, while others despondent. The last 10 trudged in, heads hung low, while those in the front wore triumphant smiles. Yet, I felt uncomfortable under the odd stares directed at me. Zhao Wujia calmly stated, "Well done, everyone has met my expectations. Originally, the last 10 were to be punished, but your performances have exceeded my expectations. Therefore, I have decided not to penalize you." Cheers! The last 10 exclaimed. Zhao Wujia reveled in the power of his words over the new students, but his expression quickly darkened. The first in this morning's warm-up is. He paused deliberately, casting a glance at me before coolly announcing, He Hong. He Hong, initially displeased at having lost to me, was now taken aback by the announcement, his face betraying a mix of shock and defiance as he raised an offensive gesture towards me. My heart burned with indignation. I had clearly come in first, so why was He Hong declared the victor? However, I chose not to protest, silently observing Zhao Wujia's next move. My judgment of him at that moment was that of a small-minded individual, audaciously spewing falsehoods. Furthermore, Zhao Wujia continued, a sense of foreboding creeping over me. It seems some among you believe yourselves exceptionally capable, issuing commands recklessly. I instructed you to run 25 laps, and that was precisely what I meant. Those who ran extra, step forward and take another 25 laps. This was intolerable. My eyes burned with rage. He Hong relished the moment, throwing me another gesture of contempt. Calm. I reminded myself. I needed to maintain my composure. Impulsiveness could lead to disaster. For now, I resolved to bide my time, knowing that as long as the green hills remained, I would not lack for firewood. I report that I have taken an extra lap. Apologies. I shall promptly run an additional 25 laps. It took a considerable effort for me to articulate these few words. Zhao Wuji appeared somewhat taken aback by my reaction. He had anticipated my protest, which would have provided him with an excuse to punish me. However, I did not resist but instead began to run. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Given my earlier conduct of absenting myself during assembly, one would expect me to contest this apparent injustice. Taking a deep breath, I commenced my run. 25 laps. You have half an hour, Zhao Wuji stated nonchalantly. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 54. The Duel. 25 laps, half an hour. Zhao Wuji's words were delivered with a casual demeanor. Yet those who had truly run such a distance understood that 25 laps equated to 25 kilometers. Half an hour? It was utterly impossible. An average speed of 13 meters per second? Even the fastest runners in the world could not achieve such a pace. I was certain Zhao Wuji was mocking me. Just before I began, I noticed the cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. He was likely contemplating how best to punish me next. A surge of anger ignited within me, unleashing a fierce spirit of defiance. Given the circumstances, I resolved to take a chance rather than concede defeat immediately. Coach Zhao, I spoke, striving to avoid meeting his gaze, fearful of losing my composure. Let me check the time, I suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji reacted as if he had heard an absurd joke. Is it necessary? Since I have decreed 25 laps in half an hour, it is your responsibility to keep track of the time. I shall strive to complete it within that time frame. Fool! Yihang suddenly interjected. 25 laps in half an hour? Do you think you're a god? Zhao Wuji fell silent for a moment before producing a meticulously crafted watch from his pocket, adorned with a large diamond that sparkled under the fluorescent lights. This is a watch given to me by the base when I won the championship during the selection competition. I will use it to time you today, Zhao Wuji declared. The crowd gasped, astonished to learn that their coach was a former champion of the selection competition. In our line of work, we often face tasks deemed impossible. Xiaofei, I'm not targeting you deliberately. An undisciplined bodyguard is hardly a competent one. Personal heroism will inevitably jeopardize your future. If you insist on having me time you, so be it. However, if you fail, do not expect me to spare you from punishment. Zhao Wuji continued. What if I succeed? I inquired. Impossible. Don't indulge in dreams. Yihang scoffed, his expression disdainful. Zhao Wuji smiled. If you succeed, I will grant you a fair opportunity to rid yourself of my oversight. Very well. It's a deal. I extended my hand. Zhao Wuji chuckled coldly, but nonetheless clasped my hand in agreement. I positioned myself at the center of the track, adjusting my physical state. The outcome hinged on this moment. Unbeknownst to me, the atmosphere had shifted subtly. All eyes were fixed on me, the one about to run. Running may not signify much, but it could reveal the limits of a person. I was preparing to challenge my own limits. For reasons unknown, a voice within me insisted that I could indeed complete 25 laps in half an hour. Thus, I proceeded according to my instincts. As I ran past my classmates lining the track, their curious gazes pierced me. I was uncertain how they perceived me, but I believed that should I triumph, I would serve as a worthy example for them. I had always maintained that no one is inherently superior to another. Suddenly, a few girls appeared on the sidelines, followed by dozens more. Upon learning of the unfolding events, nearly all the girls gathered, pointing and whispering. Ding Wei furrowed her brow in disbelief as she learned of the situation. She clearly doubted my ability to complete 25 laps in half an hour. For anyone, this was undoubtedly an extreme challenge. Are you ready? Zhao Wuji inquired. The attention of many was now firmly on this matter, and it was impossible to maintain a low profile. Zhao Wuji could no longer speak casually, as everyone had been thrust into a public spectacle. Any action would draw attention. All right, I replied. At that moment, I focused solely on my inner conviction, disregarding all distractions, Zhao Wuji, the track, even the potential outcomes of success or failure. My singular belief was to complete 25 laps in half an hour. The world around me seemed to revert to chaos. Everything felt natural, and transcending the natural was akin to surpassing oneself. A warm surge coursed through my body, tingling with electric energy. My limbs trembled uncontrollably, and an aura began to form around me. I paid no heed to the astonished gazes of others. Instead, I endeavored to familiarize myself with the sudden wellspring of strength within. As I warmed up, I realized that this extraordinary exertion stemmed from within. The source of my energy was astonishingly derived from my own being, both bewildering and exhilarating. It felt as if I could soar. On your marks, get set, go. Zhao Wuji shouted. In that instant, I surged forward like the wind, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. So fast, a girl exclaimed in astonishment. Ding Wei covered her mouth, her eyes wide, unable to believe the speed at which I was running. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened as he glanced at his watch. The path ahead was clear. I had left all others behind. The sound of rushing air filled my ears, and I felt my clothing hinder my speed. With a powerful tug, I tore my garment in half, letting it flutter away in the wind. Faster, even faster. I urged myself. I was unclear of my speed. I simply understood that even at this pace, I could not fulfill my task. Thus I pressed on. My body became increasingly heated, and my limbs surged with fervent energy. My feet barely touched the ground, and amid the gasps of the crowd, I accelerated further. Yes, this was a sensation, an indescribable exhilaration, as if I were ascending to the heavens, racing upon vibrant clouds. 1 lap, 2 laps, echoed the voices of those standing by the track. 10 laps, 11 laps, 12 laps, Ding Wei chimed in. 20 laps, 21 laps, 22 laps, only 3 minutes left. 3 minutes, 3,000 meters. 1 minute, 1,000 meters. The hearts of the spectators raced. Could one really run 1,000 meters in 1 minute? Initially, no one believed it. Yet now, most were filled with anticipation, as if they were running alongside me. However, I could no longer hear their prayers. Instead, an exhilarating sensation surged within me. Can I go faster? This question emerged in my mind. Yes, you can, a voice seemed to affirm. Indeed, I believed I could. Thus, I accelerated once more amidst the cheers of the crowd. At that moment, I knew I had accomplished my task. Sure enough, as I crossed the finish line, I heard the time called out, 29 minutes and 30 seconds. I did not know who announced the time. Applause erupted. I was unsure who began first, but soon the majority joined in. Save for the sullen-faced He Hang and the inscrutable Zhao Wuji. Still lost in the euphoria of my earlier triumph, I was approached by someone who congratulated me. Well done, one person exclaimed. I nodded in acknowledgement. Ding Wei had somehow appeared by my side, smiling as she said, You did great. I never would have guessed you had such a talent for running. Thank you, I replied. I had completed 25 laps, yet surprisingly, I did not feel fatigued. As if I had merely finished warming up, I felt as though I could run another 25 laps. Zhao Wuji approached, and all festivities ceased as everyone turned to see how he would respond. Coach, I completed the laps. Very good. I promise you a fair opportunity to be rid of me, Zhao Wuji stated coolly. I looked at him with eager anticipation, longing for a favorable response. I will grant you 1 month to prepare before the selection competition for a fair duel, Zhao Wuji concluded, his smile concealing myriad emotions, anger, indifference, and cruelty. What? A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Bewildered, I glanced around in search of understanding. If we were to duel, should you defeat me, not only would you be exempt from training, but you could also leave without undergoing selection, Zhao Wuji added. Very well, I accept your challenge. Upon hearing the prospect of freedom, I immediately agreed. You fool, Ding Wei interjected, scolding me. I could only smile foolishly, offering no explanation. After Zhao Wuji made this statement, he added, Today's session is dismissed. Chapter 55. The change of the Yiksha made in everything had transformed. It felt as if the world itself had shifted. The admiration in the eyes of those around me had morphed into pity and sympathy, and Ding Wei was no exception, biting her lip, lost in thought. I too had changed, becoming less fearful, even in the presence of Zhao Wuji, a legendary master. After completing 25 laps in half an hour, my mindset had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Previously, I had been timid and apprehensive. Now, I seemed to regard challenges as mere tasks to be accomplished rather than insurmountable obstacles. All that was required of me was to perform well. Engaging Zhao Wuji in a duel was merely a straightforward endeavor. If I could not overcome this hurdle, then there was no reason to even contemplate leaving. It was only natural that others did not understand. I was still on a journey, seeking my other half. At that moment, I suddenly recalled Xuanna. Perhaps she would comprehend my thoughts, or perhaps she would not. It had been many days since I had last contacted her, and I wondered how she was faring and if she missed me. At the very least, I missed her dearly. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few who gazed at me with sympathy, wanting to say something yet at a loss for words, offering me a smile before departing. I was grateful for their unspoken concern, for it allowed me a glimpse into the authentic emotions of others. The first order of business was to find a contact Xuanna. Xiao Fei, a familiar voice called out. I turned to see Ding Wei. Everyone had left, leaving only her behind, her face etched with worry and reproach. Seeing her like this made me smile. What are you worried about? I'm not dying, I replied. Ding Wei bit her lip and sighed. I truly do not understand what you were thinking. Sigh, just promise me you will come find me tonight. Do you hear? Our coach has started training. I must hurry. Please, Promise me you'll come. Watching Ding Wei's retreating figure, I felt an indescribable emotion welling up within me. Ding Wei was a good girl, genuinely concerned for someone she barely knew. I shook my head, lamenting the situation. Upon returning to my dormitory, I lay on my bed, staring at the white ceiling, contemplating how to conquer the formidable Zhao Wuji. His strength was beyond question. He had been the champion of previous election rounds and was now the coach of the new recruits, each role underscoring his formidable prowess. Yet, just how strong was Zhao Wuji? How did he compare to Wang Wu? I still held some confidence about surpassing Wang Wu. Perhaps I would inquire once Captain Haibing and the others returned from training. At 7 o'clock, the night enveloped the base, yet Haibing and the others had yet to return. Unable to wait any longer, I set out to find Ding Wei. Ding Wei, dormitory 71. I inquired along the way, eventually locating her dormitory area. Indeed, the base favored females over males. The girls' dormitory was adorned with flowers and greenery, resembling a paradise compared to the boys' quarters. Shaking my head, I sighed at the unfairness of it all. Stop. Just as I approached the entrance of the 71st team area, a voice called out to me. It was a woman, but her tone was such that one might not discern it without careful listening. I turned, startled by the appearance of the individual before me. She had a decent figure, yet her face resembled a mismatched collage, lacking any semblance of beauty. Her mouth was particularly large, and I imagined she could fit her fist inside it when opened wide. Though I sought not to display my surprise too overtly, out of respect for her gender, I was nonetheless taken aback. Realizing my lapse in composure, I awkwardly said, I apologize. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Who? The woman inquired, her voice booming as if to ensure all could hear. I was startled once more. Ding Wei, could you please announce my presence? I have an appointment with her. I hurriedly replied, fearing her loud questioning would continue. Ding Wei, who is that? I don't know her. Hey, are you trying to sneak a peek around here? I've seen this trick before. Come with me to the enforcement team. Let them deal with you. You lecher. The girl scrutinized me for a moment, then seemingly had a realization. After her statement, she reached for my hand. I deftly avoided her grasp and insisted. I truly am here to find someone. Oh, so you avoid my hand? Who would want to hold your hand anyway? Many men have wished to hold mine, but I refuse them all. And you think I would be interested in you? The girl retorted angrily, her mouth open wide as she spoke. I forced a smile, yes. Yes, it was indeed I who took advantage. I am the one who lacks discernment. But I assure you, I am here for Ding Wei. I cannot be mistaken. The girl pondered for a moment before asking, what does she look like? She has an excellent figure, large eyes, short hair, and a melodious voice. Beyond that, I cannot recall. I strained to remember Ding Wei's features, managing only this much. The girl contemplated for a moment, her expression skeptical. You are lying. I am truly not lying, I insisted. Isn't that description rather similar to my own? Short hair, physique, voice, it seems you're describing me, she challenged. I nearly burst into laughter, suppressing it with great effort. Think again. Is there anyone else who resembles her? The girl shook her head. There shouldn't be anyone else. Very well, I shall search for her myself. I turned to leave, genuinely not wanting to engage further with this girl, suspecting she might say something utterly shocking again. The very likeness I had described seemed to have convinced her she was the one I sought. How absurd. I shook my head. Stop. The girl called again. What is it now? I asked, turning back helplessly. I'll search for her myself. Thank you. No, you cannot. She exclaimed dramatically, her expression rich with emotion. Do you not realize this is forbidden ground for men? What if something were to happen? What could possibly happen, beautiful? I replied, feeling my patience waning. Beautiful? You call me beautiful? The girl's eyes widened with delight as she rushed toward me, nearly startling me with her exuberance. I stood speechless, unsure of how to respond. Is it true? You think I'm beautiful? She exclaimed, looking at me with eager anticipation. Yes, I confirmed. I did say you're beautiful. Beauty comes in many forms. Physical appearance is but one, and inner beauty is another. I'm beautiful. Ha! Someone thinks I'm beautiful. The girl began to dance with joy. I regarded her with a mixture of confusion and concern, questioning her sanity. A laugh echoed nearby. Beautiful indeed. How astonishing it is that such beauty exists. Turning to look, I saw Ding Wei standing by the roadside, smiling at me. Chapter 56. The sky above the base was computer-generated, cycling between day and night. At this moment, it was 8 o'clock. Under the lamplight, a long, graceful silhouette caught my eye. I raised my gaze to see Ding Wei standing beneath the lamp, her smile radiant. clad not in training gear, but in a soft white dress that draped elegantly over her form. Her curves flowed seamlessly, a sight to behold. With Ding Wei's beauty now accentuated, she appeared even more enchanting, especially when compared to the less fortunate girl I had just encountered. Ding Wei seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. "What did you say?" the unattractive girl yelled, her eyes fixed on Ding Wei with an intensity that suggested she wished to devour her. Yiksha maiden refrained from shouting. "I'm not afraid of you," Ding Wei replied with a smile. "Oomph." The girl's face turned pale as she heard the term Yiksha. Her nostrils flared, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Her expression filled with rage. "You insolent wretch, do you seek death? I have no intention of dying, especially not at your hands. Do not forget who it was that laid you low today. Do not assume that our slender frames make us easy targets for your bullying," Ding Wei retorted coldly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that I was the one she was addressing. "I see that you are infatuated with men to the point of madness, daring even to approach Xiao Fei. Do you have any idea who he is? I care not for his identity. It is a rare occasion to encounter a man who appreciates me. Why should I refrain from engaging with him?" The woman, whom I shall refer to as Yasha's sister, declared with indignation. "Yasha's sister, I must say, you are not only unattractive but also exceedingly foolish, incapable of recognizing a mere compliment. It seems you have wasted your years in ignorance," Ding Wei retorted, her disdain evident. "How dare you speak to me like that? You little vixen, are you envious? Others praise my beauty, and you cannot bear it. If you have the ability, why not find someone yourself?" Yasha's sister replied with an air of arrogance. Ding Wei and I exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Just as Ding Wei was about to counter, I intervened, pulling her away. "Enough of this quarrel. Let's go. Did you not mention having matters to attend to?" Before I could finish my sentence, Yasha's sister interjected, "Look, little vixen, what of it if they say I'm beautiful?" Ding Wei struggled to break free from my grasp, eager to retort, but I held her back. "Please, just let it go. Is it really worth arguing over?" Ding Wei ceased her struggle, fixing her gaze on me. "Tell me, do you have feelings for her?" I was taken aback. "Who?" "Yasha's sister," Ding Wei clarified. Before I could respond, she continued, "I know you're drawn to such girls. Well, if you fancy her, go ahead and pursue her. I can assist you if necessary." "What a peculiar statement," I replied helplessly. "I was merely teasing you." Ding Wei laughed, devoid of any sense of humor. She then wandered to the roadside, admiring a pot of purple flowers, and lamented, "Life here is truly arduous. I came to this dreadful place for you. Indeed, it is quite challenging." "Wait a moment. Did you say you came here for me?" I was taken aback. "Yes. You think the outside world is splendid, yet here I am." Ding Wei's face revealed a sorrowful expression. "Oh, heavens, how unfair life is. What about you? How did you end up in this dreadful place?" "You still haven't answered my question. Did you come to the base for me?" "Of course. Would I come here without reason?" Ding Wei huffed. "Why?" I asked. Curiosity piqued. "We hardly know each other. You may not know me, but I am well aware of you," Ding Wei responded. "I used to think I was unpopular, never imagining you would." Feeling deeply touched that this unfamiliar yet beautiful woman came to the base for me, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you. However, I already have someone I admire." Ding Wei, once radiant with laughter, seemed increasingly perturbed by my words. "Wait, what did you say?" "I appreciate your kindness, but I have someone special already," I said shyly. "Phew, what nonsense are you thinking? Xiao Fei, your words imply that I came to the base for you because I have feelings for you," Ding Wei exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, isn't that the case? What other reason could compel a girl to undertake such a journey?" "Xiao Fei," Ding Wei suddenly exclaimed, "you must be overly full of yourself." "Me like you?" She pointed at me, a playful smile on her lips. "Come now, Xiao Fei, one cannot be so narcissistic. I admit you are decent looking, but you fall far short of my standards. Then why did you come to the base?" I asked, realizing my own misplaced assumptions, my cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Isn't it due to my cousin, who has been utterly distracted and disheartened?" Ding Wei replied, exuding a sense of resignation. "Your cousin?" I inquired, confused. "Who is this cousin?" "Oh, you ungrateful man. My cousin just broke up with you, and you've already forgotten her. If she knew how heartless you are, she would be in tears." I was about to press Ding Wei for the identity of her cousin when a shiver ran through me. "Xuena, your cousin is Xuena?" Ding Wei nodded, rolling her eyes at me. "Who else could it be? She has been driving me mad these past few days, so I came down to check on you." "Really? Xuena sent you?" I grasped Ding Wei's arm, elated. How is she? Is she well? You actually care? My cousin has lost quite a bit of weight these past few days, all because of you and your lack of spirit. Seeing her in such a state compelled me to come down. I even brought you a little something, Ding Wei said, her tone tinged with reproach. How could this be? I truly feel sorry for her. Upon hearing of Xuan Na's poor health, my eyes began to well with tears. I had intended to contact her the moment I arrived, but various circumstances had prevented me. All right, I will borrow a phone immediately. As I prepared to leave, my heart ached, knowing Xuan Na was struggling. The only thing I desired was to reach out to her and express my longing. Wait, where are you going? Ding Wei called out. I'm going to find a phone to contact the outside world. It is exceedingly difficult to reach anyone from here, I replied, not wanting to waste a single moment. Hold on, you fool, Ding Wei shouted again. I halted, glancing back at her. Please don't distract me. I cannot afford to delay. Calm down. Why are you in such a hurry? Since I'm here, surely I have prepared something for you? You need not ask others for help, Ding Wei snapped. You have one? My spirit soared. Of course, why else would I have come? She retorted. Well then, I said, feeling slightly sheepish. Ding Wei produced a large mobile phone, a unique device that could connect to the outside world, which she had evidently acquired with great effort. I, seemingly deaf to her words, muttered my thanks and snatched it to dial, only to discover I did not know how to operate it. Huh, you don't know how to use it, do you? Ding Wei chuckled, amused by my urgency. Dear cousin, do lend a hand, I pleaded, my tone desperate. Why should I help you? She scoffed. If you assist me, I would do anything for you. Is that a promise? I swear it. All right, hand it over, Ding Wei commanded, taking the phone and pressing several buttons before handing it back to me. You can dial now. With a heart full of trepidation, I dialed Xuan Na's number. Hello. Her melodious voice echoed in my ear. 1,000 words surged within me, yet when the moment arrived to speak, I found myself at a loss for words. Hello, Xuan Na's voice repeated. I longed to speak, yet silence enveloped me, my heart racing. Is it really you, Xiao Fei? Xuan Na's voice trembled with emotion. Yes, I managed to reply. You. I sensed her tears on the other end, and I closed my eyes, allowing her voice to transport me back to the courtyard, where she once nestled beside me. Taking a deep breath, I spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Please don't cry. I'm not crying, Xuan Na protested. Yet I can't hear it. I chuckled softly. I'm not. If I am, it's your fault, she retorted, her emotions still raw. Why have you taken so long to contact me? Xuan Na inquired. I have been exceedingly busy these past few days, but will be better from now on. I wish to shield her from the hardships I faced at the base, fearing it would only worry her. Why did you call then? Do you miss me? Xuan Na's tone carried a hint of irritation. Unsure how to mend the hurt I had caused her, I turned away only to realize Ding Wei had vanished. Are you going to speak or not? Xuan Na pressed. I miss you. Those simple words took all my strength to utter. I am not one for expressing my emotions. The deeper my love, the harder it is for me to articulate. Once I spoke those words, silence fell on the other end. What happened? Respond, I urged. After waiting for a long time without receiving a response from Xuan Na, I felt a sense of urgency. What is it, Xuan Na? Faintly, I could hear her sobbing on the other end. I managed a bitter smile. Silly girl. Why are you crying again? I'm not crying, Xuan Na suddenly retorted. All right, my dear Xuan Na, isn't crying. Perhaps just a bit of sand got in her eyes, I chuckled. And who is this, my dear Xuan Na? Such an unpleasant way to put it, she replied. I didn't expect her to say that, and I laughed. Oh, come on, if she is not mine, then whose is she? Anyone who dares to compete with me for Xuan Na will face my wrath. I'm currently honing my martial skills, and have become quite formidable. If anyone dares to come within a meter of you, I'll go out and teach them a lesson. Xuan Na laughed at this. What are you so proud of? There is someone I really dislike and have been wanting to hit for a while. I wonder if you can handle it? Just say the word. For you, I wouldn't fear taking on the whole world, I declared. Quickly tell me who it is, and I'll go out and turn them into a pig-ass head, I insisted. Really? Xuan Na asked. Of course it's true. Would you doubt what your husband says? I chuckled. Don't get ahead of yourself. Who's your wife? Xuan Na teased. Hearing her playful tone sent a shiver through me, almost making me stumble. You are my wife, and there's no escaping that. Nonsense. Who want to marry you? A big rogue? She laughed from the other end. Even a rogue has a rogue's love. You never know who might fall for a rogue, I teased back. You, Xiao Fei, are such a bad egg, Xuan Na replied. Then you admit that I'm your husband, don't you? I laughed heartily. There was a moment of silence from Xuan Na, Then she said, "Didn't you say you would help me deal with someone?" "No problem. Just tell me. There's someone who has been bothering me, and it makes me very angry. I want you to teach him a lesson, to show him how foolish his behavior is. If he doesn't understand a girl's heart, he shouldn't pretend to. He thinks he can hide his pain, but how can two people be together if they hide things from each other? If you truly care, please help me teach him a lesson, as I really don't want him to cast me aside. I want to enter his heart and hear his voice. I truly do." Xuana's words were filled with tenderness and warmth, like sweet whispers in my ear. Xuana, I nearly lost control of my tears. I truly. Now, I wish I could sprout wings and fly to her side, gently stroking her long hair and saying, "Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Forever." Yet, I couldn't voice it, for I felt powerless to do so. Trapped in this base, I couldn't escape. Even if I had 1,000 hearts longing to fly away, the electronic, distorted sky above me felt like a chasm separating me from Xuana, an insurmountable barrier. "I'm sorry, Xuana," I finally managed to utter. I struggled to express my apologies and affection. The more I spoke, the sadder I became. My conversation with Xuana was a blend of joy and sorrow. Joy for our reunion, sorrow for our separation. Though I was merely half a city away from her, it felt like half a world apart. Truly, we were worlds within reach. "I don't blame you. Just promise me that you will return to my side." "Safe and sound," Xuana said. "Rest assured, I wouldn't want to lose our school belle. She is a great beauty. Once I'm out, I'll take you to meet my old friends so they can see that the person they once admired is now mine," I said, smiling at the thought of their astonished faces. "Do as you please," Xuana replied, her tone softening like a gentle wife. "When you return, you can do whatever you want." "Really? I can do whatever I want?" I asked, delighted. "You let me treat you however I wish?" Puffed. "I knew you couldn't say anything classy." "You're such a rogue," she teased. At that moment, a mechanical voice interrupted. "You have 3 minutes left to chat. Please prepare." "Oh no, our call is being monitored." "But that doesn't matter. There is nothing shameful about expressing love to my own wife," I remarked. "Before the call disconnects, do you have anything to say to your beloved?" "Nothing." "Really? You have nothing to say?" I laughed. "Quickly say you miss me, or you want to sleep tonight." "Hurry, hurry, hurry," I urged her. Xuana, feeling the pressure of time, finally relented, sounding resigned. All right. I must have owed you in a past life." "I miss you, dear. Is that enough?" "Not enough. I can't hear you." "Speak louder." "I miss you." "Still can't hear you." "Say it again." A melodious laughter echoed. "All right, I won't say any more if you can't hear." "Hurry, there's no time." "Say it again." "Ugh, you're so annoying." "I miss you, Xiao Fei." Xuana's voice rose, reverberating in my ears. "Now it's your turn," she prompted. I was gathering my emotions. "Quickly, time is running out," she urged. "I love you, Xuana." Just as I finished, the call disconnected with a series of beeps. Gazing at the screen above me, after declaring my love, I felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. Chapter 57, Deep Affection. 1,000 words swirled in my heart. Yet when it came time to speak, I found myself at a loss. "Hello, are you there?" Xuana's voice echoed again. I longed to speak, but the words eluded me, my heart racing. We fell into silence. "Is that you, Xiao Fei?" Xuana exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes," I managed to reply. "You." I knew Xuana was crying. I could hear her choked sobs through the phone. Closing my eyes, her voice transported me back to the courtyard, where she nestled beside me. Taking a deep breath, I spoke tenderly. "Don't cry." "I'm not crying," she protested, but I could hear the truth in her voice. "I can hear you," I laughed. "I'm not crying. If I am, it's because of you," she retorted, her emotions still running high. "Why did you take so long to contact me?" she asked. "I've been too busy these past few days and didn't have time. Things will be better from now on. I didn't want Xuana to worry about my struggles in the base." "Then why did you call me again? Do you miss me that much?" Xuana's voice took on a hint of irritation. I felt helpless to mend the pain I had caused her. Turning my head, I realized Ding Wei had vanished. "Just say something," Xuana urged again. I miss you." Those simple words took all my strength to utter. I'm not one who easily expresses emotion. The deeper my feelings, the harder it is to speak. After I managed to say those words, silence fell on the other end. "What's wrong? Respond," I prompted. But once again, I was met with silence, and my heart raced with worry. "Really?" Xuana inquired. "Of course it's true," I replied with a chuckle. "Do you not trust your husband's words?" "Dream on. You just want to take advantage of me." "Who's your wife anyway?" Xuana teased. Hearing her playful tone sent shivers down my spine. I almost lost my balance. You are my wife, and there's no escaping that. Nonsense. Who would want to marry you, a big rogue? Xuanao laughed from the other end. Even rogues have their own kind of love. You never know who might fall for one. Just a moment ago, you were crying, I jested. You, Xiao Fei, are such a scoundrel, Xuanao retorted. Then you acknowledge that you are mine, my wife? I laughed heartily. There was a brief silence on her end before she said, Did you not promise to help me deal with someone? Absolutely, just tell me. There's a person who has been bothering me, and I am quite upset. I want you to teach him a lesson so he understands how foolish his actions are. If one does not comprehend a girl's heart, they should not pretend to. He thinks that by hiding his pain, no one will notice. A relationship should be about mutual affection. How can one hide things from the other? If you truly care, please help me teach him a lesson. I genuinely do not want him to disregard me. I long to enter his inner world and listen to his thoughts. I truly wish for that. Xuanao's words were filled with tenderness, warm like whispered sweet nothings. Xuanao, I could barely hold back my tears. At this moment, I wished for wings to fly to her side, gently stroking her long hair, assuring her, do not worry. I will always be by your side for eternity. Yet I cannot voice it, because at this moment, it was impossible for me. I lacked the confidence to achieve it. Trapped within this base, I could not escape. Even if I had 1,000 hearts yearning to fly away, the electronic, ethereal sky above me felt like an insurmountable chasm separating me from Xuanao. I'm sorry, Xuanao, I managed to utter after a prolonged silence. I found myself unable to express my apology and affection adequately. The more I spoke, the more sorrowful I became. My conversation with Xuanao was filled with both joy and sadness. The joy of reunion and the sadness of parting, separated by half a city. It felt as though we were worlds apart. Truly, it was like being close yet so far. I do not blame you. Just promise me you'll return to my side. Xuanao said, Rest assured, I do not wish to lose our school's flower and absolute beauty. Once I am free, I will take you to meet my old friends, so they can see that the object of their admiration is now mine, I said, envisioning their astonished expressions, a smile involuntarily gracing my lips. Do as you please, Xuanao responded, her tone embodying that of a gentle wife. When you return, you may do whatever you wish. Really? I can do whatever I want? I rejoiced. You mean I can treat you however I desire? I know you can only speak nonsense. You're such a rogue. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly interrupted. You have 3 minutes left to chat. Please prepare. Damn, the call is being monitored, I thought, but I was unperturbed. There was nothing inappropriate in expressing love to one's wife. The call is about to end. Do you have anything to say to your beloved? No. Really? I teased. You have nothing to say? Hurry and tell me you miss me, or else I won't be able to sleep tonight. Quick, 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 I urged. Xuanao, feeling pressured by my insistence, hurriedly said, almost resigned, All right, I must have owed you from past life. I miss you, dear, is that good enough? Not good enough. I can't hear you. Speak louder. I miss you. Still can't hear. Say it again, louder. Her melodious laughter rang out, All right. I want to say it if you can't hear. Hurry, time is running out. Say it again. Oh, you're so annoying. I miss you, Xiao Fei, Xuanao exclaimed, her voice resonating in my ears. Now it's your turn, Xuanao. Say you miss me. I was gathering my emotions. Hurry, we have no time left, Xuanao urged. I love you, Xuanao. Just then, the call beeped with a disconnect tone. As I gazed at the screen above, after confessing my love, a wave of relief washed over me. Chapter 58. The beautiful master, are you done? I was still basking in happiness when Ding Wei's voice suddenly cut in behind me. I jumped, startled. How did you walk so quietly? It's your own fault for being lost in thought. Don't blame me for my silent footsteps. Ding Wei looked displeased. Ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten who worked hard to bring you the communicator? Heartless. My apologies, I chuckled sheepishly. Thank you, cousin. Oh, now you're calling me cousin? You're quite bold, Ding Wei scoffed. Has my cousin accepted you? Even if she acknowledges you, without her own recognition, do not address her as cousin. I smiled awkwardly. Yes, I shall heed my cousin's wishes. Oh, I shall heed your wishes. All right, now that we've discussed the good news, let's talk about the bad news. Ding Wei's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Bad news? What bad news? I had a fantastic day. I recalled my earlier conversation with Xuanao, smiling broadly. Enough, don't flaunt your smugness in front of me. Is it necessary to act this way just because you made a phone call? If you don't survive to leave, my cousin, still so young, will be a widow. I doubt that's what you want to see. How serious could it be? I asked in astonishment. More serious than you think, Ding Wei sighed. Do you believe Zhao Wujing is a good person, giving you the chance to leave? Let me tell you, according to the regulations here, if you fight Zhao Wujing and win, you may leave. However, the consequence of your victory is that Zhao Wujing will be gone. Do you think Zhao Wujing will be so foolish? But if you lose, you can be sure Zhao Wujing will show no mercy. In the base, it is hard to tell, but during the competition, even brothers may turn against each other without mercy. Is it really that dire? I asked again, still feeling that Ding Wei's words were exaggerated. Xiao Fei, what era are you living in? You're still so naive. Ding Wei feigned maturity. Come on. How old are you? Your development is probably not even complete, yet you lecture me? I laughed. What did you say? My development isn't complete? Where are your eyes? Ding Wei, unable to tolerate comments about her figure, retorted angrily, feel for yourself. Or have I not developed well? With that, Ding Wei leaned closer, puffing out her chest and lifting her chin defiantly. There was no denying Ding Wei's figure. It was curvaceous and well-defined. Although her bust was notably smaller than Xuan Na's, it was perfectly proportionate and certainly did not appear underdeveloped. Seeing that I was genuinely looking at her, Ding Wei's face flushed, and she exclaimed, "Hey, I told you to look, not to stare. You're such a pervert." I merely wanted to assess the truth of your claim. I replied awkwardly. Assess? Ding Wei widened her eyes. You can say such things? Are you even human? I'm your cousin. Didn't you just deny being my cousin? I countered, feeling aggrieved. And though I may not be as beautiful as my cousin, I am still a rare beauty. You need to get your facts straight before speaking. There's hardly any beauty here, and even if there were, it wouldn't concern me. Look at me. I sighed. That's true, Ding Wei agreed. Enough about me. Please tell me how urgent the situation really is. Zhao Wujing, do you know his strength? Ding Wei asked gravely. No. I shook my head, but it was still the same. The same? Ding Wei looked at me as if I were a fool, clearly unaware that some individuals possess such formidable strength that they cannot be discussed using common reasoning. Let me first explain the hierarchy of power in the world. Ding Wei cleared her throat and then asked, who is the strongest person you have ever seen? I replied, I have seen He Hong and Wang Wu. They are incredibly strong, likely capable of taking on an adult tiger in a one-on-one battle without issue. I have also seen, but I haven't witnessed him in action, so he should be quite powerful. He Hong? Wang Wu? Ding Wei asked, puzzled. He Hong is the one you tossed away earlier today. How do you find him? Does he appeal to you? I chuckled. Go to hell. You still have the nerve to laugh. Let me tell you, someone like He Hong is trash. I could easily handle 20 of him. However, regarding, I have heard of him. He is indeed formidable. Ding Wei furrowed her brow, stating that individual strengths could be categorized into 5 levels. S, A, B, C, and D. 5 levels? I found it amusing. Strength cannot be so simplistically categorized. The differences in strength among people are generally minor. Who was the fool that devised such childish classifications? Ding Wei shot me a sharp look. What do you know? I am telling you. Do I look like I'm joking? Not at all, I shook my head. You're like a frog in a well, completely unaware of the world outside. Ding Wei spoke in a tone of admonition. There are many extraordinary individuals in this world. Being able to tear apart tigers and leopards is merely the basic level of strength. Someone like He Hong does not even qualify for a rating. However, in everyday life, He Hong could easily take on 100 people. He is practically invincible out there. So what constitutes S-level strength, and what is the lowest level? Fool. S-level is the highest, while D-level is the lowest. Oh, then what kind of strength does D-level represent? I inquired following Ding Wei's tone. A soldier trained as a special forces operative. If an individual can take on 100 of such soldiers in a primal forest without sustaining any injuries, that is D-level strength, Ding Wei stated nonchalantly. My mind raced. Is there truly such an extreme? Of course, it's even more terrifying than what I described, Ding Wei shrugged. Almost every individual of a higher level is renowned in the world of bodyguards or assassins. Upon reaching a level, it is no longer just about strength. One must also have a record of achievements. What kind of achievements? I hurriedly asked. In the assassin world, achievements are defined by the level of tasks completed. For instance, assassinating a head of state is a task only an S-level assassin can accomplish. Whoever succeeds becomes known as an S-level assassin. Conversely, if a bodyguard kills an S-level expert during a mission, they can claim the title of S-level themselves. That seems dubious, I disagreed. What if an S-level assassin falls to an unknown individual? That would be a wrongful death. Rest assured, if he dares to admit it. Someone will certainly want to kill him, Ding Wei scoffed. So what level is Zhao Wuji? Ding Wei's expression turned serious. He should be at D level. Although his name isn't on the leaderboard, his strength is likely D level. No way, I exclaimed. How unfortunate. By your logic, wouldn't that mean I'm dueling against 100 Special Forces soldiers? Indeed, good luck with that, Ding Wei chuckled. But there is a way. What way? I asked. Become my disciple. Chapter 59. The grasp of the dragon's claw become your disciple? I found it amusing. Come on, what could a girl possibly teach me? Are you saying girls can't teach you anything? Ding Wei retorted angrily. That's right, if someone fights, they should let the girl win. Do you really think you're that impressive? I recalled how Ding Wei had tossed Yi Hong away earlier and said, if Yi Hong were serious, could he still be standing here? Upon hearing this, Ding Wei coldly laughed. Watch me. What are you watching for? I joked, if you stare too long, won't you feel shy? What a rogue. Ding Wei shook her head. Just wait, I'll show you. Show me what? Before I could finish, Ding Wei stepped forward and reached for my shoulder with one hand. Instinctively, I dodged, thinking I'd escaped her grasp, but her hand seemed to be glued to me, following my movement. In a moment of surprise, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, and I was sent flying. I landed heavily on the ground, feeling winded. Struggling to speak, I managed to say, Are you trying to kill me? Humph, didn't you say I was incapable? Ding Wei laughed. I was momentarily speechless, my face flushed. I wasn't prepared for that. Oh really? Ding Wei's eyes sparkled with mirth. Are you prepared now? Let me adjust my stance, I said, steeling myself, my focus entirely on Ding Wei's hand. All right, I'm ready. Bring it on. Ding Wei's smile was as radiant as a blooming lotus. Here I come. In the blink of an eye, Ding Wei was beside me. Reaching out with one hand, I felt a breeze near my right ear and instinctively tried to block it with my hand. Unexpectedly, Ding Wei's hand slipped past my arm, firmly gripping my shoulder. A bad feeling washed over me. Sure enough, my body was lifted as if it were made of foam. With a swift motion, I was thrown to the ground once more. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I got back up. Is this how cruel you are? Your lack of skill is to blame. Not my fault, Ding Wei said innocently. All right, I've had enough. Let me ask you, can you defeat Zhao Wuji? Ding Wei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Here, I might not be his match, but in the wild, I would surely defeat him. If even you cannot defeat him, how could a student taught by you possibly prevail? I said helplessly. That may not necessarily be the case. I might not be able to, but I'm still a girl. It's understandable if I can't defeat Zhao Wuji. But you are different. Zhao Wuji has explicitly stated he wants to duel with you, and you can't avoid it. Is it really that serious? I sighed in that case. I simply want to show up. Ding Wei fell silent, merely staring at me, her gaze sending chills down my spine. What? Ding Wei scoffed. My cousin must be blind to be interested in you. Take a good look in the mirror. You're not good looking, and that's not your fault. But you lack the dignity of a man. Are you even a man? How can you tell if I'm a man or not? I muttered softly. What are you mumbling about? Ding Wei's face turned crimson upon hearing my words, and she snapped. I said nothing. I don't care what others think. I said nonchalantly. In truth, I was not particularly concerned about the duel with Zhao Wuji. Xiao Fei, are you even a man? Ding Wei exclaimed angrily. Why did I come down here? It was for my cousin, and I wanted to see what kind of hero she was interested in. But what did I see? A timid coward. If you don't care about this, then what do you care about? What else is worth your concern? Hearing this, I felt a pang of discomfort in my heart. I frowned and replied, the things I care about are far beyond your understanding. Don't preach to me. Ding Wei, I know you are frustrated with me, but you do not truly understand me. What I care about is my family. If Xuan were here, do you think she would want me to take risks and duel? Everything I do could potentially harm Xuan. I am no longer living for myself. Do you understand? Ding Wei was taken aback by my sudden emotional outburst and the words I had just spoken, rendering her momentarily speechless. I am sorry, Ding Wei murmured. It's fine. I should be the one apologizing for disappointing you. You are aware of my capabilities. Zhao Wuji is not an easy opponent. Rest assured, I will not perish. Although Zhao Wuji is formidable, I still possess ways to cope. What ways? Ding Wei inquired curiously. I have yet to devise a plan, I replied. Xiao Fei. Very well. Teach me, and I shall learn. Ding Wei was momentarily stunned by my straightforward response, and her expression brightened. You are perceptive. Do not worry. The techniques I impart will ensure that even in defeat, you shall not meet your demise. Yet to learn, and you already predict my defeat, I retorted, feeling indignant. Do not indulge in wishful thinking. Zhao Wuji is a battle-hardened individual, having survived countless life-and-death confrontations to reach this point. It is no small feat that you have managed to survive in the presence of an expert of D-level prowess. You failed to heed my words, thinking I speak in hyperbole. D-level strength can dominate any corner of the world. The Shadow Security Company specializes in cultivating experts. When you venture into the industry, you will realize how naive your current thoughts are. The only thing I can teach you is how to preserve your life in front of a master. But what about defeating the opponent? Silence, Ding Wei replied. Tonight, I will teach you the dragon capture technique. The dragon capture technique? Indeed. What I demonstrated earlier was a move from the dragon capture technique, known as sticky force. The dragon capture technique, sounds like something from a martial arts novel. Be quiet, Ding Wei snapped. I obediently closed my mouth. The dragon capture technique comprises 4 key elements: sticking, pushing, throwing, and colliding. It is primarily employed for defense against an opponent's attacks, relying on the clever use of wrist strength, following the opponent's energy flow, and striking at their most vulnerable moment to catch them off guard. Ding Wei took on the role of a teacher, her demeanor serious as she instructed. How does one follow the opponent's energy flow? I asked, puzzled. It depends on innate talent. You possess considerable talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have completed 25 laps in half an hour, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Simply put, energy flow refers to the movement created by the opponent's actions in the air, combined with one's own mental perception. That sounds rather esoteric. You try. Attack me. Huh? Hurry. What are you hesitating for? Attack me wherever you wish. Seeing Ding Wei's graceful figure, I hesitated, but ultimately made my move. I aimed directly for her shoulder, but just as I was about to make contact, Ding Wei seemed to vanish like a mirage, evading my grasp. She pinched my fingers with 2 of her own, giving a gentle flick that rendered my arm numb, causing me to sway and then be thrown in an arc ouch. I cried out, serves you right. Who told you not to exert your full strength? In a fight, you must give it your all and never underestimate anyone. You think I am unaware of your thoughts? Be straightforward. Attack me with everything you've got, regardless of the method. After being thrown by Ding Wei several times, my backside still stinging, her dismissive words ignited my spirit, and I resolved to unleash my ultimate technique. With both hands, I lunged toward Ding Wei's chest in an electric flash, shouting, Dragon Claw Technique. As I executed the most shameless move of my life, I knew no girl would remain unstartled by such an approach. Angered by Ding Wei's provocation, I disregarded my dignity, feeling an odd thrill at employing such a lewd tactic. I anticipated Ding Wei's flustered reaction, but before I could revel in it, she swiftly turned, her expression fierce, and struck with a thunderous force. Realizing the peril of her attack, I rolled to evade, only to be met with a sudden blow from her palm. The sting on my cheek left me dazed. Ding Wei glared at me. Scoundrel, what kind of attack was that? Truly disgraceful. Did you not say to give it my all and to attack you? I defended myself. Is this how one attacks? Truly the most shameless. Ding Wei's face still bore traces of anger. On the battlefield, there is no room for shame. To achieve victory over an enemy, any means are justifiable. Despite feeling somewhat guilty, I persisted in my argument, believing my tactic to be effective. Look, you were the one who was thrown off balance. Ding Wei was left speechless, her anger boiling. In any case, such tactics are unacceptable against me. For us martial artists, integrity is paramount. Your lewd methods are simply beneath contempt. Have you ever seen the world? You remain so naive. Having just been called naive by Ding Wei, I felt a surge of satisfaction at the chance to return the sentiment. Especially witnessing her flustered demeanor was utterly delightful. Xiao Fei, I am Xuana's cousin, and you dare to employ such tactics against me? Did you not just deny being my cousin? I cannot help it. Against unfamiliar opponents, I prefer to employ any means necessary, I replied with a grin. Very well, let us see how you employ such tactics. Ding Wei puffed out her chest, revealing an alluring curve. I swallowed hard, hastily banishing inappropriate thoughts from my mind. Encountering Ding Wei's calm demeanor only made me more bashful, and I hesitated to make my move. What's the matter? Are you shy? How childish, Ding Wei scoffed. You call me lewd, and now that I'm acting like a gentleman, you look down on me. What do you want from me? Nothing seems acceptable, I lamented. Come now, be serious. Utilize your strengths. Your reflexes and speed are commendable, are they not? Focus and give it your all, without resorting to underhanded techniques. I took a deep breath and replied, all right. As I concentrated, a warm energy began to flow within me, coursing through my limbs. I could even feel a fine energy traversing a winding path. After this, my body felt imbued with boundless strength, and my senses sharpened. What is this sensation? It felt as if I were challenging 25 laps in half an hour on the playground. Everything before me seemed trivial, not to mention Ding Wei's movements. Even Zhao Wuji would not daunt me now. At first, I could hardly discern Ding Wei's actions, but now I was astonished, waiting for her next move. Yes, I was waiting. I anticipated Ding Wei's actions, and at this moment, they seemed almost slow, causing me to feel restless. I reached out and managed to grasp her small hand. Ding Wei was momentarily taken aback, and I immediately sensed the direction of her strength. She aimed to attack my wrist, intending to use her finesse to control my joints and then throw me off balance. The more force I exerted, the more I would injure myself. The dragon capture technique, in essence, is akin to a move from Tai Chi, utilizing minimal force to yield great results. Drawing from my understanding, I grasped Ding Wei's arm before she could seize my wrist, gently guiding her off balance. Ding Wei exclaimed as she lost her footing, and with a deft flick, I sent her slender body flying. Thankfully, even as she soared through the air, she managed to regain her composure mid-fall and landed gracefully. As she touched down, Ding Wei looked at me with disbelief. How is this possible? How about that? I smiled. No way. This can't be. Ding Wei's eyes were filled with incredulity. No, let us do it again. This time, Ding Wei moved faster than before, her arms encircling me with an embrace. But I sensed that her movements were deceptive, intending to ensnare me within her range of attack. I remained undeterred by her gestures, standing still, anticipating her embrace. Ding Wei did not anticipate that I would decipher her intentions. She abruptly changed her tactics and attempted to seize me with a grappling move. Naturally, I could see through her design and preemptively secured her wrist, deftly employing my strength to gently swing her body into the air like a butterfly. This time, however, Ding Wei was not as fortunate as before, for her strength had notably increased, causing her to land unsteadily and crash down. Oh, Ding Wei, are you all right? I rushed over, feeling guilty for injuring her, lest I offend Xuan Na. Ding Wei's eyes reddened, whether from anger or pain I could not discern, but either way, it was unfortunate. I attempted to appease her. How could you do this to me? After all, I am a man. This is quite embarrassing for me. The moment I spoke, Ding Wei felt a significant grievance and yelled as she lunged towards me. You scoundrel! How dare you throw me aside? I shall fight you. Ding Wei charged at me recklessly, like a frenzied lioness. Startled, I quickly stepped back, but she pursued and grabbed my arm, suddenly flashing a mischievous grin. I had fallen into her trap. Ding Wei sought to regain her dignity in this manner. With no time to ponder, instinct took over. I managed to grasp her arm with my still awkward finesse, but it was too late. With a swift motion, she flung me, and I soared through the air like a cannonball. Bang! I crashed heavily on the ground, the pain rendering me speechless. Ding Wei laughed heartily from a distance, clutching her stomach. A true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady, so I endured it. Rising, I chuckled, is that enough? You've had your fun. It's time to stop. I haven't had enough fun yet. Come back and let me toss you again, Ding Wei insisted. Surely you jest. I have no desire to continue this game, I replied. Your grappling technique is indeed effective. It can easily send me flying, I laughed. What did you say? Ding Wei's expression darkened. I meant to say that your teaching is exceptional, I quickly added. Come here, Ding Wei commanded, her face breaking into a smile. A sense of foreboding stirred within me, yet I approached. Ding Wei smiled and reached out, causing me to startle and retreat hastily. What are you doing? I'm not going to toss you, she said, slightly annoyed. I forced a sheepish smile. Ding Wei patted my shoulder. I have never encountered someone with your innate talent. You picked it up so quickly. Truly a genius. Flattered by Ding Wei's unexpected compliment, I felt a surge of pride and let my guard down. However, before my smile faded, Ding Wei suddenly declared, Earlier, I taught you the grappling technique. Now, I shall teach you the Buddha's palm. No sooner had she spoken than I felt an immense force surge toward me, nearly overwhelming. Thankfully, my keen instincts had not abandoned me. I wrapped my arms around Ding Wei's waist and, with all my might, pulled us both away just before landing. As we fell, I positioned myself beneath her as a cushion. Ding Wei let out a light yelp at first, but upon landing, she realized there was no pain. Looking down, she saw me grinning through gritted teeth and awkwardly asked, How was that? Can you even perform the Buddha-S palm if you've sent yourself flying? Dingwei's cheeks flushed. I haven't mastered it. I only know a few superficial techniques. However, the person who taught me is a renowned expert. I have only grasped the basics, but it suffices against ordinary opponents. I replied knowingly, otherwise, you wouldn't have been thrown down so easily. The grappling technique indeed has some merit. All right, it's getting late. Let us call it a day. We can continue this next time. Agreed. Tomorrow. Let me think about what to teach you. I know many techniques. Dingwei smiled. Thank you. I turned to leave. Hey, is that all? After practicing with me for so long and injuring me, you're just going to walk away? Dingwei remarked. It should be customary for the girl to say goodbye first. I presumed she was somewhat displeased. Without further ado, I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around her, and embraced her gently. This is my way of expressing gratitude. Dingwei's mouth dropped open in surprise, staring at me blankly. This was the reaction I intended. Do not refuse. This is merely a token of my appreciation, I chuckled. Dingwei forcefully broke free from my embrace and pointed at me. You're taking advantage of me, and yet you do it so nonchalantly. Not at all. We merely embraced naturally. It was just a gesture of thanks. I seldom do this. I truly appreciate you, I insisted. Well then, see you tomorrow. I hummed a tune as I walked away, hearing Dingwei's voice behind me. Scoundrel Xiao Fei, how could you take advantage of me? Chapter 61. The four heavenly kings. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 10:30 p.m. As I approached the door, I noticed the lights were on inside. Pushing the door open, I saw Hai Bing and a few others seated on my bed. Hai Bing wore a grim expression, as did Wei Gu and the others. What's going on? I asked, puzzled. It was strange to see Wei Gu, usually jovial, now wearing a worried frown. You brat, what on earth are you up to? Wei Gu exclaimed, striking at me. I deftly deflected his blow and pushed him back, causing him to tumble onto the bed. Wow, Hai Bing exclaimed, surprised that I could evade Wei Gu's strike. So how was that? I laughed. Hai Bing not dead? Then shook his head, sighing, come on. What exactly happened between you and Zhao Wuji? Something? I pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled. Nothing much. I simply wagered with Zhao Wuji today, won, and he got angry, claiming he wanted to duel me. Seeing their lack of the same reaction Dingwei had, I continued. I thought you all would react like everyone else. Apparently, it's nothing significant. Hai Bing shook his head. It's not that we're not surprised. It's just that we've already reacted. Haven't you carefully perused the training manual? Embarrassed, I admitted, I didn't read it closely. Turned to page 11 of the manual. Hai Bing tossed a book at me. I opened to page 11 and was met with the stark words. Rule 9. Private duels are prohibited. If there is an intention to engage, it must be reported. There are two ways to conduct a fair duel. Mutual consent or a decision from the higher-ups. Both parties must sign a military order prior to the duel. I laughed heartily, seeing the clause about mutual agreement. Look, as long as one does not agree, there could be no duel. However, Hai Bing and the others regarded me with sympathetic eyes. A notice has already been issued. Your duel is scheduled for a month from now. Hai Bing produced a notification from his pocket and handed it to me. Zhao Wuji is a narrow-minded individual. You've stirred up a hornet's nest. Xiao Fei. Yu Wei Gu patted my shoulder, chuckling ruefully. Though we usually act nonchalantly, we are quite aware of the divisions of strength among others. Do you know who the most powerful individuals are outside the base? I don't know, I shook my head. I suspect you don't either. In terms of individual combat prowess, there are the four heavenly kings in the base. No matter how many newcomers arrive, they will always remain at the forefront. Their positions have never changed. Do not tell me Zhao Wuji is one of them. The plump boy nodded solemnly. Zhao Wuji is the most senior. He ranks last among the four heavenly kings. Yet even at the bottom, he is still beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. We often do not perceive their strength, as they do not regard us as enemies. However, once they engage, the cold blood surges forth, and their explosive combat power is earth-shattering. Hai Bing elaborated. I only know that Zhao Wuji remained in the base as the champion of the selection competition, but is he truly that formidable? I inquired. You seem to be indifferent to these matters, Hai Bing remarked. Without the experience of blood and battle, one cannot comprehend the disparities in combat strength between individuals. What about the other heavenly kings? I asked. The one ranked third I've encountered, he is quite formidable. The second is a stunning beauty named Zhang Jia. She possesses exceptional talent. Not only is she as beautiful as a celestial being, but she is also an icy beauty who is unmatched from afar. Zhang Jia, I echoed. I silently reflected, and at that moment, I was reminded of the beauty who could not arrange flowers, indeed resembling an iceberg. What about the first? The demon warrior? He Bing said. Although the demon warrior belongs to the base, he is not present there. He has long since passed the selection trials and has been executing missions. Yet he holds the title of captain in the elite assault team led by Commander Wu Ming. Thus he remains listed as part of the base. What we need to focus on now is how to survive under Zhao Wuji's command. He Bing continued. To be frank, neither of us stand a chance against him. We are not afraid of him in the base, because killing fellow team members is prohibited, but once you establish a military order, the situation changes. How could the base allow such a thing? They suddenly interjected. A collective silence fell upon the group, as everyone struggled to comprehend the intentions of the higher-ups. I sensed that apart from myself, the others were weighed down by a heavy mood. Naturally, I kept my sudden physical changes to myself, as I had yet to grasp their nature. Look at your worried faces. I am not anxious. What are you afraid of? I chuckled. Human strength can sometimes be limited. Zhao Wuji is formidable, yet do not fret. You are aware of my talent. Today, I completed 25 laps in half an hour. Impressive, isn't it? How is that possible? Wei Ji's eyes widened as he gazed at me. Please don't joke at this moment. Everyone is worried about you. My spirits have been high, especially after communicating with Xuan Na and spending time with Ding Wei. However, under He Bing's concerns, I found myself inexplicably gloomy. I was aware of the situation, but reluctant to acknowledge it. Perhaps having been in an unclear atmosphere for so long. The only way to relieve my own worries was to avoid thinking about them. Yet, the thought that my life could be in danger at any moment loomed over me. What enmity did Zhao Wuji harbor against me? With a heavy heart, I forced a smile. You guys are not being good friends. You've ruined the atmosphere. How can I feel good about my date with a beauty now? Beauty? Wei Gu exclaimed, his spirit lifting. Quick, tell me more. Look at your eager expression. Step aside. I need to focus on caring about Xiao Fei's romantic life. Hong Lian teased from the side. Witnessing how the three of them transformed into eager suitors at the mention of beauty, He Bing shook his head. I too felt helpless and declared, enough of this. My mood has soured today. We will discuss this another time. Hey, Wei Gu protested. You, who have a woman but no brothers. At least we worry about you. And you, with your woman, are just enjoying yourself. Is that fair? Indeed, a handsome guy chimed in, surprisingly aligning with Wei Gu. Xiao Fei is indeed a beauty slayer. He has barely been at the base for a few days and has already charmed a beauty. If you can win over the base's top beauty, you will be legendary. On Lion remarked. While my heart was solely with Xuan Na, curiosity got the better of me, and I asked the top beauty of the base. You don't know? Let me enlighten you. Wei Gu spoke mysteriously. The challenge of the base's top beauty is exceedingly thrilling. Zhang Jie is not only terrifyingly powerful in combat, but also the most beautiful woman here. Although there are few women in the base, everyone who has ventured outside unanimously agrees that movie stars pale in comparison to Zhang Jie. At that moment, the image of the ice-cold beauty wielding a dagger flashed through my mind, and I silently nodded. If she were not the top beauty, then there would be no justice in the world. Chapter 62. A city in turmoil. After He Bing and the others departed, I sat cross-legged on my bed, striving to recall the physical state I had when training with Ding Wei. The entire process lasted half an hour, yet my body showed no response. I sighed, realizing that such a state was unattainable. It could only manifest when I was genuinely excited. Slowly, I lay back on my bed, contemplating He Bing's words. The four kings of the base. It seemed Zhao Wuji's prowess was far greater than I had imagined. Lacking experience in combat against masters, I could not fathom the true extent of those legendary figures' strength. Only through direct confrontation could I assess my own chances of survival. Whether I could live or die was a concern shared by both He Bing and Ding Wei. Yet, I felt a nagging sense that it was not insurmountable. A voice within me persistently assured me that I could succeed. Since arriving at the base, several days had passed, and I found myself completely unfamiliar with this place. He Bing had mentioned that I had been unconscious for several days during my extreme physical punishment, and upon waking, I encountered Wu Ming. Was there a connection? Furthermore, who exactly was Ding Wei, and how did she know about the base and manage to come down here? Numerous questions plagued my mind, leaving me with a splitting headache. The pressing matter was still the issue with Zhao Wuji. Wu Ming must be aware of Zhao Wuji's situation, yet why did he not intervene? Among the four kings of the base, I feared I might encounter three. Zhao Wuji seemed to hold a personal grudge against me and sought to duel. Had a good relationship with me. As for Zhang Jie, if that ice-cold beauty was indeed her, we had already met once. I was uncertain about the strength of those with ranks, but surely they could not reach the exaggerated levels depicted in films. I recognized my current ignorance. Yet that did not mean I could remain ignorant indefinitely. I should seek out a formidable master to test my skills. Clearly, would be an excellent choice. Thus, I resolved to find tomorrow. With that determination, I relaxed and gradually drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, I rose and made my way to the training grounds. Halfway there, I suddenly remembered Zhao Wuji had instructed me to refrain from training and to focus solely on preparing for our duel. Looking up, I was startled to see a notice affixed to the wall beside me. It announced my duel with Zhao Wuji, describing it in mystical terms, proclaiming it to be the highest-level duel in the base's history and that I had initiated the challenge. To add to the spectacle, the higher-ups decided that if I succeeded, I would ascend directly to the upper echelons of the organization and receive a reward of $5 million. It was a tantalizing prospect. Victory would grant me everything, almost akin to a meteoric rise. This was likely what attracted the base's members. For many years, no newcomer had challenged a coach. The longer one remained in the base, the more formidable their abilities became, particularly when it came to the legendary Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji himself was shrouded in glory, a champion of past selection trials, and one of the four kings of the base. He was also reputed to be the strictest coach, and the rumors surrounding him had reached almost mythical proportions. Yet here I was, a nameless rookie, daring to challenge authority. Either I was foolish or courting death. Of course, I believed many were eager for me to win. If someone could break the mold and defeat even the mightiest Zhao Wuji, they would find a shortcut to the outside world. I let out a wry smile. The base certainly knew how to manipulate circumstances. A simple matter had somehow become common knowledge. At that moment, a few individuals approached me, and as they passed, one of them grew excited and rushed over. "Are you Xiao Fei?" Yes. "And you are?" I replied. "It doesn't matter who I am. You need to give it your all and represent us newcomers." The person exclaimed, "Damn it, we are being drilled by those coaches day in and day out until we feel like dying. You are our idol. We all support you. Take down Zhao Wuji, and we will cheer for you." The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing their youthful faces, I realized they were newcomers, intimidated by the coach's training. Thus my challenge resonated with them. However, they had no idea that I was being forced into this position. I don't know what to say," I stammered. "Just do your best." The person smiled and walked away with the others, throwing a fist in the air as they departed. I was left speechless. As I continued on my way, I encountered many others, and without exception, they pointed and whispered about me. As a newcomer, I was encouraged by my peers, while the veterans remarked on my audacity. In all these years, I was the first to dare confront the ace coach directly. While I was puzzled about how they recognized me, I caught sight of a banner prominently displaying my visage atop a rooftop, which provided the answer. Who on earth would be so inconsiderate as to hang my portrait there, making my identity known to everyone in the base? Did they not realize that I have always preferred to maintain a low profile? Clearly they did not. The individual responsible was a member of Team 70. I sought them out along the way, asking for directions whenever I lost my way. The locals were exceedingly hospitable, even escorting me directly to Team 70's dormitory. Just before departing, one of them uttered a phrase that sent a chill down my spine. "Brother, good luck. I've placed my bets on you." Instantly, the pressure mounted. I was not only accountable for my own performance, but I also bore the weight of others' wagers. If I failed and caused them to lose significant sums, even if I triumphed in the competition, I might not survive to see the outside world again. Upon arriving at Team 71, I paused to contemplate how to convey my intentions to the individual I sought. Before I could formulate my thoughts, a large hand landed on my shoulder, startling me. I turned to find grinning at me. "Do you not make any sound when you walk, you masters?" I inquired. "No, it is not that we walk silently. Rather, you simply cannot hear us," replied, his handsome face adorned with a charming smile that could enchant countless women. "Ah," I remarked, "I must say you are quite striking. Compared to the stars outside, you're leagues ahead. Why not pursue a career in showbiz?" "Why would I want to be a star?" responded with a shake of his head. "I truly enjoy being here. Besides, do not speak of me. You are quite the celebrity within the base now, among the newcomers. You are their idol." "Idol." I chuckled bitterly, more like a target for their punches. They have no idea of the peril I face. A moment's inattention could cost me my life. Really? Replied, it's hard to say. Completing 25 laps in half an hour is beyond me. Your talent is truly remarkable. If you were to hone it for a few years, you would likely become a master among masters. Master? I retorted, survival comes first. Almost no one held faith in my abilities. Indeed, I do not have high hopes for you either, laughed. Hey, can you at least offer some encouragement? I retorted, feeling slightly irked. What do you expect? He replied, give me some confidence, will you? After a moment of contemplation, said, I believe your chances of winning are about 1%. Come on, you might as well have said nothing, I exclaimed. 1%? I might as well say it's 1 in 1,000. I would still lose. Well, shook his head, 1% is still significant. As long as there is a possibility, in the eyes of a master, it can become reality. By the way, what brings you to me? You're not asking me out for drinks, are you? What drinks? I replied, with death looming. Who has the mood for drinking? Yet you hardly appear to be in dire straits, chuckled. You can see that? Truly, you must be a master. I flattered. All right, what do you want? Asked, shaking his head. It's nothing much. I merely heard you are one of the 4 kings of the base, as is Zhao Wuji. So I thought I'd come practice with you and see what the so-called 4 kings are capable of. Pause for a moment, then burst into laughter. No problem. But on one condition, you cannot withdraw prematurely. Chapter 63. The combat maniac let us go practice right now, said, his face beaming with a smile. Why the rush? Let us sit for a moment first, I reply, puzzled. Seat, it has been ages since anyone dared to spar with me. Since you volunteered, there is no reason to waste your time. Pull me along. Wait, what do you mean no one dares to practice with you? What's going on? I inquired, intrigued. It's nothing. It's just that no one wants to train with me. Why not? Because they're all too inferior. It becomes uninteresting, so they shy away. Explained with a grin. I see. Fine, let us go. I want to witness the legendary prowess of the masters at the base. Just as we were about to leave, a few individuals approached from a distance. Hey, big brother, who is this? You seem quite chummy. It's fine for the brothers to see. But if you finds out, it'll be a big deal, one of them remarked, resembling in stature. Those looks were quite different, beady eyes and a hooked nose. He appeared to be in his 40s. Zhuge Yun, shut your mouth, scolded, indicating their familiarity. Hey, you look a bit familiar, Zhuge Yun remarked, looking at me. Where have I seen you before? Seen what? Laughed. This is the brave soul who challenged Zhao Wuji, the star Xiao Fei. Oh, Zhuge Yun elongated his voice. So you're the one who audaciously challenged the infamous Zhao. Impressive. Nowadays, newcomers are bolder than ever. Just last time, a chap named Niu Jianfeng teased and was swiftly dealt with by Big Brother. I thought he was the most daring until you came along, directly risking your life to challenge the most notorious Zhao. Well done, young man. You truly are remarkable. Rest assured, I support you in spirit. Although Zhuge Yun's words were rather harsh, I discerned no malice. It was merely the bravado of a man among comrades, which I found quite agreeable. You're quite the joker, brother. I need physical support, not spiritual, I chuckled. Physical support? Zhuge Yun inquired with interest. Yes, physical support, I reiterated. Oh, I understand now. He leered, so that's it. But, brother, you know the women here are scarce. If we could go out, I guarantee I'd make it up to you physically. Come on, you lecher. Quit trying to implant such notions in me. I merely meant I need to boost my strength, lest I lose my life against Zhao Wuji. I hurriedly clarified, fearing Zhuge Yun would misinterpret my words. Enough, Zhuge Yun laughed. At our age, we both know better. Looking at your face, it's clear we share common interests. Brother, don't get it twisted. I'm with Big Brother, not you. What? Zhuge Yun exclaimed. You're with? My heavens. That means you're high quality. Your lewd nature exceeds mine. Do you realize is known as the #1 lecher in the base? Get lost, retorted. I'm the #1 here. You're the ultimate lecher. Hurry, let us go. Don't tarnish my reputation. Xiao Fei and I still need to practice at the training ground. Training ground? Zhuge Yun's eyes gleamed with a different light. Kid, your courage is extraordinary. Challenging Zhao Wuji is already impressive, but daring to spar with is equally brave. What's going on? I gasped. Hey, Zhuge Yun, watch your words, interrupted. Don't frighten Xiao Fei. It's just sparring. What could go wrong? No one will die, I reassured. No one will die, but it will feel worse than death. Zhuge Yun observed sympathetically. I reconsidered. Let us postpone the sparring for another day. I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. Hearing Zhuge Yun's words, cold sweat broke out on my back. for he would not speak without reason. Xiao Fei, what do you mean? You came to me for a spar. Now you're backing out? Asked displeased. How could I? I chuckled awkwardly. Didn't I mention I have matters to attend to? I find this situation utterly absurd. Let us engage in a spar. It shall take no longer than half an hour. Pay no heed to Zhuge Yun, that scoundrel, and his nonsensical ramblings. Rest assured, I shall show you mercy. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhuge Yun, I pondered how his ill-mannered tongue had contributed to his premature aging. How outrageous! Do not assume that your good looks grant you the right to insult me. I too am quite the handsome gentleman, if I may say so. Handsome indeed. At 40 years of age, I am more akin to a charming rogue than a mere pretty boy. Laughter erupted from my companion. I warn you, if you continue to assail me with such verbal attacks, I shall promptly inform you of your indiscretions. Zhuge Yun exclaimed. Seemingly struck at a vulnerable point, he quickly retorted. All right, let us not take this too seriously. Come, Xiao Fei, do you not wish to witness my true strength? You shall find out shortly. Ignoring Zhuge Yun's derisive gaze, I was swept away by my companion, eager to make our exit. As we journeyed, he led me into a sealed metallic chamber. The surrounding iron walls glimmered ominously under the light, resembling the predatory gaze of a beast. In the center lay a vast arena, reminiscent of a boxing ring in a film, yet devoid of any barriers, offering a wide expanse. Before meeting Zhuge Yun, my impression of him was that of a cultured gentleman. However, after our encounter, he revealed a more irreverent and slightly lascivious side. This transformation significantly altered my perception of him. Such a man embodies the ideal romantic partner for many women. The light-hearted demeanor outside instantly vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Upon entering the arena, his aura shifted dramatically, seamlessly merging with the environment, making him appear as the very epicenter of the space. Something within me stirred in response to his formidable presence. Yes, it was that exhilarating sensation of facing a powerful adversary. He exuded an air of dominance, as though everything were beneath his feet, igniting a thrill within me. The surroundings suddenly became vivid, and I could feel his aura swirling around him with each breath. This training ground had been specially designed for me by the base. Upon entering, I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to returning home. Xiao Fei, you exude a remarkable energy, he assured me. Fear not. I shall only utilize 1/3 of my strength to engage you for half an hour. As long as you endure, our training shall conclude for today. I shall not relent due to your pleas. The spirit of martial arts coursed through him. His smile twisted slightly. Before I could respond, he lunged at me with the ferocity of a tempest. Chapter 64. A gentle breeze sweeping the mountain ridge. I felt as if I were standing before a storm, struggling to maintain my footing. I may not have encountered such power before, but I had certainly witnessed it. His strength was no mere boast. Before his fists and feet even reached me, a fierce gust of energy enveloped me, stinging my face. Yet, the more he exerted his force, the more warmth surged through my body, rushing to my limbs. A shadow hurtled towards my shoulder, and I narrowly dodged his attack. Good, he shouted, transforming his punch into an open palm aimed at my abdomen. The speed was astonishing. I barely managed to evade the strike, with a sound akin to fabric being sliced. The material of my shirt was torn. Cold sweat broke out across my brow. You are truly serious, I remarked, swiftly dodging another of his moves. Huh, quick reflexes, he responded. Let us go again. With a grin, he delivered a swift kick, the sound of wind slicing through the air echoing as another piece of fabric was shredded. I struggled to evade his relentless onslaught, relying solely on instinct, for I could scarcely perceive his movements. Each of his strikes was purposeful, and I felt the impact of every blow. I was merely surviving, unable to counterattack. I immediately leaped off the platform, wishing to end this madness. I concede. I surrender, I cried, leaping down. I cannot hear you. Huh. He seemed to have lost his senses, leaping effortlessly across the distance, a single foot propelling him forward with astonishing ease. What a monster! I muttered under my breath, hastily dodging. Boom! His foot struck the iron wall with tremendous force, leaving an imprint. Are you even human? I exclaimed. If that had hit me, I would have lost my life. Thus, he relentlessly pursued me, and I was but a mouse fleeing from the cat. The cat delighted in the chase. I leapt onto the platform, executing a roll to narrowly evade his powerful kick. The ground quaked beneath his footfall, dust billowing upward, threatening to collapse the entire arena. He halted, gazing into my astonished eyes. Xiao Fei, did you not wish to gauge Zhao Wuji's strength? Your quick reactions are commendable. Very well. As you desire, I shall unleash half of my power against you. It has been ages since anyone has been willing to spar with me, and I find it exhilarating. Prepare yourself. I am about to attack. His expression turned serious, taking a deep breath. With a crack, his garments began to tear apart. With a resounding rip, he revealed a physique brimming with strength, each muscle distinctly defined, veins prominently visible as if one could see the blood coursing through them. The air around him began to hum, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Such phenomena could only exist in film, yet today I was witnessing the reality. He wore a sunlit smile and declared, "If you wish to avoid punishment, employ every means to thwart my assault, for I shall not relent." My blood surged with excitement as I realized he was now fighting with 50% of his strength. Come fort. If you wish to survive, endure for 20 minutes under my onslaught. The audacity. We had agreed to a friendly spar, yet it had escalated to a life-and-death struggle. Observing his expression, I knew he spoke the truth. Mustering my courage, I braced myself against his tempestuous attacks. Watch closely. He bellowed with laughter, stomping down hard, leaving a deep footprint in the ground. I nearly lost my composure. This was a display of power beyond human capability. In the blink of an eye, his fist was upon my chest. I could only raise my hands to block his strike, yet I was unable to withstand his might, and I was thrown backward, crashing against the wall. A deafening clang echoed through the iron chamber as I struck the metal surface. No time to catch my breath. He delivered another punch, closing the distance in mere moments, as if he had shrunk the space between us. His fist connected beneath my waist, and he grinned like a devil. Boom! A deep crater formed before my astonished eyes, dust swirling around me, coating my clothes. I rolled to evade, repeating my earlier movements. Before his overwhelming strength, I felt no urge to retaliate. Why do you not fight back? He demanded. Do you know what you're doing? How can I counter when you are so ruthless? Do I harbor a grudge against you? I shouted while fleeing. Evading was futile. Fight back. Otherwise, you are a coward. His laughter rang out. You are the coward. Is this how one engages in a spar? As if it were a life-or-death battle? I'm done. I dashed toward the exit, intent on escaping this inhumane ordeal. However, he anticipated my intention, blocking the door with a swift motion, hammering his fist against the latch. Clang! The latch broke, and the door was tightly sealed. I stood in disbelief at the scene before me. Is this truly necessary? Absolutely necessary. This is the essence of burning one's boats, fighting for survival, and unleashing extraordinary potential. Come forth. I can sense that your strength surpasses this. Within you lies a vast reservoir of energy waiting to be unleashed. Do not stifle it, for such restraint serves no benefit to yourself. What energy? Do you think I am unaware of it? I retorted. It is merely that you have yet to recognize it. Engage your senses and summon the power of your being for your own use. Calm your mind and allow yourself to feel. Chuckled. Unless you refrain from attacking me. I shouted. Responded with a flurry of punches, each strike more forceful than the last, the scorching aura brushing against my face, igniting a searing pain. My mind was consumed with thoughts of retaliation, yet I could not discern a method. Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. Suddenly, the technique Ding Wei had imparted to me flashed in my mind, the dragon capture hand. Ding Wei claimed it was a technique designed for receiving blows. And under the immense pressure from clarity dawned upon me. So that is how it is. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind must topple it. Only by going with the flow and adapting to the circumstances can one dissipate the opponent's strength and thus strike back, akin to the principles of Tai Chi. Let him be strong. I will remain as the gentle breeze that disrupts the mountain. My eyes widened, perceiving the trajectory of S' assault. As S' fist approached my shoulder, I extended my palm to block it, with my other hand gripping S' shoulder. In that moment of surprise, I flung him away. Chapter 65, Eruption. S' formidable form traced a graceful arc through the air, yet he was no ordinary adversary. Although caught off guard, his remarkable agility allowed him to land solidly on the ground. Good. A flicker of barely perceptible light glinted in S' eyes. It seems I cannot underestimate you. Resembled a cheetah, its gaze fixed intently upon me. I felt no prior trepidation. Instead, I was eager for the challenge. The warm flow within my body quickened, surging with explosive power as though I could crush steel plates in my hands. Bring on. A surge of adrenaline surged through my mind. This is the sensation I've been yearning for, the exhilarating rush of blood. S strength completely ignited my fighting spirit. I was at my peak, and despite S current demeanor, I felt confident I could defeat him. Good. I had lost count of how many times I had exclaimed that word. Your potential has finally begun to surface. Exhilarating, yet not exhilarating enough. Xiao Fei, since your strength is so formidable, I shall no longer conceal my own. That would be a disservice to you. Now, I will unleash my full power upon you. There are still 10 minutes remaining, remarked, closing his eyes. Suddenly, I felt the air around us come to a standstill. Everything seemed frozen, the atmosphere thickening. A frown crossed my brow. This sensation was quite unsettling. S prowess surpassed all my previous understandings. This was beyond any rational explanation. Indeed, he was one of the 4 kings of the base. S strength was more formidable than I had anticipated. The look in S eyes had transformed entirely, cold and laced with a faint aura of murder. What is happening? Why this murderous intent? Was it truly necessary to resort to such extremes? The formidable confidence I had just built began to crumble under the weight of this chilling aura. My complexion shifted slightly as I pondered the change in S demeanor. This murderous intent enveloped the entire arena, and the copper walls glimmered ominously, appearing even colder in the presence of this intangible threat. S eyes turned an incredible shade of white, a hue filled with an icy chill. Xiao Fei, my peak state is one devoid of all emotion, free of all delusion. My sole purpose in attacking is to kill you. I have received orders to unleash your potential at any cost. Zhao Wujin ranks below me only because he conceals his strength. His combat power rivals my intellect, and he is only slightly below the ghost martial artist, yet above Zhang Jie. If you cannot withstand my full assault, you will undoubtedly perish at Zhao Wujin's hands. To die at his hands would be far less honorable than to engage in a fierce battle with me here. I have long been devoid of the thrill of combat. Do not disappoint me. 10 minutes. Moved with the speed of lightning, his hand slicing through the air towards my face, the frigid aura penetrating all barriers, sending chills down my spine. His previous words were no jest. The Tai Chi principles I had just grasped were rendered nearly useless, for S speed was blindingly fast. A flurry of strikes arrived before I could even react. Each missed strike was followed by an even more ferocious one, leaving no room for respite or counterattack. Touching S clothing was akin to scaling a mountain. His blows not only struck with incredible speed, but also bore enough force to cleave through solid rock. I harbored no doubt that one punch could shatter a locked iron door. The winds howled as S fists tore through the air, the sound echoing like thunder. My garments were shredded by the force of his punches, leaving me in tatters. Anger welled up within me. What orders could justify such disregard for my life? Cursed be the base, I silently fumed. Though my reactions were swift, I clearly underestimated S speed. His punches came in rapid succession, likely exceeding a dozen in a single second. I had pushed my capabilities to their limits, yet I still could not match S velocity. With each passing moment, S assault intensified, reaching a speed that defied belief. I could barely see the shadows of his fists, and soon even those vanished. I sensed my threshold nearing, unable to decipher S attacks. Suddenly, landed several blows upon my chest. Thud! It felt as if I'd been struck by lightning. I coughed up blood, my body being propelled backward. I traced an ungainly arc through the air, crashing against the copper walls. The entire building shook violently, thunderous sounds reverberating. The situation was dire. My chest throbbed painfully, breathing became laborious, and my limbs began to tremble. Without time to recover, as punches barreled towards me. Damn it! I cursed inwardly. Did you have a vendetta against me? I barely evaded a few of S punches, but my abdomen absorbed a heavy kick, sending me flying once more. I could no longer feel pain. Stars danced before my eyes, and I felt dizzy, yearning for the sweet embrace of unconsciousness. Yet I understood that was not an option. Showed no mercy. Even if I were to pause, he would continue his assault. The Bat People had become devoid of emotion. His gaze now was as frigid as that of the most beautiful Ice Queen I had ever encountered. Bam! 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 Every spot I managed to evade was left pockmarked by S strikes. The once solid concrete floor felt as soft as cotton under his assault, sending chills through my heart. I had no idea how many ribs had been broken. I gritted my teeth against the discomfort, dodging S relentless attacks. 10 minutes felt like an eternity a span long enough to claim a life in the eyes of such a master. Bang! Another punch landed on my body. Surely you do not genuinely wish to kill me? I was on the brink of collapse, and if I did not call for a pause, I might perish here. Offered no reply, only quickening his strikes. Was I truly destined to die here? I screamed internally. The image of Shui Na flashed in my mind. For her sake, I cannot succumb here. Was it merely speed and strength? I could still find a way. The essence remains unchanged. Since the dragon capture hand had previously subdued, it could surely defend against him now. A spark of clarity ignited within me, and my body moved in tandem with my thoughts. The warm flow within me surged with unprecedented heat, even bordering on a burning sensation, racing towards my mind. My spirit jolted awake, clearing my senses. Let him be strong. I will remain as the gentle breeze that disrupts the mountain. No matter how swift or powerful, he could not escape nature's course. Going with the flow and adapting to the circumstances became my guiding principle. Although I cannot see, I could feel. In truth, I was continuously ascending, reaching for the pinnacle. A flicker of appreciation crossed S' cold gaze, yet he did not relent in his assault. If anything, he only intensified it. His speed was limitless. A dizzying spectacle. Nevertheless, regardless of how rapid his attacks became, they would always target my form. With my confidence restored, I felt my agility magnified beyond measure. At the very moment the fist of the Bartman made contact with my body, I took a slight step back, closed my eyes, and extended my left hand to grasp his fist. Seizing the instant of his momentary exhaustion, I employed the dragon catching technique, sending him sprawling away. In that fleeting moment of being flung, the Bartman's eyes regained their humanity, and he cast a glance of appreciation in my direction before landing gracefully on the ground. Chuckling, "You truly managed to withstand me for 10 minutes. I opened my eyes in disbelief, astonished by my own sudden burst of power. As the clock struck the appointed hour, regained clarity in his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Sensing a shift in his aura, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, mingled with a hint of disappointment, for my desire to engage in a fierce battle with him had not yet waned. It was akin to the frustration experienced when one is on the verge of intimacy, only to find oneself abruptly extinguished. I disregarded S' declaration of a truce, as the energy within me began to swell uncontrollably, filling every corner of my being like a river breaking free from its dam. With a mighty roar, I charged toward, reaching out with one hand in a swift grasp. Since being pressured by, I had felt a qualitative enhancement in both my speed and strength. In that vast world, a sensation of invincibility surged within me. The subdued aura of standing before me appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Of course, this was merely my own delusion. Though my confidence had reached an extraordinary zenith, my physical energy had yet to align with my mental prowess. Upon witnessing my assault, smiled instead of becoming angry, saying, "Very well, I shall indulge you." A punch was unleashed, radiating an intense heat. The sound of our fists colliding reverberated loudly. While I remained steadfast, I was sent staggering backwards several steps before regaining my footing. Yet, this outcome filled me with elation. Who among the world would dare to confront directly? This alone was a mark of progress. Admiration filled S' eyes, and he ceased to speak, launching a series of punches instead. At this moment, exhibited no murderous intent. His strength measured and deliberate, as if we were merely engaging in a friendly sparring session. With left and right punches exchanged, we moved in synchrony, advancing and retreating with grace. I could discern the flow of S' techniques, yet he remained unscathed under my dragon catching grip. Our playful exchange continued, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. However, I was acutely aware that I was destined to lose, for had shed all pretense and was genuinely sparring with me. After several exchanges, we finally paused. "Ha ha," laughed. "Your potential is truly formidable, far beyond my expectations." Expectations, my foot. I was nearly struck down by you just moments ago. Are you out of your mind? I merely sought a friendly match, and you treated it as a life and death struggle. Forget it. I shall not seek you out for a duel again, I replied with a wry smile. Xiao Fei, you cannot blame me. I was merely following orders, retorted with a grin. Orders? What orders? My heart raced with an ominous premonition. Why, the orders from above, he replied. I just received word to fully unleash your potential and prepare you for what is to come. But you came seeking me out, and I thought you had also received the summons for a spar. Whose orders from above? I inquired, Curiosity piqued, yet a sense of displeasure simmered within me. What a ridiculous mandate! Had it not been for my fortunate fate, I might have lain incapacitated for half a month instead of merely surviving today's ordeal. Do not press me on that, said with a weary smile. I am merely a soldier executing orders. Fine, I will not press you further. But tell me, had I been unable to withstand your assault, would you have taken my life? I gazed intently at, taken aback, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Then nodding slightly, I do not know. Please do not ask me. A silence fell between us. The implication of S. words was unmistakable. Yet ultimately, he reassured me. To be honest, I would not kill you, but I would certainly not hold back. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited within me, prompting me to ask, what does that entail? Let us not delve into it any further, shall we? I am well aware of my shortcomings. How about I step out and offer my apologies? Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks. Being a subordinate is truly a challenge, he lamented. You said it. I shall meet you at the Lilac CF, I replied, no longer pressing for answers for I knew such inquiries would yield little fruit. You cannot be serious, exclaimed, his face resembling a bitter gourd as he lamented. That's an entire month's salary. Such a price was earned through my very life. I jested. Fine, I shall endure, relented, shaking his head. You may leave now. I must report back above. How do I exit? I asked, noticing the tightly closed and broken door latch, rendering it impossible to open. And I felt exasperated. With a mysterious smile, replied, that I cannot say. But here is your opportunity. Use your fist to break it open. Are you joking? Do you really think I can break it down? I shouted, hurry up. Are you out of your mind? You caused this mess. You should open it yourself. Very well. He conceded. To make amends for the harm you have endured today, I shall teach you some offensive techniques, which will come in handy. A surge of excitement coursed through me, though I feigned reluctance. Hey, I want to be a laborer. No way. Teach me some offensive techniques and let me contribute. I refused to do grunt work, seemed to see through my intentions and chuckled. All right, if you refuse, I shall take the lead. Hey, wait a moment. I can handle it. Hee. Let us get started. However, I want a comprehensive attack method. I knew you would ask that, chuckled, shaking his head. Very well. Today I shall teach you the mountain splitting technique. Mountain splitting? I exclaimed. Is it truly that formidable? Just by its name, you can tell, paused briefly. This technique is not overly powerful, but it is undoubtedly suited for you. Why is that? I inquired. I have observed the technique you employed against me. And if I am not mistaken, it is known as the dragon catching technique, correct? How did you know? I was taken aback. We have trained together since childhood, and we've certainly heard of various martial arts families in society. The dragon catching technique is the signature move of the Ding family. How could I possibly be unaware? Elucidated. Moreover, the Ding family is a highly esteemed martial arts lineage in the country and a major shareholder in the Black Hawk Security Company. Their influence is considerable. The Ding family? I pondered, could it be that Ding Wei belongs to that family? If so, how could a young lady of such stature ever deign to descend into this wretched place? The dragon catching technique is merely an entry-level skill of the Ding family's martial arts, but when mastered, it becomes a formidable secret technique, asserted. The mountain splitting technique is also an introductory skill of our family, so teaching it to you would not contravene any family regulations. Family regulations? I was startled. Such a thing exists? I will explain it to you later, replied. Now, pay close attention. The mountain splitting technique, as the name implies, empowers the hand to cleave mountains and split stones. When strength is applied skillfully, one can break through even the most formidable of obstacles. Much like the iron door latch before us. By identifying the weak point of the latch, one can concentrate their force at a single point. You understand that striking a sponge with a palm yields no result. But if all your strength is focused on a singular weak point, it can be cleaved apart like cutting through tofu. Do you understand? Inquired. You're referring to the principle of pressure, aren't you? Much like how a needle, though minuscule, can be incredibly sharp, I replied. Precisely, instructed, pointing to the latch. Locate the weakest point and strike it. The weakest point? I murmured. Where might that be? Before me lay the iron latch, dark and gleaming with a bluish hue, cold and silent. I strained my eyes to identify that weak point, yet after a considerable time, I found nothing. Watched me with a knowing smile, offering no hints, seemingly unperturbed by my struggle. Just as I was on the verge of surrender, a warm energy surged within me, rising to my eyes, which suddenly fell to blaze. The iron bolt before me no longer resembled a mere latch, but rather an entire entity, marred by numerous fissures that adorned its surface. In the center, I discerned a prominent crack, and with a mighty roar, I concentrated my strength into my palm and struck down with force. There was a resounding clang, and the bolt shattered in response. Simultaneously, a sharp pain shot through my hand. Chapter 67. Conflict on my way to the cafeteria parted ways with me, instructing me to wait for him. I glanced at my injury, the pain still acute, and couldn't help but smile wryly. The mountain splitter technique. Had I known, I would have refrained from learning it. Due to my inadequate strength, I had recklessly attempted to cleave the iron latch. I was the first person he had ever seen do such a thing. I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him for suggesting it. With a heavy sigh, I made my way to the cafeteria. The base housed 5 cafeterias, generally accessible with a jade card. The decor of the cafeteria resembled that of a luxurious 5-star restaurant, exuding opulence. Upon entering, I noticed that most of the over 100 seats were nearly filled. It was breakfast time, and everyone had already completed their morning training. Groups gathered together, engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by the occasional raucous laughter that left little doubt as to the nature of their topics. Many lingered even after their meals, reluctant to leave, which prompted some complaint from those traversing the cafeteria with breakfast in hand. However, these complaints were mere grumblings, and no one would resort to violence over seating. Of course, there were exceptions. I finally managed to find an empty table and sat down, also reserving a spot for who had mysteriously vanished midway. I had no idea what he was up to. I did not go to collect breakfast, lacking an appetite. After the earlier encounter with, I had been struck hard enough to spit blood, and I still felt unwell. Yet, strangely, despite the severity of my injuries, a warm current within me seemed to be continuously mending me, alleviating the pain. My entire being was suffused with a comforting warmth, as if my wounds were healing, and a tingling sensation spread throughout my body. Most exhilarating was the fact that the potential had awakened within me had not dissipated. Rather, it remained, lending me heightened sensitivity. "Hey, I heard there is going to be a duel next month," someone remarked nearby. "You're out of the loop. The entire base knows about it," another scoffed. One of the 4 kings of the base, Zhao Wujia, is set to duel a newcomer named Xiao Fei, and apparently, Xiao Fei instigated it. I've never seen someone so foolish. Why didn't he inquire about Zhao Wujia before challenging him? That's just courting death. Modern youth think they can show off to attract girls, but little do they realize that they might end up dead before they ever catch a glance. A third person shook his head. "That's something only you would do," another chimed in. "What you're saying is pure ignorance. I have the latest news, fresh off the press." The other 3 leaned in, intrigued, eager to hear. According to those in Zhao Wujia's freshman class, it wasn't Xiao Fei who initiated the duel. Zhao Wujia was displeased with Xiao Fei's blatant disregard for his authority, prompting him to propose the duel. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the truth. The notion that a top coach would stoop to quarrel with a newcomer was unfathomable. The ones sharing the news basked in their astonishment. "Now you know. This is the latest scoop. Word has it that Xiao Fei completed 25 laps in only half an hour. That's impossible," the other 3 exclaimed, skepticism evident in their voices. Initially, I too found it hard to believe. Such an extraordinary speed seemed only achievable by the monsters within the base, averaging over 13 meters per second. Yet later, it was confirmed that Xiao Fei indeed accomplished it. Thus, I surmised that Xiao Fei was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. As they engaged in fervent discussion, a sharp reprimand from a girl pierced the air. I looked up to see 2 girls surrounded by several imposing men a few tables away. Both girls were stunning. One had short hair that lent her an air of vivacity, dressed in form-fitting attire that accentuated her figure, while the other, with 2 ponytails, appeared somewhat frail. Standing together, they were a sight to behold, and it was no surprise that the boys couldn't resist teasing them. Were I in their shoes, I would never stoop to such crass behavior. It was simply uncouth and lacking in refinement. "Hey, you girls, I didn't miss here, did I?" A voice lilted mockingly. "Come sit here. It's hard to find seats, so I've saved 2 just for you. Leave us alone. Don't block the way," the short-haired girl retorted, her voice bright and clear, exuding a fearless demeanor. "Don't be like that. Come on, let's be friends. I love making friends, especially with lovely ladies. The mocking voice persisted, eliciting laughter from those nearby. I don't want to know you. Go away. The short-haired girl's anger escalated, unable to tolerate the harassment. Oh, quite fiery, aren't you? I like that, came the laughter from the onlookers. I couldn't help but admire the audacity of the one provoking them. To be so brazen was a rare talent. But upon closer inspection, I recognized him. It was Yi Hong, a quintessential rogue, relying on his meager prowess. He attempted to flirt with the girls. What utter foolishness. The base was filled with experts, and he was just a minor player, having only managed to land slap from. Seeing him, I shook my head and continued to sit idly. Yi Hong's presence always heralded trouble, and I merely wondered how the two girls would handle the situation. The girls in the base were no pushovers. Some, though seemingly delicate, were fierce like Ding Wei. Suddenly, the short-haired girl laughed. Big brother, if you want to be friends, you should have said so earlier. We're not shy girls here. Anyone who's here has their own thoughts. The key is the atmosphere of friendship. Look at how you're all surrounding us. Were you plotting? Yi Hong, taken aback by her words, quickly understood. Right. You all disperse. Don't block the ladies. What are you thinking? We never engage in ruining the mood, he added, waving his arms as he forcibly cleared the area, leaving only himself behind. With the crowd gone, he smiled. Please sit down, ladies. The short-haired beauty beckoned to her friends at the entrance. Hey, my sisters are here. Yi Hong turned to look, but just as he did, he felt a sudden, intense pain below. The short-haired girl had seized the moment to kick him where it hurt. Ouch! Yi Hong cried, clutching himself in agony. The short-haired beauty took the opportunity to grab the ponytailed girl and flee. As they dashed past me, they suddenly stopped, and upon seeing me, chose not to run away, but instead sat directly across from me. We exchanged curious glances. The short-haired girl flashed me a sweet smile. Hero, save me. The ponytailed girl gazed at me with equal curiosity, as if I had flowers blooming on my face. Do we know each other? I inquired. The short-haired girl nodded. Just as I was about to speak again, Yi Hong and his companions suddenly surrounded our table. Wretched scoundrels. Yi Hong fumed. Damn it. I was trying to make friends, and you're being ungrateful. His expression morphed into one of surprise upon recognizing me. How could it be you? I chuckled lightly. You seem to be in good spirits. The two girls laughed heartily. Do you know them? Yi Hong asked. I was about to shake my head when the short-haired girl interjected. Of course, I know him. He is my boyfriend. At her words, I was taken aback, unable to close my mouth in astonishment. The short-haired girl was far from naive. The ponytail girl also seemed stunned, unable to fathom why her friend would make such a claim. Unfazed, the short-haired girl slid closer to me, leaning against me, her soft form pressed against my body. I nearly lost my composure. It felt utterly delightful. The girl with short hair, her voice sweet yet insistent, remarked with a hint of annoyance. How can you still be watching after she was being harassed? I cleared my throat, but before I could explain, Yi Hong sneered. Damn it. I want to know who it was. I'm just trying to make a friend, not jumping into bed right away. He kicked me, declaring that if he were to get his hands on me, he would certainly make me feel his wrath. The two girls blushed at his crude words, prompting me to intervene hastily. Why must it always be you? Can't you engage in something productive for once? Every time you indulge in this nonsense, it ends in disaster. Yi Hong's expression darkened. My words had struck a nerve. Without warning, he swung a punch at me, prompting a startled gasp from the girl with the ponytail. In Chapter 68, the act of domination is as simple as that. I am no longer the naive fool I once was. After enduring the rigorous trials of combat, my strength has transformed dramatically. Yi Hong's punch seemed to move in slow motion compared to my newfound abilities. Though I could not block it, evasion was effortless. The disparity in our powers was vast. Handling him was well within my capacity. As the ponytail girl gasped, I extended my left hand to intercept Yi Hong's massive fist. Seeing my audacity, he let out a menacing laugh, increasing his speed and power, seemingly intent on overpowering me. The onlookers relished the impending spectacle of chaos. When our hands collided, a sharp sound echoed in the air. Everyone froze, expecting a violent clash, but to their astonishment, I firmly grasped Yi Hong's fist. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Even a wooden plank would shatter under his blow. Yet here I was, the seemingly frail scholar from days prior, now managing to catch his punch with a single hand. Whispers of astonishment arose from the crowd. Anger flared in Yi Hong's eyes. Such humiliation in front of everyone was intolerable. He believed himself to be the top freshman, and while his initial prowess was indeed formidable, his arrogance had clouded his judgment. He harbored deep resentment towards me for repeatedly thwarting his plans, and it was clear he sought to eliminate me. I met his gaze with calmness and said, "Do not go too far. Let us forget this ever happened. Fighting is prohibited in the base." As I released his grip with a gentle push, he stumbled back a few steps. The humiliation of being bested by me ignited a furious flush across his face, and he bellowed, "To hell with you." I frowned, truly ungrateful. Despite He Hong charging at me like a bull, I remained seated, still catching his attacks with one hand. Some bystanders shook their heads in disbelief. I pushed the short-haired girl aside, feeling a warm current coursing through my hands. After my confrontation with a formidable opponent, my understanding of combat had deepened. My eyes widened. My tattered clothes billowed around me as I sought out He Hong's weak points. Grasping his fist, I executed a swift twist, flinging him to the side. Crash! He Hong collided with several tables before regaining his balance. Yet, instead of retreating, he grew more enraged, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He had lost all sense of reason, laughing maniacally as he drew a glinting knife from his pocket. The blade, though short, gleamed ominously under the restaurant lights. The ponytailed girl gasped, nearly screaming, while the short-haired girl turned pale. The newly arrived girls, untrained and inexperienced, instinctively feared the weapon. Gasps filled the air. This was no longer mere brawling. Lives were now at stake. Yet, no one dared to intervene. None were foolish enough to risk their lives for strangers. In light of He Hong's reckless behavior, I felt a sense of resignation. Did he not realize that I was no longer the easy target he once bullied? The gap between us had shifted dramatically. Though the knife was fearsome, the true danger lay in the hands of the one wielding it. Clearly, He Hong was not the type to instill genuine fear in me. A knife in unskilled hands is hardly a threat. As the crowd gasped in horror, I sprang into action, reaching for the knife with one hand. The ponytailed girl shut her eyes, unable to witness the impending confrontation. The short-haired girl cursed under her breath, calling me a fool, while both girls were expressions of concern. When He Hong saw me approach empty-handed, he smirked, thinking I was foolish enough to invite my own demise. However, to everyone's shock, as my hand met his wrist, I accelerated my movements, twisting in an unexpected arc to seize his arm. Crack! With a deft twist, I caused He Hong to cry out in pain, the knife clattering to the ground. Although he had intended to harm me, I had no desire to inflict severe injury. I merely aimed to teach him a lesson. As his anguished cry echoed, the two girls widened their beautiful eyes, having anticipated bloodshed. But the outcome was far from what they expected. Their expressions reflected shock, not excitement. Many onlookers gasped, clearly taken aback by the turn of events, though some remained impassive, perhaps familiar with true skill and unperturbed by my display. He Hong finally grasped the reality of our disparity, understanding that continuing down this path would yield no favorable outcome. "I apologize," he pleaded, his forehead beaded with sweat. "I was in the wrong. Please, don't hold it against me." I held his wrist firmly, feeling his desperation. "Let it go," whispered the ponytailed girl. The short-haired girl, typically more assertive, intended to use this moment to humiliate He Hong, but merely huffed at the suggestion. I cautiously released my grip, maintaining eye contact with him, wary of a potential counterattack. Fortunately, He Hong complied, bowing his head in submission, repeatedly apologizing. I regarded him with curiosity. Was this the same He Hong who usually exuded arrogance? Or had his bravado gone? Was he truly just a cowardly bully at heart? Seeing him subdued, I turned to the two girls, hoping to reassure them. However, I noticed the ponytailed girl's fearful gaze fixated behind me. A gust of wind swept through, and my expression shifted in alarm. There was no time to transform. I could only sidestep as a sharp blade tore through my tattered clothing, severing the last remnants of my garment. I caught sight of He Hong's deranged expression. The knife had not pierced my skin, but another horizontal slash followed, grazing my upper body. Though the wound was shallow, it bled profusely. Fury surged within me. I had shown restraint, yet He Hong's audacity had escalated to attempted murder. From his eyes, I perceived not only rage, but also a raw intent to kill, a sensation I abhorred. Unable to endure any longer, I transformed my hand into a blade and slashed at his wrist. A sharp sound echoed as I left a crimson mark on his flesh. causing him to drop to the ground. Without hesitation, I seized his shoulder, propelling him away from me, and as he fell, I launched a powerful kick into his abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away with a cry of anguish. Just as I prepared to advance further, "Stop!" A commanding voice thundered from behind. Chapter 69. The Obscene King. I was incensed by He Hong's shamelessness. Thus, I resolved to inflict upon him an indelible pain, ensuring he would remember that I was not to be trifled with. Just then, an interruption occurred. "Stop!" The voice was grating, exuding an air of superiority, as if it looked down upon the masses. I turned to see a man, scarcely 6 feet tall, slender, and possessing a rather unsavory appearance, standing amidst the crowd. Despite his diminutive stature, he emanated a palpable aura of danger. Surrounding him were individuals of greater height, yet in comparison, they appeared considerably diminished. This was no mere illusion. It was a manifestation of a disparity in strength. Some may be short, yet seem imposing, which often correlates with their inherent abilities. In any case, the figure before me exuded a distinctly perilous vibe, akin to the feeling one gets when faced with a fully unleashed adversary. Who was this person? He Hong, who had been wailing, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing that voice. His face transformed from despair to elation, and he began to weep. "Cousin, you must seek justice for me. This scoundrel attacked me." Witnessing He Hong's theatrics left me both amused and exasperated. However, since this newcomer was He Hong's cousin, the situation had become considerably more complex. He Hong approached the man, knelt, and clutched his leg, crying, "Cousin, you must help me." The man furrowed his brow, internally cursing He Hong for so blatantly seeking his bias. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he coldly addressed me. "You have 1 minute to explain yourself. Do you not realize the severity of a brawl in the base?" It was evident that he was prepared to side with He Hong. Yet I calmly recounted the events. He Hong attempted to harass a young woman and, upon failing, turned a blade upon me, seeking to take my life. Every individual present can attest to my innocence. Had I not been quick on my feet, I would have surely perished. The man's expression shifted slightly. The use of weapons within the base was strictly prohibited. However, with his charge injured to such a degree, it was unlikely he would easily let it slide. Most would have succumbed to his oppressive presence, but I evidently remained unperturbed, suggesting I was no ordinary individual. To provoke a formidable opponent without cause was a most unwise choice, particularly when dealing with someone of apparent high standing, whose connections were likely substantial. "I am Huang Qixing, the vice captain of the base." His introduction elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. Just the mention of his title conjured images of his status and strength. To hold the position of vice captain in a place teeming with formidable figures indicated his considerable prowess. It was no wonder I felt an acute sense of danger. No wonder He Hong dared to be so brazen, with Huang Qixing as his protector. "Your words are mere hearsay. He Hong, please clarify the situation," Huang Qixing instructed, showing no signs of being swayed by my account. I was merely inviting 2 lovely ladies for tea when this person suddenly assaulted me. Lacking his strength, I was left battered, He Hong accused, pointing a finger at me. The knife was not mine. I merely picked it up from the ground after he kicked me down. I intended to intimidate him, but he misinterpreted my intentions and retaliated viciously. Had he not arrived, "Cousin, I might well have been killed. They can all testify on my behalf." The newcomers who had accompanied He Hong, initially fearful, now seemed emboldened upon realizing that his backing was the vice captain. They nodded in agreement. The multitude reacted to He Hong's flimsy explanation with a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Yet, to my dismay, Huang Qixing nodded in agreement. He acknowledged, favoring He Hong in front of so many witnesses. It was glaringly apparent, yet none dared to oppose him or even voice their concerns. He Hong looked triumphantly at me, and seeing the crowd silence, I felt a sinking sensation. I had underestimated Huang Qixing's authority, which silenced so many. I shook my head with a wry smile. "I have objections," a short-haired girl unexpectedly interjected, pointing at He Hong with ire. "This person just harassed us, and thus deserves his comeuppance. I can prove he is lying." Upon hearing her words, He Hong scoffed dismissively. "You think I would harass you? Look at yourself. You scoundrel." The short-haired girl fumed, ready to charge at him, but I swiftly restrained her. "Look, cousin, they are clearly in cahoots to conspire against me," He Hong accused. The unyielding obstinacy of He Hong only stoked the embers of my smoldering fury. I glared at him, causing He Hong to recoil slightly, then turned to Huang Qixing. Cousin, look, he is threatening me. You all will accompany me to the office, Huang Qixing commanded, turning to leave. The short-haired girl trembled, and I regarded her with curiosity. She whispered, "Do not go to the office. In there, black will become white. This man is clearly biased in favor of He Hong, and our truth will be twisted." "Is that so?" I asked, puzzled. "Indeed. I've been here for several months and have heard many rumors," she replied. I glanced at He Hong, who wore a nefarious smile. Upon noticing my gaze, he turned away disdainfully. Understanding the intricacies at play, I remained motionless. Huang Qixing, noticing my inaction, frowned. "Do you dare defy my orders?" His tone brooked no argument. Internally, I wrestled with my options. Having already crossed Zhao Wujing, I knew that in a place with such rigid hierarchies, offending those in power could lead to dire consequences. The machinations of authority within the base were as ruthless as those outside, if not more so. I will accompany the vice captain only if he guarantees absolute impartiality in this matter, I declared. The onlookers, now aware of Huang Qixing's identity, cast sympathetic glances my way as I uttered words that bordered on defiance, suggesting many understood his notorious reputation. Huang Qixing, however, showed no sign of anger at my words, merely casting a cold glance in my direction. "I'm aware of your skills. Yet, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner for many years. I will grant you one more chance to follow me. Should you resist, I will ensure you face disciplinary action for defying a superior's command." This was a blatant threat, yet it rolled off his tongue with disarming ease. I inhaled deeply, torn between my options. "You have no authority over this matter." The ponytailed girl interjected suddenly. I regarded her with curiosity. She offered a faint smile. "According to Article 80, one of the base regulations, you cannot involve yourself in this matter, as one of the parties is related to you. You are his cousin, and the vice captain should be aware of this." The ponytailed girl, who had been hiding behind the others, unexpectedly spoke with such conviction at this critical juncture. Huang Qixing's expression shifted as he chuckled. "Very well. You shall accompany me, and there will be someone to address this. But it should not be you or anyone you designate. The moment you intervene, the situation becomes convoluted, necessitating higher authority to resolve this matter." Her words astonished the crowd, clearly conveying that Huang Qixing, the vice captain, lacked the jurisdiction to handle this issue. Huang Qixing shook his head. "Not necessary. Currently, the captain is out, and I am the highest authority in the base. Therefore, I have the right to handle the situation. Your familiarity with the regulations should inform you that I speak the truth." The ponytailed girl attempted to further explain, but I silenced her. "I will follow you, but they shall not be involved in this matter, so there is no need for them to attend." The vice captain seemed reluctant to escalate the situation, so I implored, "Please consent to my request." "Agreed." Huang Qixing's response was unexpectedly straightforward, leaving me somewhat astonished. Chapter 70. The Devil's Lair. Huang Qixing, the vice captain of the base, wielded undeniable authority. His reputation for protecting those close to him was well known throughout the base. Coupled with his formidable strength, few dared to provoke him. These were merely insights gleaned from hearsay. My mood is unexpectedly serene. There is no sense of panic. Ever since I pushed the limits of the human body, I have experienced significant changes both physically and mentally. My physical strength and resilience have increased, and I have become fearless in spirit. I feel as though having a gun pointed at my head is nothing extraordinary. Regardless of Huang Qixing's intentions towards me, I harbor no concern whatsoever. Huang Qixing leads the way, with He Hong and I following closely behind. "You are doomed." He Hong sneers beside me. I pay him no mind. Such individuals simply fail to pique my interest. Seeing me disregard his presence, He Hong grits his teeth and says, "You will soon know the meaning of regret." "Fool," I retort succinctly. "You." He Hong's eyes blaze with fury. "Just wait until you see." Huang Qixing guides us to a location far removed from the dining hall. Along the way, many onlookers cast curious glances at the three of us, whispering amongst themselves. They recognize Huang Qixing, and their curiosity about my identity, to be in his company, is palpable. As He Hong notices the attention on him, he raises his head with an air of pride. What a simpleton! I can't help but chuckle. This is precisely what hiding behind a tiger means. I do not regret having beaten him. Should the opportunity arise again, I would strike even harder. As we proceed, the number of people diminishes, and we venture further into desolation. The surrounding atmosphere grows increasingly cold, imbued with a sense of foreboding. Aren't you supposed to take me to the office? I sense something amiss and inquire. This doesn't appear to be an office area. Huang Qixing glances back at me and replies nonchalantly, just follow me. He then turns and continues onward. After walking for about 10 minutes, we abruptly arrive at a colossal gate at the edge of the base. Huang Qixing halts before this entrance, which is not made of steel or iron, but rather a peculiar purple synthetic material. At its center is an imprint of a palm. Huang Qixing presses his hand against it, and the gate suddenly swings open, revealing a dark, foreboding passageway whose destination remains unknown. A chilling gust of wind sweeps over me, prompting an involuntary shiver. This is not an office. Y conclude. Afraid? Huang Qixing suddenly laughs, a smile on his face that carries an enigmatic undertone. You truly are timid, He Hong mocks. Fool! You! He Hong's face reddens with rage. Huang Qixing steps into the passage, and the moment he crosses the threshold, the corridor is instantly illuminated. Upon entering, I discover that the walls are transparent, with a light source embedded within them, making the circuitry clearly visible. The echo of our footsteps reverberates throughout the corridor, resonating deeply within the soul. For anyone faint of heart, merely witnessing such an environment would strip them of the courage to delve deeper. The passage twists and turns endlessly, not limited to a single route. Almost every 100 meters, we encounter 3 diverging paths. After navigating through numerous intersections, we suddenly arrive at a spacious area, where 2 men clad in black uniforms stand at attention, saluting as He Yihong approaches. They exude an aura of danger, their serious expressions and icy gazes indicating that this is indeed an extraordinary place. Open the door, Huang Qixing commands. Yes, sir, one of them replies crisply, retrieving a key from his person to unlock the adjacent iron door. The iron bars are as thick as an arm, glinting with a cold sheen. As the door swings open, Huang Qixing smiles at me before stepping inside. He Hong swiftly follows suit, but I hesitate to enter. Once the 3 of them are inside, the iron door creaks shut behind me. We walk for several 100 meters until we reach a place flooded with blinding light. I squint, trying to adjust my eyes, and discover several individuals seated on cushions, their eyes closed in meditation. As we approach, they open their eyes, radiating an intense energy. Such formidable strength. The chilling aura they emit is overwhelming. What kind of place is this where even the casual meditators possess such power? Huang Qixing treats these 3 with great respect, greeting them before stating, Level 1 interrogation. Trouble. My heart skips a beat. What does Level 1 interrogation entail? Huang Qixing seems to sense my thoughts and says, do not even think about leaving. From the moment you stepped in, you are not permitted to exit. What do you mean? I ask. Disrespecting authority and ignoring your superiors. These are the mistakes you have made. Today, I will exercise the highest authority of the base's deputy commander to judge you. Huang Qixing's voice is frigid. You would do well not to resist, for once inside, any act of defiance will be met with lethal force. Ha! He Yihong suddenly bursts into laughter at this scene, relishing in the prospect of my impending misery. Just then, one of the seated figures leaps up, hurtling towards the laughing He Yihong. Show mercy. Huang Qixing's expression changes drastically, but it is too late. A resounding slap echoes as He Yihong is sent sprawling, tumbling several meters away, unconscious. This is a place of silence. Does the deputy commander not understand that? The assailant, after striking He Yihong, fixes his gaze on Huang Qixing. Huang Qixing's fists clench tightly as he glances worriedly at He Yihong, then turns his cold eyes towards me. Interrogation Room 1. Huang Qixing takes the key handed to him by one of the seated individuals and unlocks a door in the wall. At first glance, one would never suspect the smooth surface of the wall conceals a keyhole. Enter, Huang Qixing commands coldly. I hesitate for a moment, but ultimately step inside. Strangely, Huang Qixing does not follow. Just as I turn to look back, I suddenly see Huang Qixing's palm descending towards me. I brace for impact. Smack! I am forcefully pushed through the door, which slams shut behind me, plunging me into darkness. As the lights flicker on, a screen appears on the door. Huang Qixing's visage materializes. I know you are Xiao Fei, he says, his tone icy. Someone at the upper echelons admires you, but that does not mean I do. Today, you are not challenging my personal authority. Rather, you are challenging the authority of the entire base. Rest assured, while I will not kill you, Punishment is inevitable. You must learn what constitutes heaven within the base. I am that heaven. This is one of the forbidden grounds of the base, the Devil's Cave, specifically reserved for hosting esteemed guests. You are fortunate, for I seldom lose my temper. Enjoy yourself. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding walls began to tremble, slowly rising to reveal various devices. I draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 71. The 18 Bronze Men. The walls continue to ascend, unveiling 18 cold bronze statues, each with distinct poses and expressions, seated with eyes closed in tranquility. Yet they emanate an air of chilling malevolence. As the walls come to a halt, the 18 bronze figures suddenly open their eyes, emitting a bizarre glow. My heart races and a chill runs down my spine. Were they human or ghost? The 18 Bronze Men, Huang Qixing declares. The 18 Bronze Men of Shaolin. Xiao Fei, you're indeed fortunate. The computer program has dispatched the 18 Bronze Men, which exceeds my expectations. I underestimated your significance. What the hell is this place? Do you conduct your business here? I suddenly shout, realizing that this is an unannounced punishment. The security of the entrance alone indicates that this is not a treatment to which ordinary offenders are subjected. Huang Qixing, that scoundrel, has treated me thusly. Merely a minor punishment for his cousin, yet he is so protective, deceiving me into coming here. It's utterly shameless. He Yihang's shamelessness may have been learned from him. The 18 Bronze Men. Just the name suggests they are no ordinary entities. Come and face me. I rage. Are you a fool? Huang Qixing replies ominously. The 18 Bronze Men are known as one of the top 10 tortures of the Devil's Cave. If you can endure, consider it your fortune. If not, then it is simply your fate. The image vanishes, plunging me back into silence. At that moment, the 18 Bronze Men rise, their bodies creaking, and I am horrified to see strange arcs of electricity flickering across their forms. Am I seeing things? My mouth goes dry as I struggle to comprehend what lies before me. Are they robots? However, that was far too realistic. Could it be real people? Unthinkable, for I could discern no trace of human emotion in their gaze. Before I could contemplate further, the 18 bronze figures gradually approached me, advancing in an unusual formation. There was no escape. Fleeing beyond the bronze figures was utterly impossible. Closer they came, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, relentlessly nearing. Yet, when they were approximately 3 meters away, the 18 bronze figures halted, striking various poses reminiscent of cinematic depictions. After a tense silence of about 10 seconds, arcs of electricity flickered across their bodies, crackling ominously. Just as I was regaining my senses, a sharp pain surged through my abdomen, followed by a crushing blow to my back. Just 2 strikes, merely 2, and I found myself convulsing on the ground. Indeed, the 18 bronze figures exhibited no mercy. Their movements were inscrutable, and I was swiftly overwhelmed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. A cold, mechanical voice echoed within the room. As the computer reached its count, the 18 bronze figures sprang into action, launching a direct assault upon me with astonishing speed. Fortunately, I was somewhat prepared and managed to withstand a few blows, though pain radiated through my arm. From this, I could almost ascertain that the 18 bronze figures were machines, for their arms were composed of metal, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal upon impact. I endured 3 more strikes before I was knocked down again. Blood spurting forth as intense pain racked my abdomen. I had lost the strength to rise. Yet the computer's icy voice began its countdown anew. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. At last, I comprehended the terror of the 18 bronze figures. Their attacks were perfectly calibrated to match my abilities. Each time I fell, the computer accurately predicted the time I would need to recuperate. The countdown remained at 10 seconds. Precisely the interval required for my old strength to wane and my new strength to emerge. The punishment inflicted by the bronze figures was not merely physical. It targeted my very spirit. Just as I believed I could rest, the 18 bronze figures launched another immediate attack, gradually eroding my willpower. After 10 minutes, I was left gasping for breath, unable to inhale. At that moment, the computer began its countdown from 200. 200 counts. 200 seconds. But what awaited me after those 200 seconds? More torment, followed by collapsing upon the ground, struggling to survive. In those brief minutes, I felt nearly driven to madness. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. I fought through the agony, forcing myself to rise, with the computer issuing commands. The 18 bronze figures executed them without hesitation. All I could do was persist, pushing my body to its limits. I felt my strength being utterly drained, leaving me devoid of energy. Yet curiously, even in my weakened state and somewhat dazed mind, I could clearly perceive the attacks of the 18 bronze figures. Unlike at the beginning, where I was caught unawares, I could now anticipate their moves. However, my body struggled to keep pace with their rhythm. Each attack came in groups of 3, targeting every part of my body. Even if I evaded one strike, the other 2 would invariably find their mark. It was as if their movements had been meticulously calculated. The attacks were devoid of any superfluous motion, direct, simple, and effective. Wham! I was struck in the abdomen, sent flying, and crashed heavily to the ground, consciousness slipping away. Yet when I awoke, opening my eyes, I was greeted once more by the chilling sight of the 18 bronze figures. Just as I prepared to move, the computer's voice resonated once again. Surely not. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3. The outcome remained unchanged. I could scarcely recall how many times I'd been beaten, but each time I fell, the duration of my incapacitation increased. My body, though uncomfortable, began to experience a strange energy coursing through it, gradually easing the pain and giving way to a tingling sensation. I could now discern the movements of the 18 bronze figures and gradually keep up with their attacks. Although I ultimately fell again, I did not lose consciousness. This represented remarkable progress, yet I felt no joy. I sensed that as I improved, the speed of their assaults intensified. Just when I thought I had found a rhythm, I was met with overwhelming pressure, compelling me to remain vigilant. I did not feel hunger, suggesting that time had not elapsed significantly. My moments of unconsciousness seemed brief. However, the ground was soaked with my blood, a vivid crimson testament to the price I had paid against the 18 bronze figures. For reasons unknown, I sensed that my progress was attributed to that peculiar energy within me. Each encounter with pressure seemed to unleash a latent potential. Moreover, this enigmatic energy appeared capable of healing my body, even when suffering severe internal injuries. Thus, amidst the fierce onslaught of the 18 bronze figures, I had made significant strides, something Huang Qixing could never have anticipated. Inevitably, I collapsed once again, unable to move a single finger. Yet at that moment, the 18 bronze figures ceased their assault, retreating to their original positions, and the walls descended, reverting everything to its former state. It felt as though I had merely dreamt the entire ordeal. Were it not for the blood on the ground reminding me of what had transpired, I might have truly believed it was all a figment of my imagination. See you tomorrow. The image of Huang Qixing appeared on the screen, smiling faintly. In his eyes, I had endured relentless torment. Chapter 72. The Elder the Cold, indifferent expression of Huang Qixing and the triumphant laughter of Yihong surfaced in my mind, igniting a fury within me, a desire to eliminate them at once. Huang Qixing had abused his power over a trivial matter. What infuriated me most was that I had been deceived into this predicament. Such offenses were unforgivable. Once outside, I vowed silently to bring them down. The very fact that my normally placid temperament could harbor such a vow revealed the depth of my resentment. Coughing, I felt a sharp pain in my chest due to the tumult of my emotions. The 18 bronze figures were indeed formidable. I pondered that had they unleashed their full capabilities from the outset, I might have ascended to the heavens without further ado. Yet therein lay the horror of the 18 bronze figures. They incessantly eroded one's will, dismantling the spirit. Once a person's resolve crumbled, their body and mind could not withstand the strain, leading to madness. The 18 bronze figures were not merely instruments of corporeal punishment. Lying on the ground, I gasped for air, closing my eyes in an attempt to ignore everything else. The attacks had effectively depleted all my energy. My stomach began to rumble with hunger, a testament to the significant physical exertion I had endured. I could scarcely muster the energy to move even a finger, yearning simply to succumb to slumber. Yet a voice within me urged me not to yield to sleep. I struggled to sit up, finding myself in a meditative posture, though I could not fathom why. Engaging in meditation felt instinctive, devoid of any discomfort. Fortunately, after half an hour of meditation, the energy within me began to spread. I attentively experienced its flow through my chest, arms, and palms, enveloping my entire being in a warm sensation. It felt reminiscent of past experiences, yet distinctly different, for I could clearly perceive the direction of the energy. It was akin to something out of science fiction. I could scarcely believe it. Had I unwittingly received divine assistance? Reflecting on the remarkable month filled with extraordinary experiences, I felt as though I were ensnared in a dream. My connection with the campus beauty, Xuan, coupled with this strange energy within my body, left me questioning the reality of my existence. Just then, the door creaked open. I opened my eyes in surprise. An elderly man, stooped and limping, entered. His disheveled hair obscured his face, rendering it indistinct. Dressed in a faded garment, he held several food containers, precisely what I desired at that moment. "Thank you," I exclaimed, gratefully accepting the containers and immediately devouring the contents. The struggle against the 18 bronze figures had nearly cost me my life, and the hunger I felt was unprecedented. Soon, I devoured several lunchboxes in quick succession and turned my gaze to the elderly man. "Excuse me, do you have any more?" The old man remained, patiently waiting by my side. The door stood wide open, and strangely, I felt no urge to flee. Not only were the three masters outside, beyond my capacity to resist, but the labyrinthine layout and formidable defenses of the interrogation room were also insurmountable for me. The old man said nothing but turned away, dragging his frail body towards the door, which closed behind him, leaving no trace. I felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not uttered a single word throughout our encounter. The insufficient lunchboxes left my stomach still yearning for more. Rising to stretch my limbs, I wandered around the room, lightly tapping on the walls. The dull thuds echoed throughout the empty space, and with a sigh, I sat back down. Just then, the door swung open again, and the old man reappeared, carrying a basket filled with various items, fruits and beverages, yet no additional food. I smiled at him and said, "Thank you, kind sir." Receiving no response, I curiously inquired, "Sir?" Still, he remained silent, parting the hair that obscured his face to reveal a visage so horrific it startled me. It was a countenance unrecognizable as human, resembling a visage scorched by flames, with taut, exposed muscles, more terrifying than any demon. I quickly regained my composure, realizing my outburst was exceedingly rude, and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, it was not my intention." A chilling cackle escaped the old man's lips, his sunken eyes fixated on me. The laughter, devoid of words, conveyed an amalgamation of resentment, fury, and despair, overwhelming my senses. His ghastly laughter persisted for several minutes before abruptly ceasing as he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, I fell into a contemplative silence. This peculiar old man, crippled and clumsy, was neither fully alive nor dead. I could only imagine the depths of loneliness and fear he endured. Suddenly, I felt a pang of sympathy for him. The base was inherently desolate, and the forbidden depths of the demon's lair were even more sparsely populated. In this forsaken environment, where even birds dared not tread, one could only fathom the magnitude of solitude and dread he must bear. Yet, I was unable to extend my care to him, as I was preoccupied with my own survival. Thus, I cast aside my superfluous thoughts and focused on recuperating my strength. The peculiar energy coursing through my body was profound. After prolonged adjustments, I yearned to return to my former self. My wounds had vanished, and the bruises were no more. My body felt as if it had been untouched. Discarding the last empty water bottle, I stood and stretched. I had lost track of time during my meditative state, feeling as if I had slipped into a dream. Yet my mental clarity was revitalized, akin to waking refreshed from a deep slumber. This was something Huang Qixing could not have anticipated. He had employed the base's program to impose the harsh punishment of the 18 bronze men upon me. But he could not foresee that my body would transcend under such torment. The techniques of the 18 bronze men were laden with intricacies. Each move was a classic, simple yet profound, targeting the vital points precisely what I lacked. My practical combat experience was minimal, and the 18 bronze men provided an excellent opportunity for me to hone my skills, as if tailor-made for my needs. After a brief warm-up, I reflected on the dragon capture and mountain opening techniques imparted to me by Ding Wei, and gradually I began to assimilate them, most importantly becoming adept in their execution, significantly enhancing my reflexes. The cold, mechanical voice of the computer resonated, and the walls rose, signaling the slow approach of the 18 bronze men. Unlike my earlier trepidation, I now felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. This was the 18 bronze men, a remarkable tool for my martial training. I had adjusted my state to its zenith, eagerly awaiting their assault. They circled around me at a distance of 1 meter, their eyes flaring open as arcs of electricity crackled across their forms. The 18 bronze men divided into 6 groups, each comprising 3, attacking in unison from various angles. Their seemingly chaotic strikes, oddly enough, always found their mark. It was as if they could predict my every subsequent move, calculating my responses with terrifying precision. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. The onslaught commenced, and I immersed myself in the patterns of their previous attacks. In this moment of impending chaos, the recollection of yesterday's assault was vivid in my mind. Closing my eyes, I sensed simultaneous strikes to my abdomen, waist, and back, each varying in intensity and timing. I discerned an opening and slipped away. 3 of the bronze figures missed their mark, yet the remaining trio launched their assault just as I landed. The timing was impeccable. Undeterred, I retaliated swiftly, blocking 2 of the bronze arms, which left my hands tingling, yet I could not evade the third. The third arm struck me at an unexpected angle, launching me 2 meters away. The 18 bronze men quickly surrounded me. Before I could rise, 3 of them attacked. I had underestimated their might. Yesterday's skirmish had been a mere warm-up. Today, their power, angles, and speed were all heightened. Without exception, I was once again felled to the ground, my mind clouded with frustration. Half an hour later, my fingers lay immobile, and I lay on the floor, bitterly laughing at the absurdity of it all, feeling the strange energy within me mending my wounds, particularly the internal injuries. The blood on the ground had dried, vivid and striking like plum blossoms blooming in winter. I knew it would not be long before this place would be stained with my blood, creating a chilling tableau. 200, 199. I could only afford a few minutes of rest. Seizing the moment, I endeavored to restore my strength, steeling myself for the impending storm of assaults. 10, 9. 3, 2. They were upon me again. Chapter 73. Ding Wei's background without exception. I was once more brought low, re-encountering the terror of the 18 bronze men. Their frequency, speed, and force were never the same. I thought I had grasped their patterns, yet the outcome remained grim. At this moment, a projection of Huang Qixing appeared on the door screen. Observing my prone form, a smile crept across his lips, yet I sensed an undercurrent of disdain within it. I had intended to feign severe injury, but now there was no need for pretense. I had anticipated Huang Qixing would mock me, yet suddenly the door swung open. Step out. Huang Qixing stood rigidly at the threshold, his gaze icy. What? I was incredulous, thinking he jested. I will say this only once. Come out. His tone was tinged with impatience. Outside, I was astonished to see Ding Wei along with the 2 girls from the cafeteria. Upon noticing my emergence, Ding Wei immediately began to inspect my body for injuries. How are you? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I'm fine, I replied with a smile, though my fatigue was evident. My recent duel with the 18 bronze men had taken a toll, and I had yet to recover, rendering my condition quite poor. Vice Captain, is this what you call a mild punishment? Ding Wei exclaimed angrily, showing no fear of Huang Qixing, who was feared by many. There was an unforeseen circumstance. Haha. Huang Qixing chuckled awkwardly. Unforeseen? You try going in there. That is what you call unforeseen? Ding Wei retorted coldly. Ding Wei, I assure you, my refusal to yield to Xiao Fei is not due to fear of your uncle. Although he outranks me, I serve under General Wu and heed only his command. Huang Qixing's expression darkened slightly. The Demon's lair is not a place for you to enter. Today, I made an exception out of respect for your uncle. Do not overstep your bounds. Furthermore, Xiao Fei was unreasonable first. I bear no responsibility. Let us go, or else when the supervisor of the Demon's lair returns, none of you will be able to leave. All right, I'm fine, I interrupted, restraining Ding Wei's rising anger. How did you all get in here? I then glanced at the 2 girls and asked, do you know Ding Wei? I'm Xiao Xian, and this is Yezi, the short-haired girl introduced, pointing at the ponytail girl. We are all members of Team 71 alongside Ding Wei. How strange, I chuckled. Are you all right? Xiao Xian shook her head, her face filled with guilt. I'm so sorry, it's all our fault. Don't you want to leave? Huang Qixing interjected, eager to leave the demon cave. Very well. Let us step outside first and converse later. Ding Wei approached to support me. Can you move? Her seemingly indifferent actions, especially the worry etched across her face, touched my heart, prompting me to agree to venture out with them. But then, contemplating the remarkable utility of the 18 bronze men, I turned to Huang Qixing and asked, Vice Captain, if I re-enter the interrogation room, will the 18 bronze men still activate? Huang Qixing frowned at my peculiar question. Yes. I breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Dingwei. You all go ahead. I wish to remain here for a while. The three girls looked at me in astonishment and protested in unison, no, even without being familiar with the circumstances of the demon cave. Just knowing it is an unparalleled, forbidden zone of the base is enough to instill fear. The eerie atmosphere upon entering made us feel uneasy, and both Xiaoxian and Yezi displayed signs of distress. I shook my head. Please, leave first. I am not jesting. I truly need this opportunity, and I will explain later. Seeing the seriousness in my tone, Dingwei asked uncertainly, Really? Upon receiving my affirmative response, she sighed. Don't do anything foolish. The demon cave is not an ordinary place. It is known as one of the two great forbidden zones of the base. You must be cautious. Otherwise, I cannot account for it to my cousin. Nodding, I glanced back at the tightly shut door of the interrogation room. Time was running short. I needed to enter. Reluctantly, I pushed Dingwei away, savoring her faint, fragrant scent, and addressed Huang Qixing. Thank you for your assistance, Vice Captain. Huang Qixing regarded me with curiosity. You should know what you're doing. I managed a wry smile. I do. It's South no place for humans. Ah, the 18 bronze men. Some hold great expectations for you. I can now understand why. Good luck. I will return in 10 days to let you out. After saying this, Huang Qixing turned and left. If you three wish to stay with him, you may. Dingwei hesitated for a moment, but under my urgent gaze, she reluctantly departed. Xiaoxian and Yezi, equally reluctant, followed Huang Qixing out. Once they had left, I walked alone toward the interrogation room. 10 days was sufficient. Standing in the center of the interrogation room, I gazed at the slowly moving 18 bronze men. I closed my eyes, earnestly adjusting my physical and mental state, for I was about to face a tempest. Upon my entry into the interrogation room, 3 holes mysteriously appeared in the center of the hall, and out jumped 3 individuals, the very guards I had encountered during my initial visit. Their heights varied, with the tallest reaching 2 meters and the shortest merely 1 meter 60. Is this person insane? The shorter one pointed towards the interrogation room. The tallest shook his head. Certainly not. This individual possesses exceptional talent. Just watch the footage. Is it truly that terrifying? The one in the middle inquired. Indeed, you all spend your days cultivating. But one must consider talent. The person in the interrogation room quickly adapted to the 18 bronze men's attacks. In just one day, he elevated their level to 10. Impossible. The other 2 exclaimed in unison. See for yourselves. The man gestured towards the space beside him, and a shimmering screen materialized. The 3 watched the entire process, gasping in shock. This is the most gifted individual I have encountered in years. He can withstand the level 10 attacks of the 18 bronze men in just a day. I doubt even a ghost warrior possessed such strength back in the day. The shorter one marveled. I suspect his intention in entering was to train himself using the 18 bronze men. The tallest shook his head. Truly a monster. That girl who just entered. I feel as though I've seen her somewhere. She may not have been seen, but you certainly know her family member. The shorter one chuckled. Who? Committee member Ding. She inspected this place just last month. The tall one's expression shifted. So that's it. I wondered how Huang Qixing could possibly relent with his protective nature. That girl must belong to the Ding family. Ah, forget it. We should not get involved. The struggles of these families are not ours to meddle in. Orders from above insist on heightened vigilance. I've heard of disturbances occurring in the demon caves of other bases. Here, it remains eerily quiet. Yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. With the chief instructor present, can there even be a storm? The shorter one scoffed. No sooner had he spoken than the entire hall began to tremble. Chapter 74. In an instant 10 days later, I gazed silently at the shattered 18 bronze men scattered across the ground. During these 10 days, I had nearly felt the call of death. Teetering on the edge of horror, the 18 bronze men truly deserved their reputation as one of the 10 cruelest tortures of the demon cave. My physical potential seemed utterly drained. I could not rise, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. A massive wound on my chest, deep enough to expose bone, was the result of my final destruction of a bronze man. Its dying strike unleashed an unprecedented force, shattering one of my arms and deeply lacerating my chest. The injury on my chest was severe, so much so that the strange energy within me could not restore it. The heavy door opened, and a limping old man shuffled in, his disheveled hair obscuring his face. With trembling hands, he set down a basket filled with food before me and stood silently to the side, showing no reaction to my injuries or the broken 18 bronze men. Reluctant to recall the torturous 10 days I had endured, an experience that could undoubtedly rival the depths of hell, I found myself suffering unprecedented physical and mental trauma. Everything has a fatigue lifespan, a period of use. Life itself is a process of fatigue. Once either the body or the spirit reaches its final phase, one approaches the end. The 18 bronze men, inheriting the glorious tradition of Shaolin, divide life into heaven and hell. To pass beyond is to enter paradise. To fall behind is to face the 18 layers of hell. I could muster no strength to move or eat, merely watching the food before me, my stomach ravenously empty. I turned to the old man for help, but he remained unmoved, standing silently beside me like a ghost. "Old man, could you perhaps lend me a hand?" I asked with a bitter smile. "I cannot even move a finger. Could you spare a bit of water?" Seeing his lack of response, I nearly begged. My strength thoroughly depleted, desperately in need of hydration. Just as I began to lose hope, the old man finally stirred. He bent over, gripping a water bottle with his frail fingers, and gently brought it to me. Gratefully accepting the bottle, I drank deeply. The cool water coursed through me, revitalizing my body. I was astonished at how directly hydration impacted the human body. At that moment, it was undeniably evident. Now I could barely manage to rise and approach the food. Gazing at the ample spread before me, I began to devour it ravenously. "Old man, how many years have you been here?" I asked after finishing my meal. The old man, now tidying up the utensils, replied, 10 years. His voice betrayed no emotion, yet it sent shockwaves through my heart. 10 years. He had spent an entire decade in such a confined space, particularly during his twilight years, a time when companionship is most essential. "Hélas," he sighed, "how could one remain here for so long?" 10 years. The underground base is already devoid of vitality. This place is hardly fit for human habitation. "Old man, have you never considered retiring and seeing the outside world?" The old man chuckled, a harsh sound. "Those who can enter here are not truly human." Before I could ask further, he picked up the basket and walked out, murmuring, 10 years in an instant. 10 years in an instant. His words stirred something within me. What on earth had transpired? I have an inkling that there are numerous matters surrounding him, yet the figure of the old man has vanished. Today, I am determined to venture out. Huang Qixing, as promised, arrives punctually, standing at the entrance with an indifferent gaze fixed upon me, seated on the ground. However, upon witnessing the shattered remnants of the 18 bronze figures, his expression shifts dramatically as he incredulously questions, "Did you do this?" "No," I reply softly. "It was my own doing." Huang Qixing perceives my deception, snorting disdainfully, "I am here to take you out." "Thank you. Can we leave?" "We can." Huang Qixing refrains from further words, turning to depart. I rise unsteadily, unwilling to show weakness before him, and follow closely behind. Crossing the threshold, I see 3 guards stationed in the hall, their expressions laden with complexity as they regard me. Huang Qixing nods at them and strides ahead, seemingly reluctant to engage. The guard appear unimpressed by Huang Qixing's demeanor. The tallest among them approaches, saying, "Allow me to assist you." Without giving me a chance to decline, he places my hand upon his shoulder. Huang Qixing glances back, his face a mix of curiosity and shadow, before ignoring us and continuing on. "What is your name?" "Big brother." "Thank you. Call me Demon 13. I am rank 13 here," he replies with a smile. "Thank you, 13. No need for gratitude. Here, we honor the strong. You are the most promising individual I have encountered. Keep it up." Upon seeing my puzzled expression, he elaborates, "I witnessed the entire episode with the 18 bronze figures. Thus, we walk in silence. I prefer to refrain from voicing any further opinions on the matter, even if I hear a single word related to it. During our journey, I notice that the route differs from the one I took upon entry, and it dawns on me that since this is a forbidden area, the pathways must indeed change to provide effective protection. Should an outsider intrude, they would face peril at any moment. Given that the routes are subject to alteration, I decide against memorizing the path. Observing Huang Qixing, it seems there is some guiding force, as he would not be so straightforward in leading the way. In less than 10 minutes, we arrive at the entrance of the demon cave. The synthetic material glistens in a vivid purple, exuding an air of cruelty. The surroundings starkly reveal the immense confidence of the cave, tinged with an eerie quality. Ding Wei stands anxiously at the entrance, joined by Hai Bing and Wei Ge, all of whom I have come to know at the base, except for Xiao Xian and Yi Zi are also present. Upon seeing me emerge, Ding Wei swiftly approaches. taking over the support of Demon 13, her concern evident as she inquires, "How is your health?" I shake my head to reassure her, signaling that she need not worry. Hai Bing and the others come over, patting my head and sighing, "Are you all right?" I respond with a smile, "I'm fine." Wei Ge, the handsome one, and Hong Lian display expressions of delight, seemingly overjoyed that I have made it out of the demon cave. "Kid, you have quite the fortune." Wei Ge's first remark nearly makes me choke. Ding Wei glares fiercely at him. "You fat fool, if you speak out of turn again, I will tear your mouth apart." Wei Ge, embarrassed, replies, just joking, just joking." He appears genuinely fearful of Ding Wei. Xiao Xian and Yi Zi gather around, standing silently beside me, unsure of what to say. I sense their nervousness, possibly feeling guilty for the troubles I've caused them. "It's nothing, really," I assure Xiao Xian and Yi Zi, gesturing for them not to dwell on it. "I have matters to attend to. You all can chat." Huang Qixing departs without looking back. Ding Wei glares at Huang Qixing's retreating figure, gritting her teeth. "What are you so pleased about? One day, you shall learn of my prowess." "All right, do you wish to stir up trouble?" I shake Ding Wei's shoulder, advising her that it is best to avoid provoking someone like Huang Qixing. If pushed to the edge, he could do anything. "He dares," Ding Wei retorts. "Let us go, whether he dares or not. I am quite exhausted and wish to return to rest," I reply helplessly, wary of Ding Wei causing a scene, as her ability to enter the demon cave indicates her significant background. As I leave, I deliberately glance back at the grand entrance, the image of the limping old man flooding my mind. 10 years in the blink of an eye. Chapter 75, Ambiguity, with my arm draped over Ding Wei's fragrant shoulder. Inhaling her subtle scent, I am momentarily transported back to my encounter with Xuan Na, my thoughts becoming somewhat disoriented. Throughout our journey, Ding Wei remains silent, as tranquil as a delicate flower. Occasionally, I catch Wei Ge casting a lewd glance our way, giving a thumbs up and mouthing something I cannot decipher. The expressions of Hai Bing and the others are filled with inscrutable implications. "Please do not misunderstand," I suddenly declare. Ding Wei halts, her eyes wide with surprise, and everyone else follows suit, pausing in response to my words. I realize how foolish I am to utter such nonsensical phrases. Unsure of how to conclude, I awkwardly chuckle. "It's nothing? What could there be to misunderstand?" Wei Ge interjects, "What misunderstanding?" His voice, deliberately out of place, makes me want to strike him. "You dimwit, be quiet," I retort upon noticing his lascivious gaze. "Indeed, what misunderstanding?" Both the handsome Wei Ge and Hong Lian laugh in unison. Xiao Xian and Yi Zi, the two girls, appear quite excited. It seems they have not interacted with girls in a while. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, they swarm her like bees to honey. Xiao Xian remains indifferent, ignoring them completely, while Yi Zi, who lacks the ability to reject, engages in a conversation. Her response is tepid. Yet, this very reaction encourages them to pursue her even more fervently. Eventually, Yi Zi, feeling overwhelmed, hides behind Xiao Xian, lapsing into silence. The rotund Wei Ge, growing bored, suddenly hears my words and begins to stir mischief. Noticing my silence, he escalates his antics, approaching me and patting my shoulder before casting a knowing glance at Ding Wei. "Xiao Fei is quite heavy. Let me handle this." "No need, I can manage myself," Ding Wei insists, though upon seeing the chubby man's grin, her face flushes crimson. "Oh, beauty, you're blushing. What is the matter? Is Xiao Fei too heavy for you?" I have long been aware of Xiao Fei's considerable weight, comparable to mine. "Look, you've crushed the beauty. She can't catch her breath." Wei Ge's words grow increasingly unbearable, sending shivers down my spine. However, I find it difficult to directly counter him. Sensing my lack of annoyance, Wei Ge grows bolder, whispering in my ear, "Isn't it delightful?" "Shut up." Both Ding Wei and I exclaim simultaneously, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. "If you keep rambling, I swear I'll knock you down and you'll be bettered in for a week," Ding Wei threatens. Wei Ge, clearly intimidated by Ding Wei's ire, obediently retreats, muttering, "What a thankless job, and you still dare to speak." Ding Wei retorts sharply. However, as she turns, I instinctively follow suit, and due to my still recovering body, a sharp pain shoots through my waist. "Ouch!" I exclaim. I'm so sorry." Upon seeing my pained expression, Ding Wei sticks out her little tongue. I swallow hard. Ding Wei has a splendid figure, slender and charming, exuding an aura of innocence interlaced with strength. Any man who spends time with her would undoubtedly fall hopelessly in love. She possesses a completely different allure compared to Xuan Na. Hey, I whisper close to Ding Wei's ear. She frowns, annoyed. That tickles. What are you doing? I realized that my previous actions were rather intimate. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. You're quite beautiful. Ding Wei's face reddens again as she retorts, what nonsense. I had intended to ease the atmosphere by complimenting her, but it seems I have only made matters worse. No, that's not what I meant. What do you mean? Ding Wei whispers back. I warn you, if you start thinking foolishly, considering our relationship, I shall have no choice but to incapacitate you. Hearing Ding Wei's threat, I find myself at a loss for words. Were you taking this? That is not what I meant. How could I betray Xuan Na? I merely wished to express my gratitude for the concern you all have shown. By the way, you Haven team mentioned this to your cousin, have you? How could I dare? Ding Wei sighed, remarking that her cousin had always been sentimental since childhood. In recent years, she had chosen to live alone in a courtyard, disregarding her family's concerns. After finally finding someone she liked, Ding Wei could not bear to hurt her, fearing that such news would cause her undue anxiety. If she were to discover that you were being mistreated, who knows what she might do? It's better left unsaid. I exhaled. But since I hadn't called her these past few days, you... Don't worry, Ding Wei chuckled. I've already taken care of it. Telling her that your mission is arduous and you've been dispatched to a special location for training. Thank you. I'll call her shortly. I don't want her to worry for too long. It's been difficult for her these days, being alone in the courtyard. You needn't fret about that. Chaili Li has gone to keep her company. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind us. I turned to see Wei Gu sprawled on the ground, with Captain Hai Bing chuckling beside him. Xiao Xian wore an expression of pure fury. It seemed that she had unleashed her inner tigress, and the hefty figure on the ground was likely her doing. What happened, Xiao Xian? Did the hefty one speak too brazenly? I joked. Upon hearing my question, Xiao Xian's face flushed, her demeanor tense. And no, it's nothing, she stammered, turning her head away from Ding Wei, clearly flustered. There's no need to be afraid. I've got your back. What did that rotund fellow say? Ding Wei chimed in. Nothing really, Xiao Xian insisted, avoiding Ding Wei's gaze. How peculiar, Ding Wei mused, continuing on her way. It was rare to see Xiao Xian so flustered. Let me tell you all something. I just mentioned Xiao Xian, that Xiao Fei, and... Oh dear, I misspoke. I won't say another word. The hefty fellow wailed. I shook my head. Some people are just insufferable. That fat fool, he deserves it. He's still a teammate. I believe you've led him astray, Ding Wei remarked. How could that be? You know me well. While I may not be the most handsome, I am undoubtedly a fine man, I proclaimed unabashedly. Please spare me. The hefty one cried. I truly regret it, dear lady. Have mercy. Xiao Xian yanked on Wei Ji's ear, gritting her teeth. Who told you to speak so recklessly? You say I'm easy to bully, don't you? As she pulled harder, Wei Gu emitted sounds akin to a slaughtered pig. Captain Hai Bing, observing the scene with a detached demeanor, acted as though nothing was amiss, while the handsome fellows nearby began to sing a tune. Let the man weep, for it is no sin. Yeezy stifled a giggle from the sidelines, looking quite adorable. The two nearby were so taken aback that their eyes widened. Finally, we arrived at a more populated area, where everyone seemed to behave themselves. At least, Wei Gu dutifully followed behind Xiao Xian, keeping his mouth shut to avoid incurring her wrath. It seemed that he had learned his lesson. While I was unaware of what Wei Gu had said to provoke Xiao Xian, it no longer mattered. Despite his pitiful cries, there was an undeniable air of contentment about him, akin to someone who had not feasted in ages suddenly confronted with a sumptuous banquet. I hoped something significant might unfold between them. Chapter 76. An encounter upon returning to the dormitory. Under Ding Wei's insistence, I ingested some bitter medicine. I would rather engage in a fierce battle than endure such a bitter concoction. Although it is said that good medicine is hard to swallow in this day and age, it seems excessive to resort to traditional remedies for a minor injury. Yet, what I deemed a minor injury was, in their eyes, quite severe. The mysterious energy within me swiftly healed my wounds, and by the next day, I was full of vitality. I refrained from discussing the peculiarities of my condition with anyone, as it was too strange. I spoke with Xuan Na for half an hour, reassuring her not to worry. In her tone, I sensed her longing for me. I also reflected on my recent actions. If she were to discover my distress, it would pain me greatly. However, at the base, one often finds oneself constrained. If you wish to avoid trouble, it seems trouble will seek you out, and escape becomes impossible. As the countdown to my duel with Zhao Wuji approached, I chose not to dwell on it. Ever since the return of the 18 bronze men, I had ceased to consider the outcome of my battle with Zhao Wuji. Only by remaining an outsider could I truly engage with my inner self and perform at my peak. I sensed that my current strength would render Zhao Wuji little more than a mere stepping stone in my journey. I felt an unwavering confidence. The moment I vanquished the 18 bronze men, that sense of unstoppable determination still resonated within me. Hai Bing and the others continued their daily training. Last night, Wei Ge had suddenly vowed to lose weight, astonishing everyone. When asked why, his cheeks flushed and he feigned shyness before being unceremoniously kicked out by Hai Bing. Everyone could see that Wei Ge had developed feelings for Xiao Xian, but she, indifferent, overlooked him, leaving Wei Ge feeling quite dejected. After some discussion, we concluded that Xiao Xian favored boys like me, the boy-next-door type, rather than giants like Wei Ge. Upon hearing this, Wei Ge lamented the unfairness of the world and resolved to shed pounds. However, everyone scoffed at this proclamation, for it was the 100th time he had vowed to lose weight, yet he only became heavier. With my impending duel against Zhao Wuji, I no longer needed to train. Rest was all that was required. I found myself perplexed by the upper echelon's intentions, allowing a newcomer like me to duel one of the 4 kings of the base. Such an arrangement seemed absurd. They must have an extraordinarily high opinion of me, Xiao, and that lazy Wu Ming, who had not bothered to check on my well-being since bringing me to the base. Initially, Wu Ming had promised to repay me, yet here I was, on the brink of death several times within the base, particularly after witnessing the terrifying power he wielded. I became increasingly convinced that Wu Ming was nothing more than a fraud, preying on innocent boys like me. Not wanting to languish in bed, I figured Ding Wei would not come to see me soon, so I rose to stretch my limbs. It is true that strength is forged through perseverance. Now, I had mastered the control of the power within me. I felt confident that I could defeat in another bout. It was merely a matter of opportunity. Thinking of the battle-crazed individual I had once bested, I couldn't help but chuckle, drawing curious glances from those around me. I had gained a degree of notoriety, thanks to the duel with Zhao Wuji and the pervasive publicity of the base. The base itself was filled with spirited individuals, and had there not been a few unfortunate incidents of injury that day, it would have been abnormal. My skirmish with He Heng should have been an ordinary occurrence, but I had merely been unfortunate enough to encounter Huang Qixing. Huang Qixing was a formidable opponent, certainly far superior to. This was a conclusion I reached later on. At no point did I sense Huang Qixing's lethal intent, which was, paradoxically, the most terrifying aspect. Invisible and intangible, his ability to strike without bloodshed was remarkable. Moreover, Huang Qixing's adaptability was rare. His ascension to the position of vice-captain of the base was no mere coincidence. The walls were adorned with numerous portraits of me, and to my bemusement, they bore the inscription, Xiao Fei, we support you, signed by the Xiao Fei support group. It was evident that these were the sentiments of newcomers. Predictions regarding the duel were polarized. The veterans of the base, aware of Zhao Wuji's formidable reputation, did not believe I stood a chance. Conversely, the inexperienced newcomers, unafraid of the tiger, viewed me as their representative. Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. The newcomers endured grueling training within the base, and this was their opportunity to assert themselves. Thus, they spared no effort in waging a promotional battle against the other side. Occasionally, videos of me would appear on the screens along the path, showcasing my impressive achievement of completing 25 laps in 30 minutes. Seeing myself in such a graceful light, I felt a surge of excitement. What young person does not crave fame, especially when one possesses formidable strength? Of course, this strength was but a self-perceived notion. The true measure of strength remained to be proven. With a triumphant tune on my lips, I engaged with a few newcomers who cheered me on, turning left and right, until I realized I had wandered to a familiar location. Before me lay a small garden, where various potted flowers were arranged, exuding a certain charm, albeit one that felt somewhat contrived. I suddenly recalled the breathtaking beauty of the Ice Queen from my past. If my intuition serves me right, that stunning woman must be Zhang Jie, one of the 4 kings of the base and its most exquisite beauty. In my eyes, Zhang Jie's looks could easily crown her as the most beautiful woman not just of the base, but even of HJ City, provided we exclude Xuan Na from the equation. In my heart, Xuan Na shall forever reign as the most beautiful. I gazed at the flower arrangement before me, feeling it was amiss and rather displeasing to the eye. Unable to resist, I slightly adjusted a few pots, and indeed, it appeared much more appealing. Yet, I was abruptly reminded of the Ice Queen's warning, prompting me to restore the original arrangement to avoid any complications. "What are you doing?" A chilling voice pierced the air from behind me, tinged with a hint of anger. The moment I heard it, I recognized it as hers, distinctive in its icy detachment. Realizing there was no escape, I reluctantly turned around and managed a forced smile. "Hello. What brings you here?" Another melodious voice chimed in. "What a surprise to see you." The Ice Queen stood alongside another girl, clad in a white dress that accentuated her alluring curves, making her irresistible to any man. I was momentarily taken aback, for I recognized this girl as the stunning beauty I had encountered at the Dingxiang CAF. The two beauties stood together, each possessing her own charm, one like a snow lotus upon a mountain and the other akin to a moon in autumn. I feasted my eyes upon them, feeling exhilarated. Clearly, the other beauty remembered me. "That is the lecher I mentioned," Yue remarked. The Ice Queen cast a cold glance my way. "Didn't I warn you last time? Aren't you afraid of consequences?" A shiver ran down my spine. "Of course not. It's just that I took a wrong turn. Oh dear, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." "Stop right there. Is your name Xiao Fei?" "Yue zuddenly smilet family." "I don't know a Xiao Fei. Who is he?" I glanced around, bewildered. Enough of the charade. Who doesn't he know you in the base? Your duel with Zhao Wuji is all the talk now. Even my sister is paying attention to it. Aren't you, sister? Yue tugged at the Ice Queen's hand for confirmation. The Queen remained silent, her cold eyes fixed on me. "You still Haven T?" answered my question. "Speak." Knowing I could not evade, I took a deep breath and said, "That was a night many days ago. Do you wish to die?" Let us get back on track. The arrangement of flowers here is simply dreadful. I couldn't bear to look at it. Just thought I'd offer a little help. Nothing more. As soon as the words escaped my lips, I noticed Yue's astonished expression, her mouth agape in disbelief. She finally gave me a thumbs up, shaking her head, and it dawned on me the gravity of my words. The temperature around us plummeted, a chilling aura enveloping the space, colder than ice. "Hey, let me explain. Can we talk this out?" I pleaded, feeling the tension escalate. Chapter 77. I bet the Ice Queen had a fiery temper. She struck without hesitation, showing no mercy. Her hands transformed into blades, aimed directly at my face. How malicious. She seeks to mar my appearance. I cried out, "Hold on. I'm open to a fight, but I have a request." Before I could finish, she ignored my plea and launched a rapid assault, her movements swift and powerful, neither delicate nor soft. Anger surged within me at her unprovoked attack. As she approached, I swiftly closed the distance, reaching for her shoulder. I anticipated that with her prowess, evading my grasp would be effortless. Yet, to my surprise, I easily captured her shoulder, leaving us both momentarily stunned. I was astonished by my own speed, forgetting the follow-up moves. She, too, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. With a slight tremor, she shook off my arm and stepped back, her expression serious. "What is your condition?" My own swiftness had startled me, yet it filled me with newfound confidence. "What is your name?" I never engage with those unknown to me. Yue chuckled at my sudden seriousness. "Oh, my sister's name is Zhang Jia. Remember it well. You wouldn't want to perish without knowing who brought your end." As I had surmised, I nodded, acknowledging the information. "What is your condition?" Zhang Jia inquired coldly. Gazing at her ethereal beauty, an idea struck me. To formalize this duel, I propose raising the stakes. Should I lose, you may deal with me as you wish. Not interested, Zhang Jia scoffed. However, I continued, gesturing toward her. "If you lose, you must treat me to a cup of coffee." "What?" Yue exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. In her view, no one dared to jest with Zhang Jia, not even inadvertently, lest they meet a grim fate. "Yue, let us not digress. I'm discussing serious matters here. I refuse to engage in a fight without reason. I am a staunch advocate for peace. How do you know my name?" Yue asked, perplexed. "Is a close friend of mine. How could I not be aware of his affairs? In truth, I merely inferred from the concern he displayed toward you that day." Yue's expression shifted subtly. "What did he say to you?" "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must act without transgression." I chuckled, attempting to sidestep the inquiry. Just as Yue was about to press further, Zhang Jia interjected. "All right, I accept your terms." I was taken aback by Zhang Jia's agreement. My initial plan had been to leave once she became enraged. With my speed, escaping would have been a simple task. But now that she had acquiesced, leaving seemed less feasible. At the Dingxiang CF, I added, nearly provoking their ire. I could no longer sense Zhang Jie's murderous intent, yet her expression startled me. Her eyes held no emotion, simply a cold, unwavering gaze fixed upon me. That was truly terrifying. My previous words had undoubtedly provoked her ire. "Follow me," Zhang Jie commanded. "This place is unsuitable for a duel. I'm not here to duel. Merely to exchange techniques," I protested, feeling sensitive to the word duel at that moment. As we traversed through numerous alleys, I realized I had genuinely entered a realm dominated by women. This was a place where men were strictly forbidden. On any other day, a man daring to intrude would meet a dire fate, as I had heard from Wei Go. It was said that only a select few could freely enter the female dormitory, and was among them. Many believed they could find a shortcut to gain entry into the female quarters by challenging Zhang Jie, but invariably, those challengers found themselves bedridden for at least a month. Zhang Jie's reputation grew during this time, as her beauty attracted many challengers, all eager to catch a glimpse of her, even at the risk of being utterly defeated. To curb such troubles, a tacit rule was established. Only those who could endure half an hour under scrutiny could hope to meet Zhang Jie. Was notorious for his ruthless methods, punishing challengers severely to deter others. Gradually, this extinguished the fervor of would-be challengers. However, this time, Zhang Jie bypassed and chose to duel me directly, leading others to view me as a mere lecher seeking entry into the female dormitories. Along the way, many women cast scornful glances in my direction. Initially, I thought they were merely curious, whispering among themselves, but as time passed, I sensed something amiss. It was only after Yu's explanation that I realized the true nature of their disdain. There is no need for such a public display, Zhang Jie. It's merely a sparring session, I remarked, following closely behind her. Are you afraid? Zhang Jie replied without turning her head. Afraid? Not all. I simply prefer to act discreetly. Such ostentation is not my style. Discreet? Zhang Jie sneered. Shut your mouth. When it gets me first. Sighing, I remarked. It is quite inconceivable that a beautiful lady such as yourself would engage in a duel with a man. It would be a grievous loss, indeed. Why don't you give it a try? Zhang Jie retorted, her voice tinged with annoyance. You seem rather quick to anger. A true expert does not display such volatility. One should remain unperturbed by external circumstances. I continued, emphasizing the importance of a balanced mindset. Shut your mouth, Zhang Jie snapped, turning abruptly to glare at me. If you continue to speak, I shall begin to strike you right now. Alas, what a fiery temperament you possess. There seems to be a complete absence of femininity in your demeanor, I muttered, though my words still reached Zhang Jie's ears. Do not be upset, sister. He is merely trying to provoke you. Do not fall for his tricks. Yu interjected, sensing Zhang Jie's rising ire. Indeed, look what you are. She is evidently more astute than you. I mused aloud. Are all beautiful women lacking in intellect? You are in grave danger, Zhang Jie whispered from the front. Yu shot me a disapproving glance. I find this all quite unfair, I suddenly declared. Zhang Jie, suppressing her impatience, prompted, speak. I concede defeat. You may punish me as you wish. However, should you lose, merely treating me to a cup of coffee seems disproportionately lenient. I would be at a significant disadvantage. And what would you propose, Mr. Stingy? Yu chimed in, a hint of irritation in her tone. Yu, do refrain from calling me that. It makes me uncomfortable, she replied, frowning. What shall I call you then? I cannot simply refer to you as beautiful all the time. That would be too insincere, I countered. You scoundrel, are you implying that I am not beautiful? You have fumet. Do not be angry, Yu Zhang Jie intervened. He is merely attempting to provoke you. Humph. I am aware of that, yet I cannot help but feel irked upon hearing his words. So, what do you consider a fair arrangement? Zhang Jie inquired of me. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, how about this? Should I win, both of you shall accompany me for coffee? Both? Yu left incredulously, her anger dissipating momentarily. Your ambitions are quite grand, wanting both of us. No. You misunderstand. Honestly, given our acquaintance, I harbor no romantic feelings towards either of you. I am rather sentimental and do not easily develop affection for women. So you need not worry. What I mean is if I win, you must agree to go on a date with. What do you say? I proposed, knowing that I'd been struggling to win Yu's affections, and wishing to create an opportunity for them. As Yuer opened her mouth to protest, Zhang Jie interrupted. Very well, I accept your terms. However, should I win, I shall proclaim to the world 1,000 times that I am a pig. I interjected. That is far too lenient, Yuer objected. Agreed, Zhang Jie unexpectedly concurred, to Yuer's astonishment. Sister, are you wagering my happiness? Yuer looked at Zhang Jie with wide, innocent eyes. Do you doubt my ability to win? Zhang Jie shot me a cold glance before turning back to Yuer. It is settled. I chuckled. Zhang Jie huffed and resumed leading the way. After 100 paces, we arrived before a square building. Its appearance resembled the training facility of, albeit this one was twice as large. As I arrived, a gathering of girls began to accumulate around us, their numbers swelling. Some had just returned from training, donned in black athletic attire, while others wore casual clothes, curiously observing, and a few even ventured in their pajamas, boldly seeking to investigate. As a lone male amidst such a throng of females, I felt exceedingly bashful. Yet, Zhang Jie merely stood silently outside the door, showing no intention of opening it. Open the door. Standing outside is hardly appropriate, I urged. Zhang Jie cast a glance around, coolly remarking, if you possess the audacity to come here, why fear the gaze of others? I fear your potential loss and the embarrassment it may bring, I retorted. How arrogant, Yuer scoffed. It seemed her happiness was intricately linked to the outcome of this contest, making her demeanor far less placid, especially if Zhang Jie were to lose. The two stunning women before me likely received excessive flattery in their daily lives. Thus, it would be easy to provoke them today. Feeling increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny. Once Zhang Jie deemed the crowd sufficiently gathered, she announced, today, someone has issued a challenge. I accept. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Although many had anticipated this moment, there was still shock at Zhang Jie's open acknowledgement. It had been several months since anyone had dared to challenge her, especially since had taken on the laborious tasks. If this refined young man was indeed preparing to duel Zhang Jie, it implied he had bested, was regarded as the dreamboat of many a girl, not only for his striking appearance and formidable prowess, but also due to the powerful family backing him, which rendered him irresistibly attractive to the majority. Could it be that this somewhat handsome young man had defeated? The crowd erupted in incredulous whispers. He is Xiao Fei, a girl called out from among the throng. Ah, I see now. He is the one to face Zhao Wuji. No wonder he possesses such strength. Having seen his image, I initially felt pity for him, thinking he would remain subdued in his duel with Zhao Wuji. Yet now it seemed he was on the brink of defeat at Zhang Jie's hands. At that moment, Zhang Jie placed her hand upon the door, and a silvery glow emanated, causing the door to swing open automatically. This was unlike training facility. It was evidently high-tech. As Zhang Jie stepped inside, just as I was about to follow, a melodious voice called out, Xiao Fei. I turned to find Yizi standing at the forefront of the crowd, bashfully gazing at me. Approaching her, I smiled. Aren't you all supposed to be in morning training? Yizi, who was already quite slender, appeared as though she might topple over with the slightest breeze. Speaking to me in front of so many took considerable courage. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly replied, I had duty this morning and am exempt from training. Ding Wei and Xiao Xian will likely return shortly. What is the matter? She ultimately queried. I shook my head. What else could there be? I seem to be having a string of bad luck. Even drinking water feels like a struggle. Your sister Zhang Jie insists on dragging me into this duel, and despite my protests, she would not relent. Thus here I am. I raised my voice intentionally, ensuring those around us could hear. You scoundrel, is that what you claim? You exclaimed, indignant. You were the one who angered my sister, prompting her to challenge you. You are nothing but a lecher. The last word she elongated, making it all the more accusatory. My expression shifted slightly. Wasn't that a slanderous accusation? The crowd, however, paid no heed to my protests, quickly siding with you and casting disdainful glances in my direction. Why are you associating with someone like him? He is a bad person. You chastised Yizi. Fortunately, Yizi's response did not disappoint me. How could that be? Brother Xiao is a good person. She retorted shyly. See, a pure-hearted individual can discern right from wrong. It is those with impure thoughts who misinterpret my character, I remarked, chuckling. Yuer's face flushed crimson with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. I laughed heartily and prepared to enter the building. Brother Xiao Fei, Yizi called out, stopping me. What is it, Yizi? I smiled, for I held great fondness for this endearing young girl. My tone softened when speaking with her. "Good luck," she said, her face once again turning red. "If you wish to enter the girls' dormitory, you must defeat Zhang Jie." I was at a loss for words. I had never intended to enter the girls' dormitory in such a manner, and after Xuan Na, I had long since relinquished any ambition of grand escapades into their domain. Yet, I could not very well claim that Zhang Jie had forced me into this duel, especially since we had made a wager. Nodding, I stepped into Zhang Jie's training facility. Just as I crossed the threshold, the doors suddenly swung shut behind me. Zhang Jie stood in the center of the arena, silently watching me enter. As she guided me to the arena, she inquired, "Do you require a weapon?" I shook my head, replying, "There is no need for us to distinguish ourselves by life and death." She continued, "Now, if you wish to engage in idle chatter, go ahead. Initially, you sought to provoke me incessantly, and you succeeded. However, what you do not realize is that when I am enraged, my combat prowess can surge to 200%. Zhang Jie spoke with a calm demeanor. I anticipated a deeper explanation, only to discover she intended to convey that her anger was deliberate. "But what of it?" I asked. "Will you adhere to your promises?" "Rest assured," she replied. "I didn't expect you to take so seriously. However, if you merely infer my strength from, you are gravely mistaken. My ranking far exceeds that of. I acknowledge your strength, but what does it matter? My primary purpose here is to bolster my confidence. You should also recognize that although Zhao Wuji ranks behind you, his true abilities may surpass yours. If I cannot defeat you, then I have no reason to compete. Fear not, I am self-aware. Now this feels more fitting. In combat, there are no rules. Should you strike me down in this match, I will hold no regrets." Zhang Jie stated slowly. I frowned. "Do you utter such words before every duel?" She shook her head. "Your strength is formidable. I can sense it, perhaps even greater than mine. That is why I treat this matter with such seriousness. I have not faced a worthy opponent in the base for quite some time, as none are willing to engage in life and death struggles with me. Is not capable, he lacks the resolve. To break through, I must disregard life and death. You must be prepared to give your all." I smiled enigmatically. "Are you so certain that our strengths are comparable? To be honest, I harbor no compassion for my adversaries, even if she is a woman." Zhang Jie ceased her verbal exchanges, adopting a peculiar stance, her hand forming a claw as she leaned forward. This simple motion transformed her entirely, releasing a chilling aura akin to an eagle swooping down from a snowy peak. She seized the initiative, pressuring me with her formidable presence before even launching an attack. Her technique was vastly superior to brute force. At that moment, Zhang Jie exuded a strength that belied her femininity, surpassing even the most virile of men. In her strength, there was an inherent grace, a unique quality belonging to women. The combination of these two elements created an impression of a heroine unyielding to any man. Observing my stillness, Zhang Jie let out a cold snort and lunged at me. Her claw aimed directly for my face. Chapter 79. The Dagger of Death. Despite my high estimation of Zhang Jie, it was only when confronted with her assault that I comprehended her true terror. Each strike sliced through the air, producing a sound as jarring as nails scraping against glass, designed to disturb the mind. Her speed was astonishing. Had I not undergone inhuman training within the demoness cave, I would have struggled to withstand her blows in my previous state. Zhang Jie's strikes conjured illusions within her attack range. It felt as though one were ensconced in a frigid, snow-laden world with howling winds and icy ground. I meticulously observed her movements, searching for a weakness. Yet her strikes were executed with such caution that no opportunity was afforded. After a considerable time, I realized I could discern no opening. Wherever her hands reached, surprises awaited. Her methodical attacks, amidst the chaos, confounded my senses. Though I perceived an assault to my left, her hand ultimately landed on my right. It was bewildering. The earlier ease I felt had been replaced by a heavy seriousness. Amidst the flurry of strikes, I endeavored to locate that elusive hand. However, after a few minutes of engagement, I sensed something amiss. I no longer felt the immense pressure emanating from Zhang Jie. Her reactions had notably slowed. The mysterious energy within me had ceased to manifest, compelling me to rely solely on instinct to fend off her onslaught. Like a lightning bolt, Zhang Jie's techniques had now reached a masterful level. The transitions of her strikes, the movement of her feet, were executed with remarkable fluidity, delivering blows that often caught me off guard, making it exceedingly challenging to respond. Suddenly, Zhang Jie halted her assault, fixing her gaze upon me. Why conceal your strength? Am I not worthy of your full effort? This is my full strength, I admitted. Without considerable pressure, I cannot unleash my potential. This is also my weakness. Zhang Jie mistook my honesty for contempt. Frostiness crept across her visage. Very well. I shall compel you to reveal your true abilities. As soon as she spoke, Zhang Jie shifted her stance, her front palm pushing forward while her rear hand pressed downward, her body arching like a poised leopard. Stillness cloaked in motion, motion veiled in stillness. The interplay of movement and stillness concealed hidden power, rendering her presence intimidating and forbidding. Her prowess had indeed advanced significantly. You possess great knowledge, I remarked. Zhang Jie swiftly closing the distance to my rear, delivering a palm strike imbued with a sense of overwhelming strength. As the winds howled and the clouds surged, I did not turn, meeting her attack with a palm strike of my own, both of us stepping back half a pace. In her eyes, I discerned clear astonishment. I too felt surprised. Zhang Jie's strength was tremendous. Had I not focused my power into my palm, I might have embarrassed myself on the spot. Good, I declared. I refused to remain on the defensive. I shall take the initiative, employing the grip technique taught to me by Ding Wei. I reached for Zhang Jie's shoulder with confidence. Having executed this maneuver countless times, I rarely missed. Indeed, Zhang Jie did not anticipate my speed. In a moment of surprise, I secured her shoulder. Up, I shouted, forcefully tossing her through the air. Zhang Jie executed a graceful spin mid-air, landing steadily on the ground. The dragon grip, she exclaimed. You are from the Ding family? I shook my head, a friend taught me. You should be cautious. My body is reacting to you. It has begun to boil, and if I inadvertently cause you pain, do not blame me. Zhang Jie's expression shifted slightly. You scoundrel, you harbor ill intentions. I puzzled over her reaction, reflecting on my previous words and realizing a misunderstanding had occurred. I hurried to clarify, do not misconstrue. I meant that you have instilled pressure upon me. You must proceed with caution. Zhang Jie ignored my explanation, placing her trust in my words as she began to defend, her palms shielding her surroundings, her eyes fixed on my movements, unsure of how to strike. As the dragon grip clearly would not work on her and the mountain smasher was too fierce, I remained stationary, uncertain of my next move. Zhang Jie lowered her hands, stating, Do you look down upon me? I found it perplexing that she interpreted my every action as contempt. It was rather strange for a martial artist to be so sensitive. Reluctantly, I replied, Since you were so eager for me to attack, then prepare yourself. I possessed immense confidence in my speed. Although Zhang Jie remained vigilant, how could she possibly decipher my techniques? Even the seemingly simple dragon grip had become second nature to me. Like lightning, I struck, swiftly seizing Zhang Jie's shoulder. With a powerful yank, I propelled her away. Witnessing her soar through the air, I moved quickly, denying her a moment to breathe, reaching for her shoulder as she landed. This pattern continued, and I released her no fewer than 10 times before I ceased my assault. Still want to continue? I sighed. Zhang Jie's expression fluctuated. She appeared somewhat unsteady, likely fatigued from the previous spins. Stabilizing herself upon landing required considerable effort. Why do you not come at me? Zhang Jie gritted her teeth. Will you not employ a different technique? Is this all you know? I chuckled. This technique suffices against you. Besides, I know no other methods. The only one I am proficient in is the mountain smasher. I fear that if I use it, you may not rise again. I swore my words were spoken with the best of intentions. Yet, Zhang Jie's fiery gaze suggested otherwise. The once frosty Zhang Jie now revealed a rare emotion of anger before me. You would look beautiful if you smiled, I remarked suddenly, for I wished to cease the battle. Against a celestial being, I could not bear to strike too hard. In terms of speed, precision, and strength, I clearly surpass her by a considerable margin, especially after invoking the mysterious power within me. I find myself at the pinnacle of my abilities. Any challenge before me crumbles effortlessly, let alone Zhang Jie. Though formidable, she pales in comparison to the 18 bronze men. Moreover, Zhang Jie likely lacks the tempering of bloodied battles, and thus does not exude that chilling aura that can instill fear. While she possesses a surplus of killing intent, she is not sufficiently ruthless, which places her at a significant disadvantage in combat. I may share this flaw, yet my overwhelming speed compensates for many shortcomings, making me more than capable of dealing with Zhang Jie. Without a murderous intent towards me, she cannot hope to vanquish me. In battle, I exert my full strength from the very beginning. However, if she lacks subsequent techniques, I see no point in continuing. How about we consider it a draw? I chuckled. Zhang Jie, furious yet amused, retorted, "Do you believe victory is assured for you? Let us change the stakes." Zhang Jie remained silent, her gaze icy as she fixated on me. "Let us forego the date and coffee. If you wish to break through, I would gladly accompany you into danger, but only if you share a smile." To my surprise, rather than erupting in anger, she closed her eyes. "Is that what you propose?" The air around us thickened with an ominous chill, and dread filled my heart. It seemed Zhang Jie now viewed me as a lecherous tease, harboring murderous intent. I found myself in a predicament. Having uttered those words, I was also curious to witness Zhang Jie at full strength, hoping to glean experience for my upcoming battle with Zhao Wuji. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate strategy. "Very well, I accept your terms, as long as you remain alive." Zhang Jie's voice shifted, though I cannot pinpoint how. Suddenly, a dagger sprang forth from her sleeve, gleaming coldly, reminiscent of a demonic hand emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. In that moment, Zhang Jie's aura transformed entirely. With two icy daggers in hand, she bore the visage of a grim reaper, come to harvest lives. I narrowed my eyes, observing the unfolding events with disbelief. Zhang Jie had been thoroughly provoked by my earlier remarks. The words were unintentional on my part, yet she interpreted them as condescension, a humiliation directed at her. Given this, my immediate priority was to counter Zhang Jie's lethal moves. This was no longer a mere sparring match. It was a life-and-death struggle. I had anticipated this outcome, feeling a thrill of excitement within me, while also questioning whether my previous words were deliberately chosen to provoke her. Human behavior is often a curious phenomenon, as one may act without awareness of their own motives. In other words, the primal self can sometimes overpower one's conscious control. It was evident that Zhang Jie had lost herself, entirely governed by her raw emotions. Anger had clouded her judgment. I confess to harboring fantasies about Zhang Jie, believing no man could resist the allure of someone of her caliber. Her angelic beauty, coupled with a demeanor that kept others at bay, stirred a desire for conquest within every man. This yearning for conquest, however, differs from conquering nature. One cannot subdue nature, only yield to it. A man who claims to have conquered Mount Everest is, indeed, quite foolish. Women are meant to be conquered. I began to reflect, but this was not the time. The sight of Zhang Jie's daggers sent chills down my spine. Even from a distance, I felt their lethal edge. These were no ordinary daggers. They seemed alive in her hands, twisting through the air like a coiled serpent, seeking an opportunity to strike. I could almost see the sharp pressure manifesting as beautiful blossoms in Zhang Jie's cold gaze. I wield no weapons, nor will I. My only arsenal is my body. I am unfamiliar with advanced techniques, relying solely on the dragon capturing hand taught to me by Ding Wei, yet it suffices. Since seizing the daggers, Zhang Jie's strength had evidently escalated to a new level, and her reckless fighting style made each attack a desperate gamble. As I found myself drenched in sweat and chilled by fear, it became clear. One who harbors murderous intent and fights with abandon stands in stark contrast to one who is hesitant and fearful. With a sudden thrust, I winced as a blade grazed me, grimacing against the sharp pain while evading the living weapon that was her dagger. I dared not reach for her delicate shoulder, for even if I succeeded, I feared my hand would be severed by her blade. I held no doubts about the sharpness of her daggers or her skill. Yet, if this continued, Zhang Jie would remain undefeated, and I would inevitably fall. My desire to conquer her grew stronger, leaving no room for defeat at such a critical moment. Yet, under her relentless assault, I found no opportunity to strike. To succeed in any endeavor, one must first hone their tools. Ancient wisdom holds true. Could mere flesh withstand a dagger's edge? In this dire situation, I felt as though I had returned to the lair of demons, channeling an unprecedented potential amidst the fierce onslaught of the 18 bronze men. If I could withstand them, surely Zhang Jie should not pose an insurmountable obstacle. I should be able to surpass her at any moment. In terms of strength, Zhang Jie ranks among the elite of those I have encountered, yet she falls far short of my aspirations. My ambitions reach far beyond mere victory over her. They are but the first step of a long journey. My mind raced, seeking a way to defeat Zhang Jie. Unfamiliar with the nature of her daggers, I struggled to identify the weaknesses in her martial prowess. I pondered what I might possess that could turn the tide in my favor. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within me. There were only two beings present, Zhang Jie and myself. There were but two types of people, men and women. What do women fear? What are their concerns? What advantages can a man wield in the presence of a woman? I began to consider those attributes that could aid me while evading Zhang Jie's frenzied attacks. My mind spinning with various strategies. I fixed my gaze on the dagger in Zhang Jie's hand, retreating gradually while deciphering the force and angles of her strikes. Zhang Jie resembled a frenzied lion, attacking relentlessly with no sign of respite. Her strikes were executed with a precision and cruelty befitting a lethal weapon. It was apparent that Zhang Jie was not the inexperienced fighter I had initially assumed. I had underestimated her. Despite the limits of human endurance, Zhang Jie seemed inexhaustible in her assault. I waited patiently, enduring several shallow wounds that burned with pain. Yet, after 10 minutes, I began to perceive something peculiar. This woman, Zhang Jie, could unleash a relentless onslaught for over 10 minutes without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. An enigma indeed. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that her attacks followed a specific rhythm, her breathing synchronized with her strikes. So that was the secret behind Zhang Jie's onslaught. A sly smile crept across my face as I suddenly retreated, evading the reach of her dagger. Zhang Jie, oblivious to the shift, continued her advance. She danced as if performing a deadly ballet, and I had no time to admire the artistry. I lunged to seize her weapon. A cold smile curled at the corner of Zhang Jie's mouth as she spat. "You seek death." The dagger lunged towards my chest without hesitation. With a shout, I disregarded the incoming blade, lunging toward her chest instead. Employing every underhanded tactic at my disposal, I resorted to desperate measures. If I could elicit even the slightest lapse in her composure, I might seize the opportunity to disarm her and claim victory in this contest. As anticipated, most women share a common trait. Honor and propriety hold sway over them, even if they are skilled assassins. Zhang Jie's eyes flashed with fury as she thrust her dagger forward, intent on turning me into a pincushion. This was precisely the reaction I sought. Just as her dagger accelerated towards me, I spotted an opening and struck swiftly. With a resounding clang, one dagger clattered to the ground. As another dagger lunged toward me, I pivoted, seizing it and hurling it with all my might. The dagger embedded itself deeply into the wall with a satisfying thud. In a swift motion, I rolled and tightly embraced Zhang Jie, resolutely refusing to let go despite her struggles. I feared that if she regained her freedom, she would reclaim her daggers, placing me back at a disadvantage. Clinging desperately to her, I said, "Let us call it a day." Zhang Jie struggled for a moment, realizing how difficult it was to escape my embrace, and eventually ceased her efforts. I found her sudden stillness surprising, for given her character, it seemed implausible that she would concede so easily. I liegt Zhang Jie siget. Really? I tightened my hold on her, captivated by the remarkable elasticity of her body and the faint fragrance of her hair, reluctant to let go. "Release me. How long do you intend to hold me?" Zhang Jie's voice was laced with barely concealed anger. I chuckled awkwardly and slowly released my arms. She did not retaliate further, merely casting a flushed glance my way that left me momentarily stunned. I had not anticipated witnessing such a human side of Zhang Jie. "Honestly, you look quite beautiful like this," I couldn't help but remark. Zhang Jie freunded flatteri. She stepped closer, gazing intently at me. Suddenly, I was caught off guard as Zhang Jie stepped on my foot with considerable force. "Serves you right for employing such underhanded tactics," she retorted before striding out the door without announcing the outcome. "What about our date?" I called after her as she prepared to leave. "What date?" "I don't recall any." Chapter 81. The girls' dormitory. The sound insulation inside was remarkably effective. Just as I stepped out the door, I was startled to find the path crowded with girls, chattering incessantly. Zhang Jie, equally taken aback by the throng, frowned and promptly walked away, leaving a multitude of eager girls yearning for answers. Once Zhang Jie departed, all eyes turned to me, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over me. Even the thickest skin has its limits. "Xiao Fei." A sweet voice emerged from the crowd as Ding Wei approached me, with concern etched on her face. Xiao Xian and Yi Zi followed closely behind. "Are you all right?" Ding Wei asked, her hand brushing against my blood-stained clothing. I sighed, realizing this was not the first time I'd needed a change of clothes. How could that be? I smiled, thinking, do you even know who I am? So did you win? Ding Wei's face lit up with anticipation, revealing her desire to see me. Though she need not have taken this route. If it weren't for Yi Zi's warning, I would have been unaware of the situation. You were quite fortunate to find me. If you hadn't passed the test and gone straight in, you likely would have faced dire consequences. I sighed and shook my head. Ding Wei's expression shifted. You lost. She quickly consoled me. Don't take it to heart. Losing is just losing. You can always step outside. I could always leave, I replied. Regarding Ding Wei's unrequited affection, I did not deny it. Only a fool would. I feigned a deeply moved demeanor. Thank you, Ding Wei, truly. Ding Wei pursed her vibrant lips, saying, don't worry. I won't blame you. There's no need for you to feel guilty. Of course, I need not feel guilty, I suddenly chuckled. Ding Wei looked at me with confusion. And after a moment, as if comprehending something, she exclaimed, did you win against Zhang Jie? Really? Upon receiving my affirmative nod, she shouted with glee. Oh yeah. Ding Wei's excitement was such that she failed to contain her voice, drawing incredulous stares from everyone around us. To be honest, I relished the attention. Xiao Xian and Yi Zi chimed in. Is that true? I responded with exasperation. Am I truly that weak in your eyes? Yi Zi, hearing my lament, quickly assured me. No, you're very strong. It's just, you simply don't believe I could defeat Zhang Jie, do you? I humbly replied. It was merely a stroke of luck. In a real fight, I wouldn't stand a chance against her. Yi Zi merely smiled shyly, resembling a delicate flower in the mountains. Pure and endearing, evoking a desire to embrace her. Come, let's go to my dormitory. I'll tend to your wounds, Ding Wei urged, pulling me along. As the crowd heard Ding Wei's cheers and saw her dragging me toward the girls' dormitory, they finally grasped the situation, and a wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers. I was said to have become the second man allowed to freely enter the girls' dormitory, the first being someone else entirely. Ding Wei pulled me along without pause until we arrived at the dormitory of Team 71. I was both speechless and curious about what the inside of a girls' dormitory might be like. With a sudden bang, Ding Wei kicked open the door to a small white room. Noticing my astonished expression, she scolded, Come in. What are you standing there for, you fool? When had Ding Wei become so assertive? Or had she always been this way without my noticing? I hesitated to enter, taking in my surroundings, which were surprisingly pleasant. The white room was adorned with splashes of blue and red flowers. On either side of the small path, in front of the room, stood rows of green bamboo, which was peculiar since the underground base lacked sunlight, yet somehow supported bamboo growth. Ding Wei's room was distinct from the others. Beside the White House was a gazebo featuring several stone benches, and on the central stone table sat a teapot. Without stepping inside, one might think this was a residence for a refined individual, exuding a charming ambience. Ding Wei rummaged through her belongings, making a racket, and when she saw I had not entered, she called out, Get in here. Seeing Ding Wei's flushed cheeks, I understood. She was likely embarrassed by the thought of others knowing a man had entered her room, prompting her urgency for me to come inside. Xiao Xian and Yi Zi did not follow. They returned to their own rooms. As we parted, Yi Zi pointed to her room, her face flushed, while Xiao Xian simply patted my shoulder in farewell, showing no signs of awkwardness. Reflecting on their distinct and charming appearances, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. If, in the coming days, I could cultivate good relationships with them, it would indeed be a delightful experience. My sweet smile caught Ding Wei's attention, and misinterpreting it as a lewd grin, she came over and pinched me hard. Get inside, do you hear me? I yelped in pain as she dragged me in. With a thud, Ding Wei slammed the door shut, angrily remarking, What are you yelling for? Do you want everyone to know? What am I afraid of? I thought, casually searching for a place to sit. However, upon glancing around, I was taken aback. This was hardly what one would expect from a girl's living space. It was in utter disarray. The bedclothes were unmade, strewn across the bed. A few pieces of clothing lay haphazardly on the bed, and the books on the desk were in complete disarray. It was hard to believe that Ding Wei was reading classic literature, including Wuthering Heights, 300 Tang poems, and even Princess Pearl. You read Wuthering Heights? I found it hard to believe that this girl before me had delved into such literary works. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? She retorted, her feelings clearly wounded. I meant no offense. I truly admire your reading choices. I haven't read a single one of those books, I quickly clarified, eager to avoid inciting her wrath. That's more like it. Ding Wei smiled. I wouldn't have guessed. You seem so cultured, yet haven't read these books. Oh, what a disappointment. I could only nod in agreement. What else was there to say? Hey, why aren't you sitting down? I'm still looking for the medicine. I can't remember where I put it. Darn it. Ding Wei noticed I was still standing and frowned. Is my bed too dirty for you? No, it smells lovely. Then sit down. Ding Wei seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing again as she softly added, when I tell you to sit, just sit. You're such a hypocrite. With a sigh, I finally sat down on the bed of the lovely girl. The bed was soft and comfortable, with a faint, pleasant aroma wafting from the blankets, stirring ripples of emotion within me. So this is what girl's bed is like. Truly delightful. Is this how it usually is for you? I asked, unable to restrain my curiosity. Ding Wei paused her movements, looking at me with confusion. Yes, why? Is your sleep comfortable? I aimed to ask in a neutral tone, hoping to mask any emotions that might reveal themselves to Ding Wei. Ding Wei is an astute child. She comprehends my intentions for my inquiries and retorts with irritation. What is the matter? Is it chaotic? You need not enter. Who invited you? She positions herself before me, lying down, and, as I settle, my gaze inadvertently aligns with her chest, nearly causing me to bleed from my nose. Ifalsilent, having benevolently sought out medicine for her, only to be insulted with her inquiry. What do you mean? Ding Wei advances on me, compelling me to concede. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Ah, you finally recognize your error. She continues. Have you considered what you've been up to these past days? Not a single matter was discussed with me, leaving me in constant worry. You scoundrel, devoid of conscience. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to my cousin? As she speaks, her agitation escalates, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she draws closer. In a moment of emotional upheaval, Ding Wei attempts to shove me, but stumbles instead, causing us to tumble together in a tangle, with her on top of me. My arms unconsciously encircle her waist, placing us in an exceedingly ambiguous position. Her struggles provoke an involuntary reaction from me, igniting a wave of overwhelming sensations. Chapter 82. Misunderstanding. As Ding Wei rides to rise, the friction intensifies, nearly eliciting a sound from my lips, the sensations overwhelming. The soft curves of her form glide against me, the fragrance enveloping my senses as if in a dream. Yet I am abruptly jolted back to reality by her fierce thrashing. When clarity returns, I find her face flushed with anger and a hint of embarrassment, suddenly realizing my tight grip around her. No wonder she couldn't rise. It was my doing. Embarrassed, I hastily release her and sit aside, wishing to vanish from the shame of my earlier conduct. Once she stands, her cheeks are a rosy hue, her eyes darting with unspoken thoughts. Ding Wei is Xuana's cousin, and should Xuana discover my inappropriate thoughts about Ding Wei, I would undoubtedly face her wrath, perhaps even her hatred. That would be disastrous. I strive to dismiss my earlier misjudgments, forcing a smile. What transpired was an error, an absolute mistake. Such occurrences are unprecedented. An error? Ding Wei's expression swiftly regains its composure, her tone laced with mockery. Do you wish to have a record of such misdeeds? Do you wish to live? I warn her that aside from my cousin, she must not set her sights on any other women. My task is to monitor you closely. Should you err, I possess means to deal with you. Hey, have we strayed too far? I chuckle wryly. Well, since you seem unconcerned, I must still extend my apologies for the incident. Was it truly necessary for things to escalate to this extent? Ding Wei waves her hand dismissively. What era is this? Such clichés are outdated. How old are you? Younger than you, I reply. You. Ding Wei's ire flares, and I quickly interject, that's impossible. Being your cousin's husband, it matters not how old I am. Merely address me as cousin-in-law. Shameless. You haven't even begun, she scoffs. What could my cousin possibly see in you? Gently, I grasp Ding Wei's face, hoping to prevent her from uttering further unkind words. Speak not in haste. My standing is quite respectable. Oh, Xiao Fei, release me, or I shall deal with you. She threatens vehemently. You will deal with me? Little girl, today I shall exercise my rights as cousin-in-law and ensure proper decorum to prevent you from speaking indiscriminately and offending others. Look at you. Ding Wei glares at me. I am both amused and exasperated. What do I have to fear? You are but a child. What can you do? Be quiet. Look at your room. What a disgrace. I retort. Even Wei Ji's room is tidier than yours. I refuse to clean. Let us see what you can do about it, Ding Wei retorts, shoving my hand away and standing defiantly. After a few days apart, you've grown bold enough to discipline me? My parents do not dare to. Why not? I laugh. Because you cannot best me. What? Ding Wei challenges. You think I cannot defeat you? Let us step outside for a duel. Right here is sufficient. I reply with a shrug, indifferent. Ding Wei takes a deep breath, preparing to strike, but her attention diverts to the door. Xiao Xian, why are you here? I turn to see the door firmly shut, realizing I've been tricked. Ding Wei, seeing through my ruse, bursts into laughter and lunges at me, seizing my hands and twisting my back, sending me sprawling onto the bed, my face buried in the sheets. Do you concede? I can subdue you effortlessly, little one, she exclaims triumphantly. Is that what you call strength? I respond angrily. Indeed, one must employ any means necessary to overcome an adversary, especially one as nefarious as you. Ding Wei giggles. So, do you still intend to monitor me? Please, let me up, I plead. First, answer my question. I have another query for you. Speak, but do not digress. Do you often neglect bathing? Not at all. It's you who neglects it. I bathe daily. Then why do your sheets smell so foul? Smell for yourself. Oh, girls these days, so lazy about cleanliness. You scoundrel. Ding Wei's voice brims with indignation, as if my words have deeply wounded her innocent heart. After uttering this, she loosens her grip on my arm, genuinely lifting her sheet to sniff, declaring, no, it's perfectly fine. Seizing the moment of her distraction, I shift our positions, though I refrain from grasping her hands, instead pinning my entire weight atop her, preventing any movement. I worry that holding her hands might harm her. Are you defeated? I boast. You're deceiving me. My sheets are not foul, Ding Wei retorts, caught off guard by my response. Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament, I suggest. You're lying, aren't you? She insists, still fixated on our earlier conversation. Yes, I am. How could they possibly smell? I wish you would remain atop me. They smell delightful, I state. Humph, I knew you were deceiving me, she replies, a hint of delight in her tone. Aren't you concerned for yourself? I inquire. Concerned about what? She replies, what could you possibly do to me? True enough. I cannot truly harm her. While I cannot resort to violence, keeping her pinned is not a solution either. Ding Wei lies beneath me, motionless, occasionally shifting her position, which only intensifies my earlier predicament. My lower body begins to stir once more, and I find myself in a precarious situation. What now? Ding Wei exclaims, and after half a second, seemingly realizing the implications, she yells, Xiao Fei, you lecher. Do not misconstrue. This is a natural reaction. It is beyond my control. I hastily rise, releasing her. Yet Ding Wei is relentless, her eyes ablaze with fury as she rushes at me, flailing her arms. Guilt-ridden, I evade her strikes. But the confined space leaves me no option but to grasp her hands to prevent her from flailing about. Listen to me. It was not intentional. You did it on purpose. Ding Wei pushes hard, and we both tumble onto the bed once more, instinctively swapping positions, now in an even more compromising posture. Ding Wei's face is aflame, her gaze fixed on me, as if she could pierce me with her glare. The tension in the air is palpable, and neither of us dares to move, fearful of further igniting the situation. Her chest rises and falls dramatically, her alluring curves accentuated, especially her vibrant lips, which part and close with each breath, a temptation too great to bear. I turn my head away, unwilling to gaze any longer. Promise me you will cease this nonsense. I shall release you if you do, I plead, my tone nearly begging. Are you not the formidable one? Ding Wei scoffs, why the sudden timidity? You? I am at a loss for words, but suddenly feel a mischievous urge to tease Ding Wei. I gazed at Ding Wei with my most heartfelt expression, my face slowly inching closer to her lips. Upon noticing this, Ding Wei's complexion shifted slightly. She understood I was jesting. Just as I leaned in, the corners of her mouth unexpectedly lifted, startling me. I quickly raised my head to avoid our lips meeting. Ding Wei seemed quite pleased, breaking into laughter. I felt a twinge of irritation. I had intended to tease her, yet I found myself the subject of her playful trick. I was determined not to be intimidated. I readied myself to frighten Ding Wei, but as I lowered my head, my lips met something soft. Ding Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at me. At that moment, the door swung open and Xiao Xian entered, announcing, I brought you some medicine. The timing was impeccable, as it coincided with my almost kiss with Ding Wei. This time, it would be impossible to clear my name. Chapter 83. The one I adore. Xiao Xian stood frozen, staring at the two of us lying on the bed, the medicine bottle in her hand, suspended in midair. Ding Wei pushed me away abruptly, her face flushed with an unprecedented redness. unsure of how to react in front of Xiao Xian. I awkwardly rose, clearing my throat. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Xiao Xian nodded in understanding, placing the medicine on the table. I'll take my leave now, she stated. Just leave it here. Ding Wei, we truly have nothing going on. Please, let me explain. I urged, but she was already at the door, and Xiao Xian's figure had vanished. She shot me a glare. What now? This is all you're doing, playing such pranks. The innocent shall remain unblemished. There is no need to worry, I reassured her. What do you mean? What if this gets out? She retorted, anger flaring. If enough people talk, it might just become the truth. Let them say what they will. I doubt Xiao Xian is one to gossip, I replied, feeling helpless. Do as you wish, Ding Wei said, shaking her head, turning away. You truly are a calamity. How is it that I have such misfortune in meeting you? Is it a blessing or a curse? How can you know? I chuckled. Let's not jump to conclusions so quickly. Take off your clothes, Ding Wei commanded. Everyone at the base is causing trouble instead of attending to serious matters. Oh, be gentle. The medicine stings. I grimaced as she poured the solution onto my wound, gritting my teeth. I mused, what constitutes serious matters at the base? Only those with the strength of a fist seem to matter. I am but a low-key individual, yet I am perpetually plagued by misfortunes and troublesome encounters. Didn't you say to be gentle? Ding Wei pressed down on the wound, asking, who are you calling unlucky? I never said it was you. To me, you are an angel, unlike the rest, I explained. That is more like it, Ding Wei smiled. What can I do? I want to duel Zhang Jia, just to see more of you. It would be wonderful to come here openly in the future. I was injured for your sake, I stated without a hint of embarrassment. All right, I understand, Ding Wei replied, her touch softening. But let us avoid such antics in the future. It's too dangerous. If something were to happen to you, I would be left a widow. I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Wu Ming deceived me into coming here and then abandoned me to my fate, I sighed. But perhaps it's for the best. I quite enjoy my current life. It's exhilarating. At the very least, I won't be as timid as before once I step outside. Wu Ming? Ding Wei shook her head. You should keep your distance from him. He is extremely dangerous, yet impressively skilled. Everyone holds him in awe. Given the past, Wu Ming has taken a particular interest in you, personally bringing you into the base. Could there be a hidden agenda? A conspiracy? I'm merely an open book. What could I possibly possess that is worthy of scheming? You are overthinking it. I simply happened to assist Wu Ming with a significant task. I then recounted the incident of saving someone to Ding Wei. That could be it, Ding Wei pondered. Those who practice martial arts are often grateful and loyal. Wu Ming's attentiveness towards you may stem from this. Let us not delve further into this, I said, ruffling Ding Wei's hair. What are you getting lost in thought about? It's all nonsense. Ding Wei pouted, displeased. I'm thinking of you, and you mistake my good intentions for something else. A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. I know you mean well, but my primary concern now is how to get out. And you, how will you manage to leave as well? As for me, you needn't worry, Ding Wei replied mysteriously. As long as you get out, I will too. My task is to ensure your safety until you exit. Really? I asked, puzzled, noticing Ding Wei's smug expression. So, for your sake and to hasten my exit, you must think of a way. She cleverly evaded the previous topic, smiling. Forget it. Once I defeat Zhao Wujia, I should be able to leave. I thought of the upcoming duel with Zhao Wujia in 10 days and the conditions for expulsion from the upper echelons. But what if I defeat Zhao Wujia? Ding Wei scoffed. The higher-ups are experts at utilizing talent. If you manage to defeat Zhao Wujia, the company will certainly assign you perilous tasks. You may find yourself outside, yet devoid of freedom. Do you think being a bodyguard is easy? I don't desire that either. We can only take one step at a time, I mused, contemplating the uncertain path ahead, feeling somewhat affected, and fell silent. Ding Wei noticed my unease, shook her head, and continued her actions. Whether she had done this before or not, her movements were rather clumsy, yet I dared not inquire. She meant well, so how could I refuse? Gritting my teeth, I endured. All right, Ding Wei sighed, covering my alarming wound with a piece of clothing. Don't you feel any sadness? How strange. What is strange? It's peculiar that with your high intelligence, you would ask such a foolish question. You, Ding Wei blushed, scolding, you scoundrel. All right, I know you're concerned for me. I caught Ding Wei's fist as she swung it at me, chuckling, don't move. What is it? Ding Wei asked, noticing my gaze fixed on her face. Thinking something was amiss. Actually, your nose is quite beautiful, I suddenly remarked. Ding Wei nodded. You just noticed? I'm a natural beauty. And this careless fool only just realized. If I walked outside, it would surely cause quite the stir. Seeing Ding Wei's self-assured demeanor, I laughed. I merely commented on your nose. I wasn't implying anything else. I've seen vanity, but never, ow. Ding Wei pinched me, prompting a hasty retraction. But upon closer inspection, you truly are a great beauty. You are indeed the most beautiful in the base. Ding Wei, satisfied with my appeasement, relented. I would dare claim the first place. Compared to Zhang Jie, I am self-aware. Everyone at the base favors Zhang Jie's icy beauty. Hearing a hint of jealousy in Ding Wei's tone, I shook my head. How could that be? Although Zhang Jie is lovely, you are truly her equal. Each has its own charm. The youthfulness and charm you possess are unmatched by her. Enough. You're just flattering me. Ding Wei scoffed. Am I someone easily deceived? Despite her words, her eyes betrayed her, revealing that she relished my previous compliments. After all, being compared to Zhang Jie, even on the same tier, is already an extraordinary compliment. Ding Wei had every reason to be pleased. Once I had tidied up, I stood to take my leave. Xiao Xian and Yi Zi had come by, and I couldn't wait any longer to return home. After all, there would be more opportunities in the future. There was no rush. Ding Wei found no excuse to keep me and reluctantly allowed me to depart. Upon stepping outside, I was surprised to see Xiao Xian and Yi Zi standing in a pavilion not far away. Upon noticing us, Xiao Xian gave a mysterious smile, leaving me puzzled, while Yi Zi appeared visibly displeased, forcing a greeting. I nodded to both of them and proceeded on my way. Ding Wei did not accompany me further. Instead, she approached Xiao Xian and Yi Zi to converse. Thus, I found myself walking alone on the path back to the dormitory. The advanced technology of the base was remarkable. The entire computer-simulated sky now appeared as if it were noon, with an artificially created sun emitting blinding rays. I squinted at the sky above, smiled, and continued onward. Along the roadside, a few clusters of girls passed by, all casting curious glances in my direction, making me feel somewhat bashful. He is the freshman who defeated Zhang Jie. One girl whispered softly, her voice barely escaping the attentive reach of my keen ears. I was aware of the attention. I wasn't unattractive, after all. Another girl glanced at me and exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Hey, I also heard that this person is named Xiao Fei and will dual coach Zhao Wuji in 10 days. Really? That's unfortunate. Isn't challenging the coach akin to courting disaster? Not necessarily. You don't know that he even defeated Zhang Jie. Coach Zhao Wuji is ranked below Zhang Jie. Winning against him should not be a problem. Are you out of your mind? Do you know who Zhao Wuji is? His ranking beneath Zhang Jie is merely a concession to the younger generation. You are well aware of Zhao Wuji's prowess. How about we place a bet? I wager Zhao Wuji will win. If I win, you must give me the cosmetics from your desk. Fine. Another girl pondered for a moment before decisively stating, but if you lose, you'll owe me 20,000 Blackhawk coins. Wow, are you extorting me? Are your cosmetics worth 20,000 Blackhawk coins? Then let us not bet. All right. I'll take the wager. After all, you can't possibly win. Just look at how Xiao Fei walks. He certainly doesn't strike me as a master. As a few pretty girls gradually departed, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Do women also enjoy gambling? Can one discern a master merely from their gait? I scrutinized my own walking posture and realized I certainly did not resemble a master. Upon returning to the dormitory, I had intended to take a good nap, but upon seeing a few unruly teammates sprawled on my bed, I knew that was out of the question. The chubby ones stood atop my bed, and, given their notorious aversion to bathing, the sight of their large bodies resting there sent a chill down my spine. Wei Yi, how many days has it been since you last bathed? You plan to suffocate me in my sleep? Damn it, you scoundrel. Now that you've succeeded in wooing a girl, you started to disdain your brothers. I'm still going to sleep. Wei Gu, upon my entrance, expressed his displeasure and rolled around on the bed. All right, Wei Gu. I was wrong. Do as you wish, fine. Just consider it your bed. Now that it's more like it, Wei Gu chuckled. Xiao Fei, how far along are you with the situation? Have you and Ding Wei been intimate? What situation? I asked, puzzled. What are you talking about? Stop pretending to be innocent. You're just playing coy. You and Ding Wei. Oh, that poor girl, being mistreated by you. Wei Gu sighed. Only then did I understand what he was insinuating, feeling speechless. Do I really seem that wicked? Intimate? Ding Wei is my cousin. You beast. You would even take advantage of your cousin? Are you even human? He exclaimed, red-faced. I sensed something was off about you. So that's how it is. Oh, I slumped down. Can you all not be a bit more sunny in spirit? She's my girlfriend's cousin. There's nothing between us. Hearing my words, the handsome guy jumped up from the bed in excitement. That's fantastic. Xiao Fei, you truly are a talent. What do you mean? You don't mean to say you have feelings for Ding Wei? I hesitated. The handsome guy suddenly appeared bashful. My heart has already been stolen by a celestial being. Upon witnessing his lewd expression, I pretended to gag. Enough with the pretense of purity. It's utterly nauseating. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? The handsome guy was clearly displeased with my reaction. I turned to see Wei Gu stifling a laugh. His face flushed as he regarded the handsome guy. Of course not. We are brothers. How could I look down upon you? Whatever you choose to do, we all support you. Really? The handsome guy displayed a naive smile. All right, then help me pursue Ding Wei. Chapter 84. The date, are you out of your mind? I gazed at the handsome guy in astonishment, realizing his seriousness. He was not joking. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? I am more aware than you. He fell silent for a moment before adopting a roguish demeanor. Just kidding, you fool. Ha ha ha. Look at Xiao Fei's expression. Wei Ge merely shrugged, his face unamused. Do you truly like Ding Wei? I locked eyes with the handsome guy, urging him to be sincere. His expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. I suppose so, but... No boots. I patted his shoulder. I cannot assist you with matters of the heart. Such things are not for others to meddle in. If you genuinely like Ding Wei, prepare yourself for the possibility that she may not regard you highly. I understand, he replied, shaking his head and chuckling. On my way back, I heard some big news. It seems you won your duel against Zhang Jie. Wei Ge and the others displayed intense interest as I nodded. It was merely luck. How could that be? The handsome guy exclaimed. My goodness, Zhang Jie, you actually managed to defeat her. Are you serious? They had come to know my abilities well over the past few days, understanding the formidable strength of the base's 4 kings, making my victory over Zhang Jie seem unbelievable. However, they were unaware of the mysterious power within me, a force that significantly amplified my potential. The 3 of them looked at me with incredulous expressions, but soon returned to normal. Wei Ge remarked, I see. You must have employed some underhanded tactics to win. I smiled wryly. You truly understand me. Indeed, I did resort to some dubious tactics. Otherwise, I would have been done for. How could I possibly be standing here? Zhang Jie's dagger is akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping lives. I nearly fell victim to her today. They surprisingly believed my half-truths. In their eyes, no matter how earnest I appeared, there was always a seed of cunning lurking deep within me. How did you learn of this so quickly? I just finished and it hasn't been long. Aren't you supposed to be training? You wouldn't understand, especially with a piece of news this significant. Humph, kid. Now you can freely visit the girls' dormitory and do as you please, Wei Ge teased. Come on, what do you think I am? What kind of place do you think this is? Do as I please? Is there no sense of morality? I'm just a pure boy, and you make me sound like a devil. Don't ever say you know me when we go out. I was at a loss for words. It was absurd that they would think of me that way. All right, who are you trying to fool? Veuillez loquet. Let's not argue about this. You promised us you would help us find wives. The handsome guy has his eye on Ding Wei. Who do you fancy? I asked. The girl with short hair. Wei Ge admitted shyly. And you? I turned to the red-faced one. Now it's just Yi Zi left. He said, grinning. That will do. I wanted to clarify something with them. Do we consider ourselves brothers? I inquired. All 3 nodded. Good, I said. Since we are brothers, I want to deceive you. If you want to pursue a girl, don't rush. If you genuinely like one of them, show some action to prove your sincerity. Perhaps you won't believe me, but I truly have no means with women. Right now, my heart is at peace with only one person in mind. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted. Come in. Oh, everyone is here. Stood outside, smiling. Wei Ge leapt up, exclaiming, You truly are. He paused, unable to contain his excitement. I've seen your image. Idol, could you please grant me an autograph? Have you achieved anything, you fatso? The handsome guy beside him scoffed. Don't disgrace our team. Look at you. The handsome man stepped forward, extending his hand. Greetings, I am Hao Shuai. It is a privilege to meet one of the 4 heavenly kings. Frankly, you are quite dashing. Was momentarily taken aback by their reactions, glancing at me, unsure of how to respond. They're your fans, I reassured him. Don't mind me. I could step outside and let you converse. All right, Red-Face replied, not bothering to look back, taking my words seriously. You all can go to hell. Look at you. With your pig-like demeanor. You're utterly embarrassing our team. If the captain were here, he would likely want to dig a hole to hide in upon seeing you. I smiled at, saying, pay no heed to their reactions. They simply lack exposure. What are you referring to? Xiao Fei interjected. Are you discriminating against us? Veuillez. Feeling offended, responded, "We genuinely admire you. What's wrong with that?" Forced to smile, I came to find Xiao Fei. "What is this about? Everyone is friends here. Who could blame you for being so famous? They all regard you as a master of romance. These fellows are now utterly obsessed with women." I pointed at Wei Gu and his companions. "Could you not be a tad more composed?" Wei Gu looked at my righteous demeanor, gritting his teeth. "It's easy for you to say. You already have a woman. We are still famished." "All right, I'll join you," I replied, then turned to and asked, "What is going on? Do you want to step outside and talk?" Seemed somewhat troubled, glancing at Wei Gu and the others. "It's fine. We're all comrades." I feigned nonchalance. "Well," said with a forced smile, "this is what you proposed. Just remember, you're responsible for the consequences." "What consequences could there possibly be?" I shook my head. "Speak plainly. It's nothing to make a fuss over." "Well, did you forget about a date?" asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Date? What date?" I hastily inquired, noticing the murderous glares from Wei Gu and the others. "I have not been on a date with anyone. Could be Ding Wei. Impossible. I just returned from her place. Besides, I don't know any other girls at the base." "Zhang Jie's date," whispered urgently. "What?" Wei Gu exclaimed. "Zhang Jie is dating him." "How is that possible?" Red face echoed the disbelief. "Are you kidding? Why should he have all the good fortune? We disdain you, Xiao Fei. Just moments ago, you claimed to be calm, and now you're flirting with the most beautiful girl at the base. You scoundrel. It's a misunderstanding. It's entirely a misunderstanding." I hurriedly explained. "It's not as you all imagine. Stop deceiving us." The handsome guy groaned, closing his eyes in despair. "Xiao Fei, you truly are forget it. I want to say more. It's too hurtful for the brotherhood." I turned to him. "What is going on? How did this escalate so quickly?" "It was just a joke. There's no need to take it seriously." "A joke?" Shot me a knowing glance. "No way. There are others involved." Upon seeing S expression, I suddenly understood. This guy must be here for you, heir. No wonder he was so eager. Zhang Jie must have informed to relay the message to me. What a lack of sincerity, I thought. They didn't even invite me directly. My initial wager was intended to benefit, but I hadn't anticipated that he would bring it up at such a critical moment. Alas, since I promised Wei Gu to behave these days, I had no choice but to endure the pain of letting it go. "Forget it, I want to go," I sighed. "It's meaningless. It's just a bet. No need to take it seriously." "You should go." "Not significant?" Protested. "How could it not be? If you don't go, I want to either." "Hey, for my sake, would it kill you to attend? Besides, Zhang Jie is a great beauty. You want to lose out." "But I promised them." I feigned difficulty. "Stop pretending. I feel nauseous just looking at you." Wei Gu glared at me. "If you have the guts, stick to your word." Just as I was about to respond, tugged at me. "Let us go. For our brotherhood, I'll risk it. This doesn't count as breaking the rules." "I'm being forced." I exclaimed. "This is none of my concern." "Hey, be gentle. You scoundrel." Wei Gu's voice echoed from afar. It was over. My image was utterly ruined in the eyes of my brothers. I was nearly dragged away by my face, a mask of despair. Enough with the dramatics. It's quite unpleasant to behold. I protested. "I'm sacrificing my perfect image for you. Can't you see how much they admire me?" Shamelessly replied. "You must be feeling great now, right? The #1 beauty at the base. Just thinking about it makes one salivate." "Great my foot," I shouted. "Are you out of your mind? I'm doing this for your benefit, and you treat me this way without a shred of conscience." "All right, enough of that." Chuckled as we walked. "We're almost there. I hear Zhang Jie is treating us. This time, she is going all out. Her family has plenty of money. It's probably the first time she has invited everyone at the base." "Brother, doesn't that make you feel honored?" This lecherous fellow, throughout our journey, was practically glowing with excitement at the thought of you, heir, as if he could hardly contain himself. "Hey, slow down. My shoe fell off," I exclaimed, as pulled me along too quickly. "All right, we've arrived. Fix your clothes. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the beauty." Stood at the entrance of the lilac CAF, ignoring my complaints as he admired his reflection in the glass door, clearing his throat twice. I squatted down, speechless, watching and muttering. What a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. We pushed the door open. Zhang Jie and you heir occupied the central table of the CAF, with no empty seats around them, surrounded by boys. The young men sat upright, afraid to glance toward Zhang Jie, pretending to chuckle. But their eyes betrayed their curiosity and admiration. Zhang Jie sat quietly in her chair, resembling a frozen sculpture, while you heir played absent-mindedly with her cup, pouting adorably. Chapter 85. Compassion. Zhang Jie sat gracefully, stirring her coffee with an icy elegance. The seemingly contradictory qualities of coldness and grace merged seamlessly within her. Just by her appearance, she could undoubtedly captivate the attention of every man present. With Yu the innocent girl, her allure was magnified significantly. The edges of the CAF remained vacant, as all the men encircled the two beauties in the center. Soft, enchanting music filled the air, creating a romantic ambience. Yet, the CAF was dominated solely by Zhang Jie and Yu, both breathtakingly beautiful, creating a slightly peculiar atmosphere. I noticed whispers nearby, and, upon entering, could only see Yu hastily making his way to her side with a smile. "We meet again, Yu." Yu huffed, tossing her head, refusing to acknowledge him. Seemed accustomed to it, maintaining a gentle smile as he turned to Zhang Jie. "I apologize for the delay. Xiao Fei was busy treating his wounds, which caused a bit of hold-up." I stood there, speechless, listening to S' shameless excuse. It was clear he had taken his time to groom himself outside. Yet he blamed me for the delay. Zhang Jie cast a cold glance my way, her voice icy. "Take a seat." Let out a sigh of relief, and immediately chose a seat beside Yu. Noticing was sitting too close for her comfort. Yu's brows furrowed, ready to explode. However, Zhang Jie shot her a look, and she quickly subdued herself, displaying a disdainful smile. "Hey, are you really that desperate?" I teased, gave a wry smile. "How would I know? Just being handsome isn't enough. Why do you have so much to say?" Yu frowned. "Be quiet. It's annoying." Awkwardly forced a smile, and truly fell silent. Upon observing his demeanor, I couldn't help but lament his lack of ambition. How could he command her respect, while harboring such fear of Yu? Shaking my head, I glanced around and noticed that all eyes were indeed fixated on us. After all, there were only two stunning beauties in the venue, myself and sitting beside them, making it impossible not to attract attention. Zhang Jie was renowned as the base's most exquisite beauty, while was a strikingly handsome figure, both being among the four kings of the base. Their simultaneous appearance, especially on what seemed to be a date, was sensational news in itself. The mere fact of a date with the base's Ice Queen was explosive, particularly when her companion was. If this were to leak, it would undoubtedly make headlines. Yu was also quite the sight to behold. The only incongruity was my presence at this table, which felt somewhat out of place. I sensed numerous malevolent gazes directed at me, leaving me uncomfortable and hesitant to turn around. No one dared to disrupt the scene. They merely scrutinized me with ill intentions. Those who frequented the Dingxiang CAF were not insignificant individuals, at the very least holding gold card status. I was merely riding on their coattails to be here. Frankly, everyone present surpassed me in prowess. The four of us sat in silence. Zhang Jie showed no interest, her icy demeanor rendering us speechless. Yu deliberately refrained from conversation, while appeared somewhat restrained in her presence, his eloquence seemingly forgotten. I found myself at a loss for words as well. Neither of the girls was particularly sociable. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. I still vividly recalled the near brush with death from Zhang Jie's lethal glare, a memory I dared not forget. Sitting beside her induced a sense of trepidation. Sensing my gaze was not one of admiration, Zhang Jie turned to me with a casual inquiry. "Is there something on my face?" "Oh no," I stammered. She cast a glance at the awkward and the visibly displeased Yu before standing up. "Come walk with me," she commanded. "Huh?" I looked at. Upon hearing the prospect of being alone with Yu, his face lit up, gesturing for me to hurry outside. I sighed inwardly at my lack of discretion in friendships, yet could not resist the allure of Zhang Jie's stunning figure. I mechanically nodded. "I'll join." Yu also stood, looking forlornly at Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie merely glanced at her without speaking, causing Yu to slump back into her seat. "Fine, just come back quickly," was ecstatic, trembling with excitement. I truly questioned how many times this was for him to be out with Yu. Zhang Jie's rise undoubtedly drew the attention of everyone present. I surveyed the room. Many wore serious expressions, yet their eyes were filled with longing and desire. I trailed behind Zhang Jie, bearing the weight of numerous scrutinizing male gazes. Outside in the courtyard, purple flowers bloomed, defying the absence of spring in the base. Zhang Jie walked along the stone path, more enchanting than the flowers themselves. Her efficiency in action suggested a decisive nature. Having just finished a duel, she was now fulfilling her wager, a whimsical jest of mine. Was in his element. reveling in the company of his crush, eager to push me aside. Meanwhile, I followed Zhang Jie with a heart full of trepidation. My attire had been hastily chosen, and I had no real options to select from. This garment was lent to me by Hai Bing. It was slightly oversized, as she was a bit larger than I, making it feel unsteady on my frame. Initially, I had been pulled along by, oblivious to my appearance, but now the discomfort was palpable. Zhang Jie emanated an aura of coldness that enveloped us. As we walked, an unspoken tension lingered. Neither of us dared to break the silence. Fearful of shattering the awkwardness that enveloped us, I was unsure what to discuss with Zhang Jie, as such opportunities were rare. She seemed uninterested in engaging me, lost in her own thoughts. It was apparent she was creating chances for and ewer. Zhang Jie led the way, with me trailing behind. In this brief journey of mere hundreds of meters, we attracted curious glances from many. Zhang Jie was a celebrity, naturally recognized by some. As for me, I had gained a modest degree of notoriety, yet I paled in comparison to her, and not everyone was acquainted with my name. The remarks of two men passing by left me speechless. "Look, is he courting death?" one remarked. "Another fool who doesn't know his place. How dare he follow her looking like that?" The other sighed, shaking his head. "Am I truly that unattractive?" I cast an angry glance back at the retreating figures, muttering, "Let's find a place to sit." Walking along was nerve-wracking. Zhang Jie paused momentarily before quickening her pace. She navigated a series of turns, and just as I was becoming disoriented, she came to a halt. I was taken aback. Was this not Zhang Jie's garden, the so-called base? Just this morning, we had dueled here, and now, not long after, she had brought me back. Fate certainly plays tricks. The arrangement of flower pots in the garden, though somewhat improved, still appeared rather monotonous. I found it hard to fathom how Zhang Jie could have arranged the flowers in such a dismal manner. Yet, I dare not voice my thoughts, merely sneaking a glance before straightening myself. My small actions did not escape Zhang Jie's notice. "Is it not satisfactory?" she inquired. "How could it be?" "It looks quite lovely," I replied with a smile. To be honest, her brow furrowed, revealing displeasure. I cleared my throat, glancing at the pitiful pots. "Actually, it's not bad. It's just, I pointed to the two yellow flowers on the ends. If these could be arranged a bit more chaotically, with yellow, purple, and red interspersed, I think it would be, just a tad more pleasing. Of course, if left untouched, it still looks beautiful," I chuckled, feeling somewhat guilty at my own insincerity. Zhang Jie disregarded my comments and moved to the edge, adjusting the flower pots. After a while, she turned back. "Is this how it should be? With one pot lowered?" I nodded. "Yes, just like that." I continuously directed her, and without hesitation, she followed my lead. I wanted to assist, but she wouldn't allow it, leaving me to merely observe. "Perfect, that's nearly it. It would be best to straighten the tallest pots for aesthetic appeal," I suggested. As Zhang Jie shifted the pots, her movements mirrored the gentle sway of spring flowers, embodying grace and elegance. Her soft, flowing motions and the exquisite curve of her back, accentuated by her long, dark hair cascading down her back, captivated me. I was entranced by her silhouette, feeling as though the entire world revolved around her. Even the words she spoke faded into the background. This sensation had only previously occurred with Xue Na. "How does it look?" Zhang Jie with it. Yet, upon noticing my dazed expression and my lack of response, her gaze turned frosty, reminiscent of a sharp blade. I was suddenly jolted back to reality, stammering, "What did you say? Is it done?" Zhang Jie reiterated, her tone icy, clearly displeased with my earlier foolishness. "Not quite yet." An idea struck me, and a mischievous smile crept across my face. Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, I felt this was not the best approach. I had a more delightful plan in mind, one I was sure she would appreciate. Without further ado, I began rearranging the flower pots. Zhang Jie's attempt to stop me came too late, and she could only watch with interest as I moved about. Initially, her icy expression shifted, revealing a peculiar look. Once I completed my design and admired my handiwork, I grinned. "How about this? It feels warm, doesn't it? What could be more heartwarming than this?" I had anticipated Zhang Jie would be furious, yet she stood there, staring blankly at the creation before her, silent. Was this the calm before the storm? A shiver ran down my spine, and I braced myself for her wrath. Zhang Jie regarded the red, yellow, and purple flowers arranged in 3 heart shapes, and, sensing my tension, shook her head. "Are you that afraid of me?" "Not at all," I forced a smile. "I can't possibly best you. There is no need for me to fear. I am aware that you are concealing your true strength during our duel. Even if I were to suddenly attempt to harm you, there would be no cause for concern. Why must you be so guarded? This displeases me, Zhang Jie remarked coolly. I'm not, I replied. As long as you refrain from making a move, I assure you I will return to my normal state in your presence. When have I ever attacked? Zhang Jie retorted, her annoyance palpable. Indeed, I nodded silently. Let us return, Zhang Jie said, casting one last glance at my work before turning away. On our way back, Zhang Jie and I exchanged idle chatter. I sensed that she was not as frigid as she appeared. Perhaps that was simply her nature. I began to envision Zhang Jie's smile. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the CAF, I was struck by the sight of two robust security guards lying on the ground. Chapter 86. Long Xiaoyu, these guards were certainly no amateurs. They were the caliber of squad leaders. The individual capable of subduing them must be formidable. Inside the CAF, an eerie stillness enveloped the air, oppressive and unsettling. Most alarmingly, someone dared to cause a ruckus in the esteemed CAF. Though the CAF welcomed members of the base with gold cards, it remained a renowned establishment within the base. The mere mention of Ding Xiang was sufficient to intimidate many. Who would dare to provoke a sleeping tiger? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Jie's eyes as she hastened inside, and I followed closely. Upon entering, the most conspicuous figure was a blond man of Eastern descent, possessing an elegant appearance, yet his haughty demeanor incited an immediate urge to strike him. He sat arrogantly in the central seat, the very spot we once occupied. Yu Er stood beside him, her expression tense, supporting herself against the wall. My brow furrowed. Was she injured? Zhang Jie's expression shifted upon seeing this man. Who is he? I inquired, leaning closer. Zhang Jie took a deep breath, adjusting her demeanor to its optimal state. A surge of alarm coursed through me. Zhang Jie was evidently preparing for battle, her body taut with tension, entirely on guard. I had never witnessed her readiness for combat before. Could it be that this blond man was the cause? Upon noticing our entrance, the blond man's eyes brightened, and he rose, laughing heartily. Xiao Jie, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Where have you been? I approached Yu Er and whispered, what is happening? Yu Er shot a fierce glance at the blond man and shook her head. Nothing, my skills were lacking. It's no one's fault. Is this person very strong? I pressed. Yu Er nodded gravely. Far stronger than I. I barely lasted 10 exchanges against him. He is a young master from the Long family. I nodded, observing the blond man who was relentlessly attempting to curry favor with Zhang Jie. The crowd around us was agitated, yet none dared to confront him. The blond man's audacity in injuring the guards and his brazen demeanor dissuaded any from intervening. If not for Yu Er's warning of his prowess, they might have rushed him. What brings you here? Zhang Jie's voice was frigid, and I could sense her barely contained fury. Of course, I came for you, the blond man replied with arrogant amusement. If you weren't here, I would bother coming to this wretched place. His words incited a wave of outrage. Leave. I do not wish to see you. Zhang Jie commanded. Is that so? I am well aware of your struggles to escape my presence. Why the reluctance? We could resolve everything through a cordial discussion. Your unexpected arrival here might jeopardize the amicable relations between our families, the blond man replied, unimpressed by Zhang Jie's anger. What are you, to speak so highly of yourself? Do not presume you are remarkable. Anyone here could easily best you, Zhang Jie retorted, her anger evident. It was the first time I'd seen her so visibly enraged. Oh, the blond man surveyed the surroundings with disdain. You mean these worthless individuals? Even combined, they're no match for me. Do not deceive me. In HJ City S-Base, you boast of your so-called 4 kings. Yu Er is one, and you are another. Together, you're still no match for me. He continued, you should come back with me, Xiao Jie. I acknowledge my past mistakes, but you hold some responsibility as well. You, Zhang Jie radiated killing intent, clearly incensed. Who was this blond man, so brazen and arrogant, capable of injuring Yu Er with such ease? Zhang Jie's fury was uncontrollable upon seeing him, and even the lively Yu Er remained obediently by her side. The blond man frowned slightly. Do you wish to engage in combat? You would not stand a chance against me. Wouldn't T1 need a fight to know for certain? Zhang Jie. Do not be so presumptuous, Long Xiaoyu. You dare to injure my guards on Ding Xiang's territory? You should be concerned. Long Xiaoyu, I noted, recalling the name. Upon hearing Ding Xiang, his expression shifted slightly. This is Ding Xiang's territory? He questioned. You acted without even inquiring. You truly have audacity, Yue remarked coldly, still irked by having been defeated by Long Xiaoyu. Humph, a defeated foe like you has no right to speak so boldly before me, Long Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. If this is indeed Ding Xiang's domain, I shall come to apologize one day. But as she is not here now, I must overstep my bounds. Zhang Ye, come with me. Otherwise, if I am forced to act, it would reflect poorly on us both. You may take my corpse back with you, Zhang Jie replied coldly. Long Xiaoyu closed his eyes, suddenly emanating a powerful aura. Stubborn as ever. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in place of Uncle Zhang. With that, Long Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. His garments billowed without wind as he assumed a fighting stance, poised like a predator. A wave of shock coursed through me. This man possessed immense strength, reminiscent of Huang Qixing, the vice-captain of the entire base, whose prowess was unmatched among his peers. Although Long Xiaoyu appeared to be in his 30s, his formidable capabilities were undeniable. The sheer force of his presence suggested he was an unstoppable force. Indeed, Long Xiaoyu had a right to his arrogance. Zhang Jie was no ordinary opponent either. The aura she exuded was equally formidable, matching Long Xiaoyu's intensity. As the two prepared to engage, the crowd instinctively recoiled, retreating in unison to leave a spacious arena for the impending clash. This displayed the high caliber of each individual present. Long Xiaoyu wasted no time. A glimmer of bloodlust and excitement flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jie, too, exhibited an absence of human emotion. Were these individuals truly monsters? Once battle commenced, they transformed into frigid beings, entirely different from their usual selves. Yue, too, had adopted this demeanor. The only one who retained a semblance of humanity was Long Xiaoyu, despite his bloodthirsty gaze. This was a troubling sign. Faced with Zhang Jie's full-force assault, Long Xiaoyu surprisingly did not unleash his full strength. How terrifying! Yue seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Her expression serious. Zhang Jie is in danger. Only you can resolve this. Me? I chuckled ruefully. You must be mistaken. If it comes to blows, I am no match for you. You barely lasted 10 exchanges against him. I would be walking to my demise. Do not underestimate yourself. Your strength is formidable, and when fully unleashed, it certainly rivals Long Xiaoyu's. I have yet to see anyone escape Zhang Jie's grasp. Yue urged, patting my shoulder in encouragement. Hearing such praise from Yue prompted a sense of urgency within me. You must help your sister, she implored. I chuckled again. You hold me in too high regard. Nevertheless, rest assured, even if I am no match for Long Xiaoyu, I will step forward. It is simply in my nature to lend a hand. That will suffice. Now is not the time. Their momentum is too strong. If you intervene abruptly, their focus may shift to you. We must wait for the right opportunity, Yue advised. I nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of blows between Zhang Jie and Long Xiaoyu, both combatants exchanged solemn glances, surprised by each other's unexpected prowess. Zhang Jie had not anticipated the challenge posed by Long Xiaoyu's restrained strength, while Long Xiaoyu was equally taken aback by Zhang Jie's formidable combat capabilities. Long Xiaoyu exclaimed, "It seems that in the past 6 months, you have progressed remarkably, honoring the Zhang family's reputation." Zhang Jie did not respond, merely fixating on Long Xiaoyu's movements. As Long Xiaoyu advanced, her steps transformed in a wondrous trajectory. I watched her footwork with curiosity, hoping to discern its secret, yet I could not fathom it for a long while. The stronger you become, the better. Conquering you will bring me a sense of accomplishment. Long Xiaoyu grinned, unfazed by Zhang Jie's prowess. Zhang Jie remained unperturbed, standing still, her tall figure striking a breathtaking pose. It was remarkable that Long Xiaoyu could engage with such a beautiful girl. To spar with a beauty is to admire a stunning painting while simultaneously defiling it. Long Xiaoyu swiftly became the target of public ire, not for any other reason than for marring the exquisite image in everyone's minds. The strength of both combatants remained unaffected by the surrounding distractions. Amidst the chaos, their focus was solely on each other. This singularity of purpose was a testament to their strength. I closely observed the two, seeking an opportunity to intervene. My eagerness to challenge Long Xiaoyu surged. An eagerness more potent than that I felt when dueling with Zhang Jie. Long Xiaoyu seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere, casting a sidelong glance. Mistaking it for a surge of battle intent from me, her lips curling into a dismissive smile. At that moment, Zhang Jie seized what she believed to be Long Xiaoyu's distraction, letting out a sharp cry as she lunged forward, her palm transforming into a claw, accompanied by a gust of wind aimed at Long Xiaoyu. Long Xiaoyu scoffed, a mere trick. Suddenly, she pivoted, striking at Zhang Jie's abdomen with no hint of mercy. The crowd, initially cheering for Zhang Jie's beautiful offensive, gasped at Long Xiaoyu's fierce counterattack. Seeing her attack thwarted, Zhang Jie retreated to her original stance. As if nothing had transpired, Long Xiaoyu did not grant her a moment's respite. Her bones crackled as the air around her hand quivered ominously. My heart raced, realizing that Long Xiaoyu was far more formidable than I had anticipated. Zhang Jie, sensing her potential defeat, lowered her hands, revealing two gleaming daggers. At the moment the daggers appeared, Long Xiaoyu, who had been dominating, suddenly withdrew, her expression shifting. How ruthless, resorting to weapons. Zhang Jie offered no reply, but executed a swift, nearly imperceptible strike toward Long Xiaoyu. This is where your superiority ends, Long Xiaoyu sneered. Her aura swelling as her coat burst apart, revealing a fitted outfit beneath, two steel rings gleaming ominously on her arms. Her eyes turned a fierce white, radiating murderous intent that altered the countenance of everyone present. The clash of the two was unrestrained, yet Zhang Jie found herself at a disadvantage. With a single blow, Long Xiaoyu forced Zhang Jie back, and before she could react, Long Xiaoyu was upon her, hands poised to grasp Zhang Jie's delicate shoulder. On the verge of victory, when suddenly a large hand intervened before Zhang Jie. Chapter 87. A clash of dragons and tigers as their hands met. A dull thud resonated. Reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, an unpleasant sound. Zhang Jie's composure did not falter. She frowned at me, reproaching my interference without uttering a word. She understood that without my assistance, her defeat was inevitable. Long Xiaoyu sensed my intervention and quickly retracted her offensive, her arms crossed behind her back as she coldly inquired. "Who are you?" "I am her man," I replied playfully. The expressions around me shifted. The others, including and you are, regarded me with curiosity, their mouths twitching in silent bewilderment. Zhang Jie's brow furrowed even deeper, though for reasons unknown, she did not express anger. Hearing my words, Long Xiaoyu's expression finally changed. "What?" I merely smiled, relishing the opportunity to undermine Long Xiaoyu's intimidation. "Xiao Jie." Long Xiaoyu shook her head, addressing Zhang Jie. "I do not believe you could ever develop feelings for anyone." Then, turning to me, she revealed a chilling, murderous intent. "Kid, are you truly unafraid of death? With your strength?" I retorted dismissively, "You are formidable, but not to the extent that I should fear you. Since I am Zhang Jie's man, I will intervene on her behalf. Bring it on. Heroics will lead to a grim fate," Long Xiaoyu sneered. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Let us not drag this out. After we finish, Zhang Jie and I have a date." I joked, knowing that the more I disregarded her, the more I would provoke her. Indeed, Long Xiaoyu erupted with rage. "Excellent. You are the first arrogant person I have encountered." Likewise, I chuckled, though I remained tense, well aware that in a duel between masters, any lapse in focus could be fatal. "Name yourself," Long Xiaoyu demanded, her demeanor returning to normal as the silver rings between her hands sparked. "I do not kill nameless individuals." Seeing my silence, Long Xiaoyu sighed. "Zhang Jie, regardless of this brat's background, nothing will deter my murderous intent today. No one shall touch my reverse scale. You belong to me. Not even a finger can be sullied." Her murderous aura thickened, far more intense than when she faced Zhang Jie. Some in the crowd could not withstand the pressure, coughing in distress. S face paled as she pulled Yuero away to a safe distance, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Zhang Jie remained unfazed, glancing at me. "He cannot kill you. You can eliminate him. I will take responsibility for whatever transpires." She then stepped aside, seemingly to enjoy the spectacle. I thought it prudent to offer some words of encouragement, perhaps suggesting how we might rendezvous afterward. Yet all I received in return was a mere, indifferent remark, leaving me exasperated. Nevertheless, having stepped into the fray, retreat was not an option. I sensed the murderous intent emanating from Long Xiaoyu, a martial artist unencumbered by restraint. For some, killing was merely a mundane affair. Long Xiaoyu was certainly no stranger to bloodshed. I could perceive the thick aura of violence surrounding her. Though I was new to martial arts, my skills had been compelled to grow in response to danger. I had been forced to tap into my latent potential time and again. I did not comprehend the source of the mysterious power within me, but I was grateful to whomever had bestowed it upon me, regardless of their identity. However, through these encounters, I gradually began to touch the periphery of martial arts, brushing against the disdainful path of the Tao. I understood deeply that my martial prowess could not be acquired casually. It was the result of enduring trials over time. Those of us seeking shortcuts ought to tread carefully. Long Xiaoyu's emergence made me acutely aware of my disdain for those who consider themselves powerful while imposing their will upon others. They scorn the weak, believing themselves to be the center of the universe. Such people exist in the world, and their arrogance pains me. Now I realized that even without Zhang Jie's involvement, I would have intervened, for I could not abide Long Xiaoyu's demeanor. Her worldview and values were in direct opposition to mine. Suddenly, I felt a profound elevation in my mental state, as though I had ascended to a remarkable realm. Amidst the storm, I found solace, no longer perceiving Long Xiaoyu as a formidable adversary, but rather as a pitiful creature. Yet, a pitiful being must possess something to be despised. My heart brimmed with resentment, and in that moment, my aura surged forth, pressing down upon Long Xiaoyu. I believed that at the instant she harbored murderous intent toward me. She had already revealed her full strength. She surpassed Zhang Jie, perhaps even Huang Qixing, for she resembled a madwoman, heedless of consequences. The path of righteousness is fearless. Long Xiaoyu, once radiating a fierce, murderous aura, began to shift as my own intensity transformed, while those around us remained oblivious to my change. They could perceive Long Xiaoyu's alteration. Just moments ago, she had been a tempestuous force, sweeping everyone's will into the depths of the ocean. Now, she had morphed into a black hole, poised to consume its prey. This transformation did not escape Zhang Jie's notice. She regarded me with an expression filled with complex emotions. The arrow had been drawn. It must be released. Long Xiaoyu understood that prolonging this stalemate would only work against her, and with a fierce roar, she lunged at me. Some spectators, unable to withstand the tension, covered their ears in distress. Long Xiaoyu's form loomed larger in my vision before transforming into a lethal claw aimed directly at my head. If captured, one might not die, but would certainly sustain severe injuries. Up until now, I have mastered only two techniques: Ding Wei's Dragon Capture Hand and the Mountain Splitter technique. As my strength increases, I realize that the Dragon Capture Hand is far more intricate than what Ding Wei had taught. Its essence lies in the ability to both release and restrain. Akin to the fluid grace of Tai Chi, moreover, the Dragon Capture Hand conveys a profound artistic spirit. Even amidst the crumbling mountains and earth, I remain steadfast. This transcends Ding Wei's teachings. I still regard him as a master, not without reason, for his lineage is remarkable. Though Long Xiaoyu is formidable, he pales in comparison to the vastness of nature, much like the flicker of fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon. The moon nourishes all creation and remains unperturbed. How then could I fear Long Xiaoyu's assault? To onlookers, my movements may appear sluggish, yet I deftly neutralize Long Xiaoyu's attacks. With a deft pull and redirect, I send him hurtling elsewhere. Wherever Long Xiaoyu treads, furniture is reduced to splinters, a testament to his formidable power. In response to my ability to withstand his strikes, Long Xiaoyu emits a furious roar, akin to a wounded beast. Transforming his claws into fists, the sound of his strikes pierces the air with unmatched ferocity. I navigate the tumultuous waves like a small boat, unyielding to his strength, while the gentle breeze caresses the hills. Skillfully maneuvering my feet amidst the debris of tables and chairs, I float through the chaos, evading the shattering blows of Long Xiaoyu. To the casual observer, it may seem as though I'm utterly defenseless, my life hanging by a thread. Yuer wears a face of anxiety, while only Zhang Jie and maintain their composure. A glimmer of determination flashes in Zhang Jie's eyes as her fingers interlock, her chest rising and falling uncontrollably. S expression is equally captivating. Although we are amidst battle, nothing escapes my observant gaze. At the moment my realm ascended, it was as if countless eyes had opened around me, probing every detail. I could even close my eyes and sense the flow of air around me to evade Long Xiaoyu's strikes. 5 minutes felt like an instant. The two of us exchanged blows, a cacophony of strikes and counters resonating in the air. The pace quickened as Long Xiaoyu darted around, scattering tables and chairs, with some even flying into the audience, injuring several spectators. It became evident that this clash was no trifling matter. A moment's inattention could lead to grave consequences. Long Xiaoyu, brimming with pride, unleashed his full potential, his strikes becoming increasingly graceful, executed with a subtlety that belied their deadliness. Unfortunately for him, I was not merely relying on my eyesight to counter his attacks. Rather, I fought with my heart. My instincts guided my strength. No matter how ferociously Long Xiaoyu charged, he was akin to an eagle trapped in a cage. His struggles were futile. Gradually, I became accustomed to Long Xiaoyu's movements and rhythm, striving to adjust my own actions to bring this conflict to an end. Some circumstances are beyond one's control. Long Xiaoyu's explosive power was terrifying, surpassing all expectations. Had I not experienced my recent elevation in realm, I might have already tasted defeat, the consequences of which are all too clear. Compared to Zhang Jie's previous relentless assault, Long Xiaoyu's prowess was on an entirely different level, as evidenced by the grave expression etched on Zhang Jie's face. Finding an opening to attack proved elusive, as I was not yet prepared to strike. Although the dragon capture hand balances offense and defense, I had yet to grasp its true essence, remaining on the threshold, unable to fully enter its domain. Wandering amidst Long Xiaoyu's unending barrage was no joyful endeavor. My repertoire consisted solely of two techniques, the dragon capture hand and the mountain splitter. While I could see through and avoid Long Xiaoyu's assaults, my counterattack capabilities were lacking. Thus, we remained in an impasse. I remained indifferent, my energy reserves ample, and Long Xiaoyu was no different. The outcome hinged on who would first reveal signs of fatigue or weakness. This was no mere sparring, but a life-and-death struggle. Yet, I felt a curious dichotomy. In my encounters with Zhang Jie, the stakes felt less dire, yet I sensed a potent aura of danger. Conversely, during my battle with Long Xiaoyu, though the intent was to discern life from death, the atmosphere felt strangely serene, almost nonsensical. It was a peculiar sensation, allowing me to execute my thoughts with composure. Each time the crowd gasped in alarm, a deft pivot or a daring maneuver enabled me to narrowly evade Long Xiaoyu's strikes. Rather than succumbing to rage, Long Xiaoyu remained calm, patiently awaiting an opportunity, akin to a wolf stalking its prey in the night. The darkness gifted me the vision to detect his vulnerabilities. The battle had circled within the confines of the room, and all spectators had been ushered out, save for Zhang Jie. In a bid to protect Yuer, anxiously waited outside with the others at the CAF. Only Zhang Jie stood silently inside, observing the clash. For him, it was a rare opportunity. At that moment, I suddenly discerned a flaw in Long Xiaoyu's defense. After each change of technique, he would undergo a brief, transitional breath. In that instant, his defenses were at their weakest. The moment was difficult to perceive, attainable only when my own breathing matched his rhythm. This was precisely what I had been striving to achieve. I now understood an essential truth. In high-level duels, maintaining synchronicity with one's opponent's rhythm is paramount, for it allows one to detect their weaknesses. Clearly, Long Xiaoyu had not reached this level of awareness. Regrettably, while my understanding had ascended, my power had not yet followed suit. Though I could not deliver a fatal blow, I harbored no intention of killing him. Just then, as Long Xiaoyu soared through the air, I seized upon his vulnerability, reaching out with one hand toward his shoulder as his breath fluctuated. Chapter 88. Palpitations, the ephemeral dream, left no trace. My hand grazed the air, producing a silent symphony. At the moment I struck, my heart felt inexplicably unburdened, harmonious. In Long Xiaoyu's astonished gaze, my hand grasped his shoulder. A simple motion, with a gentle tug, I flung Long Xiaoyu into the air. Our eyes locked, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. I advanced boldly, shattering wooden fragments beneath my feet. This was a rare opportunity to defeat Long Xiaoyu in a fleeting moment. Such chances would be scarce. A master like him would not make the same mistake twice. As he descended, I unleashed a punch, propelled by immense force toward his body. The wind from my strike pressed against his fitted attire, revealing his sculpted physique. A seasoned warrior, Long Xiaoyu exhibited no fear. Instead, he fixated on my movement with keen awareness. As I delivered my blow, he let out a grunt, driving his hands downward to meet my fist. I felt an overwhelming force surge through me, compelling me to stagger backward before regaining my balance. Long Xiaoyu executed several acrobatic flips, landing gracefully. Rather than continuing the assault, he regarded me with a profound intensity, the dragon capture hand. When did the Ding family produce such a young master? With his reluctance to engage further, I too refrained from pressing the matter. Observing the wreckage around us, I recognized the gravity of the situation. Were we? The Lilac CAF. Who was Lilac? A globally renowned bodyguard, their prowess beyond our reach. It is wise to avoid offending such high-caliber individuals. Xiao Jia, when I return, I hope you will have deliberated your course of action. Evasion alone will not suffice. Your uncle and aunt are waiting for you at home. Long Xiaoyu straightened his clothing and golden hair, fixing his gaze upon me. Listen, it matters not who you are, but do not meddle in our family affairs. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. As I watched Long Xiaoyu depart, I turned to Zhang Jie and inquired, what transpired? Surprisingly, Zhang Jie did not answer my question, but instead countered, did you hold back during our fight? Does it truly matter? I replied, feeling exasperated. It is of utmost importance. Zhang Yi insisted gravely. No, today was an extraordinary display. Zhang Yi nodded ebhaling deeply. You are the most gifted individual I have encountered. In such a short span, your progress is astonishing. Do not envy me, my friend, I chuckled. Let us not forget, you owe me a favor for inadvertently causing me to offend Long Xiaoyu. Life will be challenging henceforth. Zhang Jie furrowed her brow. I will shoulder the burden of this matter. He dares not harm you. Very well, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. I waved my hand dismissively. The battle with Long Xiaoyu had been perilous, yet the outcome was unexpected, with neither party sustaining injuries. Long Xiaoyu, being astute, recognized that continuing the fight held no promise of victory and wisely withdrew. Such individuals are truly terrifying. They possess the clarity to assess their circumstances and restrain their impulses even in moments of rage. I am aware that I have offended Long Xiaoyu, and from this moment onward, my life may become somewhat troublesome. However, I harbor no regrets. On the path of the strong, one must remain fearless. This is the most significant lesson I have gleaned today. While new wounds are absent, old ones have resurfaced. The site of the injury inflicted by Zhang Jie this morning has begun to reopen due to the intensity of the scuffle, blood soaking through my garments, and a dull pain causing me to frown slightly. Observing my expression, Zhang Jie noticed the bloodied fabric, her previously icy demeanor shifting to one of concern. Laced with a hint of reproach, how could this happen? You were clearly uninjured. Her hand gently brushed against my clothing as she withdrew a small white porcelain bottle from her possession, intending to hastily pull my shirt aside. Yet, upon realizing that all eyes were fixed upon us, their astonishment surpassing that directed at Long Xiaoyu, she blushed for the first time in my presence. This was a rare glimpse of her humanity, as this ice queen, it seemed, could indeed flush with embarrassment, albeit due to my own reaction. My heart swelled with pride at this thought. Oh, why are you blushing? I feigned surprise. Zhang Jie's face reddened further, nearly resembling the color of blood. Her breathing became slightly erratic, and her hand awkwardly retreated to her side, unsure of how to proceed. Her bashfulness, coupled with her exquisite features, bore no resemblance to the usual icy beauty she presented. The allure before me was far more captivating than ever. I found myself entranced by the delicate curve of her neck and the smoothness of her hair, unable to suppress a gulp. In that moment, Zhang Jie met my gaze, her eyes reflecting a mix of amusement and understanding, and suddenly, her expression shifted, revealing a glint of menace. Ouch! I yelped as she stomped on my foot, exclaiming murder. With the crowd around us growing larger, Zhang Jie snapped, "Stop calling out. Come with me." Without a backward glance, she strode ahead, leaving me to limp along in her wake. The onlookers parted to grant us passage. "Sister, wait for me. You were called out." Zhang Jie ignored her and continued on her way. This predicament left me in a difficult position. Not only was I injured, but I also had to hasten to keep up with Zhang Jie. Her pace was swift, as if she yearned to escape to a secluded place. You err and passed me by, joining Zhang Jie while completely disregarding my state as an injured individual. Particularly, as he crossed my path, he cast a fleeting, sympathetic glance my way. I vowed that next time I had the opportunity, I would teach him a lesson, making this heartless scoundrel understand the meaning of loyalty. After traversing several tree-lined paths, I marveled at the presence of such greenery within the base, but indeed, it existed. Upon arriving at the dormitory of Team 80, no one impeded our entry. Both and I had undergone rigorous scrutiny and were granted the freedom to access the female dormitory. Strangely, upon reaching Zhang Jie's room, and did not enter, but diverted elsewhere. Under my scrutinizing gaze, S face flushed with embarrassment, he averted his eyes and continued walking silently. However, was unabashed, glaring at me. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a date before? I quickly shook my head. No. I simply envy how handsome you men are and how beautiful the women are. I wish you both a long and happy marriage with many children. Thank you, responded immediately, as if he were responding to a normal compliment. For what? Yue kicked playfully, scolding. Who said anything about marrying you? Get lost. Then, pointing at me, she added, and you, mind your words. If my sister is displeased, you'll hear about it. Hey, if your sister is upset, what does that have to do with me? I retorted, at a loss for words. Do you not realize that my sister's room is off limits to other males? Yue, Zhang Jie interjected, her tone tinged with irritation. Yue stuck out her adorable tongue. Forget I said anything. She then headed toward the adjacent dormitory, while, undeterred by Yue's chiding, shamelessly followed her. Observing's persistent demeanor. I shook my head and sighed. What a disgrace. You think it's disgraceful? Zhang Jie opened the door and regarded me coldly. Not at all, not in the slightest. I merely meant to say that compared to the handsome, I quickly clarified, my own appearance pales in comparison. I sensed Zhang Jie's temperament shifting and hastened to explain. My flattery seemed insincere. Not all women are as lazy as Ding Wei, Zhang Jie remarked as she stepped inside. Compared to Ding Wei's room, this space felt like a slice of paradise. The arrangement was orderly, and cleanliness was its defining characteristic. Being in this room felt akin to returning to a pristine natural landscape, refreshingly serene. Your room is far superior to your garden. I intended to compliment Zhang Jie, but upon catching her murderous glare, I felt a chill run down my spine. Forget I said anything. Take off your clothes. Zhang Jie commanded. What do you intend to do? I exclaimed. I am a person of purity. Zhang Jie retrieved a medicinal solution from the cabinet and placed it on the table. Hearing my earnest words, she clenched her fists, lips pressed tightly together, suppressing her anger as she gazed at me in silence. I shrugged. Never mind. I suppose you wouldn't find me appealing anyway. I trust you, nonetheless. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall throw you out. Zhang Jie shot back, her eyes aflame with indignation. Ichakeld okwerdi, gust ayist. Don't take it to heart. Humor is essential in human interactions. Put away your humor. It is unnecessary here. Zhang Jie replied flatly. I felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of her anger, sitting upright in the chair as I removed my bloodied clothing. Revealing my wounded torso, I could see 2 cuts that had initially been treated by Ding Wei, though her skills were lacking and the bandages had long since fallen away. With my hands resting on the chair, I leaned my head against them, savoring Zhang Jie's meticulous care. Although she appeared cold and distant, showing no mercy in battle, her current touch was gentle, like willow catkins brushed by a soft breeze. I relished this rare tenderness, even if just a fragment. Simultaneously, I found myself comparing Zhang Jie to Xuan'an, each possessing their unique charms. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over me as I thought of Xuan'an, who was waiting outside for me, while I engaged in this perilous existence within the base. Had I considered her feelings while dueling others? Had I thought of the worries I had inflicted upon her? My impulsive actions might have thrust Xuan'an into an irretrievable abyss. I wished for her emotions toward me to not be too deeply etched, as I feared I might inadvertently cause her pain. Yet, I yearned for her love wholeheartedly. This conflicting sentiment left me despondent and forlorn. Women are indeed sensitive. This much is true. Zhang Jie sensed the turmoil within me. What's wrong? She inquired softly. I turned my head. Nothing. I merely wished to step outside. This place is far too dull, not a suitable environment for prolonged stay. That is not something a martial artist should say. One who practices should endure solitude. Your talent should make you acutely aware of the importance of perseverance on the path of cultivation. I am hardly a martial artist, I interrupted Zhang Jie, sighing. If martial arts extinguish elements of humanity, what joy can there be? You present an icy facade to the world, yet remain unaware that if you were to peel back the layers of your pretense, you would be even more enchanting. Although you strive to conceal your true emotions, pushing others away, I can still sense the yearning within you, an aspiration for understanding and support. Zhang Jie's hand trembled as she clutched the cotton swab. Chapter 89. The Cowherd. Silence. Zhang Jie's voice took on an icy tone once more, leaving me puzzled by her capriciousness. I prudently closed my mouth, refraining from provoking her further. One must not continuously assault Zhang Jie. A balance of warmth and coldness is necessary. Zhang Jie quietly tended to my wounds, the sting of the medicinal alcohol against my injuries causing me to wince, despite the extraordinary regenerative capabilities bestowed upon me by a mysterious force. Zhang Jie's knife was exceptionally sharp, penetrating just deep enough to hinder healing. Once she finished, I donned my clothing again and turned to her with a smile. Thank you. Zhang Jie shook her head, saying, this is my debt to you. Long Xiaoyu's strength is extraordinary. I nearly fell into his hands. My lifelong reputation would have been utterly destroyed. I jested. It is truly Long Xiaoyu's reputation that was nearly tarnished by you, as the foremost heir of the Long family. He possesses remarkable prowess, unmatched among the younger generation. Today, you have managed to corner him so thoroughly. That is quite an accomplishment. However, he will surely remember me. I forced a bitter smile, observing his demeanor. He does not appear to be magnanimous. In the days to come, I hope to avoid encountering him. Rest assured, I have said it before, I will bear the burden of all matters. Should you dare harm the innocent, I will ensure she faces dire consequences, Zhang Jie declared. Her eyes flashing with cold light, her tone filled with frost. Hey, I'm no innocent bystander. I am your man. Silence. Zhang Jie glared at me, her irritation evident at my claim of being her man. Awkwardly, I replied. I was too hasty and couldn't find a proper excuse to intervene. Please don't take it to heart. You say not to take it seriously? Zhang Jie scoffed, but I must clarify matters with my family. Your loose tongue will one day lead to your downfall. I realized that continuing this argument would only lead to harsher words, leaving both parties feeling worse. What exactly is going on? I inquired. You ought to tell me about your relationship with Long Xiaoyu. I feel utterly unsettled and don't even understand why we fought. The teacher at school always advised me to behave properly and avoid conflicts with others. Enough, Zhang Jie said impatiently. Why are you so verbose? It doesn't matter much anyway. Long Xiaoyu is my fiancé. What? I nearly leapt from my seat, exclaiming, what is this nonsense? You two are quarreling, and I've unwittingly gotten involved. Truly a failure. Stop saying ridiculous things, Zhang Jie responded, displeased. I am betrothed to him by family arrangement, but there are no feelings involved. Marrying him would be a complete joke. Feelings can be nurtured over time, I remarked with a smile. Zhang Jie cast a sidelong glance at me, placing the medicine on the table before pulling a dagger from her sleeve. Say it again. I didn't hear what you just said. Nothing. I meant to say you're doing quite well. A loveless marriage is akin to child's play. I raised both hands in agreement. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Conversing with Zhang Jie was perilous, as one could never know when calamity might strike. So, you intend to run away from the marriage, and then Long Xiaoyu will come searching for you at the base? I continued. Indeed, Zhang Jie sat on her bed, her head bowed. Sometimes one must adhere to parental commands. Her voice held a hint of resignation and sorrow, revealing a vulnerable side I had never witnessed before. Zhang Jie's sudden fragility left me at a loss for words. I can only say, in truth, it is not such a grave matter. No parent wishes to harm their child. Your parents believe that Long Xiaoyu can bring you happiness. If you could help them understand his true nature, they would likely empathize with you. And in what? Zhang Jie asked, intrigued by my words, raising her head. If you can find your true happiness, your parents should come to understand. If that fails, just present them with a grandchild. I refuse to believe your parents would object, I added, as my words grew increasingly audacious. Zhang Jie, initially serious, blushed deeply by the end of my statement. How many can truly comprehend the sensation of an iceberg melting? At that moment, Zhang Jie's bashful expression could soften the heart of any man. Who would suspect that the shy girl before me was the same as the icy queen I knew? I admitted my resistance to temptation was feeble. Captivated by Zhang Jie's beauty, I found myself entranced, nearly drooling. Seeing me gaze at her with such fixation, Zhang Jie, to my surprise, did not react with anger, but instead sighed softly. My happiness is hardly an easy pursuit. I regained my composure, averting my gaze and daring not to meet her eyes. Perhaps, in the near future, you shall find it. Do not fret. Among the girls I have encountered, you are, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful. You are a good girl. Someone will surely come to love you. Is that so? Zhang Jie opened her bright eyes, akin to pearls nestled beneath the starry sky. Why do you say one of the most? Is there someone else? Everyone has their own ideal, I interrupted with a smile. Moreover, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. Love is a thing that can be encountered but not sought after. If you firmly believe in love, it shall not betray you. Zhang Jie shook her head. You are too naive. Do the hardships of life, at the base, not erase your idealism? You view life too optimistically. You have yet to experience suffering, and thus cannot fathom life's helplessness. I was born into a privileged family, and I have seen too much of this. How can I not understand? I retorted with a cold laugh. I simply failed to see why you lack the courage to resist. If you dislike Long Xiaoyu, why do you hide away at the base? Do you believe that retreating will solve the problem? That is utterly impossible. It will only simplify things, making them more brutal. Perhaps. Zhang Jie fell silent. Our earlier conversation had begun without reason and ended just as abruptly. A few minutes of debate had merely been a trivial expression of emotions, harmless in nature. As the wounds healed, I felt it was time to take my leave. Standing, I addressed the silent Zhang Jie. Well then, I should be going. After 2 fights today, I am utterly exhausted. I need to rest well to prepare for my duel with Zhao Wuji. Zhang Jie seemed taken aback by my sudden announcement, but she nodded and said, honestly, there's no need for a match. I already know you will win. Given your performance today, Zhao Wuji is no match for you. Let's hope so. I shrugged. The main thing is to win. If I can win, I can finally leave this wretched place, which has become stifling. Zhang Jie did not react as strongly to my coarse language as before. Instead, she stood up and said, allow me to see you off. I did not refuse, understanding her intentions. Today, I had shielded Zhang Jie from disaster. She felt unable to express her gratitude verbally and sought to convey it through action. For someone as proud as Zhang Jie, such humility was remarkable. Outside the door, I still saw no sign of or Yur. My mind wandered to their possible activities, and the lewd smile on my face did not escape Zhang Jie's notice. What are you smiling about? Zhang Jie inquired curiously. I was just thinking about what Yur might be up to, I admitted, laughing with impure intentions. Zhang Jie shook her head. Should be heading back now. Surely not so soon. When 2 people are in love, they must have a good chat, I replied in astonishment. Who informed you about love? Did tell you? I just have a feeling, Zhang Jie countered. You figured it out on your own, didn't tell you? Just joking, I laughed. One can afford to be humorous from time to time. Though I said this, my ears remained alert, hoping to glean information from Zhang Jie. Even if cherished romance over friendship, it was understandable. I could not stoop to his level. I would wait for an opportunity to retaliate against him later. You need not hope to extract anything from me. Zhang Jie discerned my thoughts and said, knows that Yur does not harbor feelings for him. Yet, he still relentlessly pursues her, which is why Yur remains unyielding. Yur has someone she loves? I exclaimed. Do you realize how gossipy you sound? Zhang Jie retorted. I don't mind. Gossip and character are unrelated, I replied dismissively. Besides, my curiosity serves my friends. While others might risk their lives for friends, I bear the burden of gossip's ancient scorn for them. In the end, we all seek the same goal. This reaches the pinnacle of moral righteousness throughout history. Why not embrace it? Zhang Jie shook her head and smiled. At last, her laughter emerging in response to my opening words. It was the first time I had witnessed Zhang Jie's smile, akin to a snow lotus blooming amidst the desolate grandeur of a snow-covered mountain, wafting a refreshing fragrance towards me. I could not help but close my eyes to savor the moment. Your smile is truly beautiful, far surpassing your expressionless demeanor, I sincerely praised. However, Zhang Jie's smile, as fleeting as the ephemeral bloom of a flower, soon reverted to its usual aloofness. Unmoved by my compliment, she simply continued walking, soon exiting the dormitory area of Team 80. Our conversation came to an end. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she glanced at me and gave a nod, embodying an effortless beauty that made everything she did seem exquisite, even the act of placing her hands in her pockets. There were no farewells. Instead, as if by a shared intuition, we turned away from one another simultaneously, without casting a single glance back. At least, I did not look back. My interactions with Zhang Jie led me to believe that her apparent aloofness was not a deliberate rejection, but rather a testament to her extraordinary beauty. A masterpiece crafted by the hands of the divine. People revere the Creator, and thus they regard the Creator's creations with the same reverence. Zhang Jie's beauty transcends the earthly realm, for she is simply too exquisite. Yet, through her words, I could sense a celestial desire akin to that of a fairy wishing to descend to the mortal realm to experience the profoundness of love. Reminiscent of the daughter of the Jade Emperor, weaving a tale of love with the cowherd. But I was left wondering where Zhang Jie's cowherd might be. In that moment, I suddenly found myself missing Xue Na. Chapter 90. Ghostly shadow Zhang Jie escorted me to the outskirts of the Team 80 dormitory area before turning on her heel and walking away without a backward glance. Although it appeared callous, I understood that the ice between us had begun to thaw. Our relationship was no longer as frigid as before. Simultaneously, I started to realize that Zhang Jie was not inherently cold-hearted. Beneath her frosty exterior lay a heart yearning for warmth. Standing beneath the shade of the trees, I gazed upward at the vast blue sky, dotted with wispy clouds drifting lazily, as if I had returned to a nature untouched by modern industrial pollution. In that moment, I felt an inexplicable connection to the human heart, a reminder that no matter how humanity advances, it ultimately yearns for the past. The sky reflects this, as does the human heart. Under the great trees lining the path, Ding Wei stood gracefully, her charming smile illuminating the serene surroundings. In the stillness of the forest, she appeared so beautiful. The sight of Ding Wei intensified my longing for Xue Na. What would you be doing now? I approached Ding Wei with a smile, leaning down to admire her delicate features. What brings you here? I inquired. I was worried about you, so I came check in, Ding Wei replied with a smile. Let us go. There's nothing to worry about. You should head back, I said, taking her small hand in mine, feeling the warmth and smoothness beneath my touch. It felt like holding the finest silk, a testament to the craftsmanship of the world. Our hands entwined naturally, devoid of any emotional entanglement. We simply walked side by side. I yearned for Xue Na, and Ding Wei seemed to sense my thoughts. This was the most profound connection I had felt since my confrontation with Long Xiaoyu. As if I could comprehend Ding Wei's heart. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. I could sense a subtle attachment from Ding Wei towards me. She did not question the reasons behind my earlier battle, but her upward glances revealed a sweet smile, akin to a younger sister revealing her deepest emotions. The brother held the sister's hand as they walked along the base's path, indifferent to their destination. Whether it was her dormitory or my own, it no longer mattered. Strangely, during our stroll, we encountered no one else, as if fate had conspired to preserve the tranquility between Ding Wei and me. Are you tired? Ding Wei asked. Not really. My wounds have been treated. I'll be fine. My body recovers faster than most, so I should be good in a few days. It won't delay my duel with Zhao Wujie. I was worried about your duel with Zhao Wujie. After you emerged safely from Zhang Jie's training room, I ceased to worry. I was just concerned that you might miss your cousin, Ding Wei said sweetly. Xue Na? I smiled, thinking of her constantly, but now I miss her especially. Some believe that the growth of strength breeds ambition. Yet despite my remarkable progress, my thoughts remain focused on living well in the present. I knew you would think that, for your cousin has said the same. But it's difficult, I sighed. The stronger I become, the more I feel the terror of the Black Hawk Security Company. The HJ City base is merely the tip of the iceberg of the company's power. I have yet to encounter true masters. Zhang Jie and others are merely novices in martial arts. I sense the road ahead is still long and arduous. Within the base, I must abide by the rules. Those who disrupt the order are not permitted to exist. Once I am strong enough, I will consider a peaceful existence. Unfortunately, Xue Na will have to wait a while longer. As long as you have the intention, Ding Wei replied. As long as you can achieve what you desire in your heart, your cousin will wait for you. Easier said than done. Ding Wei released my hand and fell silent for a moment before saying, There's an ancient legend. Oh, I looked at Ding Wei with curiosity. When the world is on the brink of collapse, a peerless hero will arise to save it, born within the Black Hawk Security Company. And so, I chuckled. This legend has been passed down through the company. To validate it, the families within the company established a rule to create the company's hero. If you have the capability, you can accept the company's challenge. If successful, you will enter a mysterious organization dedicated to saving the world. Free from the company's constraints, able to do as you please, emerging to rescue the world when calamity strikes. Ding Wei's eyes sparkled with a distant dream, as if she were revealing a profound truth, her enchanting voice drawing me in, igniting my imagination. Is that true? I asked, intrigued. Absolutely, Ding Wei nodded emphatically. However, to date, I have not heard of anyone succeeding in the company's challenges. So we mean, I asked puzzled. You could be among such people. Ding Wei declared confidently. I have never encountered anyone with talent as remarkable as yours. Perhaps you could indeed become a member of that mysterious organization, stepping onto a path adorned with brilliance, crowned in glory during times of crisis. All right, enough of this daydreaming, I said, ruffling Ding Wei's hair. What are you thinking? I'm envisioning a golden road for you, Ding Wei replied with a smile. You should focus on helping me get out. I sighed, feeling helpless. You've been reading too many romance novels. No need to worry. As long as you defeat Zhao Wujia, the base will definitely send you out for bodyguard missions. And then you can naturally leave, Ding Wei said. Well, isn't that the same? I shook my head. I want a bit more freedom. I don't want to revolve around others all the time. Then I can't help you, Ding Wei replied. The company's regulations must be strictly adhered to, even by families. So don't overthink it. Once you reach a higher level as a bodyguard, you have to be so burdened. At that point, you can do as you wish. What level do I need to reach? I don't know, Ding Wei shook her head. I can almost pinch her cheek. How can you not know and still talk? Honestly, you need to have a beautiful vision for the future. Otherwise, progressing without goals is merely regression. You'll understand this later. Your cousin's happiness lies in your hands, so you must increase your own worth. Otherwise, my uncle will never accept you. Is it really that exaggerated? I exclaimed. Is Xuanna's father that difficult to deal with? Not difficult, Ding Wei said mysteriously. But without some capital, you even have the qualification to meet my uncle. So don't think that mutual affection is enough to be together. All right, don't ask anymore. I won't say anymore. It's just a whim today that I shared so much with you. Very well, I replied, filled with curiosity. But you must enlighten me about the duel with Zhao Wuji. I trust you possess considerable knowledge on the matter. Ding Wei remained silent for an extended period, not uttering a single word. I sighed in exasperation. Well, the demon cave. You still wish to enter freely? The demon cave, Ding Wei mused, her delicate hand gliding over her cheek as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I truly am not well informed. However, I noticed the mischievous smile on her face, indicating she was being less than truthful. Hey, even your cousin is deceiving me. Such things are unavoidable. Ding Wei replied with resignation. You are aware of my prestigious lineage. Although I possess a wealth of knowledge, I cannot simply divulge everything. You ought to be more understanding. Fine, let's take it one step at a time, I said, shaking my head. After all, life is but a fleeting existence, and it is wiser to focus on the present. The future is far too distant to concern myself with. Ding Wei did not respond, instead gazing at me with an air of curiosity. Why do I sense an unusual amount of discontent from you today? Speak, has there been trouble in your romantic life? At her inquiry, the warm, natural atmosphere we had shared abruptly dissipated, thrusting me back into reality as if descending from paradise into hell. A most unpleasant sensation. What issues could I possibly have? I looked at Ding Wei in silence, perplexed by how she could pose such a question. Really? One must never underestimate a woman's sensitivity. What is the nature of your relationship with Zhang Jia? Speak openly. What relationship could there be? I chuckled. We aren't even close to being friends. How could that be? Ding Wei retorted with a cold laugh. Zhang Jia is renowned as the ice queen among the prominent families in our company. If she were to speak with anyone, it would be monumental news. Ding Wei's expression shifted like the weather, one moment tender and warm, the next as frigid as a winter gale. Surely not, I protested. She merely tended to my wounds. What? Ding Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. That self-important woman actually bandaged your injuries? Zhang Jia is not self-important. You simply do not understand her, I countered. I perceive her as someone with a cold exterior, yet a meticulous mind. Oh dear, Ding Wei muttered to herself. This is the end for my cousin. What nonsense are you spouting? I laughed. You needn't be so sensitive. By your logic, I would be forbidden from speaking to women altogether. That is different, Ding Wei insisted, shaking her head. Zhang Jia undoubtedly harbors feelings for you. With her temperament, she rarely shows any interest in men, yet she bandaged your wounds. Alas, this means my cousin has gained a formidable rival. I must inform her at once. Otherwise, if you were to change your affections, she would remain blissfully unaware. I quickly grasped Ding Wei's arm as she attempted to return. Could you act a bit more rationally? There is no need for such an uproar. I can be forthright with Xuanna. Can I? Please do not involve yourself. That would only exacerbate the situation. Very well. Ding Wei relented, her demeanor shifting. However, I have a foreboding feeling unless you assist me with a certain task. What task? I asked warily. I shall not engage in any nefarious deeds, just so we are clear. Goodness, what are you suggesting? You are the one who would commit such deeds. Ding Wei replied, visibly annoyed. Do I appear to be that wicked? What might it entail? I inquired, my apprehension easing as it did not seem to be anything malevolent. Before Ding Wei could respond, she gazed blankly over my shoulder. I turned, astonished to see a shadow approaching slowly from behind me.